Chapter 1. A Sudden Calamity. Oh, summer solstice, another year has passed. Will it never relent? In the opulent confines of the Yi family villa in Jiangzhou, a young man lay in a cramped storage room, his expression contorted with agony. His voice resonated with profound despair and helplessness. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, and the sheets beneath him were thoroughly soaked. This young man, named Lin Yu, was once a student at Jiangzhou University, but a tragic accident had rendered him blind. Even more distressing was the fact that on this day, the summer solstice, he endured an indescribable torment each year. The calamity had befallen him 3 years prior on a fateful night. He had ventured to an observatory with his classmates to witness a once-in-a-millennium meteor shower. While it was a visual feast for his peers, for Lin Yu, it marked the onset of his misfortune. As he peered through the telescope at the starry expanse, a blinding flash of light surged into his sight, extinguishing his vision forever. Since that moment, Lin Yu's life had irrevocably changed. His blindness stripped him of independence, leading to his withdrawal from academia. Ultimately, in a desperate bid for treatment, he became a live-in son-in-law to the Yi family, a status that made him the subject of ridicule throughout the city. Now, on yet another summer solstice, Lin Yu found himself plunging into the depths of despair, his mind haunted by the memory of that dazzling star and the fleeting shadow it cast. He wrestled with his anguish throughout the night, and only when dawn broke did he finally slip into a restless slumber. Useless wretch, what time is it? Get up already, you lazy bum. Lin Yu's ears caught the all-too-familiar voice he dreaded yet recognized. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a scowling visage, hands planted firmly on her hips, chastising him from the threshold. Have I overslept again? Lin Yu jolted awake, panic surging through him. He realized that his mother-in-law, Zhu Li, was once again in a foul mood due to his failure to rise early for chores. At least you know you've overslept. What difference is there between you and a pig? Get up and start working. Zhu Li shouted in a fit of rage. Mother, please don't be angry. I'll get up right now, Lin Yu replied apologetically, fumbling for his clothes at the bedside. Throughout his 3 years in the Yi household, he had never once allowed himself to sleep in, save for the morning following the summer solstice. Despite his blindness, he diligently undertook household chores, such as sweeping and laundry, without fail. Who are you calling mother? A useless blind man like you has no right to address me as such. What have you contributed to this family in 3 years? Zhu Li sneered. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve a blind son-in-law like you? You do nothing to help around here, and I still have to spend money on your treatment. If it weren't for that old coot's insistence, you would have been kicked out long ago. Sometimes I truly admire your audacity. A grown man with arms and legs can at least beg for a living, yet you sink so low as to rely on others. Do you have no shame? After venting her frustrations, Zhu Li turned on her heel and departed, her ample figure swaying as she left. Her words struck Lin Yu like daggers, each one piercing his heart. Yet, he remained silent, enduring the onslaught in stoic silence. He understood that remaining in the Yi family was his best option until his sight was restored. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through his closed eyelids, accompanied by a searing pain that shot through him. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. As the pain began to subside, he gradually opened his eyes, cautiously adjusting to the light. Could it be? I can see. A blurry image came into focus before him. Although not entirely clear, he recognized it as the room he had inhabited for the past 3 years. Stunned, he blinked forcefully and rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him sharpened into clarity. Indeed, I can truly see. A surge of elation coursed through Lin Yu, prompting him to shout in joy. It's been 3 long years, and now I can finally behold the world again. To hell with the meteor shower and its once-in-a-millennium spectacle. As he spoke, he reached out, touching the objects around him, reveling in their tangible reality. Lin Yu, hurry up. Mom wants you to do the laundry. A melodic voice interrupted his jubilation. Lin Yu looked up to see a girl standing in the doorway. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a round face adorned with large, sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and a cascade of glossy black hair cascading down to her waist. She radiated youthful exuberance, unmistakably a beauty. Dressed in a silk short nightgown that accentuated her long, slender legs, she appeared both alluring and youthful. Her name was Yi Kursin, Lin Yu's sister-in-law. Though still a high school student, her figure had blossomed into a curvaceous silhouette. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt warmth flooding his nose, and blood began to trickle forth. Ah, Lin Yu, you're bleeding. Yi Kursin exclaimed, her voice laced with concern as she rushed to alert him. And oh, it's nothing. Just a quick wipe will suffice. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to search for tissues on the bedside. Hey, why is that useless guy's face so red? Could it be that he can actually see me? Yi Kersen mused, her curiosity piqued as she observed his reaction. Instinctively glancing down at her own revealing attire, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she hastily covered her chest with her hands. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible, he's just a blind man. How could he possibly see? With that notion, she relaxed her arms, playfully shaking her body as if to tease him, as if to say, blind man, even if I show myself, you wouldn't be able to see. Lin Yu felt a tempest of emotions stirring within him, a bitter smile crossing his lips at her playful antics. Oh dear, please don't shake so much. You might just expose yourself. Thinking I can't see? Despite the inner turmoil, he maintained an air of nonchalance, continuing to dab at the blood trickling from his nose. Ahem. Kersen, could you please step outside for a moment? I'd like to change my clothes, he hastily interjected, sensing that Yi Kersen was on the verge of taking things further. As a passionate young man, he feared he urban divine doctor, invincible space, and inner world ***. What was initially anticipated as a once-in-a-millennium celestial phenomenon turned into a disastrous backlash, leaving him blind. In a moment of desperation, seeking a glimmer of hope, he acquiesced to the marriage arrangement with the Yi family, willingly becoming a son-in-law, and thus a laughingstock. Throughout the city, 3 years of silent endurance, subjected to derision, he unexpectedly awakened to discover that the calamity which blinded him was, in fact, a tremendous fortune. With the inheritance coursing through him, a personal space unfurled, revealing a hidden microcosm within him, the once worthless son-in-law now defied fate, soaring to greatness. With healing abilities that could revive the dead and the power to vanquish formidable foes, wealth and power became as trivial as dust. When the mundane world held no more shackles, he resolutely tore through the void, stepping into another realm, surveying myriad races, and forging an invincible legend. Chapter 2. The Elder of the Starless Wilderness. Lin Yu changed his clothes, pondering silently whether he should reveal that his vision had returned. Just then, Yi Kersen's voice echoed in the hall. Mom, do you think the blind man's eyes have healed? I can't shake the feeling that he looks at me strangely. Immediately, Julie responded, Impossible. Your sister has taken him for countless examinations over the years. The doctors have all said there is no chance for his eyes to recover. Upon hearing the conversation between mother and daughter, Lin Yu dismissed the idea of disclosing his restored sight. It seems it is not yet the right time to tell them. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Recalling the earlier scene and the fiery temperament of Yi Kersen, Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. He took a deep breath and cautiously made his way into the living room as usual. At that moment, Zhu Li and Yi Kersen were seated at the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. As Lin Yu silently passed by them, Zhu Li's frustration surged. What a useless individual. It takes him so long just to change his clothes. Look at Uxin. She left for her company early this morning. If you had even an ounce of utility, Uxin wouldn't have to work herself to the bone. Uxin, Yi Kersen's elder sister, was also Lin Yu's unwitting wife. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she was not only remarkably beautiful but also a business prodigy, holding the position of CEO of the Yi Corporation. I truly don't understand what Grandpa saw in you, compelling my sister, a flower of Jiangzhou, to marry a blind man like you. Yi Kersen lamented, shoveling her breakfast. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, as if he wanted to speak. However, after contemplating, he chose silence and continued to feel his way toward the laundry room. What a waste. Can't even see. And now you're mute? Can't you hear us? Zhu Li's irritation grew as Lin Yu ignored them, and her voice escalated in pitch as she continued her tirade. I see your old man is just as blind as you. Otherwise, how could he have committed such absurdities? You should know that my Uxin is a flower of Jiangzhou, and before marrying you, suitors lined up outside the city for her. Thus, the mother and daughter relentlessly criticized Lin Yu. He sighed silently, a wave of indescribable sorrow flooding his heart. At that moment, silence seemed to be his best expression. Kersen is going back to school, and I've arranged to play mahjong with my sisters. Clean the house after washing your clothes, and figure out your own lunch. Zhu Li declared as the two figures exited the villa, the door closing slowly behind them. Finally, the cacophony ceased, and Lin Yu collapsed heavily onto the sofa, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. He couldn't help but mutter a curse. Damn, what a pair of eccentric women. At last, peace and quiet. Lin Yu began to understand his father-in-law's predicament, with such a pair of oddities around. It was no wonder he preferred to stay at the project site rather than at home. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Lin Yu gently closed his eyes, soon succumbing to slumber. In the haze of sleep, a dazzling golden light flickered through his mind, and he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Where's this? Lin Yu opened his eyes, astonished by the sight before him. He discovered he was standing atop a vast starry sky, with countless stars stretching infinitely beneath him. Young man, welcome to the Sea of Stars. An ancient, distant voice resonated, and a phantom gradually materialized before him. The Sea of Stars? A phantom? Is that you? Lin Yu recalled a similar apparition from 3 years prior. Indeed, it is I, the phantom replied calmly. Are you here to torment me again? Can't you leave me in peace? The memory of that unbearable experience made Lin Yu shudder. My apologies, young man. I may have been a bit too forceful back then. But now all is well, is it not? The phantom chuckled. Lin Yu, at a loss for words, retorted. Too forceful? Why not bother someone else? Do not be angry, young man, the phantom hastily replied. I had no choice. Without doing so, I could not arrive here. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yu asked, All right then, who exactly are you? I am the elder of the starless wilderness, hailing from the Big Dipper star domain. Having been wronged by others, I am left with but a remnant of my soul, and have drifted here amidst the cosmic turbulence, the phantom explained. What nonsense is this? The Big Dipper star domain? Lin Yu wore a befuddled expression, having never heard of such a place. The Big Dipper star domain is a mysterious realm in the universe, shrouded in endless secrets and immense power, the elder continued. Nodding, the elder went on, and I have come from the Big Dipper star domain. Although Lin Yu could not fully grasp the elder's words, curiosity surged within him. But why have you come here? And why choose me? It's a long story. The elder sighed. I was betrayed and gravely injured while fleeing, ultimately falling. Yet, I refused to succumb to death. Thus, I entrusted my remnant soul to this sea of stars, hoping one day to restore my power, regain my true form, and return to the Big Dipper star domain to take revenge. To restore your power, wouldn't it suffice to remain in the sea of stars? Why come to me? Lin Yu questioned, perplexed. Because you possess a unique aura that I find familiar. Moreover, your soul's power is remarkably strong, and your aptitude for cultivation is quite good. This is precisely what I require, the elder elucidated. You don't mean to take over my body, do you? Lin Yu's complexion paled at the implication. If I desired to possess you, would I still be waiting until now? I merely wish to reside in your mind to regain my strength. The elder shook his head, chuckling. Oh, if that is the case, what benefits do I stand to gain? Lin Yu regarded the elder skeptically, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Haha, young man. I appreciate your straightforwardness. I assure you, you will not be at a disadvantage. In return, I will impart all I have learned throughout my life to you. And when the time is right, I will aid you in becoming the strongest in this world, the elder proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu mused inwardly. This old fellow is merely spinning tales. He shook his head and smiled. I say, old man, spare me the talk of strength. Can we discuss something tangible, like gold or jewels? Even a couple of antiques would suffice. I want to be picky. Ha ha ha. Young man, how shallow of you. The elder responded, his laughter echoing. No matter, once I impart my knowledge to you, you will understand whether I am merely spinning tales. Lin Yu shook his head again, a slight smile playing on his lips, clearly still unconvinced. Is that so? I shall see what remarkable knowledge you possess. Oh, by the way, how do you plan to impart your knowledge to me? Lin Yu inquired further. Quite simply, my remnant soul will reside in your mind, sharing knowledge and experiences with you. The elder replied. Though my soul is fragmented, the knowledge and experiences contained within are invaluable. Whenever you wish, you may access this information. Furthermore, regarding that incident 3 years ago, you have not suffered in vain. That was my way of crafting a pair of fiery eyes for you. A flicker of delight surged within Lin Yu. If what the elder claimed was true, then the disaster 3 years ago had bestowed upon him such a fortuitous opportunity, turning misfortune into fortune. All right, young man, my soul can no longer sustain our communication and is about to enter a dormant state. Remember, your first task is to cultivate, and the star technique is particularly suited for you. Hurry and empower yourself. Once the old man from the void finished speaking, he vanished from Lin Yu's mind. Hey, when will you wake up? Lin Yu anxiously called out as he watched the fading apparition. However, he received no further response from the old man. Well, since the old man said I should first practice the star technique, I shall heed his words. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, muttering to himself. At that moment, a method named star technique suddenly materialized in Lin Yu's consciousness. How marvelous! He exclaimed, realizing that, as the old man had stated, if he focused his thoughts, he could instantly access the corresponding information. Filled with excitement, Lin Yu quickly settled into a cross-legged position and began his cultivation according to the star technique's mantra. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and guided the airflow to circulate throughout his body. Gradually, his body relaxed, and his breathing became steady and orderly. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was shattered by the crisp ringing of a phone, jolting Lin Yu from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, reached into his pocket, and discovered his phone vibrating. "Hello, Mom." Without hesitation, Lin Yu answered the call, not even needing to glance at the screen. He knew it was his mother calling. After all, he had only saved her number in his contacts over the past 3 years, receiving almost no calls from anyone else. Is this the family of Zhong Xiahong? This is the emergency department of Jiangzhou Central Hospital. Zhong Xiahong has been in a car accident and is critically injured. You need to come immediately to pay the fees and sign the consent. The nurse's voice on the other end was urgent. Oh, okay. Before Lin Yu could say another word, the call was abruptly disconnected. Oh no, something has happened to Mom. Lin Yu jumped to his feet, flung open the villa door, and dashed outside. He ran nonstop to the entrance of the villa area. The distance from the Yi family villa to the neighborhood gate spanned 3 to 4 kilometers. Yet Lin Yu found he was not out of breath, nor was his heart racing. In that instant, he began to believe the words of the old man. It was astounding that after only circulating the star technique for a single cycle, his body had already experienced such profound improvement. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Yu noticed that only a red sedan was parked by the roadside, with a woman in the driver's seat engaged in a phone call. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the passenger door and sat down, addressing the woman. "Please take me to the central hospital." "Oh, sure." The woman seemed engrossed in her conversation, complying with Lin Yu's request as she started the car and drove towards the hospital. It wasn't until they had traveled some distance that she suddenly hit the brakes. Pulling over to the side of the road, glancing at the passenger seat where Lin Yu sat, she appeared bewildered. "Wait, who are you? How did you get in my car? Stop wasting time, just go to the hospital. We're running out of time." Lin Yu's urgency was palpable, his voice filled with anxiety and tension. Since getting into the car, he had attempted to call the hospital several times, but either the line was busy or no one answered. He had no idea what condition his mother was in and was consumed with worry. "Get out." A cold, furious shout emanated from the driver's seat. Lin Yu was taken aback, not expecting this woman to lash out at him. "I'm sorry, my mother urgently needs surgery. Please take me to the central hospital," he quickly explained, his face etched with desperation. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture, his eyes full of supplication. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the woman furrowed her brow slightly. She scrutinized him closely, perhaps sensing that he was not a threat, and finally said, "All right, hold on tight." With that, she said no more and pressed the accelerator, sending the car racing forward like a wild horse. Throughout the journey, Lin Yu kept his lips tightly sealed, refraining from speaking. He focused intently on the road ahead, gripping the seat tightly, silently praying they would arrive at the hospital quickly. The speed of the car made him anxious. He feared that if the woman were to lose focus, an accident might occur, and he could miss seeing his mother altogether. As time ticked away, finally, after a long and tense 20 minutes, the car came to a steady halt in front of the emergency department of Jiangzhou Central Hospital. Lin Yu leaped out of the car, casting a grateful glance at the woman. "Thank you so much, I truly appreciate it." The woman nodded, offering a pleasant smile as she replied, "Go on, and good luck." With a gentle flick of her head, she turned the car around and drove away, leaving Lin Yu standing there, filled with gratitude as he watched her vehicle disappear down the road. With no time to spare, Lin Yu hurriedly made his way to the nurse's station in the emergency department. His face was a mask of urgency as he asked the nurse, "Excuse me, what is my mother's condition?" The nurse glanced up at him and replied, "You must be Zhong Xiahong's family. She is currently in critical condition. Please sign here." As she spoke, she handed Lin Yu a piece of paper. He took it, looking down to find the words "critical condition notice" boldly written on it. In an instant, he was rendered speechless, tears welling up in his eyes. Chapter 4. Acupuncture to save mother. With a soft click, the light outside the resuscitation room extinguished, as if the flame of life had been snuffed out. A doctor slowly emerged from the room, his expression heavy and weary. He cast a questioning glance towards the nurse's station, his voice low as he asked, "Xiaofeng, has Zhong Xiahong's family arrived?" The nurse nodded, pointing to Lin Yu, who stood frozen in place. "Dr. Xia, the family is here. Right here." Dr. Xia's expression showed a hint of helplessness. He sighed softly before addressing Lin Yu. "Alas. Go in and see her one last time." After saying this, he turned and re-entered the resuscitation room. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu finally snapped back to reality, a wave of profound sorrow washing over him. His eyes widened, and tears streamed down his face. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the resuscitation room, his steps faltering as if the entire world had turned upside down in that moment. "Mom." Lin Yu's voice echoed with despair and grief, reverberating through the corridor. The nurse named Xiao Hong watched as Lin Yu stumbled into the resuscitation room, letting out a resigned sigh. She understood all too well how painful such scenes were for family members, but as a medical professional, she had long since grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. When Lin Yu reached the operating table, his mother, Zhong Xiahong, lay beneath a white sheet. Trembling, he extended his hand and gently pulled back the sheet. The sight before him was nearly unbearable. His mother's chest was deeply sunken, her eyes wide open, seemingly frozen in a moment of terror and disbelief at her untimely fate. "Please accept my condolences, young man." Dr. Xie gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. However, Lin Yu could not accept this reality. It felt as though his heart was being torn to shreds. The deceased had suffered a severe car accident, her heart pierced by her sternum, and her aorta completely severed. "I'm truly sorry. There's nothing more I can do," Dr. Xie explained behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling as he struggled to speak, his lips quivering, unable to form the words. "Mom." He stared at his mother's broken body, his eyes filled with anguish. Suddenly, something astonishing occurred. "Wait, how can I see my mother's heart still beating?" In a moment of disbelief, Lin Yu observed, with clarity, that his mother's body appeared almost transparent. He could see her heart still faintly pulsing. This revelation ignited a spark of hope within him. "Wonderful. My mother is still alive. She still has a heartbeat." "Young man," Dr. Xie explained after repeated confirmations, "your mother has passed away. There is no possible heartbeat." He empathized with the grief of the deceased's family, who often struggle to accept the loss of their loved ones. "No, my mother still has a heartbeat. It's just too faint for your instruments to detect," Lin Yu insisted fervently. "Young man, I understand your feelings, but you must trust our professional judgment," Dr. Xie said, shaking his head in resignation. He had witnessed such scenes countless times and could comprehend Lin Yu's distress. "No, this is impossible. There must be another way." Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly as his mind raced, desperately searching for a method to save his mother. Finally, he recalled an ancient acupuncture technique from the legacy of the old man of the heavens, the 9 needles of resurrection. "Yes, the 9 needles of resurrection can save my mother. Do you have silver needles here?" Lin Yu asked, his eyes filled with hope and urgency. "What are you planning to do?" Dr. Xie and the medical staff became tense upon hearing Lin Yu's request for silver needles. They swiftly surrounded him, wary of his intentions. After all, no one is allowed to disrupt the order of medical care in a hospital, not even family members of patients. "Step aside. Give me the silver needles now. I must save my mother." Lin Yu's gaze intensified, emanating an invisible pressure. At that moment, his only thought was to execute the acupuncture technique and salvage his mother's life. "Quick, let the security personnel in and remove this person," Dr. Xie commanded, not daring to take any chances to protect the dignity of the deceased. However, Lin Yu disregarded their warnings. Pushing aside the medical staff surrounding him and reaching for a surgical needle on the operating table, he began to chant, "Yamen, Laogong, Senyinjiao, Yongquan, Taishi, Zhongwan, Huanjiao, Samli, Higu." These are the acupoints of the 9 needles of resurrection. With a serious expression, Lin Yu realized this was his first time administering acupuncture. But his mother's condition allowed no room for hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he deftly manipulated the needles, and before the medical staff could react, several needles were firmly placed on Zhong Xiahong's body. "Stop. You are interfering with medical procedures. You could end up in jail," Dr. Xie exclaimed in shock and anger. At that moment, the hospital's security personnel, alerted to the situation, rushed to the scene, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair, the hospital director, Sun Mingxing. "Director, what brings you here?" Dr. Xie nodded slightly at Sun Mingxing. "I happened to pass by the emergency department and heard there was a disturbance, so I came to investigate." "How could a family member cause such a scene in the emergency room?" Sun Mingxing questioned, visibly displeased. "Director, the family of the deceased believes there is still a heartbeat and refuses to listen to reason, insisting on treating the deceased themselves." Dr. Xie hurriedly explained the situation to absolve himself of responsibility. "What? The family of the deceased dares to create a ruckus in the hospital? Security, get them out immediately," Sun Mingxing said, barely containing his rage. "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the head of security and several personnel advanced to encircle Lin Yu. "Back off, or you'll regret it," Lin Yu shouted, brandishing a surgical knife as he turned to face the security staff. This was a crucial moment to save his mother. Any interruption would render his efforts futile. Seeing Lin Yu's desperate determination, the security personnel hesitated, unwilling to approach recklessly. If a few silver needles could save a life, what purpose would we doctors serve? I advise you to respect your mother and allow her to leave with dignity, Dr. Xie sighed, shaking his head. However, these words caught Sun Mingxing's attention from the crowd, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 5. Revived. Are you saying he is using silver needles to save someone? Sun Mingxing queried, looking at Dr. Xie with confusion. Indeed, Director, this fellow is attempting to save someone with needles. Ironically, they are not silver needles, but rather surgical needles, Dr. Xie scoffed, unable to suppress a laugh. A patient declared dead cannot be saved, even by the most skilled physician. This young man is simply absurd, Sun Mingxing sighed, doubting Lin Yu's ability. Coming from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, he was well versed in acupuncture, and he believed that even he could do nothing for someone already pronounced dead. Yet, driven by curiosity, he stepped closer to observe. This mere glance left Sun Mingxing trembling as if struck by a surge of electricity, his body quaking in astonishment, his expression transforming into one of palpable excitement. Is this the 13 ghost gate needles? Sun Mingxing stammered, his voice trembling as he struggled to articulate his disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. Years ago, he had read about the 13 ghost gate needles in a prestigious medical journal from Longhua, which claimed that they could bring the dead back to life. Regrettably, the page detailing the method of application was marked as lost to time. Today, however, he was witnessing what he never expected, the revival of the 13 ghost gate needles in the hands of this young physician. How could he not feel exhilarated? What he did not realize was that Lin Yu was not using the 13 ghost gate needles, but rather the even more refined 9 needles of resurrection. Seeing Sun Mingxing's face redden like a drunken warrior, Dr. Xie's eyes gleamed with mischief, thinking Sun Mingxing was about to explode with rage. He immediately began to shout, "See? I told you, this young man is behaving absurdly. He is insulting the deceased's body." Yet, Sun Mingxing coldly retorted, "Humph, Dr. Xie. What do you know? Everyone get out. Do not interfere with this young doctor's efforts to save a life." After uttering those words, Sun Mingxing ordered all the medical staff to leave the scene. He then instructed the security personnel at the door, "You are to guard this entrance. No one is allowed to enter this resuscitation room without my permission." Moments later, the vast resuscitation room was left with only Sun Mingxing and Lin Yu along with his mother. At this juncture, Lin Yu, focused intently on the task at hand, ignored Sun Mingxing entirely. He diligently manipulated the silver needles on Zhong Xiaohong, gradually transferring the meager vital energy within him into her body. Sun Mingxing, naturally, would not miss such a valuable learning opportunity. He fixated on every movement of Lin Yu, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Were it not for his respect for the mother and son, he might have been tempted to pull out his phone to document the incredible moment. Thump, thump, thump. Approximately 10 minutes passed when the one straight line on the heart monitor suddenly began to rhythmically rise and fall, filling the silent resuscitation room with a sound familiar to Sun Mingxing. "There's a heartbeat," Sun Mingxing exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "How miraculous!" Finally relieved, Lin Yu exhaled deeply, a smile of liberation gracing his lips. Yet, moments later, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. "Young doctor, are you all right?" Upon witnessing the situation, Sun Mingxing hurriedly assisted Lin Yu in rising from the ground and laid him down on a nearby stretcher. "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued." Lin Yu managed to open his eyes slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Dean Sun, please arrange for a cardiologist to come immediately. My mother has a bone lodged in her heart that needs to be removed at once." With that, Lin Yu closed his eyes again, succumbing to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted. The application of the 9 needles of returning yang had drained him of all his strength. "All right, I'll take care of it right away," Sun Mingxing replied, looking at the unconscious Lin Yu, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He understood well that this young man was extraordinary, and he must forge a strong connection with him, for there was much to learn that could advance his own medical skills. At that moment, ensuring the well-being of Lin Yu's mother would serve as his best testament. Shortly thereafter, the door to the emergency room opened slowly, and Sun Mingxing emerged with a serious expression. Although Zhong Xiaohong had regained her vital signs, the bone embedded in her heart remained like a ticking time bomb, threatening her life at any moment. Sun Mingxing turned and called out to the nurse at the station, "Prepare to transfer the patient to the cardiac surgery department immediately," and informed Director Qi to perform the surgery personally. Seeing the grave expression on Sun Mingxing's face, Dr. Xia wore a smug smile, thinking to himself that, as he had anticipated, a few silver needles could not possibly save a life. Surely they would be moving the patient to the morgue. But in the next moment, he realized the situation was not unfolding as he had imagined. What? Transferred to cardiac surgery? Has the patient truly been revived? The beeping of the heart monitor in the emergency room confirmed his thoughts. Initially, he had believed Lin Yu had merely lost his sanity in his desperation to save his mother. But it turned out he had indeed used acupuncture to rescue a patient whom he himself had declared dead. Humph, Dr. Xia, I'll settle the score with you later. Sun Mingxing glared at Dr. Xia with a dark expression before turning back to the emergency room. Moments later, 2 hospital beds were carefully wheeled out of the emergency room by nurses. One bed carried Zhong Xiahong, adorned with various tubes and instruments, while the other held the unconscious Lin Yu. The beds were pushed in different directions, one towards the cardiac surgery operating room, where a group of medical personnel stood ready for the critical procedure, and the other towards the VIP ward, where a dedicated medical team awaited to provide care. After ensuring Lin Yu was comfortably settled in the VIP room, Sun Mingxing entered the cardiac surgery operating room. This surgery held profound significance for him, and he felt it imperative to oversee it personally to prevent any errors. Chapter 6. The blind man disappeared. The Yi Group, a leading corporate giant in Jiangzhou, boasts an imposing headquarters situated in the bustling commercial district of the city center. At this moment, in the presidential office of the Yi Group headquarters, Yi Yusin stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Dressed in a fitted black short skirt that accentuated her tall, slender figure, her stunning long legs were encased in black stockings, complemented by a pair of vibrant red high heels, emanating a unique allure and poise. Suddenly, the tranquility of the office was shattered by the ringing of a mobile phone, pulling Yi Yusin back to reality. She gracefully picked up the phone, her brow furrowing slightly upon seeing the caller ID, yet she pressed the answer button. "Mom, why are you calling at this hour?" "Yusin, that blind man has gone missing," came her mother Zhu Li's anxious voice from the other end. Confused, Yi Yusin asked, "What do you mean? Who's missing?" "I'm talking about Lin Yu, that blind man. He has disappeared." Zhu Li's tone grew increasingly frantic. Yi Yusin frowned slightly, responding, "That's impossible. Lin Yu never goes out alone. Have you looked everywhere?" "I've searched the entire villa multiple times, and there is no sign of him." "He isn't answering his phone either," Zhu Li replied anxiously. "Mom, are you out playing mahjong again? How could Lin Yu possibly go missing?" Yi Yusin speculated that her mother must not be home and was out having fun. Zhu Li replied somewhat sheepishly, "Well, today some friends invited me, and I couldn't resist playing a few rounds." "You've lost Lin Yu. Just wait until Grandpa finds out. You'll have to explain yourself." Yi Yusin's tone turned more urgent. Upon hearing Yi Yusin's words, Zhu Li flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Yi Yusin, what are you saying? Are you implying I'm his babysitter? I can't even step out of the house anymore. If it's like this, I might as well move out of this villa." Had it not been for the old master of the Yi family mandating that all members care for Lin Yu until Yi Yusin turned 24, Zhu Li, a wealthy matron, would likely not spare him a glance, let alone concern herself with his well-being. Yi Yusin hurriedly clarified, "Mom, that's not what I meant. Please check the surveillance footage at the management office. I'll head home right away." After ending the call with Zhu Li, Yi Yusin felt a swirl of emotions as she searched for Lin Yu's phone number on her device. After a lengthy search, she finally found it. This was the first time in 3 years she had dialed T. The nurse nodded and, following Sun Mingxing's instructions, removed the monitoring equipment. After a while, Sun Mingxing stood up, approached Lin Yu's bedside, gently patted his shoulder, and whispered, "Young doctor, your mother's surgery was very successful. She has been moved to the ICU for observation. You should take a good rest." With that, he turned and left the ward. Suddenly, a series of urgent ringing pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the VIP room. Lin Yu gradually stirred from his slumber, struggling to open his eyes, and his blurry vision slowly cleared. In a daze, he fumbled for his phone, instinctively pressing the answer button. "Hello, Mom?" A cold female voice responded from the other end. "It's me, Yi Yusin, not your mother. Where have you been? Why haven't you been answering your phone?" At the sound of that icy voice, Lin Yu shivered involuntarily. His previously foggy mind instantly sharp. He sat up straight, his expression impassive, and replied coolly, "I'm at the hospital." "The hospital? What on earth are you doing there? Are you hoping to cure those blind eyes of yours?" Yi Yusin's tone remained frosty and unyielding. Lin Yu felt a chill in his heart and retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Humph, you needn't worry about it, President Yi." Ever since Lin Yu had married into the Yi family 3 years ago, Yi Yusin had never treated him kindly. Over these 3 years, he had endured Zhu Li's daily tirades while also facing the cold demeanor of Yi Yusin. Chapter 7. Yi Yusin's doubts. Yi Yusin was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Lin Yu's unexpected rudeness. The once timid and submissive man before her suddenly seemed transformed. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." I will return once I finish my work here. Lin Yu's voice was devoid of emotion as he abruptly ended the call, denying Yi Yusin the chance to speak further. Staring at the disconnected phone, Yi Yusin seethed. Fine, you blind fool. Have you grown wings now? If you don't want my help, then I won't interfere. Whether you live or die is none of my concern. At that moment, Zhu Li inquired. Yusin, what did that blind man say? Where is he now? Yi Yusin replied impatiently, at the hospital. Zhu Li frowned and pressed, at the hospital? What is he doing there? Yi Yusin waved her hand dismissively, I don't know. Recognizing her daughter's temperament, Zhu Li refrained from asking further questions, knowing it would only earn her ire. Just then, a knock echoed from the villa's entrance. Zhu Li frowned and, feeling irked, walked to the door. Standing outside was a staff member from the management office, appearing somewhat anxious, yet striving to maintain politeness and professionalism. Madam Yi, hello. We discovered through the surveillance footage that your son-in-law left the community this morning. Here is the relevant video file for your review, he said, handing Zhu Li a small USB drive. Zhu Li took the drive, shooting a fierce glare at the staff member, her voice icy. I see. Be more mindful in the future. If this happens again, I'll have your boss fire you. Yes, we will certainly be more careful. The staff member replied hastily before exiting the villa. Mom, give me that USB drive, Yi Yusin said. Originally, she had no intention of accepting it, having already established contact with Lin Yu. However, her curiosity piqued. She wondered how a blind man managed to leave the community and make his way to the hospital. At the city hospital, Lin Yu's room door creaked open gently. A young nurse wheeled in a small cart, her youthful face radiating a naive charm. Clearly just graduated and starting her internship. Mr. Lin, you're awake. The nurse exclaimed cheerfully upon spotting Lin Yu sitting on the sofa. Yes, Lin Yu nodded slightly, smiling. How long have I been asleep? About 8 hours, she replied while arranging the items on the cart. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? No, thank you. Lin Yu shook his head, surprised to realize he had slept for 8 hours. Suddenly, he remembered his mother and his tone became anxious. By the way, how is my mom? Mr. Lin, please don't worry. Your mother's surgery was very successful. She has been moved to the ICU for further observation. If all goes well, she will be transferred to a regular ward tomorrow, the nurse reassured him. Oh, that is good. Lin Yu sighed in relief, the tension within him finally easing. He sank back onto the sofa, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. Mr. Lin, I will notify Dean Sun right away. As he instructed me to inform him as soon as you woke up, the nurse said, reaching for her phone. Okay, Lin Yu nodded, wanting to learn more about his mother's condition from Sun Mingxing. Within minutes, Sun Mingxing hurriedly entered the room. Ha ha, little miracle doctor, you're finally awake. Sun Mingxing exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he strode towards Lin Yu. Back in his office, Sun Mingxing immediately reviewed the surveillance footage from the emergency room. Witnessing Lin Yu's skillful needlework left him both astonished and exhilarated. Consequently, upon meeting Lin Yu, his manner of address transformed. He grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly and exclaimed, This is wonderful. Seeing you awake allows me to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm, Lin Yu felt slightly awkward and chuckled. Thank you. Dean Sun Mingxing gazed at Lin Yu with admiration, saying, Little miracle doctor, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Mingxing, and I am the dean of this hospital. Feeling somewhat bashful, Lin Yu scratched his head and humbly replied, Dean Sun, my name is Lin Yu. I am just an ordinary person, not a doctor, let alone a miracle worker. Seeing Lin Yu's humility, Sun Mingxing could only smile and shake his head. He understood that true masters seldom flaunt their skills, much like those hidden talents dwelling in the mountains who rarely reveal themselves. Thus, he remarked, You are too modest. Dr. Lin, to snatch a life from the jaws of death is not something just anyone can achieve. In the entire Dragon Country, I doubt even the most esteemed doctors possess such ability. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, indicating that he had merely done his best. By the way, Dean Sun, how is my mother's condition now? Lin Yu abruptly shifted the topic, clearly wishing to avoid further discussion on his abilities. Sun Mingxing immediately sobered, replying earnestly. The elderly lady's surgery was very successful, but for safety's sake, I have placed her in the ICU for better observation and care. Once we confirm everything is normal, we will transfer her to a regular ward. Hearing this news, a smile of relief spread across Lin Yu's face. He released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Unlike Sun Mingxing, Lin Yu was unaware of the extent to which his medical skills had astonished the dean. At that moment, he felt nothing but gratitude towards Sun Mingxing. I hardly know how to express my gratitude, Dean Sun. Lin Yu's voice was filled with sincere emotion. Although I saved my mother, without your meticulous arrangements for the surgery, she wouldn't have truly survived. That is our duty. Saving lives is the calling of a doctor. Even without your instruction, we would have done our utmost, Sun Mingxing replied. Sun Mingxing's eyes darted with cunning as a sly smile crept onto his lips. If Dr. Lin insists on expressing gratitude, why not consider taking a position at our hospital? Chapter 8. You have finally returned, Director Sun. That is utterly out of the question. I am not a doctor. Lin Yu hastily shook his head, stating, I merely attempted acupuncture out of curiosity, and to my surprise, it proved effective. Even now, Lin Yu struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired since morning, and he dared not readily acquiesce to Sun Mingxing's request. Then how about this? Should our hospital encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, I hope Dr. Lin could lend his assistance, Sun Mingxing suggested. Conceding to Lin Yu's steadfast refusal. That is certainly acceptable. I will do my utmost within my capabilities, Lin Yu replied readily. Excellent. Let us exchange contact information. As he spoke, Sun Mingxing retrieved his phone, prepared to open a messaging app. However, upon seeing Lin Yu's antiquated device, he turned to grab paper and pen from a nearby table, and the two exchanged phone numbers. Oh, by the way, when do you expect my mother will awaken? Lin Yu inquired. Perhaps by tomorrow morning. Once she regains consciousness, she can be transferred to a regular ward for her recovery, Sun Mingxing responded. Director Sun, could I trouble you to arrange for someone to look after my mother? I will return first thing in the morning, Lin Yu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he suddenly remembered a grave concern. He was completely broke, and his mother's surgical expenses were still unsettled. Sun Mingxing promptly nodded, no problem, Dr. Lin. You go about your business. Rest assured, I will ensure someone cares for the old lady. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Sun Mingxing and replied, I appreciate it. Director Sunday. With that, he turned and exited the hospital. As night fell, the city's lights twinkled, and the bustling streets gradually quieted. Upon leaving the hospital, the clock had struck 9. Lin Yu had initially intended to hail a taxi back to the Yi family, but upon reaching into his pocket, he found it utterly empty, devoid of any funds. With a heavy sigh, Lin Yu trudged aimlessly along the desolate road, his mind plagued with thoughts of his mother's exorbitant medical fees. Filled with anxiety and helplessness, despite his reluctance to return to the emotionally barren Yi household, the only solution he could conceive was to seek assistance from Yi Yusin. Lin Yu pondered. Although Yi Yusin had always treated him with coldness and distance, they had been married for 3 years, and perhaps she might extend a helping hand out of marital affection. Resolute, Lin Yu quickened his pace, and after more than an hour, he finally arrived at the Yi family villa. The night was deep, enveloped in silence, yet the lights outside the villa shone bright as day. Lin Yu stood quietly before the door, inhaling deeply, his once clear eyes now clouded with despair. He contemplated how the Yi family would react upon discovering his regained eyesight and deemed it prudent to keep it a secret for now, lest his mother's medical expenses become further jeopardized. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu cautiously rapped on the door, the crisp sound echoing in the stillness of the night. Although he had lived in this house for 3 years, his mother-in-law, Zhu Li, had never registered his fingerprint on the lock. To the Yi family, he was merely an inconsequential outsider. Who is it? Who knocks at this hour? Zhu Li's impatient voice echoed from within, tinged with annoyance. Mom, it's me. Lin Yu replied flatly, striving to maintain a calm tone. Useless. You finally decided to return. How fortunate you didn't perish out there. Zhu Li shouted, flinging the door open with a force that reverberated painfully in Lin Yu's ears. However, Lin Yu had grown accustomed to Zhu Li's demeanor. He silently endured it, showing no signs of defiance. He stumbled into the house, his steps faltering, mirroring his usual clumsiness. Zhu Li regarded him with a flicker of disdain and contempt. Lin Yu, come to my room. I need to ask you something. Just as Lin Yu was about to retreat to his own quarters, a cold voice called from the top of the stairs. Yusin, how can you allow this blind man into your room? Can't anything be discussed in the living room? Zhu Li interjected, her urgency palpable. For 3 years, Lin Yu had not even set foot on the second floor of the villa, let alone entered Yi Yusin's room. Despite their nominal marital status, they had no genuine relationship. Why don't you come to my room? I can't see, and it's quite troublesome to go upstairs. Lin Yu proposed. Going to your room is out of the question. Who knows what you might do to Yusin in there? Zhu Li firmly opposed. Just wait a moment. I will come down shortly. Yi Yusin ignored Zhu Li's apprehensions, turning back towards her room. Ah, Yi Yusin, you've grown bold, haven't you? Ignoring my words. Zhu Li shouted in exasperation. I'll call your father. I am done managing this household. Zhu Li screamed, grabbing her phone to dial her husband. My husband is always out. My daughter is disobedient, and I have to take care of a blind man. She lamented, her frustrations spilling forth as she pounded her fist on the table. Enough, Mom. I just want to understand a few things from Lin Yu. Is that too much to ask? Yi Yusin attempted to quell her mother's fury, though a hint of helplessness colored her tone. She knew that no matter what she said, her mother would not heed her words. And why do you tea, however? She soon reverted to her cold demeanor and remarked, "Umph. The video shows you rushing out this morning. It is entirely unrecognizable that there is anything wrong with your eyes. Shouldn't you offer an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression darkened as he retorted, "Explain? What is there to explain? Are you monitoring me?" "No, my mother said she couldn't find you. So I had the management office pull the surveillance footage," Yi Yusin clarified. "When I heard my mother was going to have surgery, I acted on instinct without thinking." Lin Yu's tone softened. After all, she was showing concern through her actions. Is that truly the case? Yi Yusin fixed Lin Yu with a piercing gaze, trying to discern the truth from his expression, but ultimately felt disheartened as she was met with a blank face. "Humph, you better not be deceiving me, otherwise," she halted, turning to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that this woman would be so cold-blooded as to offer no words of comfort upon hearing about his mother's surgery. Could I borrow some money from you?" Lin Yu reluctantly approached her. "Borrow money? Why would you need to borrow money out of the blue? It has been 3 years. Haven T, I spent enough on you. Do you still expect that pair of eyes to recover?" Yi Yusin responded with an expression of frustration. "I said my mother is having surgery." Lin Yu's voice suddenly rose an octave, as the suppressed emotions erupted forth, sounding as if he were shouting from the depths of his throat. Yi Yusin was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment, her tone softened slightly. Though she still did not mention Lin Yu's mother, she gently inquired, "Why are you so agitated? How much do you need?" Lin Yu frowned. "I'm not quite sure how much exactly, but she's currently in the intensive care unit, ICU, so the expenses will likely be significant." Yi Yusin nodded, "Understood. I will transfer 100,000 to you shortly." However, outside the door, Julie could no longer contain herself. She burst through the door, her voice laced with anger. "No way, I disagree. Haven't we already spent enough on him over the years? Why should our family pay for his mother's hospital stay?" Yi Yusin, seeing this, responded angrily. "Mom, what are you doing here? I can handle my own affairs, so please do not interfere." Julie stared wide-eyed and retorted, "What do you mean your affairs? The money that you are giving away belongs to our family. How can I not care? A blind man requires daily care for his food and drink. And you expect us to support his entire family?" "Mom," Yi Yusin attempted to interject, but Julie cut her off. "How about this? We will give you 200,000, but you must agree to one condition." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of hope. Although he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and that Julie must have some ulterior motive, he felt that any condition was worth it if it meant securing his mother's medical expenses. His thoughts were straightforward. As long as he could obtain the funds, he would agree to any condition, allowing him to pay for his mother's surgery the following day. Thus, he calmly asked, "What condition?" Julie observed Lin Yu's calm demeanor with some displeasure, but proceeded, "Tomorrow morning, you will go to the old master and propose a divorce from Yusin. If you agree to this condition and take the 200,000, you will leave the Yi family and have no further ties with us." With that, a smirk of triumph crept onto her lips. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yi Yusin looked at Zhu Li in shock, a whirlwind of indescribable emotions surging within her. For over the past 3 years, she had repeatedly expressed her desire to divorce Lin Yu in private to her grandfather, only to be met with his resolute refusals. In fact, he had sternly warned her not to mention divorce again, or she would lose her position as president of the Yi Group. "Yusin, haven't you always wanted to be rid of this blind man? Now is the perfect opportunity. Just have him propose the divorce to your grandfather. Let us see what he has to say this time." Julie could hardly contain her glee at the thought of finally shedding the burden that was Lin Yu. Can it really work? Yi Yusin looked at Zhu Li with skepticism, secretly pondering whether her grandfather would agree. Meanwhile, Lin Yu silently observed Yi Yusin. Her expression did not betray any opposition to Zhu Li's proposition. In fact, there seemed to be an imperceptible glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. Could it be that, deep down, Yi Yusin also yearned for the end of this marriage? But if that were the case, why had she sought him out to marry him in the first place? Was it merely to ward off bad luck? Lin Yu found himself perplexed. However, now that his eyesight had returned, he felt it was time to leave this household, and thus he readily agreed. "No problem. Take me to see your grandfather tomorrow morning, and I will tell him myself." Before Yi Yusin could respond, Julie jumped in. "All right, it's settled. Tomorrow morning, Yusin and I will take you over." With that, she pulled Yi Yusin out of the room. Sighing, Lin Yu could only shake his head in resignation at the departing figures of the mother and daughter. Chapter 10. Perhaps I overthought the night was deep, yet Lin Yu found himself wide awake, standing quietly by the window, gazing into the distance. So much had transpired today that he had yet to fully process it all. From regaining his sight to inheriting a legacy, then rescuing his mother from the brink of death, and finally agreeing to end his marriage with Yi Yusin. Each event had followed in rapid succession, leaving his mind in a haze. With the plan to leave the Yi family set for tomorrow, he needed to sort through his thoughts. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, calming the tumult within him, and began to contemplate the path ahead. Since he had agreed to Zhu Li's conditions, he would not go back on his word. He would accompany Yi Yusin to her grandfather's residence tomorrow morning to formally request the divorce. During the 3 years of being integrated into the Yi family, despite Yi Yusin taking him for regular eye checkups, her frosty demeanor and distant attitude had offered him no warmth or care, resembling more of a task to be completed than genuine concern. Even worse was his mother-in-law, Zhu Li, whose daily harsh words left Lin Yu devoid of any affection for this family. After a moment, Lin Yu found his thoughts spiraling into chaos, and he resolved to put them aside. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I shall focus on cultivating and improving myself instead. He sat cross-legged, following the principles of the starry technique, embarking on his journey of cultivation. The next morning, as dawn broke, the sound of Zhu Li's bright singing echoed through the living room. Clearly, she was in particularly high spirits today, as she believed their family would soon be rid of the burden of Lin Yu. Lin Yu awoke from his meditation, instinctively stretching. Although he had not slept a wink all night, he felt invigorated and full of energy, warmth coursing through his dantian. Lin Yu's belongings were minimal. Aside from a few changes of clothes, there were only some basic necessities. He quickly gathered his items, stuffing them into an old cloth bag, and stepped out of his room. Haha, everything is packed. Zhu Li mockingly laughed. Yi Yusin stood at the top of the staircase, looking down at Zhu Li with a resentful expression. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? It's barely dawn. If we go to grandfather's house now, he hasn't even woken up yet. Yi Yusin was dressed elegantly in a silk ensemble, mirroring her sister's attire. In contrast to the petite and adorable Yi Kursin, Yi Yusin possesses a more mature allure, particularly accentuated by her impressive bosom, which surpasses that of her sister. What are you staring at? Yi Yusin keenly detected Lin Yu's gaze upon her, and a blush of indignation crept across her face as she admonished him. Yusin, what are you afraid of? He is blind, after all. Even if you stood before him completely unclothed, he wouldn't see you, Zhu Li remarked with a teasing grin. Lin Yu, engrossed in his thoughts, suddenly heard Yi Yusin's reprimand, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Oh no, I've been discovered, he lamented internally, realizing his indiscretion. Hastily, he recited a calming mantra to quell the tumult within, hoping to prevent his eyes from betraying him. Since you're not in a hurry to visit Grandpa, how about transferring me a few thousand yuan first? I need to settle some hospital expenses, Lin Yu suggested with an air of calm, feigning ignorance and swiftly changing the subject. You're dreaming. What if you take the money and then refuse to agree to the divorce? Zhu Li countered. I want to be the first to object. Enough, Mom, don't make it difficult for him. After all, we've been together for 3 years, Yi Yusin interjected, not wanting to put Lin Yu in a tough spot. All right, I'll transfer you 20,000 for now. Just use it temporarily. Mom, I barely slept last night, and you woke me up early again. Please don't disturb me before 10, Yi Yusin yawned, rubbing her eyes and dragging her weary body toward her bedroom. She knew Zhu Li would continue her nagging, but her exhaustion left her disinterested in further conversation. Without waiting for Zhu Li to respond, she turned her back and closed the door behind her. Hey, just remember to clarify things with your grandfather before noon to avoid any prolonged complications, Zhu Li reminded. Watching Yi Yusin retreat, anxious that Lin Yu might have regrets later. As Zhu Li ascended the stairs, she eventually vanished from sight. The once bustling hall fell silent, leaving Lin Yu standing there in a state of helplessness. Sigh, I should head to the hospital to check on Mom, he mused. Grabbing a piece of bread from the dining table along with his cane, he cautiously exited the villa. To evade Yi Yusin's suspicions, he had to mimic his previous habits, pretending to struggle as he made his way along the community path toward the entrance. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, a pair of eyes watched Lin Yu walk away through the window, filled with curiosity and concern. As Lin Yu's figure gradually faded from view, Yi Yusin slowly withdrew her gaze, murmuring, I must be overthinking this. On the other side, Lin Yu soon arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Although it was still before 8 o'clock, the hospital was already bustling with activity. Following the mental map in his mind, he located the floor where he had stayed the previous day. Just as he reached the stairway, a cheerful voice called out from behind, Mr. Lin, good morning. Turning around, Lin Yu recognized the nurse who had cared for him the day prior. She greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning. He responded courteously. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like some? She cheerfully inquired, offering him a serving of fried dough sticks and soy milk. Lin Yu noted that there was only one portion, clearly intended for her. Thank you, but I've already eaten, he politely declined. Feeling a sense of ease in their interaction that lightened his mood considerably compared to the oppressive atmosphere at the Yi household. Recalling the purpose of his visit, Lin Yu asked, by the way, may I inquire about my mother's whereabouts? I would like to see her. Of course. Your mother is on the next floor. Let me take you there, the nurse eagerly replied. As they walked, their conversation flowed easily, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Chapter 11. I must be dreaming before long. They reached their destination. The nurse gently pushed the door to the hospital room open, signaling for Lin Yu to enter. Upon stepping inside, he found his mother peacefully lying on the bed, her expression serene. He approached the bedside, gazing tenderly at her sleeping form. This marked their reunion after 3 years. Time had swiftly passed, leaving its traces etched upon her face. Yesterday, in the emergency room, he had been entirely focused on saving her life, with little time to take in her appearance. Now, he could quietly observe his mother. Mom, you've aged and lost weight, Lin Yu whispered, filled with a deep sense of sorrow. In his memories, she had once possessed a plump visage, the epitome of a quintessential daughter-in-law, often said to bring fortune to her family. Yet, the trials of life had gradually worn her down, leaving her once beautiful features marred by the passage of time. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Xiaoyu, is that you? His heart raced, and tears welled up in his eyes. Yes, Mom, I'm here, he exclaimed. Grasping her hand tightly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Xiaoyu, how did you get out? Didn't the Yi family prevent you from leaving? Zhong Xiahong held Lin Yu's hand firmly, her eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, Mom. The Yi family knows you were injured and sent someone to bring me here, Lin Yu reassured her. Upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Zhong Xiahong's face. She reached out a trembling hand to caress Lin Yu's cheek, murmuring, It's all right, Xiaoyu. You've suffered in the Yi family. Lin Yu nodded silently, his heart heavy with bitterness. For the past 3 years, he had been confined within the Yi family villa, unable to step outside. His only connection to his mother had been through an old, battered phone. Oh, right, I remember being hit by a truck. Then I can't recall anything else. Zhong Xiahong struggled to recollect, her thoughts still muddled. Mom, please don't get agitated. It's all right now, Lin Yu urged. Noticing the medical equipment's readings fluctuate as his mother grew more excited. He had intended to discuss the accident with her, but seeing her current state made him reconsider. But that was a large truck, charging straight at me. How come I feel nothing but some pain in my limbs and chest? I can't possibly be dreaming. Zhong Xiahong thought, still shaken by yesterday's accident. Yet, the sensations she felt now seemed so surreal. Xiaoyu, pinch me, I must be dreaming, she gasped, unable to believe the reality before her, feeling as though she were trapped in an absurd dream. Mom, you are not dreaming, Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, extending his fingers to lightly pinch her nose. He had always liked to do this since childhood, as her nose was particularly charming. Wait, Xiaoyu, can you see? Feeling the warmth of her son's hand, Zhong Xiahong did not find it uncomfortable. Instead, she noticed a startling fact. Lin Yu's actions were entirely unlike those of a blind person. I forgot to mention. Mom, I can see now, Lin Yu said, his face lighting up with joy, his eyes sparkling. Oh, if only this were true. My Xiaoyu has been blind for 3 years. How could he suddenly regain his sight? Zhong Xiahong could not help but sigh, her eyes filled with a sense of loss, as if her wishes could only be realized in dreams. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and a figure entered. Dr. Lin, you've arrived so early, she remarked. Old Lady Lin has awakened. The newcomer was Sun Mingxing, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, carrying a bag of fresh fruits and wearing a beaming smile. Good morning, Director Sun. You are too kind. My mother has only just woken up, Lin Yu said, quickly standing to accept the fruit from Sun Mingxing with a smile. Haha, Dr. Lin. Please don't be so formal with me. It's good that she is awake. I'll have someone come to check on her immediately, Sun Mingxing said, turning to leave the room. Before long, a group of doctors and nurses flooded into the room, commencing a thorough examination of Zhong Xiahong. Overwhelmed by the various sensations, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Am I truly not dreaming? Zhong Xiahong murmured to herself. Old Lady Lin, I am Sun Mingxing, the director of this hospital. You are not dreaming. Everything here is real, Sun Mingxing explained gently. Then what about your eyes? Zhong Xiahong's gaze turned to Lin Yu, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. Yes, Mom, this is not a dream. My eyes have truly recovered, Lin Yu answered softly, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. Wonderful. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. I must go to the temple and offer more treasures to express my gratitude for divine blessings, Zhong Xiahong murmured. overwhelmed with gratitude for the miraculous opportunity granted to them. Haha, it is indeed time to pay our respects. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Knowing that his mother had always believed in the divine, he held Zhong Xiaohong's hands, engaging in conversation while quietly channeling spiritual energy into her to expedite her recovery. After a while, she reluctantly succumbed to sleep. Exiting the hospital room, Lin Yu found Sun Mingxing waiting at the door, causing his heart to tighten. He thought, could it be that Sun Mingxing is here to discuss payment? Director Sun, I apologize. My mother has not paid a single cent for her treatment. I will head to the payment desk right away, Lin Yu said apologetically. No, Dr. Lin, that's not what I meant. Sun Mingxing waved his hands, indicating that was not his intention. Lin Yu looked at Sun Mingxing in confusion, unsure of the purpose of his wait. Cough. Payment is a normal procedure. It will need to be settled sooner or later, he said with an awkward smile, wondering if he was being overly sensitive. Sun Mingxing seemed to read Lin Yu's thoughts and quickly explained, Dr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I am waiting for you because I have other matters to discuss. Oh, Director Sun, please speak freely, Lin Yu responded. Sun Mingxing smiled and said, Dr. Lin, are you available now? If possible, let us go to my office and have a chat over tea. Lin Yu readily nodded. Sure, let us go. Chapter 12. Refusing a request. Sun Mingxing's office was located on the top floor of the administrative building, decorated in a conventional style typical of a government office in Longhua. As soon as Lin Yu sat down, Sun Mingxing eagerly poured him a pot of hot tea. Without delay, Sun Mingxing began, Dr. Lin, the Ghost Gate 13 needles you demonstrated yesterday was truly astonishing. Lin Yu waved his hand, somewhat flattered. No, Director Sun. I am not a doctor. Please just call me Xiao Lin or Lin Yu from now on. Evidently, Lin Yu had not noticed Sun Mingxing's title for him earlier in Zhong Xiaohong's room. Sun Mingxing paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, that one tea do. However, since we are on such terms, I shall boldly refer to you as Lin Laudi. Seeing Lin Yu's humility, Sun Mingxing became even more determined to befriend him. Very well, then I shall address you as Sun Laoj from now on. Lin Yu chuckled, not dwelling on the issue of titles any further. By the way, Sun Laoj, what I performed for my mother yesterday was the Return Yang 9 needles, not the Ghost Gate 13 needles, Lin Yu clarified, feeling more at ease with the conversation now that the titles had been established. Oh, the Return Yang 9 needles? Not the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Sun Mingxing's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Lin Yu noticed Sun Mingxing's discomfort and calmly explained, yes, it is the Return Yang 9 needles. This technique is primarily used in emergencies, particularly for conditions caused by the loss of Yang or Yin. In contrast, the Ghost Gate 13 needles is mainly aimed at treating psychological disorders such as depression and obsessive-compulsive disorder. It employs specific acupuncture techniques to adjust the body's qi and nervous system for therapeutic purposes. I see. Regardless of whether it's the Return Yang 9 needles or the Ghost Gate 13 needles, both are unfamiliar to me. Sun Mingxing nodded gravely before adding, by the way, I have a request, and I wonder if Lin Laodi could accommodate it. Suppressing his excitement, Sun Mingxing proposed his request. Please, Sun Laoj. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost, Lin Yu replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Mingxing said, the process of your needle application yesterday was captured by the hospital's emergency room surveillance. I would like to preserve that precious video for training purposes within the hospital. What do you think, Lin Laodi? Of course, in return, we will waive all treatment fees for your mother. Sun Mingxing refrained from revealing that he had already viewed the treatment video, fearing that Lin Yu might be displeased and jeopardize his desire to cultivate a friendship. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yu with hopeful anticipation. Lin Yu held the teacup for an extended period without setting it down, lost in thought. Clearly, this request was unexpected. He was not a medical professional, and he held a strong sense of privacy regarding the human body, especially when the patient was his own mother, making his decision even more challenging. Lin Laodi, is there a problem? Seeing Lin Yu's prolonged silence, Sun Mingxing could not resist inquiring. Lin Yu furrowed his brows, hesitating. Sun Laoj, I cannot reconcile this within myself. I would prefer to delete it. Ultimately, Lin Yu did not acquiesce to the request. Sun Mingxing felt a twinge of regret, but reassured himself that with Lin Yu's exceptional skill in the Return Yang 9 needles, opportunities to befriend him would surely arise in the future. I understand your feelings. Let us not discuss this matter any further, Sun Mingxing replied with a smile. Thank you, Sun Laoj. Regarding the fees, please allow me some time. I should be able to settle it by tonight, Lin Yu mentioned, unable to accept Sun Mingxing's request. Lin Laodi, how about this? You come to our hospital to consult. I can arrange an expert position for you, Sun Mingxing proposed enthusiastically. showing no signs of wanting Lin Yu to pay. No, 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 Sun Laoj, I cannot do that, Lin Yu said, alarmed by the suggestion of becoming an expert. I haven't even graduated from university, and my major was not in medicine. How could I dare to be an expert? Please, spare me. Sun Mingxing, however, was undeterred, continuing to persuade him. Ah, Lin Laodi, your medical skills are so remarkable. It would be a pity not to become an expert. Do not be modest. I can help you obtain a medical qualification certificate. I believe with your abilities, you will undoubtedly become a prominent figure in our hospital. Lin Yu remained resolute in his refusal, firmly stating, Sun Laoj, I am truly not being modest. I genuinely cannot take on that role. Sun Mingxing, seeing Lin Yu's steadfast attitude, sighed helplessly and altered his approach. Well, since that is the case, I will not press the issue. However, I hope that if our hospital encounters any difficult cases in the future, Lin Laodi will be willing to lend a helping hand. Upon hearing that he would not have to exert himself as an expert, Lin Yu felt a surge of delight and readily acquiesced. Hee, that poses no problem at all. As long as I can be of assistance, I shall certainly do my utmost. Sun Mingxing, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement and chuckled. Haha, then it's settled. Should there arise any need in the future, I shall contact you at any time. After reaching this consensus, Sun Mingxing proceeded to seek Lin Yu's insights on acupuncture. In recent years, traditional Chinese medicine has faced severe challenges from Western medicine, and the threat of being supplanted has become palpable. Sun Mingxing is acutely aware of the significance of traditional Chinese medicine to the Dragon Kingdom and holds Lin Yu, an acupuncture virtuoso, in high regard. Having already delved into the study of acupuncture, he seemed to have rediscovered his drive for progress. Just as the two were engaged in an animated conversation, Lin Yu's phone suddenly emitted a clear ringtone, interrupting their dialogue. Lin Yu retrieved his phone, glanced at the flashing caller ID, and a wry smile crept across his lips. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance and answered the call. Hello, who is this? A cold voice on the other end replied. It's me, Yi Yusin. Where are you? I'm at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. You may come to pick me up, Lin Yu responded tersely, providing his location before hanging up. After the call, Lin Yu bid farewell to Sun Mingxing and exited the hospital. That blind fool hung up on me again. Lin Yusin fumed, her temper flaring after being abruptly disconnected. Yusin, don't let that good-for-nothing irritate you. He'll be leaving our Yi family after today, Julie remarked, surprisingly refraining from chastising Lin Yu, likely due to the prospect of his imminent departure. All right, Mom, Lin Yu is at the hospital. Let us hurry and go fetch him. Julie's words lifted Yi Yusin's spirits considerably. After today, she would finally be free from the shackles of a hollow marriage and could pursue her own happiness. Chapter 13. There is a reason behind every pitiful soul. A sleek black Maybach slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, emanating an aura of understated luxury. Lin Yu noticed it from a distance and quickly deduced that it was Yi Yusin's vehicle. He then skillfully displayed his acting prowess, transforming his previously upright posture into a feeble semblance of a blind man. He slightly lowered his head, gripping his cane tightly, and disguised himself as a pitiable blind individual. Yi Yusin elegantly rolled down the car window, her stunning visage now devoid of expression. She coldly regarded Lin Yu and commanded, "Get in." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu promptly replied, "Oh, all right." He pretended to be cautious, gingerly leaning on his cane as he slowly approached the Maybach. Julie, witnessing Lin Yu's tremulous and unsteady demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain and contempt. Concerned that Lin Yu might inadvertently scratch her daughter's car with his cane, she swiftly exited the passenger seat and approached him, guiding him into the vehicle. What a useless fellow, needing my help just to get in the car. The car started and drove towards its destination. The interior remained enveloped in silence. Lin Yu sat quietly in the back seat, lost in his own thoughts. Yi Yusin focused intently on the road ahead, her gaze resolute and indifferent. Julie occasionally glanced at Lin Yu through the rearview mirror, her lips curling into a smile of satisfaction at the unfolding plan. The Yi group had established a magnificent estate on the outskirts of Jiangqing, the true heart of the Yi family. The elder Yi and other family members resided there, enjoying a life of tranquility and comfort. After nearly an hour on the road, the vehicle finally entered a winding lane. Shortly thereafter, the scenery opened up to reveal an expansive complex of impressive buildings. This was the Yi family estate. Nestled on the hillside of Shaonan Mountain in Jiangqing's suburbs, the estate boasts a unique geographical advantage, bordered by mountains and water. Shrouded in lush greenery, a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. The entire estate spans approximately 3,000 square meters, with villas scattered harmoniously throughout, each exhibiting pure Western architectural style, evoking the grandeur of a royal garden and reflecting the owner's noble status and taste. Thus, it is evident that the Yi family's standing and influence in Jiangsheng are extraordinary. The Maybach glided into the estate and finally halted before the central villa. Yi Yusin flung open the car door, her face alight with joy as she dashed towards the villa's entrance. She shed her earlier cold demeanor, calling out affectionately, "Grandpa." Inside the villa, an elderly man with a spirited demeanor sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. Upon hearing Yi Yusin's voice, he looked up, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. This man was Yi Jianfeng, Yi Yusin's grandfather. Although he had surpassed his 70s, he remained vigorous, with sharp brows and bright eyes that exuded an air of authority. Despite having retired from the management of the Yi group, his influence within the family remained undiminished. Yi Jianfeng smiled as he rose and nodded at Yi Yusin. "Ha, Yusin, what brings you back so suddenly today? Do you miss your grandpa?" Yi Yusin approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his, and playfully replied, "Of course, Grandpa. I received a bottle of exquisite aged wine yesterday and thought of how much you enjoy a fine drink. So I rushed over as soon as I finished my work at the company." "Dear," Julie interjected, clutching an elegant box, closely following behind Yi Yusin as she slightly bowed to Yi Jianfeng. "Ah, my dear granddaughter knows me best." Yi Jianfeng nodded, his gaze filled with affection. Yi Yusin accepted the gift box from Zhu Li and presented it to her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, we actually came here today not only to visit you, but also to discuss an important matter." "Oh, what is it?" Yi Jianfeng inquired, his interest piqued. "As long as I can assist, I shall certainly fulfill your request." He scrutinized the aged wine in his hands, nodding with satisfaction. Yi Yusin smiled at Lin Yu, who stood awkwardly at the entrance, and softly said, "Grandpa, it's actually Lin Yu who wishes to discuss something with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Jianfeng furrowed his brow slightly, as he did not have a vivid impression of Lin Yu. After all, their encounters over the past 3 years had been few, and thus, their understanding of one another remained superficial. He queried with curiosity, "Oh, Lin Yu? What could he possibly want to discuss with me?" Noticing Lin Yu standing there in a daze, Yi Yusin urged him, "Lin Yu, don't you have something to say to Grandpa?" Zhu Li, eager to prod, chimed in, "Yes, you good for nothing, just spit it out already, don't dawdle." "Humph, did I ask you to speak?" Yi Jianfeng's cane struck the floor with a resounding thud, casting an air of anger throughout the living room. "If you have nothing to do, go help Wu Ma with the cooking. After all these years, you still haven't changed." Zhu Li lowered her head, her face painted with grievance and helplessness, muttering, "Yes, Dad, I'll go help right away." She then slowly turned and made her way into the villa. "Haha, finally someone can keep you in check," Lin Yu thought to himself, feeling a sense of inner satisfaction at Zhu Li's discomfort. Watching her retreat with a drooping head, Yi Yusin felt a pang of sadness. Unable to hold back, Yi Yusin spoke up, "Grandpa." Yi Jianfeng interrupted her, "Yusin, I know what you wish to say. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have had to move away from here all those years ago. It's astonishing that after all this time, she hasn't changed a bit." Yi Yusin nodded in understanding, albeit helplessly. Yet, she couldn't help but add, "Grandpa, I understand, but sometimes I feel a bit sorry for my mom." Yi Jianfeng snorted derisively, "Sorry? It is said that those who are pitiable must have their flaws, as long as her character remains unchanged. I shall never allow her to return to the Yi manor." Yi Yusin lowered her head slightly, and after a brief silence, she spoke softly, sighing inwardly. She knew she could not alter the current situation, yet she still hoped to reconcile the family discord. Yi Jianfeng patted Yi Yusin's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Yusin, I understand you might be blaming your grandfather, but it is your mother who has brought this upon herself. The one who deserves sympathy is your father." Subsequently, the two fell into deep contemplation, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Chapter 14. What does another month matter? May I speak now?" Lin Yu said with an air of indifference, deliberately lowering his voice to sound somewhat timid. His words broke the silence shared between the grandfather and granddaughter. "Oh, Lin Yu, if you have something to say, you can tell Yusin directly, and let her convey it to me. This way, you needn't tire yourself running back and forth." Although he had no particular impression of this grandson-in-law, Yi Jianfeng's tone remained gentle, considering Yi Yusin. I wish to divorce Yusin. Please grant my request." Lin Yu stated his intention directly, unwilling to waste time on superfluous conversation. "Divorce?" Yi Jianfeng's face registered surprise. Clearly, he did not expect a blind man to proactively request a divorce. "Indeed, I have made the decision to part ways with Yi Yusin." Lin Yu's tone was resolute, as if he had firmly resolved his course of action. "And the reason?" Yi Jianfeng furrowed his brow, looking at Lin Yu with confusion. There is no reason. When you allowed me to marry into the Yi family, it was solely because Yi Yusin required a husband to counteract her misfortune. Now that her health has returned, I believe your objective has been fulfilled, Lin Yu replied, his expression impassive and a hint of coldness in his gaze. 3 years prior, Yi Yusin had suddenly fallen gravely ill. Yi Jianfeng, who cherished his granddaughter dearly, was deeply pained to see her suffer daily. At that time, a wise person had advised Yi Jianfeng that to save Yi Yusin, it was necessary to find a man born under auspicious signs to marry into the Yi family. Yi Jianfeng believed this sage's words, and the Yi family promptly issued a public announcement in Jiangxing, stating that any man who met the criteria and was willing to marry into the Yi family would not only enjoy a life of luxury, but also receive a cash reward of 1 million from the Yi family. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yu, who was at a low point in his life, felt a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he urged his family to apply for this marriage selection. Although he was reluctant to join the Yi family, as a blind man, he desperately wanted to secure that money for his family. Ultimately, in an unexpected turn of events, the least likely candidate, a blind man, was selected as the Yi family's son-in-law, and his family received the 1 million cash reward. This is not the reason for your divorce. Yi Jianfeng's tone suddenly turned cold, causing Yi Yusin, who stood nearby, to shiver. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed, as if he had not heard anything. Since cultivating the starry heart technique, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation, rendering him impervious to external disturbances. In that household, he had endured constant insults from Zhu Li and the icy demeanor of Yi Yusin. Furthermore, I have not even touched her hand in 3 years. Are these not sufficient reasons? Lin Yu exclaimed loudly, as if venting years of frustration. Hearing Lin Yu's lament, Yi Jianfeng frowned, pondering for a moment before stating, I don't see anything wrong with the first 2 points. A son-in-law must accept his role. However, the fact that Yusin has not shared a room with you is indeed surprising. Yi Jianfeng had long been concerned about his granddaughter's illness, having been informed by a sage that Yi Yusin's condition was due to her yin nature, which required a man of strong yang energy to alleviate or even cure it. Lin Yu was deemed that chosen one. Yet, 3 years had passed without them sharing a room, and Yi Yusin's health had not deteriorated, leaving Yi Jianfeng bewildered. Grandfather, I do not like this blind man. No, I do not like Lin Yu at all. He wishes to enter my room and share a bed. Not a chance. Fearing her grandfather's wrath, Yi Yusin quickly approached Yi Jianfeng, feigning innocence. Yusin, there is no need for such nonsense. Is it not normal for spouses to share a bed? Yi Jianfeng replied sternly. For the time being, he could not ascertain whether Yi Yusin's health had truly improved and could not dare to let Lin Yu leave her side. According to the sage, she would only be safe after her 24th birthday. Grandfather, it was Lin Yu who proposed this. I am left with no choice. Yi Yusin pretended to be helpless. Let us not discuss this further. I will not agree. Yi Jianfeng waved his hand decisively. As the esteemed princess of the Yi family, he was certainly reluctant to have her marry a blind man. Yet this was a situation born of necessity. But, grandfather, enough. Yusin, do not persist. Yi Yusin wished to continue her plea, but was interrupted by Yi Jianfeng. Grandfather, I beg you. Yi Yusin clutched Yi Jianfeng's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Finally, after much coaxing, Yi Jianfeng sighed and said slowly, Very well, let us wait until Yusin turns 24. If you still insist then, I will consent to your divorce. Yi Yusin's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, Wonderful, grandfather. My 24th birthday is just about a month away. Lin Yu, however, felt a storm brewing within him, his expression darkening as he silently pondered, How much do you despise me? After all, I once saved your life. Grandfather, why must we wait a month? We have no feelings for each other. Lin Yu implored. Yi Jianfeng shook his head resolutely. No, when you entered our Yi family, there was an agreement. Unless we initiate the divorce, you must adhere to the contract and provide compensation. Fine, I suppose. To be honest, Lin Yu's pockets were emptier than his face. Asking him for compensation, particularly the 1 million reward, seemed impossible. However, after a moment's reflection, he felt somewhat relieved. I have endured for 3 years. What is 1 more month? Soon, a lavish lunch was served. Today, Zhu Li, having been reprimanded by Yi Jianfeng, was strangely subdued, allowing Lin Yu to enjoy a rare moment of tranquility during the meal. After lunch, Yi Jianfeng needed to rest, and the three did not linger. With Yi Yusin driving back to the city. Chapter 15. A severe car accident, you worthless fool. You can't even handle a trivial matter like divorce. How long do you plan to impose on our family? As soon as they got into the car, Zhu Li reverted to her arrogant demeanor. At the dining table, Yi Yusin had informed Zhu Li of her grandfather's disapproval regarding their divorce. Zhu Li, already simmering with anger, redirected her fury onto Lin Yu. Mom, this is grandfather's decision. Why are you scolding me? If you have the guts, take it up with him. Lin Yu replied, feeling somewhat helpless. And what if I choose to scold you? You consume my food and wear my clothes. Does scolding you a few times hurt? Julie continued her relentless assault. I cannot be bothered with you. Lin Yu closed his eyes, feigning sleep, ignoring Julie. Oh, you worthless piece of trash. What attitude is this? Julie shouted furiously. Yusin, throw this useless blind man to the side of the road and let him find his own way back. Yi Yusin showed a troubled expression and replied, Mom, this is a desolate mountain area, and he is blind. Is it really okay to leave him here? What is the issue? Isn't he too lazy to pay attention to me? I'm just as indifferent to him. His life or death is of no concern to me, Julie said viciously. But if Grandpa finds out? Yi Yusin tried to say something more, but was interrupted by Julie. What are you afraid of? It would be best if he dies out there. That way, you won't be affected by the marriage. Julie sneered. Yi Yusin fell silent for a moment, as if Julie's words struck a chord within her. Slowly, she pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned to Lin Yu, hesitantly saying, How about you get out here? You two are too noisy in the car, and I can't concentrate on driving. Lin Yu understood Yi Yusin's implication. He chuckled coldly and deliberately said, If you find it noisy, you can let your mom get out. She just sits around all day, scolding people. It would be good for her to walk off some steam. You're the one who talks too much, and you want me to get out? Get out now. Before Lin Yu could finish, Julie had already opened the car door and forcefully yanked him from the back seat. Damn, they really left me here. That mother-daughter duo is indeed heartless. Lin Yu cursed under his breath as he watched the Maybach drive away, feeling unfortunate to have encountered such an odd pair. However, it was for the best. He had no desire to return to that home, so he decided to head back to the hospital to keep his mother company. Relieved, Lin Yu took out his phone and called Sun Mingxing. After learning that his mother had yet to awaken but was being well cared for, he felt at ease. Hanging up, Lin Yu strolled along the road, savoring the fresh air of Jiangqing's outskirts. He couldn't help but marvel. The Yi family truly knows how to pick locations. The air here is far fresher than in the city. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled the wonderful sensation he experienced while practicing the star technique last night. That feeling of tranquility was unforgettable. Right, while my mother is still asleep and the air here is so good, I might as well find a quiet place to enhance my cultivation. With that thought, Lin Yu resolved to seek out a suitable spot for training. After some searching, Lin Yu finally discovered a secluded area rich in spiritual energy near the peak of the small south mountain behind the Yi family estate. Standing in the valley, Lin Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. He seemed to be in a pristine world, his spirit nourished to a great extent. This is indeed a wonderful place. I will come here to cultivate whenever I have the time. Lin Yu vowed silently as he sat cross-legged, channeling his energy and commencing a new round of cultivation. As his technique operated, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him by an invisible force, continuously converging towards Lin Yu. The energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, nourishing his meridians and physique. Meanwhile, sitting in the Maybach, Yi Yusin was not feeling particularly at ease. After a brief moment of happiness, deep-seated worries surged within her. Mom, Grandpa has repeatedly emphasized not to part ways with Lin Yu before my 24th birthday. Otherwise, my illness might relapse. If Lin Yu dies on the road, wouldn't my health be at risk too? Yi Yusin spoke softly, her voice tinged with anxiety. How ridiculous. 3 years have passed, and you and Lin Yu have not only not shared a bed, but even lived together. Yet, you've been doing well, haven't you? Your grandfather is simply being foolish. I don't believe a word from that Master Yang. I think during your previous treatments, your illness was already cured. Lin Yu's arrival has merely coincided with the absence of symptoms, Julie said dismissively, her tone laced with skepticism. After listening to Julie's words, Yi Yusin furrowed her brows. Lost in thought. Moments later, she seemed to come to a realization and nodded gently. Mom, now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. Over the past 3 years, the total time I've spent with Lin Yu doesn't even exceed half an hour each day. If his presence had any impact on my illness, it does seem a bit far-fetched. Exactly. Therefore, I believe whether Lin Yu is by your side is no longer of concern. If he survives today, we can wait up to a month, and then I'll simply kick him out of the house. Mom, I want to host a grand banquet to celebrate my 24th birthday, during which I will publicly announce my divorce from that blind man and humiliate him thoroughly. The recent change in Lin Yu's attitude had left Yi Yusin feeling quite displeased, and she hoped to take revenge on him through this means, making him lose face in front of everyone. Meanwhile, at Jiangqing Central Hospital, the emergency staff anxiously awaited outside the operating room. Just moments ago, They received a call from the emergency center about a severe car accident on the Jiangxing Ring Expressway, where a woman driving a small car had rear-ended a large truck. The woman suffered a severe head injury and was in critical condition, urgently transported to their hospital. Dr. Xia, I heard that another patient with a severe head injury has arrived. The chances of survival are slim, a female nurse said worriedly, aware of the dangerous nature of such injuries and the difficulty in treatment. Yes, a direct collision with a truck, and the injury is to the head. She probably won't make it before reaching the hospital, Dr. Xia replied with an expressionless face, his tone calm, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. As though he had become accustomed to such scenarios. This Dr. Xia was none other than the physician who had once treated Lin Yu's mother. Despite his previous disdain for traditional medicine, he had not committed any violations during the entire rescue process. Thus, Sun Mingxing could only offer him a verbal reprimand. Just then, accompanied by the piercing wail of an ambulance siren, the injured woman was swiftly wheeled in from the ambulance. Quickly, the patient has suffered a severe head injury, broken ribs, and serious lung damage. A female doctor succinctly reported the patient's condition to Dr. Xia. All right, leave the rest to us. Dr. Xia swiftly took the records from the female doctor and turned to enter the operating room. In the dean's office, Sun Mingxing had just returned from Lin Yu's mother's ward when his phone rang again before he even settled into his chair. Checking the caller ID, he noticed the number was unfamiliar, and he frowned but still pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Sun Mingxing inquired politely. On the other end of the line, an elderly voice responded, Dean's son, this is Du Jinming. Upon hearing this name, Sun Mingxing's heart jolted, and a look of terror crossed his face as he quickly replied. Hello, Mr. Du Jinming. The car accident victim just brought to your hospital is my daughter. Please, Dean's son, arrange for the best doctors and do everything possible to save her life. Du Jinming's tone revealed urgency and concern. Sun Mingxing immediately replied, Of course, Mr. Du. I will arrange for the best doctors in the hospital to do everything we can. Thank you. I'm on my way now. I should arrive in about 20 minutes. Du Jinming said before hanging up. Taking a deep breath, Sun Mingxing quickly walked to his desk, opened his computer, and accessed the operating room's video and communication system. Dr. Xia, what is the current status of the car accident victim just received? Sun Mingxing asked urgently. On the screen, Dr. Xia wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Dean, the patient's condition is critical. She has suffered a severe head injury, broken ribs, serious lung damage, and is in hypovolemic shock. We are doing everything we can to save him, but the difficulty is immense. Sun Mingxing felt a heavy weight in his heart. According to Dr. Xia's description, even with timely treatment, the chances of survival were slim. We must bring the injured back from the brink of death at all costs. Sun Mingxing instructed fervently. Thinking of the victim's identity sent a chill down his spine. Du Jinming was a notorious figure in Jiangzhou. If his daughter were to die at the hospital, the entire institution would surely suffer his wrath. With great care, Sun Mingxing opened a drawer and retrieved a delicate acupuncture needle case, a treasured heirloom of his family. Since discussing acupuncture with Lin Yu, he had resolved to dig out this long-dormant silver needle set and had meticulously cleaned and sterilized it. Oh, I almost forgot. Once in the elevator, he suddenly remembered an important individual, swiftly took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. Just then, Lin Yu, deeply engrossed in his practice, was interrupted by the urgent ringing of his phone. I must remember to silence my phone before meditating next time, he sighed, seeing it was Sun Mingxing calling. He quickly answered, Hello, brother Sun, what can I do for you? Sun Mingxing replied anxiously, Lin, I need your help urgently. Where are you right now? Lin Yu responded. I'm on the outskirts of Jiangxing. What's the emergency? Sun Mingxing's voice was laced with urgency. A severely injured patient from a car accident has just been brought to the hospital. The situation is eerily similar to that of my wife. I'm worried that conventional Western medical methods won't suffice, so I hope you can come to the hospital to assist. It will take me at least 30 minutes to return. And without a car, by the time I arrive, the patient may already be beyond saving. Lin Yu's brow furrowed, concern etched on his face. What are we to do then? Sun Mingxing was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan, knowing well the gravity of Du Jinming's identity. If the patient were to die due to delayed treatment, he would bear the blame. Feeling weak at the thought, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How about this? Since you understand acupuncture as well, follow my instructions to ensure the patient maintains a breath until I arrive. We can discuss further once I'm there. Suddenly, Lin Yu had a brilliant idea, remote teaching. That sounds perfect. Please hold on. I'll rush to the emergency room right away. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Sun Mingxing felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly leaping with joy. He hurriedly quickened his pace towards the emergency room. Don't hang up, Lin Yu said as he stood up, glancing around to orient himself before sprinting forward with purpose. Soon, he reached the door of the resuscitation room, where Dr. Xia had just stepped down from the operating table, his face weary and resigned. He shook his head at Sun Mingxing. I'm sorry, Director Sun. I've done all I could. Anticipating this outcome, Sun Mingxing patted Dr. Xia's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. You've done your best. Now, let me take over. He gestured for Dr. Xia to take a break. With a grave expression, Sun Mingxing approached the patient, took a deep breath, and silently regarded the weighty needle case in his hands. Gripping it tightly, he inwardly prayed, please be of use. He then spoke softly, we can begin now, Brother Lin. His voice tinged with tension and anticipation. Lin Yu nodded, calm and focused, guiding, used the fine needles to puncture the Ren Zhong and Lao Gong acupoints. He meticulously explained the position and depth of each point, emphasizing the need for precision. Sun Mingxing listened intently, his demeanor serious as he carefully picked up the fine needle, proceeding step by step as directed by Lin Yu. Each insertion required utmost caution, as even the slightest error could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Sun Mingxing was proficient in acupuncture and was familiar with the procedure, yet he remained diligent, executing each step with care. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the resuscitation room grew tense, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on Sun Mingxing's movements, silently wishing for a miracle. Suddenly, the once silent heart monitor emitted a faint beep, 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 shattering the stillness and echoing like divine music throughout the room. Everyone froze, their gazes instinctively drawn to the screen. A nurse widened her eyes, disbelief washing over her as she stared at the heart rate displayed, unable to articulate her excitement. Dr. Xia stood dumbfounded, his face a mask of astonishment. It's impossible. There were no signs of life. How could this happen? The events of the past 2 days in this resuscitation room had completely upended his understanding of medicine. Brother Lin, the patient has regained a heartbeat. What should we do next? Sun Mingxing's tone was exhilarated. For now, just hold the line. Call me if anything changes. I'm on my way. Lin Yu replied before the line went quiet, leaving Sun Mingxing with only the sound of rushing wind in his ears. Director Sun, is it really all right? Dr. Xia asked, his mouth agape in disbelief. It's not that simple. Let us rest here and wait for Brother Lin to arrive before proceeding with further treatment, Sun Mingxing instructed, signaling for a nurse to help wipe the sweat from his brow. Oh, and please keep an eye on things. If any issues arise, notify me immediately. I'll step out to inform the family about the patient's condition. And whatever you do, do not touch those silver needles, he cautioned. Meanwhile, a group of anxious individuals hurried into the emergency department, led by an elderly man whose robust stature and confident stride commanded respect. This man was none other than Du Jinming, the very person who had just called Sun Mingxing. Upon entering, Du Jinming furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze scanning the room. Where is Director Sun? His voice was low and serious, carrying an invisible weight that left everyone present feeling breathless. I'm here. I am Sun Mingxing. Sun Mingxing stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead under Du Jinming's imposing presence. How is my daughter's condition? Du Jinming's voice quivered slightly, urgency evident in his tone. Sir, your daughter is remarkably fortunate. Thanks to our efforts, her condition has stabilized for now, Sun Mingxing responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this news, the tension in Du Jinming's face eased, his furrowed brow smoothing out as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Good, thank you for your hard work. Can I see her now? Du Jinming's eagerness to see his daughter was palpable. I'm afraid not, sir. We have only temporarily stabilized her condition. Further treatment is still necessary, Sun Mingxing explained carefully, wary of saying anything that might upset Du Jinming. Very well, I will wait here, Du Jinming commanded, waving his hand. And the bodyguards behind him immediately formed 2 lines against the wall. Meanwhile, at the foot of a nearby hill, a figure appeared on the road, waiting for a vehicle that never arrived. What kind of cursed place is this, with not a soul in sight? Lin Yu frowned, anxiety gnawing at him. As moments slipped away, he knew he could not afford to delay any longer. It was imperative that Lin Yu act swiftly. Any delay could cost the injured person's life. The only solution that came to his mind was to run. After cultivating the stellar technique, Lin Yu's physique had significantly improved, allowing him to move with the grace of a swallow, darting down the road like a gust of wind. Goodness, am I seeing things? Did someone just speed past me? A driver blinked in disbelief, staring ahead. Yes, I saw it too, a young lad. Just a flash, echoed the young woman in the passenger seat, equally astonished. In broad daylight, how could an ordinary person run so fast? The driver muttered, filled with confusion and shock. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine emergency room. At this point, he appeared entirely composed, showing no signs of having just sprinted several kilometers. He brushed his wind-tousled hair aside and swiftly entered the emergency department. "Lin, we've been waiting for you." Upon spotting the familiar figure at the door, Sun Mingxing felt an immense relief wash over him. "Come, let us see inside." Without pausing, Lin Yu made his way directly to the emergency room. "Wait." A voice from behind suddenly called out. It was Du Jinming. "Oh, Mr. Du, this is Dr. Lin, whom I specifically invited to assist with Mrs. Treatment." Sun Mingxing quickly explained. "Doctor?" Du Jinming's expression turned skeptical as he scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe. "Indeed, Mr. Du, Dr. Lin possesses extraordinary medical skills. In the current situation, only he can help," Sun Mingxing asserted with conviction. "Is he really qualified?" A burly man beside Du Jinming scoffed, eyeing Lin Yu dismissively. To him, a true healer should be a seasoned elder of at least 50 or 60 years. It was no wonder that Lin Yu, appearing merely in his early 20s, faced skepticism. "Yes, I am 21 this year. Does that concern you?" Lin Yu replied calmly, gazing steadily at the burly man. Du Jinming, with a serious tone and a darkened expression, fixed his glare on Sun Mingxing. "Given the gravity of my daughter's condition, are you telling me you brought a mere child to assist? Well, since you doubt my abilities, I shall take my leave. Prepare to collect your daughter's remains in 10 minutes, Lin Yu said, taking a seat with a faint smile. Du Jinming's countenance darkened instantly. "Young man, are you implying that without you, my daughter's life cannot be saved?" Maintaining his composure, Lin Yu replied, "Indeed, and you have only 10 minutes to act. The choice is yours." "Humph, what arrogance!" Du Jinming sneered, his eyes flashing with disdain. "I refuse to believe that a large institution like this cannot find a solution for my daughter. If all else fails, we can transfer her to a higher-level hospital." 8 minutes remain, Lin Yu remarked, glancing at his phone, nodding nonchalantly. "You are courting death," Du Jinming seethed, visibly agitated, as the veins in his neck bulged. It had been a long time since anyone had provoked him so. The burly men flanking Du Jinming immediately closed in, their expressions grim and their eyes menacing, as if poised to act at Du Jinming's command. In that instant, the atmosphere in the emergency room grew palpably tense, on the verge of eruption. Yet, Lin Yu remained unperturbed. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and provocatively asked, "What? Do you wish to fight?" As he spoke, a subtle yet formidable aura emanated from him. The burly men halted in their tracks, expressions shifting to surprise and wariness, exchanging glances as uncertainty flickered in their eyes. Du Jinming narrowed his eyes, brow furrowed, feeling an unsettling pressure from Lin Yu's presence. At that moment, Sun Mingxing hurriedly intervened, his face etched with urgency. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. Mr. Du, the only reason the young lady's vital signs are stable is due to Dr. Lin's remote guidance over the phone. Had we followed Western medical protocols, she would have been declared dead 10 minutes ago. Currently, her life hangs by a thread, supported only by silver needles. And her internal injuries remain untreated, especially the cerebral hemorrhage. If we do not act swiftly, her life is truly at risk. Furthermore, just yesterday Dr. Lin treated another patient with identical symptoms in this very room, and that patient has since been transferred to a regular ward for recovery." Upon hearing this, Du Jinming's eyes brightened, his astonishment evident as he regarded Lin Yu, realizing that the young man before him possessed remarkable skills. "Oh, is that true?" His tone softened, tinged with incredulity. "Absolutely, without a doubt. Mr. Du, I wouldn't dare deceive you," Sun Mingxing assured him. However, at that moment, an urgent voice emerged from the emergency room. "This is bad. Director Sun, the patient's heart rate is plummeting and all other indicators are deteriorating. We must act immediately." Dr. Xie rushed out of the emergency room, her expression frantic as she reported the dire situation to Sun Mingxing. "Dr. Lin," Sun Mingxing pleaded with Lin Yu, his eyes reflecting desperation, for there was no one else present capable of saving the patient. Lin Yu glanced at Sun Mingxing and then at Du Jinming, ultimately unable to bear the thought of a vibrant life being extinguished. He took a deep breath and said, "Very well, let us proceed. I hope it's not too late." With that, he turned and entered the emergency room. Inside, the patient lay still on the operating table, the heart monitor displaying a flat line, indicating that her heart had ceased to beat. Lin Yu hurried to her side, assessing her condition, and his heart sank. He grasped her right hand firmly, appearing to check her pulse while secretly channeling a thread of vital energy into her body to sustain her faint life force. Next, Lin Yu turned to Dr. Xie and the other staff, instructing, "Everyone except Director Sun, please leave." The expressions of Dr. Xie and the other medical personnel were filled with confusion and reluctance. They were eager to witness Lin use miraculous methods firsthand. Sun Mingxing nodded and addressed Dr. Xie and the others. As per Dr. Lin's wishes, please step outside. I will stay to assist him, though they were unwilling. The staff had no choice but to vacate the emergency room at Sun Mingxing's directive. Now, only Sun Mingxing and Lin Yu remained in the emergency room. Lin. The silver needles. Sun Mingxing cautiously handed over his precious family heirloom of silver needles to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted the needles, his eyes narrowing slightly in appreciation. Director Sun, these are exquisite needles. Indeed, they are a family treasure of the Sun clan. Had it not been for your arrival, they would still be gathering dust in my drawer, Sun Mingxing replied. Then I shall borrow your family heirloom to restore its glory, Lin Yu declared, lifting the silver needles and channeling his energy through his fingertips to execute the 9 needles of resurrection. Sun Mingxing watched intently, his eyes fixated on Lin Yu's technique, not daring to blink lest he miss a single detail. Even though he had seen Lin use needlework multiple times in videos, witnessing such a miraculous technique in person left him utterly astounded. Done, Lin Yu exhaled deeply after the final needle was placed, retreating a couple of steps as if he had just emerged from a grueling battle. This time, as Lin Yu performed the 9 needles of resurrection, he felt a degree of fatigue, yet ever since he had cultivated the starry technique, his physical constitution had significantly improved, preventing him from succumbing to faintness as he had previously. Director Sun, please observe. If there are no issues, the patient can be transferred to a regular ward, Lin Yu said, his voice tinged with weariness, yet his gaze emanated determination and confidence. Brother Lin, are you implying that the issues in other areas have also been resolved? Sun Mingxing's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Indeed, everything has been addressed, Lin Yu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Lin Yu privately marveled at the miraculous efficacy of the 9 needles of resurrection, which not only repaired brain injuries, but also healed other ailments of the body. This method of treatment was truly astonishing in its comprehensive effectiveness. As he turned to step down from the operating table, Lin Yu took a moment to scrutinize the face of the injured girl before him. Though her eyes were tightly shut and her face smeared with dirt, her beauty was still discernible. Why does she seem familiar? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, a fleeting image flashing through his mind, evoking a sense of déjà vu. The features of the injured girl bore a striking resemblance to that of the woman who had brought him to the hospital the previous day. Brother Lin, do you recognize Miss Du? Sun Mingxing inquired, intrigued by Lin Yu's mutterings. Yes, she bears a resemblance, Lin Yu replied softly. He retrieved a medical cloth, gently wiping the grime from the girl's face with utmost care. As the dirt gradually cleared, a beautiful and familiar visage emerged. Indeed, it is her. What a coincidence. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, a complex expression flickering within. At that moment, he confirmed the identity of the injured girl. She was, in fact, the very woman who had driven him to the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Du Jinming paced anxiously, worry etched across his face. Suddenly, Dr. Xie and the medical staff emerged from the room, prompting him to rush forward, his voice trembling with urgency. How is my daughter's condition? Dr. Xie, looking resigned, replied. We are uncertain. That young man insisted on sending us out. Du Jinming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He managed to accomplish the treatment alone? Dr. Xie shook his head, a flicker of realization crossing his face as a smirk crept onto his lips. It's impossible. I suspect he lacks medical knowledge and simply wished to exclude us, only to emerge later claiming he did his best. At that moment, someone interjected, that won't happen. Director Sun is still inside. Dr. Xie scoffed. That young man was invited by Director Sunday. Just wait until he fails. You can imagine how Director Sun will react. Du Jinming felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing the validity of Dr. Xie's words. Bring me the emergency room door. I must see what they are doing, he commanded loudly. Soon, a group rushed forward, attempting to force the door open, but it remained firmly shut. The hospital's security personnel, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fear, opting to stay back, trembling at a distance. They were acutely aware of the ruthlessness of the men in black and dared not intervene, fearful of inviting trouble. Dr. Xie, sensing the unfolding drama, felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew that if the emergency room door were opened and Du Jinming discovered the patient had not been saved, all his wrath would be directed at Director Sun and that young man. With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door of the emergency room was wrenched open by the men in black. What are you doing? Director Sun rushed forward to block the entrance. The familiar beeping of the heart monitor filled the air, a sound both reassuring and unsettling. This is bad, Dr. Xia's heart sank at the thought of a failed rescue, and he immediately understood the implications. His face paled, and he turned to flee. "Stop him," came a cold command from the crowd. In that instant, Du Jinming, a seasoned veteran, grasped the situation. He swiftly reacted, his gaze piercing as he focused on the fleeing Dr. Xia. One of the men in black, acting on command, wasted no time in demonstrating his strength and agility, seizing Dr. Xia and pulling him back. "What are you doing? How dare you detain a medical professional without cause? Do you not fear the law?" Dr. Xia protested in terror, struggling in vain. However, his resistance was futile, and he was swiftly subdued. In a shocking turn, the man in black removed one of his socks without hesitation and stuffed it into Dr. Xia's mouth, silencing him effectively. "Get out!" Lin Yu's voice resonated like thunder. Imbued with undeniable authority, he swiftly retrieved a white cloth to cover the critical areas of the injured girl, ensuring her dignity was preserved. The patient on the operating table was still a young girl. Should she awaken to find so many onlookers scrutinizing her exposed body, it would be a nightmare, inflicting profound psychological trauma and potentially affecting her future. "Quickly, everyone leave." Du Jinming comprehended Lin Yu's intentions and hastily instructed his men to escort Dr. Xia out. As he confirmed that his daughter's heartbeat had stabilized, he realized his earlier misjudgment, his complexion shifting from red to pale. As the emergency room door slowly closed once more, Lin Yu turned to Sun Mingxing and inquired, "Director Sun, who are the family members of the injured? They seem to hold considerable influence." Sun Mingxing expressed surprise. "Brother Lin, you do not know Master Du? Are you unaware of his identity?" Lin Yu shook his head. "Master Du? I have not heard of him." Having spent the past few years secluded within the Yi family, and being blind, Lin Yu was unaware of the significance of Du Jinming in Jiangqing. "Brother Lin, Master Du is the foremost figure in Jiangqing's underground realm, the leader of the Carefree Gang, known as the King of Hell in Jiangqing," Sun Mingxing explained. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue in his voice. "Oh, the King of Hell? That sounds quite formidable." Indeed, Master Du is a household name in Jiangqing. Even 3-year-old children tremble at the mention of his name, often wetting their beds in fear, Sun Mingxing added. "Is that all? Just another gangster? Why the fuss?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Sun Mingxing. "Brother Lin, while your medical skills are extraordinary, you are unfamiliar with the ways of the world. It is best to avoid provoking someone like the King of Hell," Sun Mingxing cautioned Lin Yu, apprehensive that Lin Yu might inadvertently cross paths with Du Jinming. "Enough. I have no ties with him. I am merely curious about his arrogant demeanor," Lin Yu replied, keen to avoid entanglement with someone of Du Jinming's ilk. Though he had received a remarkable inheritance, his mindset remained that of a scholar, preferring to remain aloof from worldly conflicts. "That is wise. It is prudent to focus on our own matters. Even if we must endure some losses, we should not provoke such individuals. The consequences of inciting the King of Hell are beyond our capacity to bear, and it would spell disaster for both the hospital and for you, Director Sun. The patient is stable now. She will soon be able to recover and be discharged," Lin Yu concluded, having infused a trace of spiritual energy into her body as a gesture of gratitude for her assistance the previous day. Observing the injured patient on the hospital bed, whose complexion was rosy and breathing steady, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Remarkable, truly astonishing, Brother Lin." Sun Mingxing could hardly contain his excitement. Muttering continuously, 2 consecutive cases of miraculous recoveries. Our traditional Chinese medicine hospital is bound to gain immense recognition now. In contrast to Sun Mingxing's fervor, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. "Director Sun, I leave the rest to you. I shall exit through the back door. Please remember, I do not wish for anyone to disturb my mother." With that, Lin Yu opened the emergency room's back door and exited with an air of calmness. "Understood. I will ensure that no one disturbs the lady," Sun Mingxing assured, patting his chest. Chapter 20. Discharge. "Young lady, may I ask your age and name?" In the VIP ward, the recently awakened Zhong Xiahong was engaged in conversation with a young nurse. "Auntie, my name is Lung Jiao. I am 18 years old and have just graduated from school to begin working." The nurse, known as Lung Jiao, was the same young nurse who had previously cared for Lin Yu in his ward. Sun Mingxing, noticing Lung Jiao's pleasing appearance, charming personality, and efficient work ethic, and most importantly, her ability to converse well with Lin Yu, had specially assigned her to care for Lin Yu's mother. Zhong Xiahong gazed at the beautiful young girl before her, feeling a surge of emotion. This girl is truly striking. Not only is her visage lovely, but her sweet and endearing nature makes one want to draw closer. Her parents must be incredibly fortunate to have such an exceptional daughter. With this thought, Zhong Xiahong couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it would be if her son Lin Yu could find a gentle girl like Lung Jiao Jiao as his wife. However, reality left her feeling helpless. Years ago, Lin Yu had already married into the Yi family, becoming someone else's son. Annie, are you feeling unwell? Noticing the changing expressions on Zhong Xiahong's face, Lung Jiao Jiao inquired with concern about her well-being. Zhong Xiahong smiled and shook her head, softly saying, "It's nothing, Jiao Jiao. I merely recalled some matters that made me a bit melancholic." Upon hearing this, Lung Jiao Jiao gently took Zhong Xiahong's hand, offering comfort. "Auntie, do not dwell on it. Everything will improve in time." At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Yu entered, carrying a bag of fresh fruit and a bowl of steaming century egg and lean meat porridge. Upon seeing his mother awake, a joyful smile spread across his face. "Xiaoyu, you're back." Seeing Lin Yu's entrance, Zhong Xiahong's face lit up with a smile, her eyes glistening with tears. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with emotion, as she still found it hard to believe everything happening before her was real. "Mother, are you hungry? I brought you your favorite century egg and lean meat porridge," Lin Yu said gently, placing the fruit on the table before waving the steaming bowl of porridge in front of his mother, the rich aroma wafting through the air. "I must admit, I do feel a bit hungry," Zhong Xiahong replied with a smile. Since waking, she had been engaged in pleasant conversation with Lung Jiao Jiao, completely unaware of her hunger. It was only after Lin Yu's reminder that she realized her stomach was empty. "Mother, please wait a moment. I'll wash a spoon and feed you the porridge," Lin Yu said softly. At that moment, Lung Jiao Jiao offered, "Mr. Lin, allow me to feed Annie. It's part of my duties." Lin Yu shook his head, declining her kind offer. "No need. Please wash the fruit instead. My mother will want some after the porridge." "All right." Lung Jiao Jiao nodded and turned to wash the fruit. Lin Yu returned to the bedside, scooping a spoonful of warm porridge and carefully bringing it to his mother's lips. "Mother, how does the porridge taste?" Lin Yu asked with concern. "Delicious. I haven't had century egg and lean meat porridge in ages," Zhong Xiahong replied, nodding in satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with happiness. For 3 long years, over 1,000 days and nights, Zhong Xiahong could only occasionally hear her son's voice over the phone, with no chance to meet him. Now, with her son right before her, she wished time could stand still at that moment. Lin Yu looked at his mother, sensing something was amiss. "Oh, I meant I haven't had such delicious century egg and lean meat porridge in a long time." Zhong Xiahong realized she had misspoken, her gaze flickering with a hint of anxiety, her eyes evasive. Lin Yu did not dwell on it, smiling as he said, "Mother, if you like it, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go get you more." Zhong Xiahong quickly shook her head. "No need. This is plenty. It's truly delicious." "Xiaoyu, let me take over," she said, taking the bowl and spoon to start eating slowly. Lin Yu nodded, sitting quietly beside her. Suddenly, Zhong Xiahong set down her utensils and softly said, "Xiaoyu, please arrange for my discharge. Today is Friday. And if Xiaoyu comes home from school and doesn't see me, she will worry." Hearing the name Xiaoyu, Lin Yu's body tensed, a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. Lin Yu's younger sister, was 3 years his junior. Ever since childhood, Lin Yu had been Lin Yu's little shadow, following him everywhere. With their parents often working in the fields, Lin Yu naturally became her protector. "Mother, Xiaoyu is in college now, right?" Lin Yu asked, suppressing his excitement. "Yes, Xiaoyu is in her first year at Jiangxing University, and she comes home every weekend," Zhong Xiahong replied with a smile. "Mother, isn't Dad home? Shouldn't we let you rest a few more days?" Lin Yu suggested, thinking since it was free, why not let his mother recover a bit longer in the hospital? "Sigh, your father is different," Zhong Xiahong's eyes flickered. "All right, mother. We'll discharge you now and return home to wait for your sister," Lin Yu said, not noticing the urgency in his own voice, eager to see his little shadow. "Xiaoyu, what about the Yi family? Do they allow you to be out for so long?" Zhong Xiahong looked at Lin Yu with concern. "Don't worry, mother. I will handle it well," Lin Yu reassured her. "Well then, let us hurry and pack our things." Zhong Xiahong hesitated for a moment before nodding and starting to organize her belongings. Lin Yu quickly joined in, assisting his mother with the discharge procedures. Soon, they left the hospital and boarded the car home. Back at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Sun Mingxing, having calmed down from his earlier excitement, steadied himself and called a nurse to enter the emergency room. According to Lin Yu, the girl would awaken shortly, so he needed to ensure her clothes were ready to avoid any embarrassment upon waking. "Director Sun, how is my daughter doing?" Du Jinming hurriedly approached Sun Mingxing as he emerged, his tone much gentler than before. "Oh, Mr. Du, Miss Du's injuries are no longer serious. She will be out shortly." Sun Mingxing nodded slightly at Du Jinming. "Excellent. Director Sun, your medical skills are indeed remarkable. I shall reward you handsomely later," Du Jinming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You flatter me, Mr. Du. It is the miraculous skill of Dr. Lin that saved your daughter. I am merely an assistant, Sun Mingxing humbly stated. Acknowledging Lin Yu's role in the recovery. Chapter 21. Du Xiao Xiao Ha Ha. Dr. Lin is indeed a prodigy. Quickly, please introduce me. I must express my gratitude to him. Du Jinming never anticipated that the young man he had previously underestimated possessed such extraordinary medical talent. Mr. Du, Dr. Lin prefers not to be disturbed. He has already left through the back door, Sun Mingxing said nervously, watching Du Jinming closely, wary of inadvertently provoking this formidable figure. Du Jinming furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What an intriguing young man. I must be introduced to him later to express my gratitude in person. At that moment, the door to the emergency room slowly creaked open once again, and a slender woman emerged. Despite her attire being stained with blood and dirt, and bearing several tears, her enchanting figure could not be concealed. Father, the woman suddenly exclaimed, then rushed toward Du Jinming, throwing herself into his embrace. Xiao Xiao, is that you? Du Jinming's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the woman in his arms was his own daughter. Father, it's me, Xiao Xiao. I was in a rear-end collision with a truck on the ring road. Her eyes revealed a glimmer of terror, her voice trembling as she seemed to relive the harrowing moment, filled with dread and unease. Clearly, her mind was still trapped at the scene of the accident, unable to escape the grip of fear. It's all right, Xiao Xiao, everything is fine now. Du Jinming held her tightly, gently patting her shoulder, offering comfort. Yet, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. After a while, Xiao Xiao's emotions began to settle. She scrutinized her own body, incredulously asking, Father, didn't I just have an accident? How could I be fine? She looked at Du Jinming, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Indeed, Xiao Xiao, the accident was quite severe. You were declared dead upon arrival at the hospital, but fortunately, the miraculous doctor at the Chinese medicine hospital intervened, and you were saved from peril. Recalling the moment when Dr. Xie announced Xiao Xiao's heart had ceased beating, Du Jinming still felt a chill run down his spine. He could hardly fathom the consequences had Lin Yu not provided timely assistance and exceptional medical skill. Father, why didn't you bring me a few sets of clothes from home after such a long time? I'm stuck in this filthy, tattered outfit. Xiao Xiao reproached him with a hint of annoyance. She glanced down at her dirty, ragged clothes, feeling a wave of helplessness, thinking to herself, if only mother were here, things wouldn't be so unreliable. Du Jinming hurriedly explained, I just received the news and rushed over. There was no time to fetch your clothes. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I thought several days had passed. Du Jinming nodded. Yes, I find it unbelievable too, but this is the reality. At that moment, Du Jinming's expression appeared somewhat dazed. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. His daughter's injuries had been so grave, her life signs nearly extinguished. Yet she stood before him, seemingly unscathed. This miraculous transformation felt surreal to him. Even Sun Mingxing, standing nearby, was agape, unable to close his mouth for quite some time. He had prepared himself for Xiao Xiao to speak once she awoke, but he never imagined she would be able to leap from the bed and run, which entirely surpassed his expectations and overturned his understanding of medical knowledge. Just then, Xiao Xiao suddenly pinched Du Jinming's thigh, causing him to wince. You rascal! Why are you pinching my thigh? Xiao Xiao grinned playfully. Hey, there's a reaction. It seems I'm not dreaming. Why not pinch yourself? Do you know how terrified I was? If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your mother. Du Jinming shot her an exasperated look. The surrounding subordinates, including Sun Mingxing, were taken aback to see the typically fierce Du Jinming display such an expression. Xiao Xiao looked around and said to her father, Old Du, where is the miraculous doctor who saved me? I want to thank him in person. But Du Jinming could only reply helplessly, He gone. This left Xiao Xiao momentarily stunned, prompting her to ask, Gone? What do you mean? Du Jinming explained. After performing your surgery, he left through the back door. I didn't even get to meet him. Upon hearing this, Du Jinming's cheeks flushed slightly, regretting his initial doubts about the doctor. Such a character. I must meet this doctor, Xiao Xiao declared whimsically, her expression turning resolute. It must be easy to find someone at this hospital. However, Sun Mingxing interjected hastily. Miss Du, Dr. Lin is not a doctor from our hospital, and he has stated he does not wish to be disturbed. How intriguing. Xiao Xiao's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Old Du, leveraging your connections. Finding a doctor in Jiangxing shouldn't be difficult, right? She turned to her father, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Knowing he had extensive connections in Jiangxing that could assist her in locating this doctor, Xiao, don't be reckless. Since he doesn't wish to be disturbed, you mustn't cause a ruckus. I will find an opportunity to thank Dr. Lin in person later, Du Jinming warned his daughter sternly. He understood her character well. Once she resolved to pursue something, it was nearly impossible to deter her. Humph, if you want to help me, I'll find him myself, Xiao pouted defiantly, determined to seek out the enigmatic doctor on her own. Just then, Sun Mingxing suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, by the way, Miss Du, you should have met Dr. Lin. He mentioned that you brought him to our hospital yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiao froze, her mind conjuring the image of the young man who had unexpectedly appeared in her car and asked her to drive him to the Chinese medicine hospital. Could he be Dr. Lin? But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. He looked to be in his early 20s. How could he possess such extraordinary medical skills? Indeed, he is just a young man in his early 20s. I initially doubted his abilities. But it turns out he truly is a miraculous doctor, Du Jinming remarked, filled with astonishment. Hearing her father's words, Xiao's heart stirred. A glimmer of something peculiar flashing in her eyes. Could it really be him? Then I know where to find him. With that, a charming smile graced Xiao's lips. Let us go, old Du, we're going home. I need to take a hot shower and change into something beautiful before I go to meet that extraordinary Dr. Lin, Xiao exclaimed with excitement, as if envisioning the moment of her encounter with the miraculous doctor. However, Du Jinming, somewhat worried, stopped her. Xiao, hold on. You just got off the operating table. Are you really planning to go back like this? At that moment, Sun Mingxing chuckled and explained, it's all right, Mr. Du Doctor. Lin has instructed that Miss Du can return home after a brief rest. Hearing this, Du Jinming finally sighed in relief. Very well, let us head home then. Thus, the bustling crowd in the emergency room finally began to disperse. In the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng, Lin Yu and his mother, Zhong Xiahong, appeared at the entrance of a village called Songlong Bay, carrying a small cloth bag. Gazing at the bustling traffic and crowd at the village entrance, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Mother, it's been 3 years since I last returned to Songlong Bay, and the village seems unchanged. Oh, the residents here are mostly impoverished families, toiling their entire lives for a living. Those with any capability have long since moved away. How could the village change? Zhong Xiahong sighed. As they spoke, a voice of astonishment rang out. Hey Xiahong, were you not hit by a car? How come you're here? As the sound drew her attention, she beheld a woman in her 50s, pulling a cart laden with various daily necessities. Sister Lan, are you out to sell again? Yes. I was hit by a car yesterday. Just returned from the hospital, Zhong Xiahong replied nonchalantly, as if the incident had never occurred. Sister Lan looked at her in astonishment, saying, But Xiahong, I've heard that your sternum was driven into your heart. The village has been spreading rumors that you had died. Zhong Xiahong forced a smile. That's just gossip. See, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Yu stood quietly by, listening to his mother converse with their neighbor. He understood that his mother had endured a hard life over the years, yet she remained resilient and optimistic, never bowing to adversity. Thank goodness you're all right. Are you selling today? I can reserve a good spot for you, Sister Lan inquired with concern. No, my little Yu will be back soon. I want tea set up this evening, Zhong Xiahong responded with a smile, bidding farewell to Sister Lan before walking back home with her son. As they passed, people cast curious glances at Zhong Xiahong. Perhaps it was because Lin Yu had not been seen in 3 years that no one recognized him. Whispers emerged. Could it be a ghost? I distinctly saw Zhong Xiahong mangled by a truck yesterday, yet she appears unscathed now. Another voice chimed in. Indeed. Her chest was caved in. How could this be? Nevertheless, mother and son paid no heed to the strange looks and continued on their way. Upon reaching their home, they heard a commotion inside. You worthless cripple, give me my sister's ID. She's dead from the accident, and I need to get her death certificate. The speaker was Zhong Xiahong's brother, Zhong Zhibing. No, that's impossible. Xiahong was fine yesterday. How could she have been hit? This voice belonged to Lin Yu's father, Lin Tianhua, whose tone trembled with disbelief. Moreover, even if something happened to Xiahong, it's not your place to handle her affairs, Lin Tianhua continued, aware of his brother-in-law's gambling addiction. Huh, you, a cripple who can't even get out of bed. Do you think you could go to the hospital? Zhong Zhibing sneered, his words dripping with disdain. Oh, and let us not forget your blind son, sent to the Yi family as a live-in son-in-law. He hasn't even left their door in years. You can't expect much from him, can you? Zhong Zhibing continued with a mocking laugh. Hearing Zhong Zhibing ridicule his son ignited Lin Tianhua's rage. Zhong Zhibing, you've gone too far. You are still Yu's uncle. How can you speak like that? Our Xia will be back tonight, and she'll handle your sister's matters. Oh, I almost forgot about my beautiful niece. Zhong Zhibing's words suddenly halted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Lin Tianhua sensed the change in Zhong Zhibing's expression, an unsettling feeling washing over him. Zhong Zhibing, what are you planning? If you dare lay a hand on my Xia, I will not hesitate to fight you. Zhong Zhibing laughed triumphantly. Lin Tianhua, don't push your luck. Hand over my sister's ID or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Tianhua stood his ground, locking eyes with him. What are you going to do? Let me remind you that your actions are illegal. Don't you fear the law coming after you? The law? Huh. I'm merely taking care of my sister's affairs. Even if the law comes, I'm not afraid. Zhong Zhibing guffawed. Lin Tianhua glared at him, gritting his teeth. You. Zhong Zhibing menacingly interrupted. My dear brother-in-law, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over my sister's ID, I'll show no mercy. With that, he brandished a sharp knife, its glint reflecting ominously in Lin Tianhua's eyes. Zhong Zhibing, it appears you've been plotting this. Lin Tianhua scoffed coldly. Zhong Zhibing delivered a brutal kick to Lin Tianhua, cursing him. Damn it, you talk too much. I've spared you because you're my sister's husband. If you don't know your place, do you believe I want to take your life? Just then, the door was kicked open, and Lin Yu rushed in like a bolt of lightning. With a swift motion, Lin Yu raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap that echoed in the room. Chapter 23. A dog can't change its nature. Zhong Zhibing was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the dining table, which splintered under his weight. Ah, sister, is that you? At that moment, Zhong Zhibing caught sight of Zhong Xiahong standing in the doorway, his face contorted with fear as if he had seen a ghost. Zhong Zhibing, have you been gambling again? Zhong Xiahong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and disappointment as she scolded him. No, sister, weren't you hit by a car? How can you be here? Zhong Zhibing could hardly comprehend the reality before him, his eyes wide in disbelief. Zhong Zhibing, do you genuinely wish for my mother to have been hit by a car? Lin Yu's voice was icy, his gaze piercing with a deep chill. Why you are Lin Yu? Zhong Zhibing's face was a picture of incredulity as he stared at Lin Yu. My dear uncle, it seems you remain unchanged, a hopeless gambler after all these years, Lin Yu remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Huh, it's an illusion. It must be. A dead person and a blind man cannot appear before me simultaneously, Zhong Zhibing muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Without a word, Lin Yu delivered another slap to Zhong Zhibing's face. Do you believe me now, dear uncle? Lin Yu asked, his tone laced with mockery, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Zhong Zhibing finally accepted the reality. His face drained of color, his lips quivered. Sister, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and fled, his steps frantic. You think you can leave just like that? Not a chance. Lin Yu moved to pursue him, but Zhong Xiahong stopped him. Xiao Yu, don't worry about him. Let us see if your father is all right. Zhong Xiahong urged anxiously, her gaze falling on Lin Tianhua, huddled in a corner, concern evident in her eyes. Xiahong, I'm fine. Though Lin Tianhua had just been kicked and felt a lingering pain in his chest, he forced a smile to alleviate his wife's worries. Seeing his wife safe before him brought joy to Lin Tianhua. Huh, I knew they were deceiving me. How could you have been hit by a car? Surely, you had some matter to attend to at your family's home, right? Wait, Xiahong, why did Xiao Yu return with you? And I noticed his eyes seemed to have regained sight. Lin Tianhua suddenly realized something, looking at Zhong Xiahong with confusion. Dad, yes, I can truly see now. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to gently help his father to his feet. Wonderful, wonderful. My son has finally regained his sight. Tears of joy welled in Lin Tianhua's eyes. Dad, what happened to your legs? Lin Yu noticed his father could hardly support his weight, furrowing his brow in concern. Years ago, when Lin Yu was still very young, Lin Tianhua had suffered a leg injury at work, leaving him with limited mobility. Despite everything, after receiving 1 million from the Yi family, Yi Tianhua had almost fully recovered following his treatment and assisted Zhong Xiahong in setting up their stall each day. The family's living expenses and his sister's tuition fees were sustained by the hard work of his parents, who rose early and toiled late. However, Lin Tianhua's legs had completely lost their strength, rendering them utterly incapacitated. With a sigh, Lin Tianhua's gaze turned melancholy as he helplessly remarked, Ah, it's all my fault. Today, my son has returned home in good health. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Zhong Xiahong shot him a glance, signaling him not to mention that topic in front of their son. Lin Tianhua paused slightly, then understood his wife's intent. Yes, Xiao Yu's eyes have healed. We should celebrate this moment, he said with a smile, his gaze returning to Lin Yu, glimmering with joy. By the way, Xiahong, please buy some vegetables that the children like from the market. Let us have a proper family gathering this evening, Lin Tianhua suggested, turning to Zhong Xiahong, who was busy tidying up the room. All right, I will head to the market now. You two should have a good chat, she replied, setting down her broom and preparing to leave. Mom, let me accompany you, Lin Yu said, rising to walk beside her. No need, Xiaoyu, spend some time with your father. I'll also pick up a bottle of wine so that you two can celebrate together, Zhong Xiahong replied with a smile, gently patting Lin Yu's shoulder before turning to leave. After watching his mother depart, Lin Yu returned to the sofa, sitting across from his father. A moment of silence enveloped them, as they both seemed uncertain of how to begin. Eventually, Lin Tianhua broke the silence, curiosity evident in his voice. So, Xiaoyu, has the Yi family permitted you to come out? Yes, Dad. You need not worry about the Yi family. They are still unaware of my return home. And I will manage it well, Lin Yu replied confidently. What? You escaped from the Yi family? Lin Tianhua exclaimed in shock. No. I merely told them I was going to the hospital to see my mother. I did not mention returning home. In contrast to Lin Tianhua's astonishment, Lin Yu appeared unperturbed. We should eat dinner early, and after that, you must return to the Yi family promptly. Otherwise, if they discover you are home, it will lead to complications. Lin Tianhua expressed his concerns. Dad, why did the Yi family prevent me from going out or meeting with family over the past 3 years? Lin Yu's father's anxiety sparked a sense of suspicion within him. Xiaoyu, I am sorry. At that time, in order to secure the Yi family's assistance for your eye treatment, they included a clause in the contract that forbade contact with you, Lin Tianhua revealed. A cigarette appearing in his hand, which he began to smoke heavily. No wonder, Lin Yu nodded, finally comprehending what his mother had meant by the prohibition over the past 3 years. He also understood his father's predicament and helplessness back then, rather than harboring resentment. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards his father. However, Dad, you need not blame yourself. You did it for my sake, Lin Yu comforted. Lin Tianhua fell silent, only drawing harder on his cigarette, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt and self-reproach. Seemingly unable to come to terms with his inability to afford the exorbitant medical bills. Observing his father, Lin Yu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, aware of the inner turmoil and struggle his father endured. Chapter 24, A Father's Helplessness. Dad, come, let me examine your leg injury, Lin Yu offered, extending his hands to gently rest on his father's wrist. He closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy to carefully assess his father's condition. Xiaoyu, are you attempting to treat me with traditional medicine? Lin Tianhua asked in astonishment, his eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. Lin Yu nodded, a confident smile gracing his face. Indeed, Dad, I have been self-studying traditional medicine for the past 3 years. I healed my own eyes. To instill faith in his father. Lin Yu fabricated a small lie. Ha ha ha, are you trying to amuse me? Lin Tianhua chuckled affectionately, ruffling Lin Yu's hair. He believed his son was merely trying to cheer him up and did not take his words seriously. After all, during the past 3 years of Lin Yu's blindness, he had required constant care from others, let alone studying traditional medicine. Dad, I can heal your legs, Lin Yu declared earnestly, his tone resolute. Lin Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What? You can heal my legs? Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu, please don't comfort me. After so many years, I've grown accustomed to living without my legs. It's all right, son. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder, a flicker of comfort crossing his face. Although he did not truly believe Lin Yu possessed the ability to restore his legs, he appreciated his son's concern. Just wait. You will soon know whether I am merely comforting you, Lin Yu said with a mysterious smile, calmly pulling out an exquisite acupuncture needle case from his pocket. This silver needle set had been custom ordered by Sun Mingxing for Lin Yu, for as an acupuncture master, lacking the proper tools would be akin to a warrior without weapons. Thus, the existence of this needle case was of utmost importance. In the blink of an eye, before Lin Tianhua could react, slender silver needles pierced rapidly into his legs like lightning. Each needle was placed with precision, as if calculated with utmost care. Lin Tianhua's eyes widened in astonishment, speechless. He was even unaware that the cigarette he had been holding had slipped from his lips, watching his son's skilled and assured movements. A wave of inexplicable emotion and pride surged within him. Just then, Lin Tianhua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calves, akin to being scorched by fire. Instinctively, he reached down to alleviate the discomfort. Don't move. Bear with it a little longer. It will soon be over, Lin Yu swiftly intervened, gently flicking away the cigarette, but that had fallen onto Lin Tianhua's leg. Xiaoyu, was that the cigarette? My calf is feeling again, Lin Tianhua exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent, unable to believe the sensation he had just experienced. Yes, just a bit longer, Lin Yu nodded slightly, his hands remaining busy as he manipulated the needles. Lin Tianhua felt waves of warmth flowing from the points where the silver needles had penetrated. the legs that had been deadened for years gradually awakening to a tingling sensation. It felt as though thousands of ants were crawling over him. He wanted to scratch the itch, but recalling Lin Yu's words, he restrained his hands behind his back, fearful of disrupting the treatment. With a gentle command from Lin Yu, his hands acted as if drawn by magnetism, simultaneously withdrawing the needles from Lin Tianhua's legs. "Dad, try walking a few steps now," Lin Yu said, putting away the needles and wiping the sweat from his forehead, smiling at Lin Tianhua. "Xiaoyu, is it really done?" Lin Tianhua looked incredulous, doubt still flickering in his eyes. After all, a malady endured for so many years could not simply be cured at a whim. "Come, trust me, you can stand up. Don't be afraid. I will support you," Lin Yu reassured, directly maneuvering his father's body to the edge of the sofa, feet firmly planted on the ground. "All right, I trust my son." Feeling the solid ground beneath his feet, Lin Tianhua's confidence surged. He took a deep breath, trembling hands gripping the armrest of the sofa, gradually rising to his feet. "Haha. Son, I can truly stand up. Haha. I, Lin Tianhua, can stand again," Lin Tianhua exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a child, joyfully pacing back and forth in the living room, albeit with a slight limp, oblivious to it. His face radiated elation and happiness, as if he had regained decades of youth. Watching his father's exuberance, Lin Yu felt a warm swell of pride and contentment within him. He smiled and said, "Dad, your leg muscle necrosis has persisted for quite some time. To achieve a complete recovery, you will need to cooperate with my massage therapy, and within 3 days, you should be as good as new." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhua could hardly contain his joy, nodding repeatedly as he exclaimed, "Wonderful. I never imagined my little you would turn misfortune into fortune, acquiring such miraculous medical skills. Not only has he healed his own eyes, but he has also restored my broken legs." As he spoke, tears of joy streamed down his face, his eyes shimmering with pride. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhong Xiahong, brimming with joy, returned with the ingredients for dinner. The sight before her left her momentarily speechless, causing the items in her hands to tumble to the ground. "Old Lin, what is this?" Zhong Xiahong seemed to grasp something. "Xiahong, my leg is healed. Our son has cured it," Lin Tianhua said, trembling as he approached her, enveloping her in an embrace. "Oh dear, old Lin, what are you doing? Our son is right here." Zhong Xiahong's cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, and she quickly extricated herself from Lin Tianhua's arms. "I was just too excited and couldn't help myself." Lin Tianhua sheepishly scratched his head, his expression somewhat awkward. After all, they belonged to an older generation, influenced by traditional values, making such displays of affection in front of their children somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Yu touched his nose, grinning foolishly. Indeed, it must be the Bodhisattva's blessing. Otherwise, how could we have such a string of good fortune at home in just a few days? Zhong Xiahong approached the family altar and bowed deeply, her sincerity palpable. Lin Tianhua observed his wife's actions, but did not intervene. "Rise, Xiahong. Don't bow any further. Your knees will start to ache." After a while, he gently helped her up, patting her shoulder with tenderness. Zhong Xiahong stood slowly, tears glistening in her eyes as she firmly grasped Lin Tianhua's hand, saying, "Old Lin, we must truly thank the Bodhisattva and make it a point to perform more good deeds in return for the blessings we've received." The two exchanged a smile, their hearts overflowing with happiness and gratitude. Chapter 25. This is the feeling of home, Dad. Mom, I'm back. Just as the three were basking in the joy of Lin Tianhua's recovery, the melodious voice of Lin Yang echoed from the entrance. "It's Xiaoya," Zhong Xiahong exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet her. "Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving." Lin Yu flung her backpack aside and plopped down on the sofa. It was only then that she noticed a figure standing on the balcony. When she realized it was Lin Yu, tears welled in her eyes. "Xiaoya, why are you crying?" Zhong Xiahong asked, her heart aching. "Mom, my brother, he's back?" Lin Yu gazed at her mother, her face streaked with tears. "Silly child, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy that your brother is home?" Zhong Xiahong wiped away the tears from Lin Yu's cheeks. "Yes, Xiaoya, stop crying. It's been 3 years since you've seen your brother. Aren't you a bit shy?" Lin Tianhua added from behind the sofa. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Lin Yu had blossomed from a naive little girl into a graceful young woman. "My little Xiaoya has grown taller," Lin Yu said with a smile as he walked in, gently ruffling her hair, his eyes filled with affection. Throughout those dark 3 years, he had missed his sister incessantly. Now that they were finally reunited, he felt somewhat at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. "Brother, can you see again?" Lin Yu blinked her large eyes, gazing intently into Lin Yu's. "Yes, my eyes are better now, and I can see again." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. "Yay, that's wonderful. My brother can see again." Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, leaping into Lin Yu's arms, hugging him tightly. Xiaoya, what are you doing? You're in college now. Stop acting like a child. Zhong Xiahong chuckled, giving Lin Yu a playful swat on the back, reminding her to maintain her composure. However, Lin Yu paid no heed, continuing to cling to Lin Yu. Xiahong, let the kids chat. We'll head to the kitchen, Lin Tianhua suggested, taking his wife's hand and leading her away. Dad, wait. Lin Yu suddenly shouted, her voice filled with shock and disbelief. What is it, child? Why are you so startled? Lin Tianhua looked at her with mild annoyance. No, Dad, your leg is healed? Lin Yu stammered, her eyes wide as if witnessing a miracle. Thanks to your brother, who helped me heal my leg. Lin Tianhua beamed with pride, a smile of happiness illuminating his face. What? My brother cured it? What happened? Lin Yu's expression turned bewildered. She was utterly confused. When did her brother become a doctor? She glanced curiously at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with questions. Ask your brother. I need to go prepare dinner, Lin Tianhua said, patting Lin Yu's shoulder before heading into the kitchen. Brother, you should explain this to me, Lin Yu implored, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yu, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. All right, but before I tell you, I need to ask, what happened to Dad's leg? Lin Yu's tone grew serious, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized his sister, having noticed the unease and evasiveness on their parents' faces, clearly indicating they were concealing something from him. Didn't Mom and Dad tell you? Lin Yu sighed softly, her eyes filled with anger. No, Xiaoya, what has happened at home these past 3 years? Please tell me. Lin Yu pressed anxiously. Brother, Dad's leg was broken by someone. Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly, recalling the terrifying scene, a flicker of undeniable fear crossing her features. What? Broken by someone? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's demeanor changed drastically, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Brother, you look frightening, Lin Yu said, instinctively shrinking back. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just too enraged upon hearing this news. By the way, who was it that broke Dad's leg? Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, though the fire of anger in his eyes remained unextinguished. It was Scarface Chong. Lin Yu's voice quivered with trepidation. Scarface Chong? The notorious thug from the village? Lin Yu's brows knitted tightly, conjuring an image of a man with a brutish face and grotesque scars. Yes, that's him. 3 years ago, he seemed to have joined a major gang in Jiangxing. Since then, he has been terrorizing the village, and everyone runs away in fright upon seeing him, Lin Yu recounted, shaking her head in dismay. She described in detail how their father had been attacked, her tone rife with anger and helplessness toward Scarface Chong. Lin Yu listened intently, his fists clenched tightly, fury igniting in his eyes. He silently vowed to ensure this bully faced the consequences of his actions. However, uncertain of his current strength, he refrained from confronting Scarface Chong immediately, instead committing the name to memory. Brother, you still haven't told me how you learned medical skills, Lin Yu said, her face alight with curiosity, eager to know when her brother had acquired such knowledge. Oh, during the tedious 3 years at the Yi family, I self-studied traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Yu replied, weaving a tale that was too extraordinary to explain fully, opting for a simple gloss over the truth. After a while, a table laden with steaming, fragrant dishes was set upon the dining table. Mother Zhong Xiahong warmly called the siblings to wash their hands, inviting them to enjoy dinner together. Father Lin Tianhua emerged from the kitchen with the final vegetable dish, a beaming smile adorning his face. Watching his family bustle about in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, Lin Yu felt tears welling in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and silently reflected, this is what true home feels like. They savored their meal slowly, as if each bite was a precious memory. The father and son, who seldom drank, finished an entire bottle of liquor. They laughed and shared their stories, relishing this rare moment of reunion. His sister, Lin Yu, engaged him in conversation until the midnight hour, only retreating to her own room when she could no longer resist the call of sleep. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu was greeted by the sight of everything neatly organized and spotless, the decorations unchanged since 3 years ago, prompting a knowing smile. He was finally home. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. It was the first time in 3 years that he lay on his familiar bed, enveloped by a sense of warmth and intimacy. Chapter 26. The illness returns, reflecting on the myriad events of the past 3 years rendered him restless. The thought of the scarred figure who had inflicted harm on his father left him wide awake. He clenched his fists, filled with anger and resentment. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he shield his family from further harm. Thus, he rose, seated himself in a meditative posture, and closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. In that tranquil night, Lin Yu immersed himself in his practice, feeling the flow of energy within him, striving to enhance his abilities. As time slipped by, his breath grew steadier, and the ambient energy gradually converged around him. He devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, forgetting all worries and anxieties. In that moment, all he desired was to grow stronger swiftly, ensuring a life of peace and happiness for his family. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, Yi Yusin descended the staircase wearing a silk camisole, her cascading black hair reaching her waist, her fair skin partially revealed, her curves elegantly accentuated. In the living room, Zhu Li, with a glass of red wine, hummed a tune while watching television. Despite being in her 50s, time seemed to have left few traces on her, and she still exuded charm. "Mom, why are you still awake at this hour?" Yi Yusin softly inquired as she reached the bottom of the stairs. "Yusin, come. Let us have a drink together." Zhu Li cheerfully raised her glass upon seeing her daughter. Yi Yusin frowned slightly, aware that her mother rarely drank. "Mom, why are you drinking alone tonight?" "Haha, I'm in a good mood today. Don't you think that with the blind man gone, everything feels so much lighter?" Zhu Li replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Yusin felt a twinge of guilt, regretting leaving Lin Yu by the desolate roadside that afternoon. Years ago, had it not been for Lin Yu marrying into the Yi family to bring her joy, she might have succumbed to her ailments. With a sigh, Yi Yusin muttered to herself, "I wonder how the blind man is doing now. Should I call to check?" Zhu Li quickly interjected, "What is there to call about? It's best if he is dead outside. If your grandfather asks, we'll just say he chose to leave. It has nothing to do with us." "Mom, Grandpa isn't foolish. If something truly happened to Lin Yu, he would certainly blame us. You know how he feels about you," Yi Yusin said, furrowing her brow. A grown man shouldn't have any issues. Zhu Li's heart raced uncertainly. However, Yi Yusin's words unsettled her. While she cared little for Lin Yu's fate, she knew angering Yi Laozu could jeopardize her status as a wealthy matriarch of the Yi family. "How should I know? Should I call him now?" Yi Yusin replied sharply, frustrated that her mother had suggested abandoning Lin Yu in the first place. Zhu Li nodded in agreement, putting down her glass of wine, suddenly finding it unappealing. Her interest waning. When the call failed, revealing that his phone was off, Yi Yusin felt a chill of dread. Lin Yu had learned from earlier and turned off his phone to avoid distractions while cultivating. Not getting through? I'll try again. Maybe there's no signal. Zhu Li's heart sank, sensing trouble. However, she rationalized. He must be sulking and deliberately turned off his phone. Isn't his mother hospitalized? He likely at the hospital with her. Let us hope he's all right. "Mom, I'm going to bed. I have work tomorrow. You should rest early too." With that, Yi Yusin ascended the stairs, her previously cheerful mood now disrupted. Zhu Li, lacking any enthusiasm, could only retreat to her room. That night, Yi Yusin's sleep was restless. In her hazy state, she felt as if she were thrown into an icy abyss, struggling in vain to escape. Is my illness returning? The thought sent shivers down her spine, filling her with dread. That familiar torment, which had plagued her for over 20 years, resurfaced after nearly 3 years of absence. She fought to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. She attempted to cry out, yet no sound escaped her throat. A powerful force bound her tightly, rendering her immobile. Her heart raced, and her breath quickened. She had no idea how long this agony would persist, drowning her in despair and helplessness. As dawn broke, that bone-chilling sensation gradually faded, and Yi Yusin slowly awakened from her troubled dreams. How could this be? Feeling the dampness of her sheets from sweat, she realized her affliction had returned. "Yusin, what is going on? Why haven't you gotten up for work yet?" Zhu Li's voice called from outside the door, accompanied by a knock. "Mom, I'll be right there," Yi Yusin quickly replied, glancing at the clock. She saw it was already 9 in the morning. She hurriedly got out of bed, tidied her sheets, and rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. Looking in the mirror, she noted her pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After breakfast, Yi Yusin drove her Maybach out. But instead of heading to the Yi Corporation, she directed her car toward the family estate. As soon as she arrived, she hurriedly exited the car and ran to Yi Jianfeng, who was tending to the plants in the yard. "Yusin, why the urgency? Is there something wrong?" he asked, frowning as he paused his work to look at her. Gasping for breath, her face filled with fear and worry, she replied, "Grandpa, my illness flared up again last night." Hearing this, Yi Jianfeng's expression changed, and he quickly stood, moving closer to her, anxious. "What? It has returned again?" Tears welled in Yi Yusin's eyes as she spoke, her voice trembling. "Yes, it's just like before." Yi Jianfeng's face darkened, and he sighed. "How could it suddenly return? I thought your condition had improved." Yi Yusin sobbed, "Grandpa, I don't know why this is happening." "Don't worry, Yusin. I'll call the master right away," he assured her, turning to head inside. and picking up his phone to dial a number. As Yi Yusin stood anxiously waiting, her heart was filled with fear and uncertainty. Chapter 27. A breakthrough. After a while, Yi Jianfeng returned from his phone call, his expression grave. He looked at Yi Yusin and asked sternly, "Yusin, was that blind man not at the villa last night?" Yi Yusin lowered her head, responding softly, "Yes, Grandpa." She thought to herself, how does Grandpa know the blind man wasn't he at the villa? Could something have truly happened? Yi Jianfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he raised his voice, saying, "What is going on? Did I not explicitly state that the blind man must not leave the villa? Grandfather, Lin Yu's mother is hospitalized. He stayed at the hospital with her last night. So he hasn't returned." Yi Yusin replied, uncertain if Lin Yu was indeed at the hospital, fabricating a lie. Quickly bring him back to the villa. The master has warned that before your 24th birthday, the blind man must not leave the villa, otherwise. Yi Jianfeng's expression turned grave. "Grandfather, I understand. I will go to the hospital to bring him home right away." Yi Yusin hastily nodded, interrupting him. She felt a secret relief that her grandfather had not discovered that they had abandoned Lin Yu midway. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Go, remember my words. Or even the master may not be able to save you," Yi Jianfeng gravely reminded. After Yi Yusin departed, he fell into deep contemplation, recalling the master's words that if Yi Yusin did not live with Lin Yu before her 24th birthday, misfortune might befall her. Although he was skeptical of such claims, he chose to believe them for his granddaughter's safety. Meanwhile, in Songlong Bay, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce brilliance bursting forth from them. He felt a powerful force surging within him, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. After a night of cultivation, he had finally broken through to the first level of qi refining. "Haha, I have broken through to the first level of qi refining," Lin Yu excitedly murmured to himself. However, just as he was elated, a loud knocking on the door interrupted him. His mother, Zhong Xiahong, anxiously called from outside, "Xiaoyu, what is happening? Why is there such a strong odor coming from your room?" Hearing his mother's inquiry, Lin Yu was taken aback. He sniffed and realized that the entire room was indeed filled with a pungent smell. "Odor? Oh right, there seems to be a strange smell," he muttered, not yet aware of its source. It was only when he looked down and saw himself covered in a layer of black, sticky substance that the nauseating stench hit him. And he suddenly understood. This foul odor nearly made Lin Yu retch. It was utterly unbearable. What has happened to me? At that moment, a surge of information flooded his mind. This black slime was not an ordinary substance, but impurities expelled from his body. The reason he could break through to the qi refining stage so smoothly was due to the thorough purification and transformation his body had undergone. "Mom, it's fine. I'll take a shower in a moment," Lin Yu reassured his mother while opening the door and rushing toward the bathroom. As he passed by his sister Linya, she pinched her nose and teased, "Hey, brother, you didn't eat something bad, did you? Did you accidentally mess your pants? You little brat, what are you saying?" Lin Yu, too flustered to respond, felt his face burning with embarrassment and dashed into the bathroom. "Ha ha ha, that is hilarious." Of course, Lin Yu would not miss such a golden opportunity to tease her brother. She laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. "Xiaoya, what is so funny? We're about to head out. Help tidy up," Zhong Xiahong said, seeing Linya's exaggerated laughter. "Oh, okay, just let me laugh a bit more," Linya replied, still unable to contain her amusement. "Mom, wait for me. I'll join you after I shower." Lin Yu's voice came from the bathroom. "Brother, eat breakfast first. Then come. We're going over now. It's the weekend, and it'll be crowded. If we're late, there won't be good spots," Lin Yu reminded. "All right. I'll be there shortly," Lin Yu responded. At the entrance of Songlong Bay, a designated area for stalls was bustling with activity early on this Saturday morning. Since there wasn't a developed market around Songlong Bay, the stalls at the village entrance had become a popular gathering place. Those fortunate enough to have the weekend off ventured out in groups to relish this rare, leisurely time. "Good morning, Aunt Lon." Linya pushed her stall cart to Aunt Lon and greeted the surrounding vendors warmly. "Xiaoya, you're back. Are you setting up a stall this morning?" Aunt Lon was somewhat surprised, as Linya's family typically only sold in the afternoons and evenings due to Lin Tianhua's previous mobility issues. "Yes. My father's leg has healed, and he can't sit idle at home, so we're joining in the fun," Linya replied while skillfully preparing her stall. "Haha. Aunt Lon, our family owes quite a bit for my treatment. I can't just stay home all the time." Lin Tianhua and Zhong Xiahong approached, carrying a bucket of ingredients. "Oh, Tianhua's leg has completely recovered. Truly, the heavens have eyes," Aunt Lon exclaimed, genuinely happy to see Lin Tianhua's recovery. "Indeed, we owe it all to my little Yu. If it weren't for him, old man's leg might never have healed," Zhong Xiahong said proudly. "Xiahong, you mean little Yu healed Tianhua's leg?" Aunt Lan's mouth fell open, her eyes flashing with surprise and doubt, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Yes, it was indeed little you. Isn't that Lin Tianhua? What? His leg is no longer lame, and he is out here setting up a stall early in the morning. Just as Zhong Xiahong was about to say more, a boisterous voice interrupted from behind. Everyone turned to see a group of ruffians swaggering towards them. Led by a man with a scarred face, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a cocky tilt to his head, and a menacing glare in his eyes. He walked with an exaggerated swagger, his loose clothing swaying with his movements, revealing tattoos peeking from his neck. The others following him also exuded a rough demeanor. Some with brightly dyed hair, others with exaggerated earrings. Their presence cast an unsettling aura over the street. Chapter 28. Scarred-faced Chong Lin Tianhua's expression changed, his brows furrowing in anger. These individuals were notorious troublemakers in the area, known for bullying the weak. The scarred leader, scarred-faced Chong, had broken Lin Tianhua's legs 3 years prior. Zhong Xiahong, sensing the danger, quickly grabbed Lin Tianhua's hand, signaling him to remain calm. She was well aware of their viciousness and wished to prevent Lin Tianhua from getting hurt again. What? Are you all silent now that we're here? Afraid, are we? Scarred-faced Chong swaggered up to Lin Tianhua, poking his chest with a finger in provocation. Don't think just because your legs are better, you can act tough. Let me tell you, in this area, we call the shots. Lin Tianhua took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and coldly replied, What do you want? Humph. What do we want? Of course, we're here to collect a fee. Scarred-faced Chong grinned, extending his hand towards Lin Tianhua, demanding money. 500. Hand it over quickly. Lin Tianhua frowned, glaring at scarred-faced Chong, and retorted coldly, I already paid once a few days ago. Why do I have to pay again? Less talking. You need to pay when we say so. The previous payment was for the afternoon and evening. Who told you to set up a stall here in the morning? If you don't pay, do you believe we'll smash your stall? A young man with yellow hair behind scarred-faced Chong threatened viciously, as if ready to overturn Lin Tianhua's stall at a moment's notice. Scarred-faced Chong, don't go too far. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yu stepped forward, glaring defiantly at scarred-faced Chong. Oh, isn't this my little ya? Haven't seen you in a while. You're looking more radiant. Scarred-faced Chong leered at Lin Yu, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I'm disgusted. Who is your little ya? Do you have no shame, Scarface? Lin Yu glared at Scarface with disdain, her voice tinged with anger and contempt. Ha ha. I adore your fiery spirit. Here's the deal. Agree to be my girlfriend, and I'll waive your stall fee. Moreover, with me protecting your family, no one will dare bully you, Scarface boasted, as if he held all the power. Go find your mother to be your girlfriend. Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you look like? Lin Yu retorted without reservation, her eyes filled with determination and defiance. You filthy bitch. Don't blame me if you regret it, Scarface roared in fury, grabbing Lin Yu's hair and pulling her into his embrace. I'll fight you all. Lin Tianhua, witnessing his daughter being bullied, felt his eyes turn red in an instant. He picked up a kitchen knife from the stall and charged at Scarface. You old fool. How dare you challenge Brother Chong? A young man with yellow hair kicked Lin Tianhua in the stomach while swinging a metal rod at him. Ah no. As the metal rod was about to strike Lin Tianhua's forehead, both Zhong Xiahong and Lin Yu screamed in despair. If that rod hit, Lin Tianhua would either die or be severely injured. However, at that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a silver flash hurtling towards them. Bang! The silver light struck the young man's wrist, the immense force causing him to immediately drop the rod. Ah! He cried out in pain, losing his grip. Lin Yu then silently appeared before the yellow-haired youth, his face twisted in anger, seeking death. Before the young man could react, he was sent flying, landing several meters away. His head bent at an unnatural angle, his life uncertain. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Even Scarface trembled. Who is this person? How incredibly powerful. Let her go? Lin Yu fixed a piercing gaze on Scarface, who still held Lin Yu tightly. Despite Lin Yu's desperate struggles, Scarface's grip was like iron, rendering her attempts futile. Oh, it's you, Lin Yu the blind one. Scarface recognized Lin Yu, having grown up in the same village. But he never expected the once meek Lin Yu to have become so formidable. Impossible, it must be a stroke of luck. After all, he is still blind. Scarface thought to himself, recalling Lin Yu's past weaknesses. I'll say it again. Let her go. Lin Yu's tone grew colder, his gaze sharp as a blade, intimidating. Haha, I thought you were someone formidable. Just a blind man trying to make me release little ya? Scarface mocked, dismissing Lin Yu entirely. Scarface, for the sake of our shared childhood, I'll give you one last chance. Release my sister, Lin Yu stated sternly. However, Scarface only sneered, replying disdainfully, Lin Yu, You've got it all wrong. Here's the deal. On account of our upbringing, kneel and beg me. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you all live. The yellow-haired youth chimed in. Exactly. Lin Yu, what right does a blind man have to speak to Brother Chong like that? Hurry and kneel. Maybe Brother Chong will spare your family. Since you refuse to release her, do not blame me for being merciless, Lin Yu declared, cutting off their banter. He dashed toward Scarface, his hands moving like shadows, swiftly gripping Scarface's arm and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, Scarface's arm was broken. Ah! He screamed in agony. Releasing Lin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu pulled Lin Yu behind him for protection. You dare break my arm. Scarface glared at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. I offered you a chance. It is not my fault you squandered it, Lin Yu replied coldly. Isn't Lin Yu supposed to be blind? When did he become so powerful? The onlookers were in disbelief at Scarface's plight. Are you all dead? Get up and break his limbs. Scarface bellowed, his voice laced with murderous intent. Yes, avenge Brother Chong. Scarface's followers, snapping out of their shock, brandished their weapons and lunged at Lin Yu with fierce intent. Yet, Lin Yu stood unfazed before the approaching thugs. A smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, very well, I shall eliminate all of you and rid the world of your menace. With that, he vanished in a blur, weaving through the crowd. Chapter 29, I am your master. Bang, bang, bang. As the sounds of battle erupted, Lin Yu displayed astonishing skill and speed. His strikes were like a tempest, each blow packed with immense force that left the thugs utterly defenseless. Within moments, Scarface's followers were sent sprawling, incapacitated like discarded rag dolls. Who are you really? Scarface asked in terror, his heart racing as he beheld the spectacle before him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu, perceiving him as a monster. Lin Yu stepped in front of Scarface and delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving a vivid red mark. Now you know, I am your master. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Master Yu. Yes, indeed, you are my master. I, Xiangzi, failed to recognize your greatness and humbly beg for your forgiveness, considering our shared upbringing. Scarface quickly surrendered, realizing he was outmatched. Oh, you've surrendered? Just a moment ago, you were threatening to break my limbs, Lin Yu teased. I would never dare. Knowing Master Yu's formidable prowess, I would never dream of bothering you or having any ill intentions towards little Yu, Scarface insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Is that so? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. It was a slip of the tongue. I promise never to harbor any thoughts about Lin Yu again, Scarface stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I heard that you broke my father's leg? Lin Yu's tone turned frigid. It was a misunderstanding, Scarface stuttered. A chill running down his spine. A misunderstanding? Very well. Today I shall break your legs, and as for your arm, consider it interest. Lin Yu's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Scarface felt a wave of terror wash over him. Lin Yu, do not go too far. Do you know who I am connected to? Scarface's expression shifted dramatically, realizing Lin Yu's intent. Oh, who might that be? Do share. Lin Yu feigned ignorance, a mocking smile on his lips. The preceding battle had allowed him to fully appreciate the immense power of the Starry Sky technique. Even using less than a fraction of his strength, the thugs had fallen, groaning in pain. This had piqued his interest in Scarface's connections. After all, if he did not resolve this matter today, he and his family would likely face endless troubles in the future. Have you heard of King Duyin? Scarface's eyes flickered with a hint of reverence. King Duyin? Lin Yu pretended to be astonished, a strange smile gracing his face while he secretly reveled in amusement. For Lin Yu had already informed him of Scarface's backing the previous night. Indeed, King Du is the current overlord of the underground world in Jiangzhou. Scarface's voice trembled with fear and respect. You know King Duyin? Lin Yu continued to feign ignorance. This is not the case. I am neither noble nor capable enough to know Master Du. Beneath Master Du are four formidable masters. Brother Xiong from the east, Brother Lang from the south, Brother Hu from the west, and Sister Ying from the north. Among them, Brother Lang oversees the entire southern region of Jiangzhou, and I serve as his subordinate. If you think you're strong, just as I was about to finish speaking, I was interrupted by Lin Yu. Then let your Brother Lang come. I am eager to see if the Brother Lang you speak of is truly as ferocious as a wolf. All right, Lin Yu, you said it. I was initially inclined to let this matter slide, considering our brotherhood, but since you insist on escalating things, I shall summon Brother Lang. Dao Bachong cast a sinister glance at Lin Yu. Brotherhood? What kind of brotherhood do we share? The children of Songlong Bei have grown up under your oppression. Do you really believe you have brothers there? Lin Yu's gaze was icy as he stared at Dao Bachong. Xiaoyu, perhaps we should let this go. We cannot afford to provoke the people of Du Yanwan. At that moment, Lin Tianhua, having regained his senses, approached Lin Yu, his voice trembling. Yes, Xiaoyu. Since Xiangzi is willing to overlook it, let us just let it go. We cannot afford this trouble, Aunt Lan chimed in. Onlookers murmured, oh no. Provoking Daoba Chong will surely make their lives miserable. Indeed, who does this blind fool think he is, daring to confront the likes of Daoba Chong? However, in the face of the crowd's advice and concern, Lin Yu merely responded with indifference. It's fine. I can handle this matter. Xiao Yu, your eyes have just recovered. Please don't be reckless. Since Xiangzi is letting it go, why not do the same? His mother, Zhong Xiahong, said anxiously. Let it go? They bullied Xiao Ye and broke my father's legs. Is it too lenient to just let this go? Lin Yu's voice brimmed with uncontainable anger. As a man, one would not easily forgive such humiliation against one's family. Alas, what can we do as common folk? Zhong Xiahong sighed helplessly. Today, I will make them aware of my strength. From now on, no one in Songlong Bay will dare to bully my family again, Lin Yu declared resolutely. All right, I'll call Brother Lang. I'm curious to see how you will protect your family, Daoba Chong said, pulling out his phone to dial. After a brief conversation, Daoba Chong hung up and turned to Lin Yu with a menacing glare, saying, my boss will arrive in about 10 minutes. Just wait for your demise. Haha. You dare threaten me? I'll break your legs first and see what your boss can do when he arrives. Lin Yu's voice was chilling. You dare? Before Daoba Chong could finish, a sharp cracking sound echoed, followed by his agonized scream. His legs bent at unnatural angles, clearly broken. His face contorted in pain. Beads of sweat rolling down, and the distinctive scar on his face made him appear even more terrifying. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Heavens! Lin Yu actually broke Daoba Chong's legs. This kid is ruthless. When Brother Lang arrives, he surely won't let him off. Shall you run? Zhong Xiahong's eyes were filled with fear. Yet, Lin Yu remained remarkably calm. He glanced back at his terrified mother and reassured her, Mom, don't worry, it's fine. After finally reuniting as a family, how could I possibly run away alone? Chapter 30. Are we running a zoo? Then, Lin Yu turned to his father and said, Dad, let us set up our stall. So many people are waiting to witness the spectacle. I anticipate good business today. Zhong Xiahong's fear gradually dissipated, replaced by trust in her son. Yes, since we've finally reunited as a family, even if that Brother Lang comes, we will face it together. She nodded and began to busy herself. Lin Yu stood beside them, watching her brother Lin Yu, filled not with fear, but with admiration. Thus, she joined her parents in setting up the stall. Lin Yu then pulled up a chair, confidently seated himself before Daoba Chong, awaiting Brother Lang's arrival. 10 minutes later, the roar of motorcycles reverberated from the outskirts of the crowd, and the throng instinctively parted to create a path. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? Before the figure even appeared, a booming voice echoed, vibrating the eardrums of those nearby. Soon, a burly man, flanked by a group of followers, swaggered through the crowd. Why is Daoba Chong kneeling? Did you not mention my name? The muscular man glared at Daoba Chong in disbelief. Brother Bao, I even mentioned our Master Du's name. But this kid said Master Du is nothing. Even if Master Du himself came, he would still be disrespectful, Daoba Chong lamented, exaggerating his plight. How is this possible? Lin Yu was at a loss for words, astonished at Daoba Chong's audacity. Kid, you have quite the bravado. Do you know who our Master Du is? Brother Bao's gaze bore a fierce glint as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yu. The Master Du you speak of must be Du Yanwang. Merely a thug at best. If you have the courage, bring him forth. I assure you he wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Lin Yu declared with unwavering confidence. Ha ha ha, a mere child, yet he dares to boast so shamelessly. He clearly knows nothing of his own limitations. Brother Bao mocked. Do you think residing in Songlong Bay makes you a dragon? Dream on. He continued with derision. Well, more or less, Lin Yu replied calmly. After receiving the legacy of the old man of the wilderness, Lin Yu truly considered himself a dragon, albeit one that currently crawled on the ground, waiting for the opportune moment to soar and reign supreme. Oh, right. You're a leopard, not some wolf. Is Master Du running a zoo? It seems the park director has been negligent, allowing all sorts of creatures to make a ruckus. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight, peculiar smile. At this, laughter erupted from the onlookers. Ha ha, this guy is quite the oddball, comparing these people to animals in a zoo. Yet his audacity is astonishing, openly provoking Master Du. He is surely courting death. Another chimed in. Indeed, this fellow is far too arrogant. Even joking about Master Du very well. You dare jest about Master Du? Since you're so brazen, how would you like to die? Brother Ji glared at Lin Yu, his tone laced with menace. Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, before slowly stating, I have no desire to die, nor will I. At this, Brother Ji was consumed with rage, bellowing, Brothers, attack. Teach this insufferable brat a lesson. With Brother Bao's command, dozens of burly men closed in, their faces twisted in ferocity, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light, eager to devour Lin Yu whole. Haha, the subordinates of Little Leopard are indeed different. Little Chong, did you see that? This is how one navigates the underworld. Unlike your scrawny subordinates who can hardly fill their stomachs. Lin Yu remained unfazed, contemplating how he might hone his skills against these men. Just then, a woman's voice unexpectedly cut through the tension. Oh, is this a movie being filmed? Huh. Everyone paused, taken aback that someone dared to speak up at such a critical moment. As I turned towards the sound, I beheld a woman clad in leather attire. Her raven hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of spirited elegance. It's you. What brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Lin Yu was taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Du Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the infamous king of hell, Du Ha. I finally found you. I've searched high and low for you. Du Xiaoxiao complained, disregarding the burly men surrounding Lin Yu and maneuvering through the crowd to stand beside him. What is going on? Another one who isn't afraid of death? The onlookers murmured, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. What do you want with me? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled by Du Xiaoxiao's unexpected visit. Of course, I'm here to repay your life-saving grace, Du Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully. Do you know? I scoured the villa area for news of you, but to no avail. Fortunately, I managed to get your number from Director Sun, and I had my father locate your whereabouts. Little did Du Xiaoxiao know that Lin Yu had been virtually invisible in the villa area for 3 years, rarely venturing out. And even those who knew him could not reconcile the image of the small miracle doctor she spoke of with the reality. Hearing her words, Lin Yu sighed. Well, you helped me before, so I suppose we are even now. However, Du Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed by his response. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she exclaimed with excitement. Are you an actor? Is there a film being shot here? Can I join? Seeing the naive excitement on her face, Lin Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, he was interrupted by a bystander. Miss, this isn't a film set. The underworld is at work here. You should leave quickly to avoid harm. Yet, Du Xiaoxiao remained undeterred, her enthusiasm only heightened. Oh, so it's not a movie. That's even better. I'm more interested in a fight. I want to join. With that, she assumed a ready stance, eager to engage. At that moment, Brother Leopard, standing behind, could no longer contain himself. Damn it, who let this lunatic out? Get lost, or I'll beat you too. His expression darkened, clearly growing impatient. Chapter 31. A bunch of cowards nevertheless. Du Xiaoxiao was unperturbed by his ferocity. She turned sharply, glaring at Brother Leopard, and retorted, Who are you to be so fierce? Can't you see I'm speaking with my lifesaver? In an instant, she transformed from a naive girl into a commanding presence, her demeanor reflecting the poise of a true lady. Brother Leopard was momentarily taken aback, his tone softening as he asked, Who are you? Raising an eyebrow, Du Xiaoxiao smirked. Why do you need to know? Fine, you want to fight? Come on, I'll play along. With that, she cracked her knuckles audibly. Wait, this girl is a martial artist. This could be entertaining, Lin Yu murmured, having recently gained the ability to discern other strengths. He sensed a formidable power within Du Xiaoxiao, clearly marking her as a warrior. Noticing Lin Yu's reaction, Brother Leopard questioned suspiciously, What are you mumbling about? Are you scared? Lin Yu smiled slyly. Brother Leopard. She is challenging you. Come on, don't back down. You won't let a girl defeat you, will you? With crossed arms, he adopted a stance of amusement, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Brother Leopard, incensed, retorted, You little brat, how shameless. Using a girl as a shield. Come out and face me yourself. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Could this girl be the eldest daughter of the Yi family? No wonder Lin Yu is so fearless. He has the backing of the Yi family. I was wondering why the Lin family suddenly became so bold. It must be due to this son-in-law of the Yi family. Even Lin Yu's mother, Zhong Xiahong, couldn't help but inquire, Xiaoyu, this girl isn't Uxin, is she? Lin Yu quickly shook his head, denying it. Mom, Uxin is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She wouldn't act like that. Hey, Lin Yu, what do you mean by that? Du Xiaoxiao, feeling slighted, thought to herself that she too was a lady of the Du family. With a frown, she retorted, Do you look down on me? Lin Yu hastily waved his hands, smiling apologetically. No, I absolutely didn't mean that. Please, continue. With a huff, Du Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, stating, I'll settle this with you later. She then turned her attention back to Brother Leopard and his companions. Brother Leopard, however, ignored her entirely, directing his scorn towards Lin Yu. So, you're the blind son-in-law of the Yi family. What? Do you think having the Yi family behind you means you can disregard Master Du? Let me tell you. Even if the king of hell himself came today, it wouldn't matter. Du Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed slightly. Are you with old Du? Brother Leopard sneered. Old Du? How dare you refer to Master Du like that? Who are you? With a smile, Du Xiaoxiao replied. I didn't realize old Du's people were bullying the weak down here. Today, I'll take it upon myself to manage this. With a crack, a whip appeared in Du Xiaoxiao's hand, and before anyone could react, she lashed out at Brother Chicken, catching him by surprise. Brother Leopard had not anticipated that Du Xiaoxiao would strike without warning. He was caught off guard and let out a pained yelp. Damn it, you filthy wench. You actually dared to hit me. Everyone, attack. It doesn't matter who she is. Just don't kill her. Brother Chicken shouted angrily. Du Xiaoxiao smirked, a look of disdain on her face. I'm curious to see what you garbage can do to me. The sudden turn of events left Brother Leopard pale and trembling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He felt a chill along his neck, his heart brimming with dread. Grandma! Oh no, please spare me, great hero. Brother Leopard pleaded in terror, his voice tinged with a sob. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. If he mishandled the situation, his life could be at stake. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged from beneath him. He had, in fact, urinated in his pants. The liquid trickled down his legs, creating a yellow stain, and an unpleasant odor permeated the air. What kind of people are under old Du? A bunch of cowards. Du Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose in disgust, tossing aside her long knife and preparing to flee. Yes, we are all cowards. Grandma, I'm done playing. Can I leave now? Brother Leopard nodded and bowed, a fawning smile on his face. Leave? You've caused quite a stir early in the morning, disrupting business. Are you sure you want to leave like this? Du Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, coldly glaring at Brother Chicken. Brother Leopard's eyes darted, and he suddenly understood Du Xiaoxiao's intent. He turned to the kneeling scarred Chong, who was unable to move, and said, Chong, this mess was caused by you. So you shall bear the losses today. Yes, Brother Leopard, I will take responsibility, scarred Chong replied, his head bowed, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, internally lamenting his fate. Yellow Hair, go to Lin Tianhua's stall and skin the code. Compensate them 500. Brother Leopard instructed the nearby Yellow Hair. 500? Are you sending a beggar off? Du Xiaoxiao raised her whip, glaring fiercely at scarred Chong. No, 5,000. Transfer 5,000 to him. Scarred Chong hurriedly exclaimed, fearing Du Xiaoxiao's wrath. Du Xiaoxiao brandished her whip, ready to strike. Scarred Chong trembled in fear and quickly said, 50,000. I will transfer 50,000. Now that's more like it. Du Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, retracting her whip. Turning to Lin Yu, her face brightened with a naive and adorable expression. She blinked and asked, Lin Yu, are you satisfied with this amount? Lin Yu could only smile helplessly, secretly marveling at how this seemingly innocent girl was so difficult to deal with. He replied, no problem. As long as you're happy. Brother Leopard found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple girl would be so troublesome. With a wry smile, he said, Grandma, can we leave now? Du Xiaoxiao nodded and waved dismissively at Brother Chicken, scram. Brother Leopard felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, hastily departing with his men. Just as they were about to leave in their vehicle, Du Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled something and shouted, oh right. Go back and tell your boss do that from today onward. The territory of Canglong Bay is under Lin Yu's command. If anyone dares to cause trouble here again, I will ensure they cannot bear the consequences. Humph. With that, she raised her fist in a show of defiance. Brother Leopard and his companions dared not voice any objections, eagerly nodding in agreement before hastily departing. Once Brother Leopard and his group had left, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Du Xiaoxiao retrieved a chair from the stall, seated herself opposite Lin Yu, and extended her right hand. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Du Xiaoxiao, and I thank you for saving my life. As she spoke, a faint fragrance wafted into Lin Yu's nostrils, reminiscent of the delicate scent of pear blossoms, evoking a sense of tranquil softness. Lin Yu was taken aback by the pleasant aroma emanating from this brash little girl. He looked up at Du Xiaoxiao, lightly tapping her fair hand, and replied softly, Lin Yu. Du Xiaoxiao, slightly annoyed, retorted, what kind of expression is that? A beautiful woman is right in front of you, and you have no thoughts whatsoever? Lin Yu answered with indifference, no? Who would dare have thoughts about the daughter of the formidable Du Yama? Du Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, a hint of irritation in her voice as she said, cut it out. He is he, and I am I. Don't lump me together with him. Lin Yu chuckled, finding this little devil quite amusing. He continued, no need for further gratitude. It was thanks to you that I got to the hospital that day. Otherwise, my mother's life might have been in jeopardy. We are even now. One thing at a time. I came here specifically to thank you. I owe you my life, and I am willing to offer myself in return. Du Xiaoxiao declared, kneeling before Lin Yu. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on her words, startled by her sudden action. Brother, what on earth is happening? Lin Yu looked at the scene before her, puzzled and astonished. She could not comprehend how the two who had been chatting amicably moments ago could suddenly be on their knees. At that moment, their mother, Zhong Xiaohong, noticed the commotion and rushed over. Seeing Du Xiaoxiao kneeling, she quickly exclaimed, Xiaoyu, what are you doing? How can you let this young lady kneel before you? Quickly help her up. Lin Yu, looking exasperated, explained, this has nothing to do with me. She chose to kneel on her own. I certainly did not force her. Zhong Xiaohong hurriedly helped Du Xiaoxiao up, gently saying, get up, dear. We should be thanking you today. If anyone should kneel, it should be us to you. Du Xiaoxiao lifted her head, gratitude sparkling in her eyes as she replied, Auntie, that's not it. Yesterday, Lin Yu saved me at the hospital. She recounted in detail how Lin Yu had rescued her after the car accident. Upon hearing Du Xiaoxiao's account, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, wow. I didn't realize my brother was so skilled. I remember he never seemed to read books growing up, let alone any on traditional Chinese medicine. She felt increasingly perplexed by her brother, who had just regained his sight. Lin Yu, if you can't say anything worthwhile, then don't speak at all. What do you know about me not reading? Lin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as his sister exposed his past. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Yi Yusin. What is wrong with this woman? Didn't she say she didn't want me back? Why is she calling me again? Lin Yu frowned and muttered before hanging up. The phone rang again. Yi Yusin was calling back. Xiaoyu, that must be a call from the Yi family. Hurry and answer it. Yu Haven T returned all night. They're probably worried about you. Zhong Xiaohong urged when she saw Lin Yu ignoring the call. Yes, Xiaoyu, there was an agreement that you couldn't meet us. But they allowed you to come out to take care of your mother. If you don't answer, what if the Yi family holds it against you? Lin Tianhua added anxiously. Brother, you should go back. I'll take care of mom and dad, Lin Yu said earnestly, appearing quite mature for her age. Let us see what she has to say. Lin Yu smirked, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He then pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Yi Yusin's icy voice came through. Hello, where are you? Chapter 33. Yi Yusin's panic. Lin Yu feigned a pitiful tone, saying, where am I? I have no idea. I might have fallen into a ditch. Everything around me is damp. Upon hearing this, Yi Yusin's tone shifted to one of urgency. Lin Yu, are you okay? Don't scare me. Call out to see if anyone is around. I'll drive over to get you. Lin Yu continued to pretend his voice was hoarse. There isn't a soul in sight. I could shout until my voice gives out, and no one would come. Yi Yusin grew increasingly anxious. Lin Yu, don't panic. I'll send officers to find you. However, Lin Yu suddenly altered his demeanor, responding coldly. I say, Yi Yusin, spare me your feigned compassion. If it weren't for you and your mother abandoning me halfway, would I be trapped in this desolate ditch? This call is merely to confirm whether I am still alive, isn't it? No, that's not it. Yi Yusin began to clarify, but Lin Yu impatiently interrupted. Isn't Julie hoping for my demise? Once I am gone, you would be free from the shackles of marriage and could pursue your happiness. Why then? Do you pretend to care for me? Yi Yusin hurriedly explained, I apologize, Lin Yu. I was quite irrational yesterday, though I do not harbor fond feelings for you. We are, after all, publicly recognized as a couple. I certainly did not wish for your death. Lin Yu scoffed. Enough, Yi Yusin. I do not care what your intentions are. Just do not seek me out again. Lin Yu, do not forget that there is a contract between your family and the Yi family. Even if you were to die, the Yi family could still hold your parents accountable for compensation, Yi Yusin threatened. Upon hearing the mention of compensation, Lin Yu felt a pang of unease. Noting his hesitation, Yi Yusin continued, fine, I admit I was wrong yesterday. I should not have left you alone in that desolate place. I apologize. Is this really Yi Yusin, the aloof young lady, apologizing to me? Where is your usual arrogance? Lin Yu teased. Let me be clear. If you do not return today, prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. Frustrated by Lin Yu's jibe, Yi Yusin hung up. Something must be amiss. Otherwise, she wouldn't care about my life or offer an apology. Lin Yu pondered, staring at the disconnected call. As Yi Yusin angrily ended the call, Julie hurried over, anxiously asking, what happened, daughter? Where's that blind fool? Yi Yusin replied truthfully, he seems to have fallen into a ditch, but judging by his voice, he should be fine. Julie gritted her teeth and cursed. That blind fool is quite lucky. Why didn't he drown in that ditch? Worrying for her mother, Yi Yusin softly said, Mom, if Lin Yu were to die, we would be held responsible. Moreover, my illness has flared up again. Grandpa insists that I must bring Lin Yu back. If I fail, it could mean. Her voice trailed off, barely audible. Julie glared at Yi Yusin, impatiently cutting her off. What do you mean could mean? What is there to fear? Even if Lin Yu dies, Grandpa would not blame us. Mom, I mean if the illness resurfaces, I might not have another chance, Yi Yusin said. Her lips trembling and voice quivering, revealing a profound fear and helplessness in her eyes. What do you mean by might not have another chance? Yusin, do not scare me. Zhu Li's heart sank, and she grasped Yi Yusin's hand tightly, filled with concern. Yi Yusin took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner turmoil, according to Master Yang. If my illness flares up again, I could die? This statement detonated within Zhu Li's heart like a bomb. She stared at Yi Yusin, her eyes wide with disbelief, her body unconsciously beginning to tremble. Though she often treated Lin Yu harshly, her attitude towards her two daughters was entirely different, filled instead with affection. What? Die? Yusin, quickly. Go find that blind fool. Zhu Li's voice was laced with urgency. But is it really that miraculous? If that fool stays at home, will your illness not flare up? She found everything too incredible to fathom, yet felt compelled to believe Yi Yusin's words. Mom, please stop talking. We must find a way to bring Lin Yu back. Yi Yusin said, her anxiety palpable. Zhu Li gritted her teeth and immediately dialed the enforcement team. Hello, enforcement team? I wish to report a missing person. Someone in my family has disappeared. Please send someone to assist us in the search. After hanging up, Zhu Li reassured Yi Yusin. All right, Yusin, do not panic. The enforcement team will help us find Lin Yu. Yi Yusin nodded, then as if struck by a sudden thought, grabbed the car keys from the table and headed out. Mom, wait for the enforcement team at home. I will drive and look for him along the way. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having been disconnected by Yi Yusin, had already joined his parents and sister in their busy endeavors. Lin Yu, you wouldn't really be helping your uncle and aunt with their stall, would you? Du Xiaoxiao asked, munching on a freshly baked pancake. Did you not hear? I am the son-in-law of the Yi family. I hardly need to do any labor, Lin Yu smiled. After gaining his inheritance, Lin Yu's temperament underwent a remarkable transformation. He no longer found the title of son-in-law burdensome. As the saying goes, as long as one is not embarrassed, it is others who feel awkward. I truly do not understand how someone with your medical expertise would settle for being a son-in-law, Du Xiaoxiao mused, scratching her head in confusion. Well, that is because you do not know me well enough. However, I do enjoy the life of working together as a family at a stall, Lin Yu remarked, watching his family bustle about with a satisfied smile. By the way, I just called my dad to update him on the situation here. No one should dare to bully uncle and aunt anymore. Also, my dad wants you to come over for lunch. I wonder if you have time, Du Xiaoxiao continued. No need for lunch. I just returned, and there are many matters to attend to at home, Lin Yu replied. Make time. Make time. Xiaoxiao. Tell your dad that Xiao Yu is free for lunch. Zhong Xiahong interjected, cutting off Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, your father and I will handle things at home. Since Xiaoxiao's dad is inviting you to lunch, it would be a good opportunity for you to express your gratitude, Zhong Xiahong added. Chapter 34, Du Family Villa Mom. You seem to have it backward. Shouldn't he be the one thanking me for saving his daughter? Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him at his mother's words. Child, Zhong Xiahong laughed helplessly. Xiao Yu, just go with Xiaoxiao. It has been years since you engaged with society. You need to get out more and see the world, Lin Tianhua said earnestly. Beside them, Lin Yu chimed in cheerfully. Yes, brother, don't you think Sister Xiaoxiao is quite beautiful? Why not get to know her better? You never know. At this, Du Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Yu playfully smeared some batter on his sister's face, pretending to be angry. You little rascal, what are you saying? Fuming. Lin Yu stomped her feet, wiping her face as she hid behind their father, Lin Tianhua, and pouted. Dad, look at what brother did to my face. Lin Tianhua chuckled helplessly, gently patting his daughter's head. All right, stop the fuss. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. And soon the whole family erupted in joyous laughter. However, Du Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, appeared somewhat despondent. She silently observed the cheerful family before her, feeling a bittersweet pang of envy. If only Lin Yu's illness could be cured, how wonderful that would be. As this thought crossed her mind, tears began to well in Du Xiaoxiao's eyes. What's wrong? Lin Yu keenly noticed her unusual demeanor, concern etched on his face. Du Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within her. Nothing, just got some sand in my eyes. Oh, as long as you're fine, Lin Yu nodded, then added. Let us head to lunch early. I need to return to help with the stall this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoxiao's mood lifted significantly, and she smiled. Okay, I'll let my dad know. Soon, after bidding farewell to his family, Lin Yu climbed into Du Xiaoxiao's Range Rover. It must be said that the wild exterior of the Land Rover Range Rover perfectly complements Du Xiaoxiao's figure-hugging leather attire, creating a unique allure. What a splendid vehicle, Lin Yu remarked, seated in the passenger seat, as he absorbed the luxurious and sophisticated interior of the Range Rover, genuinely impressed. Du Xiaoxiao smiled slightly and explained, "This car actually belongs to my father. He rarely drives it. My own car was damaged in an accident yesterday, so I had no choice but to take this one." Lin Yu sighed with envy. Indeed, being wealthy has its perks. For many men, owning a luxury car is undoubtedly a cherished dream, especially one as opulent as this off-road vehicle. "Hey, Lin Yu, I'm quite curious about why you became the son-in-law of the Yi family." Bored, Du Xiaoxiao resumed her gossiping. As this question pricked at her like a needle, she felt discomfort until she understood the situation. "Oh, do you genuinely wish to know?" Lin Yu looked at Du Xiaoxiao, the corners of his mouth curving into a mysterious smile. "Of course. Until I understand this matter, I doubt I could eat lunch," Du Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. "Well, since you're so interested, I shall tell you." Lin Yu nodded, a hint of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. "Do you remember the citywide bounty from the Yi family 3 years ago? The selected blind university student was me." Lin Yu spoke slowly, his voice tinged with self-deprecation. "Oh, you are the student who was blinded by the meteors?" Du Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Lin Yu. "Indeed, that is I." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. "I apologize for bringing up a painful memory. It was not my intention, I was merely curious." Du Xiaoxiao expressed with a hint of regret. "Oh, it's nothing. It's all in the past." Lin Yu smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. The two engaged in a light and easy conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and congenial. After approximately half an hour, Du Xiaoxiao drove into an opulent residential community. "We're here. Let us get out," she declared, bringing the car to a stop, leaping out of the driver's seat, and tossing her ponytail with a spirited flair. The Du family villa, located in the heart of Jiangqing's prestigious central Yipin community, was surrounded by an elegant environment, shaded by verdant trees and picturesque scenery. This community is a coveted residence for many affluent figures in Jiangqing, who take pride in living here. The Du family's villa stood out prominently. It was a 3-story standalone mansion covering approximately 1,000 square meters. The architectural style was grand and imposing, evoking a sense of solemnity. The villa's exterior design was uniquely crafted, embodying a modern minimalist style, with clean and flowing lines, harmonious color combinations, and an immediate sense of nobility and elegance. Upon arriving at the Du family villa, Lin Yu was awestruck by the sight before him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he silently mused. This villa is truly magnificent. Compared to the Yi family villa, the Du family residence was a world apart. Purchasing such a villa in central Yipin was an unattainable dream for an ordinary person, something even a lifetime of hard work might not achieve. At this moment, Du Jinming had long awaited at the entrance. As the overlord of Jiangqing, he would not necessarily greet even the city lord. However, Lin Yu was different. This extraordinary individual had saved his precious daughter's life and displayed remarkable medical skills. Moreover, befriending someone as skilled as Lin Yu was akin to securing an additional layer of life assurance. In this world, health and life are undoubtedly the most invaluable treasures, and having a talented physician as a friend signifies timely aid in critical moments. Therefore, Du Jinming placed great importance on this meeting with Lin Yu, hoping to forge a profound friendship. "Ha ha ha, Dr. Lin, welcome to our humble abode." Du Jinming greeted with a beaming smile, grasping Lin Yu's hand firmly. "Hello, Uncle Du." Lin Yu replied modestly, nodding slightly, a flicker of humility in his eyes. "Come in, there's no need for such formalities." Du Xiaoxiao shot her father an exasperated glance and slipped inside. Ahem, Du Jinming coughed awkwardly, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. "This girl has been spoiled by me. I hope Dr. Lin does not take offense," Du Jinming expressed with an apologetic demeanor. Chapter 35. Lingering resentment. What is happening today, Master Du? Why is he being so courteous to a young man in his 20s? Could this youth be from a prominent family? The bodyguards beside Du Jinming exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting their confusion. "No worries," Lin Yu smiled gently, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint grin. "I actually prefer Miss Du's straightforwardness. As a young person, I too dislike excessive formalities." Why is there such a heavy air of resentment in this house? Upon entering the villa, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, sensing a dense aura of grievance hovering above the living room. "Dr. Lin, what is it?" Du Jinming inquired, observing Lin Yu's serious expression as he gazed toward the ceiling. "Master Du, do you not feel the weight of resentment in this house?" Lin Yu stated gravely. "Resentment?" Du Jinming responded, slightly baffled, furrowing his brow. We all carry some bitterness from our experiences in this world, but if there were any resentment, it shouldn't linger in this home. Huh, what kind of doctor is he? He seems more like a charlatan. Master Du must be enchanted by this fellow. One bodyguard muttered under his breath. Indeed, the title of King Du is not given lightly. Even the most unwelcome spirits would be terrified to intrude upon this home. Another bodyguard concurred. Paying no heed to their remarks, Lin Yu began to gesture with his fingers, slightly closing his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Du Jinming. Is someone in your family ill, yet the hospital cannot diagnose the ailment? Du Jinming's expression soured upon hearing this. He then turned to glance at Du Xiaoxiao, a hint of reproach in his eyes, suspecting she had divulged family matters to others. Old Du, don't look at me. I haven't said a word. Du Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, realizing her father's unspoken meaning and waving her hands defensively. I didn't mean it that way. Du Jinming felt slightly embarrassed after being reprimanded by his daughter. Haha, it's all right. Lin Yu smiled, indicating he was not offended. Dr. Lin, do you also understand the principles of Tao? Du Jinming asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Well, I know a bit, Lin Yu nodded. The moment he entered the villa, it felt as if a surge of knowledge regarding Tao had been activated within his mind, flooding him with insights. Are you suggesting that my sister's strange illness is due to this resentment? Du Xiaoxiao seemed to grasp something, leaping up from the sofa in excitement. Yes, it is likely this resentment causing the trouble. However, to be certain, I must see the patient, Lin Yu responded, not daring to fully assert that this was the sole cause without examining the individual. All right, follow me. I'll take you there right now, Du Xiaoxiao exclaimed, barely taking the time to put on her shoes as she eagerly pulled Lin Yu toward the second floor of the villa. Come, let us go see. Du Jinming signaled to the bodyguards to follow closely. Du Xiaoxiao's sister's room was located at the far end of the second floor. As the door creaked open, Lin Yu was greeted by a princess-themed bedroom adorned in shades of pink. The pink walls, curtains, bed, and bedding all showcased the adorableness and innocence of the room's owner. However, an eerie atmosphere now enveloped the room, instilling a sense of unease. At this moment, a girl of about 12 or 13 lay silently in bed, utterly still. Her complexion was pallid, her lips tinged with purple, and her eyes were tightly shut, as if she were ensnared in the throes of a nightmare. Lin Yu. This is my younger sister, Du Yaoyao. For the past 6 months, she has inexplicably wept each night, unable to find rest, only to awaken the next morning utterly drained. Devoid of spirit, Du Xiaoxiao stood nearby, her voice heavy with sorrow. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his eyes, and the scene in the room transformed instantaneously. Alas, poor child. Lin Yu sighed, for in his vision, a swirling mass of black mist enveloped Du Yaoyao's form, akin to countless black ants gnawing away at her. This ominous fog appeared to possess formidable power, rendering Du Yaoyao incapable of breaking free, forcing her to writhe in agony. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and turned to Du Jinming, saying, Uncle Du, please send someone to procure a wolf hairbrush, cinnabar, yellow paper, and a red-crowned rooster at once. He then added, Xiao, quickly open the windows to let the sunlight in. He hoped that the light might dispel some of the darkness and alleviate Du Yaoyao's suffering. Is it truly that extraordinary, Dr. Lin? Du Jinming expressed skepticism, yet refrained from outright dismissal. After all, he recognized Lin Yu's medical prowess and acknowledged the existence of many phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. Thus, despite his reservations, he resolved to observe further. Well, see for yourself. Lin Yu sighed, aware that Du Jinming did not fully trust him, and chose to let facts speak for themselves. He swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations, and gently pointed at Du Jinming's eyes. A faint light flickered, revealing a scene invisible to the naked eye. Ah, Yao. Du Jinming gasped, his face betraying shock and terror, as he instinctively recoiled a few steps, as if confronted with an unimaginable horror. Lin Yu had employed a special technique to unveil Du Yaoyao's plight before her father's eyes. Now do you believe? Lin Yu observed Du Jinming's expression of fear with a hint of detachment. He had not intended for Du Jinming to witness his daughter's suffering, as it was indeed too cruel. However, to gain his trust, he felt compelled to do so. Du Jinming's eyes widened, his body trembling, and after a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes filled with anguish, he said hoarsely, I believe you, Dr. Lin. I will arrange for the materials immediately. Fortunately, the villa was situated in the heart of Jiangcheng, not far from the antique and cultural market, which drew a multitude of collectors and enthusiasts. Within 10 minutes, the required materials were laid out before Lin Yu. He meticulously inspected them to ensure nothing was amiss. Close the windows and leave the room, Lin Yu instructed while organizing the items on the floor. Upon hearing his command, the others sprang into action, securing the windows before exiting, leaving only Du Jinming and Du Xiaoxiao behind. Dr. Lin, may I stay here? Du Jinming inquired nervously. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu shook his head. No. Let Xiaoxiao remain. She may be of assistance. Can I? Du Xiaoxiao asked, astonished yet filled with anticipation. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, do not fear. I am here. A warmth enveloped Du Xiaoxiao's heart, instilling her with trust in Lin Yu. However, I must caution you. No matter what transpires, you must adhere strictly to my instructions. Otherwise, you may inadvertently endanger your sister, Lin Yu stated with a serious demeanor. Du Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, assuring him of her understanding and commitment to comply. Chapter 36. Healing Du Yaoyao. Once the others departed, only the three of them remained in the room. Du Xiaoxiao observed Lin Yu as he busied himself with the materials on the floor, standing quietly, fearful of interrupting his concentration. Lin Yu delicately sliced open the vibrant red comb of the rooster, swiftly dipping the wolf hair brush into its blood. He then began inscribing intricate symbols on the yellow paper. In no time, dozens of talismans had been completed. Xiaoxiao, please help me affix these talismans to the doors and windows. Ensure every inch is covered without omission, Lin Yu instructed. Du Xiaoxiao promptly took the talismans and began to affix them diligently. After placing the last talisman, Lin Yu mixed the cinnabar with the rooster's blood and set it beside the bed, yet hesitated to make his next move with the brush in hand. Noticing his reluctance, Du Xiaoxiao asked anxiously, What is it, Lin Yu? Is something wrong? Xiaoxiao, I need to inscribe symbols on Yaoyao, Lin Yu replied, his expression tinged with awkwardness and helplessness. Despite being only 12 or 13, Du Yaoyao's body had begun to mature, presenting a delicate challenge for Lin Yu. Oh, I understand. I will help her change, Du Xiaoxiao said as she approached the bed and gently began to unfasten Du Yaoyao's garments. Upon glimpsing her sister's youthful form, a wave of shyness washed over her. She recalled the day Lin Yu had saved her with acupuncture, when she had been unconscious and unaware of her surroundings. Now, retrospectively, she could envision how intimate that moment had been. Xiaoxiao, please cover my eyes with a cloth, Lin Yu requested. Yet even with his eyes shielded, he knew that during the inscribing process, he would inevitably brush against her. His voice bore a trace of hesitation and unease, concerned that his actions might provoke misunderstandings or discomfort. However, Du Xiaoxiao interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu, I understand your intentions. Do not overthink it. Treat my sister as your patient. You are here to heal her. Very well. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, adjusting his mindset as he grasped the wolf hair brush, preparing to inscribe the symbols on Du Yaoyao. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy and attuning to the surrounding currents of vitality and energy fluctuations. As he moved, the brush glided over Du Yaoyao's skin, each stroke infused with his spirit and intent, gradually outlining the intricate and enigmatic symbols. Just then, Du Yaoyao, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened her eyes wide, which should have been clear and bright, now filled with a grotesque ferocity. Xiaoxiao, quickly, hold her down. I am almost finished with the inscription, Lin Yu urged, his movements unyielding and hastening. Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, Du Xiaoxiao wasted no time, firmly pinning her sister down. Sister, please don't hold me down. You're hurting me. Du Yaoyao's tone shifted to an unsettling tenderness that sent chills down their spines. Ignore her. Do not release your hold. She is no longer Yaoyao. These symbols will not harm her, Lin Yu cautioned once more. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Yaoyao let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, a black mist erupted from her brow, soaring toward the window. Stay still on the bed, Lin Yu commanded, unleashing an invisible wave of true energy that formed a protective barrier around Du Xiaoxiao and her sister. Where do you think you're fleeing? Lin Yu swiftly turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the shadow that was relentlessly battering against the window in a desperate bid for escape. The shadow paused its frantic assault, sensing Lin Yu's slightly weakened demeanor, and turned to face him, emitting a chilling, eerie laughter. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as he grasped the rooster from the ground, exerting pressure that caused a spray of blood to erupt from its comb. With determination, he wielded his brush once more, channeling the blood into a crimson sigil that soared through the air towards the shadowy figure. The dark entity attempted to evade, but found itself immobile, as the blood mark swiftly penetrated its form, eliciting a spine-chilling wail of agony before it dissipated into the ether. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, his body swaying precariously as he nearly succumbed to the ground. Are you all right, Lin Yu? Du Xiaoxiao rushed to support him. At that moment, the protective barrier had ceased to function. Lin Yu shook his head and replied, I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. That creature has been vanquished. Du Xiaoxiao regarded him with eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration, acutely aware that without Lin Yu, she and her sister might not have escaped their dire predicament. After a brief respite, Lin Yu approached Du Yaoyao to assess her condition. With a creaking sound, he and Du Xiaoxiao emerged from the room. How is it? Du Jinming asked anxiously as he approached. Father, the malevolent energy has been eradicated by Lin Yu, but Yaoyao will take a little longer to awaken, Du Xiaoxiao responded, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Is she all right? Du Jinming inquired nervously. Uncle Du, there is no need for concern. Yaoyao is merely weak. I will administer acupuncture later, and she will recover swiftly, Lin Yu assured with a reassuring smile. The battle had drained him of all his spiritual energy, necessitating a period of rest before he could treat Du Yaoyao. Thank you immensely, Lin Yu. Xiao, please show Lin Yu to the living room for a brief respite. I must share a drink with him shortly. Du Jinming expressed his gratitude and then retreated to check on his daughter. Jessen, Yaoyao's ailment has been cured by a remarkable individual. You should return home. Du Jinming spoke excitedly into his phone. However, silence met his words, and he felt a sense of despair as he awaited a response that never came. Eventually, the busy tone signaled that the call had ended. He stared blankly at his phone, disappointment flooding his heart as he sighed, and turned to gaze at his unconscious daughter. Meanwhile, on a highway in the northern part of Jiangcheng, a Lamborghini Veneno sped with astonishing velocity, slicing through traffic like a bolt of lightning as it raced toward the city center. A little over 10 minutes later, the sleek Lamborghini came to a halt at the entrance of the Du family villa. The door swung open, and a woman dressed in Taoist garb hurriedly exited the vehicle. Xiao, what is your sister's current condition? She inquired urgently upon entering. She is still unconscious, but Lin Yu assures us she is no longer in critical danger. Du Xiao replied, glancing at Lin Yu beside her. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain before she dashed upstairs without further inquiry. Xiao, who was that just now? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. She is my mother. Du Xiao answered. Your mother? Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise, not anticipating Du Xiaoxiao's mother to present herself in such a manner. It's peculiar, isn't it? Du Xiaoxiao elaborated, as if sensing Lin Yu's curiosity. Indeed, I must admit I am quite intrigued. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from upstairs. Du Jinming, I cannot fathom where you found this young boy to treat Yaoyao. How dare he call himself a divine physician at such a tender age? The voice belonged to Tong Jessen. Jessen, do not dismiss Lin Yu based on his youth. His medical skills are indeed exceptional. Just look at how much better Yaoyao appears after his treatment, Du Jinming said, a look of relief crossing his face as he gazed at his daughter. Exceptional skills, you say? Du Jinming, I never thought you, the formidable king of hell of Jiangzhou, could be deceived by a lad in his 20s. Mark my words, Yaoyao's improvement is solely due to my sincere penance before the Buddha, Tong Jessen scoffed, her eyes glinting with contempt. Jessen, have I not been devout in my prayers these past 6 months? Why have the deities not granted us Yaoyao's recovery? Du Jinming replied, his brow furrowed in frustration. It is your sincerity that is lacking. For Yaoyao's sake, I have become a lay disciple of the Buddhist order, reciting sutras daily to mitigate the burdens of your past sins on our child, Tong Jessen declared with fervor. Nonsense. While I, Du Jinming, may not be a paragon of virtue, I have never acted against my conscience. Those who perished by my hand had it coming, Du Jinming retorted, rising abruptly to voice his indignation. Your ignorance knows no bounds. You remain oblivious to your own failings and are unworthy of being a father, Tong Jessen shouted angrily, followed by the unmistakable sound of a door slamming. Du Jinming had been forcefully expelled from the room. My apologies, Lin Yu, for the spectacle, Du Jinming said, descending the stairs with a darkened countenance. It is of no consequence. I can understand your wife's emotional turmoil. It reflects her profound love for her child. Lin Yu replied with a calm demeanor. However, Du Jinming seemed poised to say more, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu. No need for that. Allow me to compose a prescription for you. Have it prepared for Yaoyao, and if all goes well, she shall awaken later this afternoon. With that, Lin Yu picked up the brush once more, deftly inscribing 4 talismans onto yellow paper, which he then handed to Du Jinming. Uncle Du, although the malevolent presence has been dispelled, I perceive a foreboding aura surrounding your family, particularly your wife. In the near future, she may encounter a misfortune. Each of you should wear one of these talismans for protection. With that, Lin Yu rose to take his leave. However, Du Xiaoxiao quickly stood and grasped his arm, anxiously asking, Lin Yu, are you upset? You promised to treat my sister. Lin Yu smiled wryly. I am not angry. But do you truly believe your mother would permit me to administer acupuncture to your sister? Although he had no intention of holding a grudge against Tong Jiesin, being regarded as a charlatan left him feeling somewhat disheartened, and he was reluctant to engage in pointless disputes. Du Xiaoxiao hastily clarified, I apologize, Lin Yu. My mother is simply overly concerned about my sister's condition and hopes you will understand. Lin Yu waved his hand in understanding. Do not worry. With the prescribed medication taken for 7 consecutive days, your sister's condition will improve. He offered Du Xiaoxiao an encouraging nod, signaling her not to fret excessively. Du Jiming also quickly apologized. I am sorry, Lin Yu. Perhaps we should have a meal before you depart? Lin Yu shook his head, declining. No need. Uncle Du, please attend to matters at home. Father, please arrange for the medicine to be prepared. I will take care of Lin Yu here, Du Xiaoxiao urged. Come, Lin Yu. I will treat you to a feast, she exclaimed, seizing the car keys from the table and ushering Lin Yu outside. To be honest, my mother always causes a commotion when she returns, and I have little appetite for dinner at home, Du Xiaoxiao remarked. Xiaoxiao, where did your mother hear that reciting sutras could alleviate your sister's suffering? Lin Yu inquired curiously as they settled into the vehicle. Fully aware that the spirit haunting Du Yaoyao was no ordinary presence, it was a deeply entrenched vengeful spirit. Who knows? She's always spouting nonsense, Du Xiaoxiao replied dismissively. Sigh. Yet she does this for my sister's well-being. Since childhood, my sister has had a frail constitution, frequently requiring hospital visits, and my mother has worried herself sick over her. Du Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Lin Yu nodded in understanding, aware that a parent's love for their child is selfless, whatever actions they take. They are motivated by a desire for their child's welfare. I also feel quite sorry for my mother. She has sacrificed so much for my sister. However, at times, her methods are truly unacceptable, such as attributing my sister's illness entirely to my father. It's utterly ridiculous. Du Xiaoxiao frowned, her tone tinged with discontent. Lin Yu chuckled softly but remained silent, for he understood that the grievances surrounding Du Yaoyao might indeed be connected to Du Jiming's habitual violence. In the Du family's villa, Du Jiming sat across from Tong Jiesin. Jiesin, now that you're back, please don't leave again. Stay and take good care of Yaoyao. Du Jiming's tone reflected a hint of resignation. However, Tong Jiesin shook her head, responding, I cannot. I must return shortly to have my master pray for Yaoyao once more. I will only return to this home once Yaoyao has fully recovered. Furthermore, you must take good care of these 2 children and keep your subordinates in check. Do not let them run amok. If my daughter encounters any further mishap, I shall not spare you. After lunch, Tong Jiesin planned to drive straight back to the temple. Du Jiming, well aware of her personality, knew that no amount of persuasion would alter her decision. Thus, he retrieved a talisman drawn by Lin Yu from his pocket and handed it to Tong Jiesin. Jiesin, this talisman was gifted to us by Dr. Lin. According to him, it can safeguard our lives in critical moments. Recent unsettling events at home made Du Jiming pay particular heed to Lin Yu's warnings. However, Tong Jiesin did not extend her hand to accept the talisman. In her view, Lin Yu was merely a charlatan, and if his talismans were effective, it would be a miracle. Du Jiming, feeling helpless, implored, Jiesin, it's merely a piece of paper. Having it will provide us with some peace of mind. Observing his wife's continued skepticism, Du Jiming persisted in his gentle persuasion. Yet, Tong Jiesin firmly rejected the talisman, saying, No need, since you believe so strongly. Keep it for yourself. I have a protective charm from my master. Should any real danger arise, it will surely ensure my safety. Her trust and reliance on her so-called master were unwavering. Du Jiming sighed, realizing that no matter how hard he tried to persuade her, Tong Jiesin would not waver in her decision. Ultimately, he tossed the talisman onto the passenger seat. Tong Jiesin, feeling it futile to argue further, pretended not to see it, planning to discard it as soon as she reached her destination. The Lamborghini Veneno glided along the riverside road, a gentle breeze brushing her cheeks, bringing a sense of freshness and comfort. She gently closed her eyes, allowing the river wind to caress her face, as if to dispel the gloom within her heart. However, at that moment, a dump truck laden with construction debris suddenly sped towards her from the right front intersection, perhaps due to the midday hour. Traffic on Riverside Road was sparse, emboldening the dump truck driver to accelerate recklessly. As the Lamborghini Veneno entered his line of sight, the gap between the 2 vehicles dwindled to less than 20 meters. Honk, honk. The dump truck driver desperately honked his horn, trying to catch Tong Jiesin's attention. But she was lost in her thoughts and remained oblivious. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement, leaving a long black skid mark. Finally jolted by the sudden chaos, Tong Jiasin widened her eyes in terror as the massive vehicle barreled towards her. Fear surged within her, draining the color from her face. In that critical moment, she instinctively slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the Lamborghini Veneno boasted exceptional performance, swiftly decelerating and coming to a steady halt just 5 meters from the dump truck. That scared me to death. Tong Jiasin patted her heaving chest, still trembling with fright. Yet, just as she breathed a sigh of relief for narrowly escaping disaster, danger was not yet behind her. The dump truck driver, swerving to avoid her car, abruptly turned the steering wheel, causing the front of the truck to veer sharply past the Lamborghini. In that instant, due to inertia, the dump truck's body tilted, sending construction debris cascading down towards the Lamborghini Veneno. Seeing the avalanche of debris descending like rain, Tong Jiasin was filled with dread, her eyes widening and mouth agape. Yet no sound emerged. No, she finally let out a desperate scream. In the final moment, her neck twisted and she fainted from fear. Just as the debris threatened to bury the Lamborghini Veneno, a dazzling golden light erupted from the talisman on the passenger seat, enveloping the entire interior of the car. The dump truck driver struggled to halt the vehicle, drenched in sweat, hands trembling, his eyes locked on the rearview mirror. There, he beheld a colossal mound of earth. But the Lamborghini that should have been behind him was nowhere to be seen. "It's over, someone's dead," he muttered, filled with terror and despair. The massive load of debris dumped onto the small vehicle surely left no chance of survival for its occupants. He hurriedly leaped from the truck, scanning the area for any witnesses or surveillance cameras. When he confirmed that no one had witnessed the scene, he made a reckless decision to flee. He quickly returned to his vehicle, started the engine, and drove away from the site. Yet, he remained unaware of the dire consequences this choice would bring upon himself and his employer, as they would soon face the wrath and punishment of Du Yanwang. As time ticked away, Tong Jiasin slowly regained consciousness in the darkness. She attempted to open her eyes, but all she saw was pitch black. "Am I dead, and have I descended to the underworld?" she thought, feeling a surge of fear. However, she refused to accept death so easily and pinched her thigh with force. A sharp pain shot through her, prompting an involuntary yelp. Realizing she was still alive, her mood lightened slightly. She fumbled for her phone in her pocket, using its faint light to discover she was still seated in the driver's seat. Without delay, she dialed the emergency number. Minutes later, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Yet, aside from a large mound of earth, no damaged vehicles could be found. "Hello, miss, we have arrived at the location of your report, but we don't see any accident," a female officer inquired anxiously. "My car must be buried under the debris." Tong Jiasin weakly replied, "All right, hold on a bit longer. I will contact the fire department immediately." The officer reassured her and promptly called the firefighters. Finally, with concerted efforts, the Lamborghini Veneno was extracted from the mound. When the firefighters rescued Tong Jiasin from the vehicle, they were left speechless in shock. The entire sports car, except for the interior space, had been crushed into a pancake, its shape utterly unrecognizable. Remarkably, aside from the fright, Tong Jiasin emerged unscathed, without even a scratch. Du Jinming received the call and rushed to the hospital without delay. Upon seeing Tong Jiasin lying on the hospital bed, her face pale, his heart ached profoundly. Although there were no physical injuries, Du Jinming, feeling uneasy about Tong Jiasin, still requested a comprehensive examination at the hospital, which revealed no issues. Chapter 39. Du Yao Yao awakes in the VIP ward. Tong Jiasin lay quietly on the hospital bed. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her. She removed a crystal pendant from her neck, clasped her hands together, and murmured, "Thanks to the protective talisman bestowed by my master, I narrowly escaped disaster." Du Jinming observed this with skepticism. He did not believe in the so-called talisman, but chose not to interfere. Just as his gaze swept over Tong Jiasin's forehead, a familiar pattern caught his eye. "Jiasin, what is that on your forehead?" Du Jinming asked, fixated on the design. "On my forehead," Tong Jiasin replied, puzzled, as she felt nothing unusual. "There's a pattern on your forehead. It resembles the one on the talisman given by Physician Lin." Du Jinming pulled out a matching design from his pocket for comparison. Indeed, it is identical to the one on Physician Lin's talisman. Could it be? No way. How could there be a pattern on my forehead? Quick, bring me a mirror. Tong Jiasin's voice grew frantic, as a woman who valued her appearance. She was very concerned about even the slightest blemish, let alone an inexplicable pattern. "Don't panic, dear. Use my phone," Du Jinming quickly offered, retrieving his phone and activating the camera function, handing it to his wife. "How is this possible?" Tong Jiasin gasped as she stared at her reflection on the screen, frozen in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Could it be that Physician Lin's talisman truly saved me? This thought flitted through her mind, only to be dismissed as absurd moments later. How could someone so young, barely in his 20s, foresee her misfortune? Did he truly possess clairvoyant abilities? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, filled with confusion and doubt. Was it her master's protective talisman or Lin Yu's talisman that had worked? She simply could not fathom it. Just then, Du Xiaoxiao rushed in, followed closely by Lin Yu, who was munching on a pig-s trotter. Mom, how are you? Are you okay? Du Xiaoxiao scrutinized Tuang Jiesin with concern. Xiaoxiao, I'm fine, just a bit startled. Tuang Jiesin reassured her with a smile. That's good. I heard about your incident at the hotel and rushed over without finishing my meal. Du Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. Xiaoxiao, I told you, with my protective talisman, Annie would surely be safe. Look at how worried you are. You made me unable to eat properly, Lin Yu remarked with a hint of melancholy. Physician Lin, could it really be that your talisman made a difference? Du Jinming asked, astonished. Lin Yu touched his forehead and smiled. Of course, look. There is still a mark from the talisman on my forehead. Du Jinming leaned in to check, and indeed, he noticed a faint trace on Lin Yu's forehead. Feeling a surge of admiration for Lin Yu's abilities. Thank you, Physician Lin. Thanks to your miraculous talisman, my wife and child are safe. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Du Jinming expressed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Perhaps it was the protective talisman given by your master that played a role? Tuang Jiesin remarked softly, though she still harbored doubts about Lin Yu's talisman. Her tone lacked the previous disdain. Lin Yu smiled, refraining from arguing, and gently stated, as long as Auntie is safe, what truly matters is not which talisman worked. Upon hearing this, Du Jinming nodded, feeling even more respect for Lin Yu. He could hardly believe such wisdom came from someone so young. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly approached Tuang Jiesin, gesturing gently in front of her eyes. Tuang Jiesin, startled, warily asked, what are you trying to do? All right. The mark on your forehead has vanished. If there are no further issues, you can be discharged. Your family member at home should be waking up soon. Also, Xiaoxiao, thank you for the lunch. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Yu turned and exited, leaving the family of three in a state of astonishment. Honey, the pattern on your forehead has truly disappeared. How miraculous! Du Jinming exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Mom, you may have truly misjudged Physician Lin. He is not the fraud you claimed. Du Xiaoxiao echoed. Tuang Jiesin sat silently on the hospital bed, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her housekeeper calling and quickly answered. Hello, Aunt Wu. What is the matter? Madam, the second young lady has awakened and is asking for you. Okay, please have her wait a moment. I will return shortly. Tuang Jiesin's voice trembled with excitement as she hung up and turned to her husband and daughter. Yao Yao has awakened. Her eyes welled with tears of joy. That's wonderful. Physician Lin is truly extraordinary. Du Jinming clapped his hands in excitement, a radiant smile gracing his face. Mom, Dad, let us hurry home. Du Xiaoxiao stood up eagerly, wishing to see her sister immediately. As they exited the hospital, watching the bustling street, Lin Yu mused, alas, if one lacks renown, even the greatest deeds may go unrecognized. Just as he fell into contemplation, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Is this the family of Zhong Xiahong? A girl's clear voice inquired from the other end. Yes, it is. May I ask who you are? Lin Yu responded, confused. I am Officer Wu, in charge of your mother's car accident case. We have some questions regarding the incident. If you're available, could you come to the Law Enforcement Bureau for a face-to-face discussion? Officer Wu explained. Sure, no problem. I'll be right over. Lin Yu readily agreed and hung up. He then hailed a taxi and headed for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the bureau's entrance. Following the signs, he found Officer Wu's office and knocked on the door. Chapter 40. Officer Wu Qiong with a gentle sound. The door slowly opened to reveal a striking female officer in a crisp uniform, her presence commanding and her gaze sharp as if she could see through everything. Wow, what a beautiful officer, Lin Yu silently admired. You must be Zhong Xiahong's family, Officer Wu stated, her expression serious as she regarded Lin Yu. Lin Yu, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and nodded, slightly awkward. Yes, that's me. As mentioned over the phone, we discovered that your mother purchased a substantial accident insurance policy a month prior to the accident. We now suspect potential insurance fraud, Officer Wu stated coldly. Whether it was the implication of fraud or Lin Yu's earlier lapse in composure, he sensed a hint of disdain in Officer Wu's gaze. Fraud? That's impossible. Lin Yu exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. My mother might not even know what insurance is. Officer Wu remained silent, merely handing him a document. Lin Yu accepted the document and began reading it carefully. As he absorbed the contents, a chill ran down his spine, his expression turning grave. How could this happen? Lin Yu murmured to himself, feeling a weight settle in his heart. The document revealed that his mother had indeed purchased a substantial accidental insurance policy not long ago. However, upon seeing the name of the beneficiary, Zhong Zhibing, Lin Yu immediately understood everything. Officer Wu, the beneficiary is clearly not my name or that of my family. Although Lin Yu suspected that his uncle Zhong Zhibing was behind this, he chose to hold back for the moment, not wanting to alert any potential threats. Yes, we have confirmed that the beneficiary is your uncle, which raises our suspicions about potential insurance fraud, Officer Wu said, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lin Yu. Attempting to glean some hint of guilt from his expression, Lin Yu met his gaze fearlessly. I can't speak to that, Officer Wu. You can investigate thoroughly. But we certainly have not engaged in any fraudulent activities. Officer Wu furrowed his brow, his tone stern. What is this attitude? We called you in to understand the situation. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, retorting, what attitude do you expect? My mother was nearly killed in a car accident, and instead of investigating the cause, you're accusing us of fraud. Don't you find that absurd? Officer Wu felt a tinge of embarrassment from Lin Yu's rebuttal, but stubbornly insisted. This is merely one line of inquiry. We are simultaneously investigating the cause of the accident. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. If that's all you wanted to discuss today, then I have nothing further to say. I hope you can swiftly uncover the true cause of the accident instead of wasting time here. With that, he turned to leave. Hold on. I now suspect your entire family, Officer Wu said, reaching out to grab Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. He sidestepped easily, evading the officer's grasp as if he had anticipated it. Surprised by Lin Yu's agility, Officer Wu did not relent and immediately threw a punch towards Lin Yu's face. Remaining calm, Lin Yu slightly shifted to the side, skillfully deflecting the blow with his arm. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Officer Wu's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Officer Wu felt a sharp pain in his wrist as Lin Yu turned his body, causing him to lose balance. Lin Yu swiftly delivered a kick to the back of Officer Wu's knee, sending him tumbling forward. Seeing that Officer Wu was about to fall, Lin Yu instinctively reached out to catch him. However, in the sudden chaos, his movements were hasty and he failed to properly grasp Officer Wu, resulting in both of them losing their balance and crashing to the ground. Lin Yu's hands inadvertently landed on Officer Wu's sensitive areas, causing his heart to race and his mind to go blank in the face of this unexpected embarrassment. Officer Wu groaned, a pained expression crossing his face. You, she stammered, a mix of humiliation and anger flooding her features. She had never expected to be caught in such a compromising situation while merely asking a question. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Lin Yu stammered, his face burning red as he attempted to apologize, but the words felt inadequate. Just as he managed to stand, Officer Wu slapped him sharply across the face. You little brat, how dare you take advantage of me? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. At that moment, the office door swung open and a middle-aged officer strode in, followed by several police officers. What is going on here? Wu Qiong, how can you physically assault someone in the enforcement office? The middle-aged officer's voice was deep and serious, tinged with discontent. Director Lai, Officer Wu began to protest, but was cut off. What do you mean You've already received 3 complaints this month. Can't you behave for once? Director Lai's expression darkened, disappointment evident in his eyes. Indeed. You're quite attractive, but why is your temper so volatile? Lin Yu muttered, rubbing his sore cheek with a smirk of schadenfreude. Say that again, and I'll make you regret it. Wu Qiong glared at Lin Yu, her fury palpable. Wu Qiong, enough. If you continue to let your emotions interfere with your work, I may need to consider giving you a leave of absence, Director Lai warned, his tone firm and authoritative. Please, no? Wu Qiong's voice held a note of desperation. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was his mother, Zhong Xiahong, calling. Rolling her eyes at the sight of Lin Yu's phone, Wu Qiong scoffed. Honestly, what era are we in? You're still using an old-fashioned phone. How quaint. Mom, what's going on? Lin Yu answered. Xiaoyu, you need to come back quickly. Your uncle is causing a scene at home and has brought several people with him. His mother's anxious voice crackled through the line, sounding like a frantic ant on a hot pan. What? He dares to come back? Mom, just keep him calm. I'll return right away. Lin Yu replied. Officer Wu, weren't you curious if our family was committing insurance fraud? Are you brave enough to come with me to find out the truth? Lin Yu said with a teasing glint in his eyes as he hung up the phone. Chapter 41. Underestimating your shamelessness. Why should I believe you? You want me to come with you. What are your true intentions? Wu Qiong crossed her arms, skepticism etched across her face. Lin Yu shot her a glare, nearly choking on her words. I say, Officer Wu, are you out of your mind? Those people are at my house right now, pressuring my mother for her ID. I need to go back immediately. If you don't want to come, that's your choice. With that, Lin Yu turned to leave the office, prompting a burst of laughter from Director Lai and the others. Wu Qiong, however, was visibly enraged, her eyes wide as she glared at Lin Yu as if she wished to devour him whole. Wu Qiong, you should go with him to see what's happening. We wouldn't want to wrongfully accuse an innocent person, Director Lai advised, suppressing his amusement. Humph, I will accompany him. But let me make this clear. If that brat dares to deceive me, I will ensure he pays dearly for it. I expect you, Director Lai, to wash your hands of this matter. Wu Qiong clenched her jaw, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu before reluctantly deciding to follow him. A short while later, Wu Qiong sped down the road to Canglong Bay in her police car. Lin Yu sat in the back seat, his heart racing with apprehension, worried that his uncle might harm his family. Wu Qiong maintained a serious demeanor, occasionally glancing at Lin Yu's expression through the rearview mirror. Officer, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, Lin Yu offered, sensing her scrutiny. Brat, stop calling me that. Wu Qiong snapped, her cheeks flushed with annoyance as she shot him another glare. According to my investigation, you are the son-in-law of the Yi family, and a blind one at that. How is it that you possess such remarkable skills? Wu Qiong questioned, recalling their earlier confrontation where she had clearly been outmatched despite her professional training. Indeed, I am a son-in-law, and my eyesight has only recently returned. But does one's skill have anything to do with that? Lin Yu smiled faintly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Humph, fine, keep your secrets. It's not like I care, Wu Qiong huffed, refusing to engage further with Lin Yu. Meanwhile, at Lin Yu's home, Zhong Zhibing had taken the opportunity to corner Zhong Xiaohong, who had returned home to fetch some ingredients. Sis, you must help me this time. Otherwise, my brother may lose his life, he implored urgently, rushing into the bedroom and beginning to rummage through drawers. After searching for quite some time, perhaps unable to find what he was looking for, he returned to the living room with a face full of anxiety. Zhong Xiaohong furrowed her brows, silently observing her brother, who was scanning the room. She sighed deeply and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, if this is about money again, I cannot assist you. This time, it is not a matter that can be resolved with a trivial sum. Where are the property deeds for your house? Hurry and bring them to me, Zhong Zhibing said, casting an eager glance at Zhong Xiaohong, with a sense of urgency and entitlement reflected in his eyes. Zhong Zhibing, give up on that idea. We have already mortgaged the house to the bank. Do not even think about laying your hands on it, Zhong Xiaohong replied, her voice tinged with anger. Mortgaged? That must mean you borrowed a substantial amount. Zhong Zhibing exclaimed, his eyes widening with greed. Quick, give me 2 million. 2 million? Zhong Xiaohong stared at her brother in disbelief, her complexion paling and her lips trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhibing immediately knelt and clutched her legs, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Sister, I beg you. We are the only children our parents have. Now that I am in trouble, you wouldn't let me suffer, would you? Seeing her brother's pitiful state, Zhong Xiaohong felt a pang of compassion. However, considering the family's predicament and her own responsibilities, she bit her lip and resolutely said, Zhibing, I wish I could help you, but we truly have no money left. The mortgaged loans were used to treat your brother-in-law. Zhong Zhibing released her legs and stood up slowly, his expression darkening, with fury flickering in his eyes. Sister, this time is different. I borrowed some money from Brother Dao. If I can't repay it tonight, you might as well prepare to collect my corpse. Zhong Xiaohong trembled with rage. Her face contorted in disgust as she pointed at him and shouted, Zhong Zhibing, you beast. It's one thing to gamble, but to resort to loan sharks? Are you trying to bring about your own demise? Upon hearing this, a sinister expression crossed Zhong Zhibing's face, his eyes gleaming with madness as he retorted. Can you blame me? You should blame your own luck. How could you survive such a serious car accident? Zhong Xiaohong's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she asked. Zhong Zhibing, what are you saying? With a cold laugh, he continued, Humph, do you think that accident was merely an accident? Do you think I asked Lin Tianhua for your ID for no reason? Let me tell you, had you died in the hospital, I could have collected that insurance payout and paid off Brother Dao. A sharp pain shot through Zhong Xiaohong's heart, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out. Zhong Zhibing, are you even human? Did you truly orchestrate that car accident? A smirk crept onto his lips, as if he had completely ensnared his sister. He coldly retorted, so what if I did? Would you really turn me in and send me to prison? But since you survived, you better find a way to help me repay the debt. Looking at the stranger her brother had become, Zhong Xiaohong's heart felt like it was being torn apart. She cried out in anguish, Zhong Zhibing, you truly are a wonderful brother. With that, she collapsed helplessly to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. Very well, Zhong Zhibing. I never expected to underestimate your shamelessness. To think you would employ a scheme of murder for insurance against your own sister. A cold voice suddenly pierced through the tension as Lin Yu entered the room. Upon hearing that voice, Zhong Zhibing instinctively swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Oh no, this little devil has returned." But recalling Brother Dao's ultimatum, he steeled himself. A fierce expression settling on his face as he stealthily reached for the dagger hidden at his waist. At that moment, Zhong Zhibing resembled a cornered beast. His eyes fixed on the doorway, calculating that if Lin Yu dared to make a move, he would fight to the bitter end. Chapter 42. You dare to call the police? Zhong Xiaohong, meanwhile, stared in disbelief at the dagger in her brother's hand. Unable to fathom how her own brother could be so deranged, Lin Yu stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over Zhong Xiaohong before finally landing on Zhong Zhibing. His expression was unervingly calm, as if he had seen through the entire situation. Zhong Zhibing gripped the dagger tightly, anxiously staring at Lin Yu, though a sense of unease bubbled within him. Yet, Lin Yu did not react with the anger or impulsiveness he had anticipated. Instead, he merely observed him quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Zhong Zhibing, do you truly believe that a dagger can threaten me? Lin Yu's voice was cold and steady. Zhong Zhibing gritted his teeth, attempting to sound fierce. Lin Yu, don't think I'm afraid of you. Today, either you help me repay the debt, or we perish together. Lin Yu let out a disdainful laugh. Perish together? Zhong Zhibing, do you truly believe you possess such capability? As he spoke, Lin Yu took a step forward, the pressure in his gaze forcing Zhong Zhibing to instinctively retreat. Don't move. Put down your weapon. Raise your hands above your head. A sharp, commanding voice rang out. Immediately, Wu Qiong appeared at the doorway, a serious expression on her face as she aimed her gun directly at Zhong Zhibing. Damn it! You crazy woman. Didn't I tell you to stay out? Zhong Zhibing's plan was thrown into disarray by Wu Qiong's sudden appearance. Causing Lin Yu's heart to race as he reached the aura emanating from the young man was so terrifying that she began to doubt whether she had encountered a heartless demon. However, at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly turned around and quickly approached his mother, who lay on the ground. He knelt down, gently helping her up, and the coldness in his eyes vanished, replaced by boundless tenderness and concern. Mom, are you all right? At this hour, you're still pleading for him, Lin Yu said, looking at his mother with a heart full of pain, tears glistening in his eyes. Oh, poor your grandparents. What will happen to them if your uncle goes away to serve time at his age? Zhong Xiaohong sighed, her face etched with worry. Lin Yu grasped his mother's hand, offering comfort. Haven't those two elders endured enough turmoil from him over the years? This presents a perfect opportunity for him to reflect on his actions. We can bring our grandparents over and take good care of them. Lin Yu's words warmed Zhong Xiaohong's heart. She recognized the truth in what her son said. Over the years, her brother had shown no growth, bringing immense trouble to the family. Perhaps this incident could serve as a turning point, prompting him to acknowledge his mistakes and start anew. With this thought, Zhong Xiaohong gradually calmed down, trusting her son to handle the situation. Yes, let us get him to the hospital. Otherwise, it might be too late, she urged. Mom, it's nothing serious. I merely dislocated his hands. I can easily put them back in place whenever I wish, Lin Yu replied confidently. With his current medical skills, restoring dislocated hands was a trivial task. He then turned towards the kitchen, filled a ladle with cold water, and without hesitation, splashed it onto Zhong Zhibing's face. The icy sensation jolted Zhong Zhibing awake from his stupor. Please don't kill me, he cried out in terror. Humph, you're not dying yet, Lin Yu sneered. Sister, save me. I don't want to die. Zhong Zhibing desperately cast a pleading glance at his sister Zhong Xiaohong. However, he was met with her turned face. Unwilling to look at him, a chill enveloped Zhong Zhibing's heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Lin Yu inquired coldly, cutting through the tension. Little Yu, it was Uncle S' fault. Please spare me, Zhong Zhibing begged. I demand to know what transpired. Lin Yu raised his voice, reiterating his demand. He needed clarity on the situation at hand. Zhong Zhibing trembled, finally uttering, it was Brother Dao who set me up. Brother Dao? Which Brother Dao? Lin Yu pressed further. It's Brother Dao from the Carefree Gang. I lost money in his territory and was forced to borrow at exorbitant interest. Eventually, I couldn't pay it back, and he suggested I commit insurance fraud. Zhong Zhibing confessed. And you targeted my mother? Lin Yu's fury boiled over, his teeth clenched. You ungrateful wretch. Had it not been for my mother, you would have starved long ago. Indeed, I am less than human, worse than a pig or dog. Zhong Zhibing lamented, slapping his own face loudly. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, coldly asking, how much do you owe in total? Zhong Zhibing's gaze flickered, hesitating before he slowly held up 2 fingers. Lin Yu's heart sank as he pressed him. 200,000? Zhong Zhibing quickly shook his head. 2 million? Lin Yu raised his voice. Zhong Zhibing nodded silently. Lin Yu's face turned a shade of fury, and he swung a fist at Zhong Zhibing, shouting, "I'll beat you to death, you scoundrel." Seeing this, Zhong Xiahong rushed forward, shielding Zhong Zhibing, anxiously imploring, "Little Yu, stop. Even if you kill him, it won't resolve anything." Lin Yu halted his fist, letting out a resigned sigh. "Mom, I'm not blaming you. But his current state is entirely due to your and the grandparents' indulgence." A flicker of guilt and helplessness crossed Zhong Xiahong's eyes as she lowered her head. At that moment, Lin Yu turned to Officer Wu Qiong, his tone slightly pleading. "Officer, this situation hasn't caused significant repercussions. Could we?" Before he could finish, Zhong Xiahong interjected. "Yes, officer, while my brother's actions were indeed excessive, he had no choice. We promise he won't offend again." However, Wu Qiong interrupted them with a serious expression, stating firmly, "No, his actions constitute a crime and must be taken in for questioning." Her tone was resolute, offering no room for negotiation. What if he can redeem himself? Lin Yu, sensing Wu Qiong's unwavering stance, sought alternative solutions. For the sake of his grandparents and mother, he could not allow his uncle to face the harsh realities of prison. Or if he did, to minimize the time spent there. However, if Zhong Zhibing remained obstinate, that would be a different matter. Wu Qiong regarded Lin Yu with a furrowed brow, finally responding, "That would depend on the nature of the merit." Lin Yu felt a surge of hope and quickly proposed, "How about dismantling underground gambling dens and money laundering operations? Would that be considered a significant contribution?" Wu Qiong's expression shifted, and she asked sternly, "You intend to target the Carefree Gang's territory?" Lin Yu nodded resolutely. Indeed, these harmful gambling dens and money laundering operations should not exist, let alone a criminal organization like the Carefree Gang. Perhaps having grown up under the shadow of the Scarred Gang, Lin Yu harbored a deep-seated hatred for such criminal elements, wishing to eradicate them entirely. Wu Qiong sighed, shaking her head. The Carefree Gang is not something ordinary people can provoke. Too many interests are at stake. Lin Yu understood the complexities involved, yet he had formed a plan in his mind. "Officer Wu, could you detain Zhong Zhibing for a few days? I will contact you once I devise a strategy." Wu Qiong hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced. Lin Yu then turned to Zhong Zhibing, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "You better cooperate with the investigation by the law enforcement. You might still have a chance for redemption. Otherwise, no one can save you." With no other recourse, Zhong Zhibing could only agree to cooperate fully with the forthcoming actions. With a crack sound, Lin Yu restored Zhong Zhibing's previously dislocated hands to their original state. Thus, Wu Qiong, wearing an expression of disbelief, escorted Zhong Zhibing back to the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Little Yu, your uncle." Zhong Xiahong sighed heavily. Lin Yu understood his mother's unspoken feelings and reassured her, "Mom, do not worry. Let your brother stay in the bureau for a few days. I will find a way for him to redeem himself." Then, Lin Yu entered a room and closed the door. Once inside, he retrieved his phone and dialed Du Jiming's number. Meanwhile, at the Du family villa, the family was gathered around Du Yaoyao, showering her with warmth and affection. The atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. "Dad, your phone." Du Xiaoxiao reminded her father. "Ignore it. Can't you see I'm chatting with Yaoyao?" Du Jiming replied. However, when Du Xiaoxiao mentioned that the caller was Lin Yu, Du Jiming immediately changed his demeanor, swiftly taking the phone from his daughter's hand. "Hello, Dr. Lin." Du Jiming greeted enthusiastically. "Uncle Du, I'd like to inquire about someone. Is there a person named Brother Dao in Nanxing associated with you?" Lin Yu asked. "Brother Dao? I don't know anyone by that name." "Please hold on. I'll find out right away." Du Jiming felt a pang of anxiety, thinking surely, "No one would be foolish enough to provoke my benefactor." "All right, I'll await your response," Lin Yu replied calmly. "Dr. Lin, Du Jiming hesitated, searching for the right words. "Uncle Du, please speak freely," Lin Yu encouraged. Yao Yao awoke, yet her mental state seemed somewhat amiss. Du Jiming expressed his concerns. "Just adhere to the prescribed medication. Her spirit will require time to recover," Lin Yu clarified. "Does the acupuncture you mentioned expedite Yao Yao's recovery?" Du Jiming cautiously inquired. But auntie, she might be especially grateful to Du Xiaoxiao for promptly transporting her to the hospital to save her mother," Lin Yu reflected, seemingly unable to harbor resentment towards the Du family. "Hello, Dr. Lin, this is Tong Jiesin. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I recognize my mistake. Could I trouble you for another visit?" At that moment, Tong Jiesin seized the telephone from Du Jiming's grasp. As a mother, how could she bear to witness her child suffer? With a more effective treatment option available, she was eager to try it. Initially, she contemplated having Du Xiaoxiao contact Lin Yu for another visit to assist Yao Yao with acupuncture. Coincidentally, Lin Yu called. and her heart leapt with joy as she promptly voiced her request. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yu considered Tong Jiasen's maternal instincts and felt it was unkind to refuse her. He nodded and said, "All right, I will come by later." Upon hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Tong Jiasen was elated, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I will have Xiao Xiao come to pick you up." "No need. I can take a taxi," Lin Yu replied before hanging up. "Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. Don't worry, I will resolve Uncle's matters." Lin Yu reassured as he exited the room, noticing his mother, Zhong Xiahong, anxiously pacing in the living room. "Oh, I also need to return to the Yi family villa. I will stay there tonight," Lin Yu added. "All right, make sure to spend quality time with Yusen. Do visit home when you can," Zhong Xiahong advised. As if parting with a daughter returning to her maiden home. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Yu's expression turned dark with a hint of helplessness. "Mom, what do you mean by visiting home when I have time? My eyesight has recovered, and I will soon move back in." "Okay, you go on, I understand," Zhong Xiahong replied, knowing her son was merely trying to comfort her. The Yi family was not a place from which an ordinary person could easily escape. Lin Yu was acutely aware of his mother's worries. He refrained from further discussion, silently vowing to find a way to leave the Yi family as soon as possible and return to his rightful path in life. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the Du family villa. Just as he stepped out of the car, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Du Jinming stood at the door along with the entire Du family. "What is this?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. "Ha ha ha, Dr. Lin is our family's great benefactor. When a benefactor visits, we must welcome him warmly," Du Jinming exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He then guided Lin Yu and the others into the living room, where they settled down and engaged in casual conversation. After some pleasantries, Lin Yu turned to the sisters, Du Yao Yao and Du Xiao Xiao, and cheerfully remarked, "Let us proceed to the room for the acupuncture now. Xiao Xiao, you will assist me this time." In truth, Lin Yu did not require an assistant. He made this choice to avoid any unnecessary complications or misunderstandings. "All right, let us go." Du Yao Yao nodded obediently, taking her sister's hand as they followed Lin Yu upstairs. Once inside the room, Du Yao Yao softly asked, "Do I need to remove my clothing for the acupuncture?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with shyness. Perhaps recalling the earlier moment when this man had seen her unclothed, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, rendering her particularly enchanting. Though only 13, Du Yao Yao had grown into a graceful young lady, her figure developing in all the right places, exuding a unique charm of youth. Upon hearing her query, Lin Yu felt a flush rise to his cheeks and quickly clarified, "No need. Just change into a slightly thinner nightgown." With that, he turned to leave the room. "Is it really necessary?" Du Xiao Xiao wondered, intrigued, thinking, "Isn't Lin Yu already married? Why does he still blush so easily?" As time passed, approximately an hour later, a chorus of cheerful voices reached Du Jinming and his wife's ears, who were waiting at the door. "That's Yao Yao's voice. She has finally recovered." Tong Jiasen clutched Du Jinming's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. "Indeed, it is Yao Yao's voice. I haven't heard her joyful laughter in so long," Du Jinming responded, his eyes glistening with tears, his voice trembling with excitement. The door creaked open, and a lively figure rushed out of the room, directly into Tong Jiasen's embrace. "Mommy, I missed you so much," Du Yao Yao exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on her mother's cheek. "I missed you too. I used to complain about your constant chatter, but now I realize how precious it is," Tong Jiasen said, holding her daughter tightly, her eyes brimming with tears of happiness. "Wonderful. Now you won't have to run to the temple every day?" Du Xiao Xiao chimed in, smiling at Tong Jiasen. "Yes," Tong Jiasen nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Dr. Lin, let us head downstairs to chat," Du Jinming suggested, opting not to intrude on the mother-daughter reunion, instead smiling at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded and followed Du Jinming to the living room below. As soon as they sat down, Du Jinming pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. "Dr. Lin, this card contains 5 million. Although it may not be a substantial amount, it is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled as he accepted the card. "Thank you, Uncle Du." He felt no need for politeness, as he genuinely required the funds. And this 5 million represented a significant sum for him, sufficient to accomplish many things. "Also, I hear you don't have a car yet. What kind of vehicle do you fancy? I can arrange for one to be sent over," Du Jinming continued. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand. "Uncle Du, you are too kind. There's no need for such expense." However, Du Jinming shook his head resolutely, stating, "Dr. Lin, please don't be so formal with me. In comparison to the lives of my family, this amount is nothing." Recognizing Du Jinming's insistence, Lin Yu ceased to decline the offer, saying with a smile, "Very well. I shall graciously accept." In his heart, he thought that saving 3 lives warranted this reward. "Lin Yu, what are you discussing that brings such joy?" As they conversed, 3 beautiful women descended the stairs from the 2nd floor. Leading the way was Tong Jiesin, her once pale complexion blossoming with a hint of color, reminiscent of a flower blooming amidst the cold wind. Perhaps due to Yao Yao's recovery, her eyes sparkled with joy, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, transforming her entire demeanor. The sisters' features resembled finely crafted masterpieces, perfectly inheriting their mother's exquisite genes. I was just discussing which car to gift him," Du Jinming replied, seemingly entranced by the scene, having not witnessed such warmth in many months. When gifting Dr. Lin a car, it certainly cannot be trivial, given his stature. "It must be a vehicle worth a considerable sum," Tong Jiesin remarked. "No need for such extravagance, just get me a new one. And let us gift him that Range Rover. He will surely appreciate it, right?" Du Xiaoxiao suggested, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips as she winked at Lin Yu, conveying an unspoken understanding. Following the car accident, she had been driving Du Jinming's Range Rover, which she didn't particularly like, and had been hoping for an opportunity to request a new car from her father. Unexpectedly, the moment had arrived. Du Jinming cast an unhappy glance at his daughter, taken aback by Du Xiaoxiao's unreasonable behavior. "Indeed, Xiaoxiao, such language is unacceptable," he scolded. Tong Jiesin furrowed her brows and reproached, "Dr. Lin has saved our entire family. We ought to express our gratitude appropriately." "Dad, Mom, you've misunderstood my intentions," Du Xiaoxiao quickly clarified, her eyes darting about. "It's not that I don't want to buy Dr. Lin a nice car. I just think he might prefer a vehicle like the Range Rover. Besides, I don't like that car at all." As she spoke, she cast a pleading glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled, well aware of Du Xiaoxiao's subtle motives, yet he chose not to expose her. He turned to Du Jinming, saying, "Uncle Du, to be honest, I don't require such an extravagant car. Any ordinary vehicle would suffice." "That simply won't do." Du Jinming shook his head. "Dr. Lin, you are our benefactor. A car worth less than 2 million would hardly do justice to your reputation. How about this? I'll instruct my secretary to arrange for a car that befits your status," Tong Jiesin suggested with a smile. "There's really no need. Just let Xiaoxiao get a new one. That Range Rover suits my taste perfectly." Lin Yu smiled and declined. "See, I told you so." Du Xiaoxiao beamed with a mischievous grin, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "What are you saying, Xiaoxiao? If you continue to speak so disrespectfully, do not blame me for being impolite," Du Jinming said, visibly irritated. "My apologies, Dr. Lin. Xiaoxiao is just a spoiled child. Please don't take it to heart." Du Jinming hastily apologized. "It's quite all right. Let us go with Xiaoxiao's suggestion. I genuinely like that car." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unbothered. "Wonderful. I knew you would agree," Du Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaping up and then rushing over to embrace Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face flushed, and he stiffened, unsure how to respond to this sudden display of affection. Du Jinming and Tong Jiesin exchanged glances, and after a moment, they both broke into knowing smiles. "Sister, have you developed feelings for Dr. Lin?" Du Yaoyao's words shattered the brief silence in the living room. Du Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson at her sister's comment, stammering, "Why, you little brat? What do you know? I was just overly excited." Realizing her grip on Lin Yu, she quickly released him. "Haha, you can't deny it. Look, your face is all red. It's the first time I've seen you blush in front of a man." Du Yaoyao laughed, covering her mouth. You chatter too much. Come on. Let us go upstairs and pick out a car," Du Xiaoxiao reproached, her beautiful face blushing profusely. "Oh," Du Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, eagerly following her sister upstairs. Once the sisters departed, Tong Jiesin smiled at Lin Yu, saying, "Dr. Lin, please don't mind them. They're just children, carefree and innocent." Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was not offended. As soon as the sisters returned to their room, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. He turned to Du Jinming and Tong Jiesin and inquired, "Uncle Du, Aunt Tong, several unusual incidents have occurred in your home recently. Do you sense anything amiss?" "Dr. Lin, are you suggesting that someone is trying to harm us?" Du Jinming asked, astonished. Tong Jiesin furrowed her brows, contemplating, "Indeed, it has been rather strange lately. First, Yao Yao fell ill, and then there was the car accident involving Xiaoxiao and me. Could someone truly be targeting our family?" Lin Yu shook his head, speaking gravely. "I am unclear about the specific reasons behind the 2 accidents, but regarding Yao Yao's illness, it is not a matter of someone targeting you. Rather, it seems there is an issue with the energy surrounding your family." Upon hearing this, Du Jinming frowned, perplexed. "Energy? What does that mean?" Lin Yu took a deep breath and explained, In simple terms, there is excessive resentment in your home, which has adversely affected Yao Yao's health. Fortunately, Uncle Du, your strong vitality keeps malevolent forces at bay, but Aunt Tong and Xiao Xiao are not as fortunate. You both carry some degree of lingering resentment. Upon hearing this, Tong Jieson's face turned pale, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Indeed, my master mentioned that it might be due to the heavy burdens of the past years that have caused Yao Yao's strange illness. So, Jinming, it is time to cease these actions. She looked at Du Jinming, her gaze pleading. Du Jinming's eyes reflected concern. He too longed for a peaceful life. Yet the complexities of past grievances were not easily resolved. He spoke slowly. Jieson, everyone I have dealt with over the years has deserved their fate. No innocent souls have perished by my hand. He held steadfast to his principles. Tong Jieson, her emotions heightened, retorted. Do you wish to wait until our family is utterly destroyed before you relent? Du Jinming sighed, his tone resigned. Such a vast web of entanglements cannot simply be unraveled at will. The stakes are too high. Moreover, I have already stepped back from the front lines, only occasionally managing significant affairs. Lin Yu observed the pair, took a sip of tea, and said softly, in that case, let us take our time. There is no need for haste. I have already dispelled the negative energy within the villa, and with the protective talismans I provide, there should be no significant issues in the short term. With that, he produced a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Tong Jieson. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Lin, Tong Jieson said, tears brimming in her eyes as she accepted the talisman, recalling her earlier dismissive attitude towards Lin Yu's offerings. Du Jinming inhaled deeply, resolutely stating, very well, I shall adhere to your advice, Dr. Lin. From now on, I will strictly manage my subordinates to ensure they do not act recklessly. Tong Jieson wiped her tears, gazing affectionately at her husband, showing her support. Perhaps only through enduring trials can one truly learn to cherish a simple, yet beautiful life. By the way, Dr. Lin, I have found the person you asked me to investigate. He is currently in the southern city. Should I arrange for him to come here? Du Jinming inquired. Lin Yu shook his head. No need. I will handle this matter myself. However, that casino and money house may. Before Lin Yu could finish, Du Jinming immediately understood his implication and quickly replied, understood. It's high time the Xiaoyao gang underwent a thorough overhaul. Dr. Lin, please commence with the southern city. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Chapter 46. Are you two trying to show off your affection? Tong Jieson observed the interaction with an amused shake of her head. After a bit more casual conversation, the butler announced that a sumptuous dinner was ready. At the dining table, Du Jinming produced a carefully aged bottle of red wine to treat Lin Yu. As they drank and chatted, the dinner was filled with joy and laughter. After the meal, Du Xiaoxiao stood up, smiling at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, the evening is drawing near. Let me escort you home. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand in refusal. No need to trouble yourself. I can drive myself. He pondered to himself. Having finally acquired a car, why would he not relish the experience? Lin Yu, you know you shouldn't drive after drinking, right? Du Xiaoxiao said, a hint of displeasure in her tone, resembling a wife chastising her husband. Du Jinming and his wife watched this exchange with amusement, secretly wishing for Lin Yu to become their son-in-law. Lin Yu chuckled nonchalantly. It's fine. I'm a doctor. A few glasses of wine have no effect on me. With his current cultivation, not only could he handle a few glasses of red wine, but even several gin of white spirits would pose no challenge. Should he choose to dispel the alcohol from his system in mere moments? That won't do. What if you get caught for drunk driving? Auntie and Xiaoyao will worry. Du Xiaoxiao insisted, her brow furrowed and her tone serious. Rest assured, I know my limits. Lin Yu assured her with a pat on his chest. Absolutely not. Du Xiaoxiao declared firmly, what if something happens? It's nothing. Just smell it. Lin Yu said as he leaned closer to Du Xiaoxiao. Uft. Who wants to smell your foul mouth? Du Xiaoxiao playfully pushed him away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Sister, are you two feeding each other dog food? At that moment, Du Yaoyao's voice suddenly interrupted their flirtatious atmosphere. Yaoyao, go upstairs and study, Du Jinming said. His expression one of exasperation as he gazed at his younger daughter, pondering why she was so oblivious to the situation. Du Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, made a silly face, and dashed upstairs. Xiao, Dr. Lin is quite composed in his actions. Let him drive back on his own, Du Jinming advised with a smile. Du Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson as she shot Lin Yu a fierce glare and muttered, I won't bother with you. Do as you please. Lin Yu chuckled, unfazed, exchanged pleasantries with Du Jinming, and then eagerly drove off in his Range Rover, leaving the Du family's villa. Watching the departing vehicle, Tong Jieson couldn't help but ask, Xiao, do you like him? Mom, what are you saying? He's already married. Du Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of reproach, although her heart felt sweet. Oh, what a pity. I wonder which fortunate child gets to marry Dr. Lin, Tong Jiesen sighed, seemingly lamenting Lin Yu's marital status. Humph. If you knew he was the son-in-law of the Yi family 3 years ago, you wouldn't say that, Du Xiaoxiao silently grumbled. Du Jiming remained quiet, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Upon exiting the central Yiping community, Lin Yu drove onto the ring road of Jiangxing, speeding along and reveling in the thrill of velocity. He let the worries in his heart dissipate, as if they vanished with the increasing speed of the car. After circling the entire Jiangxing, he finally drove slowly towards the Yi family villa. The villa was brightly lit, and after dinner, Yi Yusin paced anxiously in the living room, resembling an ant on a hot pan. Her brow furrowed, worry etched across her face. Mom, I've searched the same route all afternoon, but there's still no sign of the blind man. Where could he have gone? Beside her, Julie also wore a troubled expression, her tone tinged with blame. How would I know? The Law Enforcement Bureau said he hasn't been missing for 24 hours, so they won't even file a report. Yi Yusin grew increasingly anxious and couldn't help but exclaim, what if something happens to him? The thought of last night made her tremble with fear. Zhu Li feigned calmness, attempting to reassure her daughter. Oh, it should be fine. After all, his phone is still reachable. Just then, the doorbell rang with a cheerful chime. Is it him? Yi Yusin's eyes brightened as if she saw a glimmer of hope. She rushed to the door and eagerly opened it. As the door slowly swung open, a tall figure appeared before her. Lin Yu stood straight, his expression cold, a stark contrast to the submissive demeanor he had shown in the past. Now, with several million in his pocket, he no longer felt the need to feign humility. Yi Yusin's emotions became exceedingly complex as she gazed at this unfamiliar man, whispering, You're back. Lin Yu cast a casual glance her way, and in that instant, he understood why the Yi family had chosen him 3 years prior. Ah, the Xianbing physique. No wonder. A faint smirk graced his lips as he replied, He then said no more and stepped inside. Yi Yusin stood frozen, watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Yu, what is your attitude? Zhu Li glared at Lin Yu as he walked straight past her into the room, her anger ignited. My daughter spent all afternoon searching for you, and you return without a word? Lin Yu halted, turning to face Zhu Li with a cold gaze. Did I ask you to look for me? If you hadn't forced me out of the car, would I have fallen into a ditch? You're lucky to even mention yesterday's incident. If you hadn't defied me, would I have asked you to get out of the car? Zhu Li shouted, Look at you. A son-in-law of the Yi family for 3 years, doing nothing. If we hadn't provided for you, you would have been a beggar on the streets. A thankless wretch. What is your attitude? Zhu Li persisted. Don't forget, you live in our house, eat our food, and use our resources. What right do you have to speak to me like that? Provided for me. Lin Yu scoffed. If you don't want to see me, I can leave right now. With money in his pocket, Lin Yu felt emboldened. Zhu Li was left speechless, unable to retort. With that, Lin Yu ignored her, turned, and shut the door with a bang. Yi Yusin stood by, quietly observing the argument between her mother and Lin Yu, her eyes fixated on Lin Yu, as if she had discovered something astonishing. Chapter 47. He is no longer blind? Mom, did you notice anything different about the blind man today? After Lin Yu entered the room, Yi Yusin asked. Different? Yes. He seems to have gained some skills and dares to stand up to me now. Zhu Li replied irritably. No, I mean his eyes. Don't you think he doesn't seem blind anymore? Yi Yusin furrowed her brow. Not blind. Zhu Li was taken aback, then recalled Lin Yu's earlier behavior, saying, Yes, it seems he walked just now as if he weren't blind. Could it be that his eyes have truly healed? Yi Yusin nodded. But what does it matter? It's all thanks to you taking him to the hospital for treatment all these years. Does he think that just because his eyes have healed, he can act recklessly in front of me? Zhu Li dismissed. Mom, please endure for a while longer. If he really leaves the villa in anger, then I will be in danger, Yi Yusin said worriedly. Understood. Zhu Li, though reluctant, realized she couldn't let Lin Yu leave and would have to endure for now. That night, Yi Yusin slept soundly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu entered a state of cultivation as soon as he entered his room. The next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes, feeling revitalized. After a night of cultivation, his strength had increased once more. He sat up in bed, stretched, and then stepped out of his room. Passing through the dining area, he saw Zhu Li and Yi Yusin enjoying breakfast together, chatting and laughing. Lin Yu pretended not to see them and walked straight toward the door. Lin Yu, where are you headed so early? Yi Yusin asked, looking at him. Your illness only acts up at night. I have my own matters to attend to during the day and will return in the evening, Lin Yu stated calmly. Yi Yusin was momentarily taken aback, then replied, No. You must stay in the villa. What if I feel unwell again? Don't worry. You've been working at the company during the day for years without any issues. Lin Yu said, continuing toward the door. Wait, Yi Yusin suddenly called out. Have your eyes healed? Clearly, she was more concerned about this matter. Yes, they have. Lin Yu affirmed, not hiding the truth. Humph, so what if they have? Just a thankless wretch, Julie scoffed. Mom, please stop, Yi Yusin frowned. Why shouldn't I? He was a useless person to begin with, and now that his eyes are healed, he doesn't even show gratitude, acting as if it's his right. Zhu Li's anger mounted. Shouldn't he be thankful to Yusin? If she hadn't taken you for treatment all these years, would you even have hope for your vision to recover? Haha. Lin Yu chuckled coldly, not wanting to explain too much. After all, he couldn't very well disclose that he had received the inheritance from the elder of Tianwang. No one would believe such a tale. What is your attitude? Julie's anger flared up in an instant. Regardless of the circumstances, your eyesight has been restored. And that is our accomplishment. How could your vision improve without our generous care? Mom, stop talking. Just let it be. We can return to the villa tonight. Yi Yusin had slept soundly the previous night, but she harbored a deep fear that Julie might irritate Lin Yu again. If Lin Yu did not return that evening, she would have to endure unbearable torment once more. After leaving the villa, Lin Yu arrived at a nearby breakfast shop and purchased 4 servings of breakfast before making his way to the Range Rover parked by the roadside. Approximately 30 minutes later, he arrived at Songlong Bay with the breakfast in hand. Look, isn't that Lin Yu, the blind man? How did his eyesight get better? And he's driving a luxury car? A group of people below chattered excitedly. Many were unaware that Lin Yu's eyesight had returned to normal. Alas, Lin Yu is so fortunate. He has beautiful women to accompany him without lifting a finger, and he drives a luxury car. Truly, it incites envy. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Yu paid no heed to the various murmurs around him and walked directly home. Dad, Mom, Xiaoya, are you having breakfast? I brought some for you. Upon entering the house, Lin Yu cheerfully announced. Wow, brother. This is century egg and lean meat porridge. It's amazing. It's my favorite. Thank you. Upon catching the aroma of the breakfast in Lin Yu's hands, Lin Yu felt that her simple kanji had lost its appeal. This is delicious. Lin Yu exclaimed, devouring the porridge with satisfaction. Xiaoya, slow down. I bought 4 servings. If you don't have enough, you can have mine. Lin Yu said with a smile, watching his sister enjoy her meal. I haven't had century egg and lean meat porridge in ages, Lin Yu reminisced. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Yu suddenly recalled what their mother had said in the hospital, and he curiously asked, didn't Mom often buy century egg and lean meat porridge? Lin Yu sighed softly and explained, oh, don't mention it. Ever since we had to treat Dada's illness, we haven't had any. At that moment, Zhong Xiaohong's gaze flickered, and she quickly changed the subject. Well, you can't stop talking when there's food around. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment before seriously addressing his mother. Mom, you've worked hard all these years. In that instant, Lin Yu finally understood his mother's feelings when she spoke those words in the hospital. He silently resolved to ensure his family would live a good life. He then turned to Zhong Xiaohong and said, Mom, now that my eyesight is restored and my medical skills are decent, our family will no longer suffer from poverty. Please give me your account number, and I'll transfer some money to you. However, Zhong Xiaohong quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, no need, Xiaoyu. We have money. Besides, you haven't done anything to earn it. Lin Tianhua chimed in. Yes, Xiaoyu, your mother and I are fine. You should focus on living well with the Yi family. Though his tone was gentle, it carried a hint of helplessness. What parents would willingly want their son to be a son-in-law? Lin Yu looked at his father, feeling a pang of sadness. He took a deep breath and smiled at his parents, saying, haha, I do have money, quite a bit actually. Today, I received a handsome fee for treating Du Xiaoxiao's sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhua and Zhong Xiaohong exchanged surprised glances. They knew their son well enough to understand he wouldn't lie. You should save it for yourself, Lin Tianhua said, looking at his son with concern. He hoped Lin Yu would have some funds of his own, so he wouldn't have to ask the Yi family for everything. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea and pointed outside the window, asking, Dad, do you see what is parked in the yard? Lin Tianhua followed his son's finger and saw a brand new car parked outside. He questioned, whose car is that? How did it end up in our yard? Lin Yu excitedly ran over, exclaiming, wow, a car. It's so beautiful. Brother, whose car is it? Lin Yu grinned proudly, saying, of course, it's mine. It's part of the payment for my services. Lin Tianhua was taken aback, unable to believe it. What? You treated someone and they not only paid, but also gifted you a car? Lin Yu chuckled and explained, yes, Dad. Du Xiaoxiao's family was extremely grateful for saving their lives. So, in addition to the fee, they gave me this car as a token of appreciation. Now, our family has a car. Lin Tianhua and Zhong Xiaohong exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They never imagined their son had such remarkable medical skills. capable of saving lives and earning respect and gratitude in return. Come on, brother, take me for a ride, Lin Yu exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her porridge as she tugged at Lin Yu's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, today I'll indulge you, Lin Yu laughed. Mom, Dad, let us go. I'll take you on a tour of Jiangcheng, Lin Yu cheered. Zhong Xiahong exchanged a hesitant glance with Lin Yu and said, you kids go ahead. Your father and I still have to set up our stall. Lin Tianhua quickly suggested, Xiahong, why don't we skip the stall today? It's rare for the kids to be happy, and we haven't gone out in a while. His face radiated joy and anticipation. Yes, Mom. We want to earn much by working for just one day, so why not join us for some fun? Lin Yu pleaded charmingly. All right, we want to work today. Let us go out and have some fun. Thus, Lin Yu drove the Range Rover, taking his parents and sister into the city. Along the way, Lin Yu was like a joyful bird, excitedly gazing at the scenery outside, occasionally bursting into melodious laughter. Lin Tianhua and Zhong Xiahong wore gentle smiles, their faces reflecting a serene joy. Upon reaching the city, Lin Yu promptly went to the bank to transfer the funds from the card given to him by Du Jinming into his own account. He then took his family into a mobile phone store and, regardless of their opinions, bought each of them a new phone. Next, they visited clothing stores and a grand hotel. The entire day was filled with indulgence and merriment, and they returned home well past 10 in the evening. Of course, to fulfill his commitment, Lin Yu had to return to the Yi family's villa for the night. The following day, Lin Yu returned to Canglong Bay early. Since Lin Yu hadn't gone back to campus the night before, he needed to personally escort her to class. Standing at the school gate, watching groups of vibrant, youthful college students coming and going, Lin Yu's thoughts drifted back 3 years to when he was just like them. Curiosity truly killed the cat. Why did I have to go see that once-in-a-millennium meteor shower? He mused, feeling a lingering regret for not completing his university studies. Just then, a clear ringtone interrupted his reverie. It was his phone ringing insensitively from his pocket. Hello, Lin Yu. What are your plans regarding your uncle's matter? Before Lin Yu could respond, Wu Qiong's familiar voice chimed in clearly from the other end. Oh, it's Officer DeBow. Lin Yu teased deliberately. Lin Yu, I solemnly warn you not to call me Officer DeBow again, or I will not spare you. Wu Qiong responded, teeth clenched in irritation. Hee. Lin Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied with a smile. All right, I understand. Just wait a moment. I'll head to the law enforcement team to find you right away. You little rascal, daring to tease me. Just wait until I get my hands on you. In the law enforcement office, Wu Qiong glared at the phone screen, which displayed that the call had ended. Lin Yu started his car, intending to head to the law enforcement team when another call came in. Upon noticing the call from Du Xiaoxiao, Lin Yu promptly answered. Good morning, Lin Yu. Where are you right now? A languid female voice emanated from the other end, sounding as though she had just awakened. Oh, good morning. I'm currently at the entrance of Jiangxing University, dropping Xiaoyao off for school, Lin Yu replied candidly. Please wait for me there. I will be there shortly, Du Xiaoxiao said. Hey, I don't have time. Lin Yu's words were cut off as Du Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. You are truly incorrigible. Lin Yu chuckled helplessly and shook his head slightly. He parked his car by the roadside once more, lowered the window of the driver's seat, and awaited Du Xiaoxiao's arrival. At that moment, amidst the previously bustling crowd, a sudden exclamation pierced through the air. Oh no, someone has fainted. A female student had collapsed at the school gate without any warning. Upon hearing the shout, people swiftly gathered around, gazing at the unconscious girl on the ground, engaging in a cacophony of speculation. What happened? Could it be a heart condition? It doesn't seem like it. It's probably low blood sugar, likely due to skipping breakfast. Is there a teacher or student from the medical school? Please come and help. Yet, despite the multitude of voices, no one dared to approach and assess the situation. Everyone appeared hesitant, apprehensive about the potential repercussions. Let us call 120. A student retrieved their phone and dialed for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, seated in his car, noticed the unfolding events at the school gate. He immediately opened the car door, unhesitatingly maneuvered through the crowd, and approached the girl. Let me take a look. The girl's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her breathing faint, as if it could cease at any moment. Lin Yu swiftly crouched down, placing 2 fingers on her pulse, his brow furrowing deeply. Congenital heart disease? Isn't that a bit much? You think traditional Chinese medicine can save her? Someone in the crowd chimed in, laced with skepticism and disdain. Indeed, traditional medicine merely deceives the elderly with its so-called health practices. It has no real efficacy. Another person concurred. Lin Yu remained undeterred, disregarding the idle chatter. He took out a set of silver needles from his pocket and decisively inserted one into the girl's acupoint. The Rinzhong point. Stop. What are you doing? A stern voice rang out. Lin Yu looked up to see a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. Glasses perched on his nose, hastily parting the crowd, his face contorted with anger. At that moment, a stir arose among the onlookers. Someone shouted, "Look, Professor Tang is here. He is the youngest professor at the medical school. What is happening?" "Saving her," Lin Yu replied flatly. "Saving her? It appears you are attempting to cause harm." The middle-aged doctor coldly regarded Lin Yu, speaking slowly. Ignoring the clamor, Lin Yu continued his treatment, firmly establishing the needle at the girl's acupoint, stabilizing her breath. Seeing this, Professor Tang shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Quick, record this fool's actions. If anything happens to the girl, he will bear full responsibility." He stepped closer, scrutinizing Lin Yu's movements, his brow furrowing slightly. "Come here." Lin Yu suddenly halted, standing up and voluntarily clearing the way. Professor Tang's eyes flickered momentarily, but he bent down to gently check the girl's neck and conducted a brief examination, nodding in acknowledgement. Heart issues, but thankfully not too severe. "Is that all?" Lin Yu remarked with a hint of cold amusement. Professor Tang frowned, explaining, "Although the patient has heart issues, it doesn't appear to be critical. There are no instruments here. We must get her to the hospital for further treatment. Without instruments, you cannot treat her, yet you continue to prattle on," Lin Yu scoffed, resuming his acupuncture. "Stop. You will kill her," Professor Tang yelled, reaching out to pull Lin Yu away. Lin Yu waved his right hand, forcefully pushing Professor Tang back several steps. "If you don't want her to die, then do not interfere with my treatment," Lin Yu replied without glancing up. At that moment, the girl's previously ashen face began to regain a hint of color, and her breathing steadied significantly. The spectators observed in astonishment, their mouths agape. "How is this possible?" Professor Tang stared incredulously at Lin Yu. "No, the girl's condition wasn't that serious to begin with. You merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence." He furrowed his brow, yet feigned calmness. "All right, the patient's condition has stabilized. We just need to wait for the ambulance to take her for further treatment." Lin Yu dismissed Professor Tang, standing upright and earnestly advising him. "Oh, and the silver needles must remain in place until she is in surgery, otherwise it could endanger her life." With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, Master Lin, are you here saving lives again?" Du Xiaoxiao suddenly popped her head out from the crowd, teasing Lin Yu with a cheerful grin. "Oh, you're here? Perfect timing. Let us go," Lin Yu said without glancing at Professor Tang, striding purposefully out of the crowd. What a charlatan," Professor Tang thought disdainfully as he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, unwilling to believe that a mere handful of silver needles could save a life. However, with a crowd of students present, he felt reluctant to remove the needles himself. Just then, an ambulance screeched to a halt before the crowd. Several medical personnel swiftly lifted the girl onto the stretcher and into the vehicle. Since Professor Tang was the only teacher on the scene, he had no choice but to accompany them to the hospital. "Teacher, what about these silver needles?" the paramedic asked, glancing at the girl adorned with needles as he turned to Professor Tang. A reckless young man claimed to be a traditional doctor and inserted them. "Remove them all," Professor Tang replied with evident disdain. The paramedic hesitated. Although he was a Western medicine practitioner, there had been 2 recent cases at Jiangxing Chinese Hospital where silver needles had successfully saved lives. He felt compelled to treat the needles cautiously. "What are you hesitating for? I am Tang Lei from Jiang University Medical School. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong," Tang Lei asserted with an air of arrogance. "Tang Lei, you are the Tang professor from Jiang University, the renowned cardiac expert?" the paramedic inquired, astonished. "Indeed, that is I." "Quickly remove the silver needles and connect her to the monitoring equipment." Tang Lei impatiently waved his hand. "Understood." The paramedic, no longer hesitating, promptly followed Tang Lei's instructions and removed the silver needles from the girl, then swiftly connected her to the monitoring devices within the ambulance. "I told you there would be no issues," Tang Lei remarked, observing the steady readings on the monitor with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the paramedic sighed with relief as the patient's vital signs remained stable. However, within a mere 5 minutes, the previously calm monitoring equipment suddenly emitted a series of urgent, piercing alarms. Simultaneously, the data on the cardiac monitor plummeted dramatically like a roller coaster. "Professor Tang, what is happening?" The paramedic was instantly drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. "Quickly, initiate CPR." Tang Lei remained relatively composed, swiftly issuing instructions. Fortunately, the ambulance had already arrived at Jiangxing First Hospital, and the patient was promptly ushered into the emergency room, with Tang Lei himself stepping in to lead the procedure. One cannot deny that, setting aside Tang Lei's character, his medical skills were indeed exceptionally proficient. After an intense and prolonged surgery lasting over an hour, the young girl was miraculously saved. As the various indicators in the resuscitation room gradually stabilized, Tang Lei finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Had it not been for his timely intervention, he might have lost this precious life of a girl in her prime due to his previous negligence and disdain. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding nearby. Returning to Lin Yu, he emerged leisurely from the crowd, followed closely by Du Xiaoxiao, who radiated joy. Lin Yu, accompany me to buy a car today, she declared, hastily approaching the vehicle. Before Lin Yu could respond, she adeptly opened the driver's door and seated herself inside. I can't. I need to visit the enforcement bureau. My uncle is still inside. Lin Yu replied with a resigned shake of his head as he made his way to the passenger seat. What did your uncle do to get locked up? Do you need me to find someone to bail him out? Du Xiaoxiao inquired, concern etched on her face. No need. I was the one who put him in there. Lin Yu replied calmly. What? You put him in there? Why? Du Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in confusion. It's a long story. Let's head to the South City Enforcement Bureau first. Lin Yu sighed, gesturing for her to start the car. All right, let's go. Du Xiaoxiao nodded, then pressed the accelerator. The roar of the engine resonating as the Land Rover surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the Enforcement Bureau's office, Lin Yu greeted Officer Wu Qiong with a radiant smile. Good morning, Officer Wu. I'm here. Good morning? It's already past 10. I've been waiting for over an hour. Wu Qiong rolled her eyes, exasperated. Who is this? Wu Qiong's gaze shifted to Du Xiaoxiao, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Oh, she's my friend, Lin Yu introduced simply. Your girlfriend? Wu Qiong raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips as she looked at Lin Yu. Of course not. Let me introduce myself. I'm Du Xiaoxiao, she said confidently, extending her hand to greet Wu Qiong. Du Xiaoxiao, don't say that. I'm married. Lin Yu quickly clarified, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. That's hardly a marriage. You probably haven't even touched her hand, Du Xiaoxiao retorted without mercy. You'd be better off with me. As long as you're willing, I'm yours. She boldly expressed her feelings for Lin Yu. Du Xiaoxiao, can you exhibit a bit of restraint? Lin Yu's expression darkened, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Noticing Lin Yu's reaction, Du Xiaoxiao realized she had perhaps overstepped and chuckled playfully, lowering her head in silence. At that moment, Wu Qiong's expression turned peculiar. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she internally mused. This scoundrel is married yet still engages in affairs. How utterly despicable. However, Lin Yu remained oblivious to Wu Qiong's scrutinizing gaze and continued, Officer Wu, is there something you wish to discuss? What do you plan to do about your uncle's situation? If we delay any longer, we will have to proceed to the next step, Wu Qiong inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, let us bring him out. I need to discuss a few matters with him. Very well, please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, Wu Qiong led Lin Yu into the interrogation room, leaving Du Xiaoxiao behind. Xiao Yu, you have to find a way to save me. As soon as he entered the room, Zhong Zhibing exclaimed anxiously. Lin Yu regarded Zhong Zhibing expressionlessly and coldly instructed, have a seat. Listen closely, whether you can redeem yourself depends on your performance. After leaving the interrogation room, Lin Yu intended to return home, but he couldn't resist Du Xiaoxiao's persistent insistence. Reluctantly, he accompanied her to a dealership to purchase a new car before returning to the Enforcement Bureau to prepare for the subsequent operation. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings, the clock struck 7. Jiangcheng was now cloaked in darkness. In the southern outskirts, Lin Yu and Zhong Zhibing stood before the entrance of a bar. Is it inside there? Lin Yu looked up, surveying the brightly lit establishment with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, on the surface, it appears to be an ordinary bar, but it conceals deeper secrets, Zhong Zhibing affirmed with a nod. Today, Zhong Zhibing looked remarkably refreshed, dressed in a brand-new outfit purchased by Lin Yu during a brief outing, presenting himself in an impressive manner. Let us go inside and take a look, Lin Yu suggested, stepping forward into the bar. Okay, Zhong Zhibing eagerly replied, scampering ahead to lead the way. As they entered the bar, a swaggering youth approached them, a mocking grin spreading across his face upon recognizing Zhong Zhibing. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this young Master Zhong? What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhibing's expression changed, and he quickly pulled the youth aside, lowering his voice. Dog brother, keep it down. I brought a boss with me. He gestured discreetly toward Lin Yu, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Humph, I thought you were out of your mind, coming here after owing Brother G money. Turns out you've caught a big fish, Dog brother sneered, albeit with a hint of grudging respect. Come, follow me. Zhong Zhibing sighed with relief, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dog brother. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Lin Zong, let us head inside, Zhong Zhibing said, feigning flattery as he turned to Lin Yu. All right. Let us go. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Dog Brother led Lin Yu and Zhong Zhibing through the back entrance of the bar, navigating a narrow, winding passage. Eventually, they arrived at a closed door. After several rounds of verification, Dog Brother gave a gentle push, and the door swung open, revealing a new scene, a sizable casino. Oh, well hidden indeed. Lin Yu smiled faintly. The casino was thick with smoke, the atmosphere electric. The cacophony of voices, the clattering of gambling equipment, and the sound of chips exchanging hands created a lively din-lin zone. Enjoy yourself with young Master Zhong. I have other matters to attend to. Dog Brother greeted Lin Yu before departing. Understood, Lin Yu nodded politely. After surveying the casino, Lin Yu handed Zhong Zhibing a bank card and loudly proclaimed, Zhong, go exchange for some chips. Bet freely. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the casino, Dog Brother and a middle-aged man observed Lin Yu and Zhong Zhibing intently through the glass. Boss, do you think Lin Zhong brought by Zhong Zhibing is a naive fish? He seems quite affluent, Dog Brother queried the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man remained silent, his keen gaze fixed on Lin Yu. This man was none other than Brother Ji, the casino's proprietor. Let us watch for now. I've been keeping an eye on him since he arrived, and I haven't noticed anything particularly special. Let him savor some initial wins. Brother Ji finally spoke, a knowing expression crossing his face. Understood, I will make the arrangements, Dog Brother acknowledged before departing. Before long, Zhong Zhibing returned, gleefully clutching the chips he had exchanged. Given the circumstances, he had refrained from betting earlier. Let us get started. Lin Yu divided the 200,000 chips, and they both began to play. Before long, both had accumulated a considerable sum, especially Zhong Zhibing, who unexpectedly won more than 200,000, exclaimed with exhilaration. In that moment, he felt invincible and began to increase his bets. However, from that instant onward, it seemed that Lady Luck had abruptly departed from him. Within just a few rounds, he lost every penny, both principal and profit. Chapter 51. Third time's a charm. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was steadily accumulating his fortune, now possessing nearly 500,000 in chips. Lin, could you lend me some chips to play with? Gazing at the mountain of chips before Lin Yu, Zhong Zhibing's eyes glimmered with the hunger of a famished wolf. Although he was aware that he was merely playing along with Lin Yu's charade, he could hardly suppress his inner eagerness. It would be best if you refrained from playing. Just observe from the sidelines. Lin Yu, fearing that Zhong Zhibing might lose control and jeopardize his scheme, urged him to stop. Dog, take him to the dice area. The voice of Brother Ji echoed through Dog Ji's earpiece. Understood. Dog Gu acknowledged and promptly approached Lin Yu with a sycophantic smile. Lin, how about we head to the dice area? It's much more thrilling over there. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he replied, all right, let us indulge in some excitement. Accompanying Dog Gu to the dice area, they found the atmosphere significantly more vibrant than that of the poker section, with dealers shouting enthusiastically and players vocally announcing their bets. Lin, the rules here are quite simple. It's just betting on high or low. Dog Gu introduced. Lin Yu smiled slightly, casually tossing a pile of chips onto the table. All right, simplicity is key. I'll bet 200,000 on high. Zhong Zhibing winced, inwardly lamenting. Goodness, this nephew treats money as if it were nothing. He watched Lin Yu anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the surrounding players noticed a high roller had entered the dice area, they gathered around, turning the scene into a lively spectacle. Let him win. At that moment, Dog Gu's voice reached the dealer through the earpiece. The dealer nodded and began to shake the dice. All eyes fixated on the dice cup as if they could peer inside to discern the outcome. Hi. Zhong Zhibing clenched his fists, his lips quivering, silently praying. 2, 5, 6 high. When the dealer revealed the cup, Lin Yu effortlessly won 200,000. 400,000 high. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth turned up slightly as he tossed another heap of chips, as if 200,000 were merely insignificant to him. 1, 5, 6 high. With the dealer announcing the numbers, Lin Yu struck again. At this point, his chips had exceeded 1 million. Wow, this person has incredible luck. An onlooker gasped, eyes wide with envy. Indeed, his fortune is remarkable. Another observer chimed in, astonished. Zhong Zhibing watched Lin Yu, feeling a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he wasn't the one betting, or he would have suffered a great loss. Simultaneously, he marveled at Lin Yu's luck, thinking to himself that if only he possessed such fortune, he would have long since prospered. Lin Yu, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance, tossed another pile of chips, declaring loudly, 80,000 high. My goodness, an 80,000 bet, and he's wagered high 3 times in a row. This fellow certainly has audacity. The crowd collectively gasped, murmuring among themselves. I'll follow. One must believe in this gentleman's luck. Some began to place their bets alongside Lin Yu. I'll bet against him. As they say, third time's a charm. It's improbable he can continue this streak. Others opted to wager against Lin Yu. Locked in, the dealer announced. Then proceeded to reveal the dice cup. Unbelievable. This is too extraordinary. The crowd exclaimed in unison, as the dice indeed revealed high once more. Oh, had I known, I would have followed his lead. Haha, I told you, following the boss leads to abundant rewards. Some in the crowd sighed, while others were animated. Perhaps this was the very allure of gambling, driving people to madness. Lin, you're astonishingly fortunate, Zhong Zhibing exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement, almost calling out Lin Yu's name. Time to collect. At that moment, Dog Ji's voice once again echoed in the dealer's earpiece. The dealer nodded slightly, shaking the dice cup with a subtle smile. Setting the cup down, the dealer looked at Lin Yu, extending her hand to indicate he could place his bet. 1 million. Hi. Lin Yu, without a glance at the cup, placed his wager as per his usual method. Goodness, this person has lost his mind. What sort of rhythm is this? Indeed, I've never seen someone so bold before. Lin Yu's demeanor astonished the gathered crowd, sparking whispers among them. Lin, don't act impulsively. As Lin Yu tossed 1 million in chips onto the table, Zhong Zhibing's heart raced, filled with apprehension. After all, such a sum was no trifling matter. A successful bet would be splendid, but a loss would be devastating. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed, as if 1 million was merely a trivial figure to him. Let us proceed, Lin Yu said calmly. All right, locked in. Let us go. The dealer's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she nodded at Lin Yu before cautiously unveiling the dice cup. 1, 2, 5 low. The dealer announced the numbers. Haha, good thing I didn't follow. Not losing is a victory, someone in the crowd remarked. Oh, Lin Yu. He sighed regrettably. For the first time, disappointment flickered across his face. A subtle change that did not escape Brother Dao, who was monitoring from the screens. He smirked inwardly, thinking, humph, a mere million and he has already changed his expression. This kid is hardly a big fish. Shall we continue? The dealer inquired, her face adorned with a sweet smile, akin to a blooming flower. Yet her eyes revealed a hint of cunning. Lin Yu paused, furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. After a lengthy moment, he lifted his gaze, resolutely meeting the dealer's eyes. Let us continue. The dealer nodded in understanding, then deftly picked up the dice, shaking them gently. The dice emitted a crisp sound, akin to delightful music. As she moved, the dice danced within the cup, resembling a merry band of sprites. Finally, the dealer gently set the dice down, awaiting Lin Yu's choice. Once again, hi. Lin Yu smiled slightly. With his keen perception, the internal state of the dice cup was all too clear. He discerned the numbers and had already formulated his answer. 1 million high. Lin Yu confidently declared his bet. As these words left his lips, the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence. The once boisterous casino suddenly quieted, all eyes fixed intently on the dice cup, eager to unveil the outcome. Chapter 52. Russian Roulette locked in. The dealer's voice shattered the silence. Her lips retained that sweet smile, yet her gaze was sharper than before. Tick-tock. Lin Yu heard a faint sound. It emanated from within the dice cup. Although subtle, his keen ears caught it. There is indeed something amiss. At that moment, he realized the dice had changed within the cup, no longer the previous 3, 5, 6, but now transformed into 1, 2, 5. Despite recognizing the anomaly, Lin Yu maintained a facade of nonchalance. Let us go. With a firm command, the beautiful dealer delicately lifted the cover of the dice cup. 5. Her eyes flickered momentarily, betraying a hint of hesitation, but she quickly regained her composure. 5, 3, 6, high. Oh wow, it's high again. The crowd erupted in astonishment and cheers. However, at that moment, a deep and menacing voice echoed through the dealer's earpiece. What is going on? Beads of sweat began to form on the dealer's forehead as she whispered. I'm not sure. I clearly made the dice smaller. The voice on the other end was clearly dissatisfied with her response, threateningly stating, if this mistake happens again, I'll bury you. The dealer trembled in fear and quickly replied, yes, yes. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Yu unwaveringly chose to bet on high, indifferent to the dealer's covert manipulations. Yet, the outcomes were consistently contrary to his expectations. As Lin Yu's pile of chips grew increasingly mountainous, the dealer's forehead glistened with sweat, and her anxiety escalated. Finally, Lin Yu sensed that the moment had arrived and turned to the dazed Zhong Zhibing beside him, saying, all right, let us leave. Zhong Zhibing, as if awakening from a dream, quickly nodded. Oh, okay, I'll cash in these chips right away. Just as he was about to rise, a cold voice interrupted him. Hold on. At that moment, Brother Ji descended from the second floor, flanked by 4 tall, muscular bodyguards. A smirk crept upon Lin Yu's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Is there something you need? Lin Yu's tone remained calm, laced with subtle derision. You must be Lin. Brother Dao, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze sharp and penetrating. And you are? Lin Yu inquired, casually touching his nose, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Xiao Yu, this is Brother Ji. Zhong Zhibing interjected before Brother Ji could respond. At this moment, he stood tall before Brother Ji, his eyes gleaming with pride. Having previously shown deference to Brother Ji, he now felt liberated from the burden of debt, thanks to Lin Yu's substantial winnings. His confidence surged, and he boldly addressed Lin Yu by name. Zhong Zhibing, impressive. It seems you have found a patron. Brother Ji's expression darkened, his tone laced with a hint of menace. At Brother Ji's words, Zhong Zhibing instinctively recoiled, but, recalling the 2 million in Lin Yu's possession, he straightened his posture with newfound pride. So, Lin, are you interested in playing a few more rounds? Brother Dao disregarded Zhong Zhibing and redirected his attention to Lin Yu. Is there something more thrilling? This dice game seems rather dull. Lin Yu shrugged, feigning indifference. He understood that Brother Dao likely had other means to entice him. Yet, he remained unconcerned, for with his keen insight, nothing could evade his scrutiny. Haha, how about Russian roulette? Interested? Brother Ji's face twisted into a sinister grin as he slowly drew a revolver from his waist, slamming it onto the gambling table with a resounding thud. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they recoiled in fear. What is Russian roulette? Lin Yu furrowed his brow at Brother Ji's words and turned to Zhong Zhibing, asking in confusion. It wasn't that Lin Yu was feigning ignorance. Rather, he genuinely lacked knowledge of this game. Ha ha ha, you don't even know Russian roulette? It seems this kid is relying entirely on luck tonight. Lin Yu's remark incited laughter among the onlookers. Xiao Yu. Russian roulette involves placing 1 or more bullets in the revolver's chamber, spinning it, and then closing it. Participants take turns pointing the gun at their own heads and pulling the trigger until someone is shot or someone refuses to pull the trigger. Zhong Zhibing explained in a hushed tone, his face pale. Sounds like a thrilling game. Let us play Russian roulette, Lin Yu said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhibing's face turned ashen, and he urgently pulled Lin Yu aside, whispering, Xiao Yu, this is no joke. Russian roulette is a matter of life and death. Losing money is trivial, but if you lose your life, regret won't come in time. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. Since Brother Ji wants to play, I can't possibly dampen his enthusiasm. Next to him, Brother Dog hesitated, scratching his head. Boss, do we really want to go that big? Brother Ji, however, burst into laughter, a glint of madness in his eyes as he proclaimed, if we're playing, let us go all out. 1 pull of the trigger, 10 million. Let us see if Lin dares to play with me. He provocatively glanced at Lin Yu. Anyone else who wishes to join can come challenge me. Brother Ji continued to incite the surrounding crowd. Yet, the onlookers exchanged wary glances, none daring to step forward to gamble their lives against such a madman. After all, they had come for amusement, not to risk their lives. Xiao Yu, be cautious. Don't fall for his trick, Zhong Zhibing warned anxiously, watching Lin Yu with concern. Lin Yu, brimming with confidence, patted Zhong Zhibing on the shoulder, smiling. Don't worry. Haven't you noticed my luck is phenomenal today? All right, Lin is formidable. Brother Ji's expression turned smug as he emptied the bullets from the revolver, then carefully loaded 1 bullet into the chamber, spinning it and tossing the weapon in front of Lin Yu. Each person gets a shot. If you win, you can take the money and leave. If you lose, well, I'll take care of your remains. Brother Ji remarked, inhaling deeply on his cigar, his gaze turning ferocious amidst the swirling smoke. Chapter 53. Integrity and Humanity. Lin Yu's lips curved upward, revealing an inscrutable smile as he fixated on the revolver on the table, an aura of unspoken confidence radiating from him. I'm game for this life and death challenge, but I have an additional condition, Lin Yu began slowly. Brother Ji paused, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. What's the condition? Lin Yu smiled faintly, enunciating each word. There shall be no surrender. It's either life or death. Brother Ji's expression shifted slightly at this declaration. After a moment's contemplation, he extinguished his cigar and coolly replied, very well. I'm curious to see the extent of your abilities. Lin Yu chuckled, nonchalantly picking up the revolver, raising it to his temple with his finger poised on the trigger, as if ready to pull it at any moment. The atmosphere turned tense as silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. Only the faint sound of mechanical parts colliding was heard. The first shot had missed. Lin Yu smiled faintly, tossing the revolver back onto the table, calmly stating, your turn. Brother Ji, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the revolver before slowly picking it up. After a brief hesitation, he pulled the trigger as well. Click again. The sound of mechanical components clashing rang out. He too had escaped the bullet's embrace. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, captivated by the bravery and audacity of the two men, showering them with admiring glances. Brother G regarded Lin Yu with a triumphant smile, declaring, "Your turn." Lin Yu lifted the revolver, maintaining his calm demeanor. As he pulled the trigger for the third time, the familiar sound echoed once more. Brother G's body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Continue," he directed, feigning calmness as he looked at Lin Yu. "What is going on? I already pulled the trigger once," Lin Yu asked, a puzzled expression on his face as he stared at Brother G. Chicken Brother replied leisurely, "This is the rule here. In the first round, each person fires only one shot, and in the second round, each person fires 2 shots. Therefore, the next shot is still yours." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to the terrified Zhong Zhibing beside him and inquired, "Is that so?" No. This game has always been 1 shot per person. I've never heard of any other rules," Zhong Zhibing responded. "This is our house's rule. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone," Chicken Brother said, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Lin Yu scanned the crowd, and everyone immediately averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. It was evident that in Chicken Brother's domain, his word was law. Playing with the pistol in his hand, Lin Yu formulated a plan. "All right. If I must take this shot, then if it goes well, you must absolve Zhong Xiao of all his debts. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhibing quickly grasped Lin Yu's hand, pleading, "Xiao Yu, the money I've just won is enough to clear my debts. There's no need to take such a risk." "That money is mine, you know," Lin Yu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at his shameless uncle. "One must be honest. If you borrow money, you must repay it." Zhong Zhibing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. However, Chicken Brother sneered inwardly, delighting in the situation. "Kid, do you really think your luck is that good? Prepare to be taken down." "Fine, although I don't know your relationship with Zhong Zhibing. That kid has indeed encountered a stroke of luck by meeting someone like you." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted, "Then it's settled. No need for any further nonsense." With that, Lin Yu seized the pistol on the table and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. "Wow, this guy is tough," Chicken Brother gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. He thought, "I've roamed these waters for years and have never encountered someone so fearless." Initially believing that the 4th shot would frighten this man into submission, he was astonished to find himself facing a daring opponent instead. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Chicken Brother's forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. After all, the 5th shot would soon be his turn. Just then, Dog Brother suddenly spoke up. "Boss, perhaps we should stop playing. Let's chalk today up to bad luck and hand over the 30 million to Boss Lin." Dog Brother understood that given the current situation, his boss Chicken Brother was clearly frightened. Continuing this standoff would only lead to humiliation in front of everyone. It would be better to gracefully retreat. However, Lin Yu coldly smiled, his gaze sharp as he slowly stated, "Stop playing? I believe you've forgotten what I said at the beginning. Brother, how about we follow what Dog Brother suggested? I can immediately transfer 30 million cash to your account, and I can have Zhong Xiao's IOU brought out and burned." Chicken Brother said, his demeanor obsequious, though he was plotting against Lin Yu in his mind. Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "You truly are a straightforward person. However, one must keep their promises. Zhong Xiao owes you money, and today I've brought him to repay the debt. But you must also adhere to the rules we agreed upon before the game began." Lin Yu's words sent a jolt of fear through Chicken Brother. He gazed at the young man before him, anxiety creeping into his heart. Yet, being worldly, Chicken Brother fought to maintain his composure and forced a smile. "Of course, I, Chicken Brother, always keep my promises." "Very well, let us continue." At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly raised the pistol, pressing the barrel against Chicken Brother's forehead. With an impassive expression, Lin Yu stated, "If you're too afraid to pull the trigger, I would be more than happy to assist you." How audacious! At that moment, Chicken Brother's bodyguards finally sensed the shift in the atmosphere and drew their weapons, aiming them at Lin Yu while shouting in protest. The tension in the room escalated, the air thick with anticipation. "So you want to test reflexes, do you? Come. Let us see whether my bullet travels faster than your fists." As he spoke, Lin Yu had already pulled the trigger. Chapter 54. The game concludes. Chicken Brother was so frightened that he turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. However, the expected gunshot did not follow. Simultaneously, the fists of the black-clad bodyguards came rushing towards Lin Yu like a hailstorm. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he deftly shifted his body, evading the 4 massive punches with grace and agility, as if he were a wraith. Surprised by their failure to land a hit, The bodyguards quickly adjusted their strategy, aiming low with sweeping kicks toward Lin Yu. The four bodyguards executed their movements with remarkable precision, coordinating flawlessly to trap Lin Yu from all sides, leaving no room for error, showcasing their extensive training. Yet, just as everyone believed Lin Yu would undoubtedly be struck, for anguished shrieks pierced the air. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the shiny leather toes of the bodyguard's shoes had been deeply dented. It turned out that Lin Yu had executed an astonishingly swift maneuver, accurately stomping down on each bodyguard's shoe in rapid succession. In that moment, a comically absurd scene unfolded in the center of the vast casino, for burly men in black lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their feet and rolling in agony, while one young man clutched his head, trembling in fear. After a considerable pause, Chicken Brother seemed to emerge from his intense terror, hesitantly reaching up to touch his still intact head, stammering, I'm fine. Wow. Who would have thought that the formidable Chicken Brother of the Carefree Gang would turn out to be such a coward? Lin Yu remarked, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the prostrate Chicken Brother. Kid, how dare you call me a coward? You must truly be tired of living. Chicken Brother's face turned an ashen hue, his forehead bulging with veins, his eyes ablaze with fury. Oh, it seems Chicken Brother is quite incensed, Lin Yu smirked, a hint of disdain in his smile. Since you're still alive, let us continue the game. All right, let us play. We shall continue. Chicken Brother gritted his teeth, forcing the words out while his eyes glinted with ferocity. It appears Chicken Brother has some backbone after all, Lin Yu teased. Now it's your turn. Chicken Brother, suppressing his anger, pointed a finger at Lin Yu, speaking with venom. Are you sure your brain hasn't been scrambled from fear? Lin Yu chuckled. What happened to the rules you kept mentioning? Humph, that last shot doesn't count. It was for repaying Zhong Xiao's debt. Chicken Brother feigned calmness, yet the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Very well, as you wish, let us proceed, Lin Yu said, unhesitatingly raising the pistol once more, aiming it at his own head, and then abruptly pulling the trigger. Is this person mad? Even movies wouldn't dare to portray such insanity. What a remarkable individual. Lin Yu's reckless act elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scenario. Chicken Brother's eyes widened, his face reflecting an expression of utter incredulity. He never expected this seemingly refined young man to exhibit such madness, sending a chill down his spine. Come, it's your turn now. If you have any last words, hurry and convey them to your subordinates, Lin Yu said, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he presented the pistol to Chicken Brother. After a moment of hesitation, Brother G slowly extended his hand to take the pistol. Once he grasped the firearm, he swiftly retreated a few steps and aimed it at Lin Yu, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. What a fool. At that moment, they had already tested 5 magazines without any issues, and it was inevitable that one of the remaining 2 contained a bullet. Thus, by the rules, Brother G was now undoubtedly facing his demise. Shall go, clear the area. Brother G gestured to the nearby dog brother, indicating that he should disperse the onlookers. After all, what was about to transpire was not suitable for public eyes. Oh, no more pretense? Upon seeing this, Lin Yu chuckled lightly, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain and mockery, as if he had already seen through Brother G's intentions. Pretend? I was merely toying with you. Do you dare to cause trouble in my territory? Do you even know whose ground this is? Brother G stubbornly maintained his pride, speaking defiantly. Regardless of whose territory it is, your end is nigh today, Lin Yu replied, his demeanor calm, completely disregarding Brother G. Enraged by these words, Brother G gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, and said, You brat, then die? Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. Click. Brother G fired 2 shots in rapid succession. However, the anticipated gunfire did not sound, and his face instantly turned pale. Click, click, click. Again he fired several more shots. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Brother G's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling slightly as he pulled the trigger once more, but still, there was no reaction. Trembling, he opened the magazine of the pistol and examined it closely, only to find it entirely empty of bullets. This is impossible, Brother G exclaimed, his voice filled with incredulity. He distinctly remembered loading a bullet into the magazine himself, yet now it was void of ammunition. How can this be? I clearly saw the boss put the bullet in the magazine, Dog Brother said, equally astonished and filled with confusion. Enough, the game is over. Let us wrap this up and leave, Lin Yu said to Brother G. He then turned to Zhong Zhibing and said, Let us go. It's time to settle the chips. All right, Zhong Zhibing replied, visibly relieved that it was finally coming to an end. However, at that moment, Brother G suddenly revealed a sinister grin. Kid, You think you can just take the money and leave my place? It won't be that easy. Do you believe he will change his mind immediately? Lin Yu smiled at Zhong Zhibing. Zhong Zhibing looked bewildered. Weren't you looking for that bullet? Here it is. Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, a bullet whizzed past Brother Ji's earlobe like lightning, shattering a piece of glass behind him. Brother Ji was filled with terror, trembling all over, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Xiao Go, arrange for Mr. Lin immediately. Brother Ji shouted, his voice quivering. If he still did not comprehend Lin Yu's formidable nature at this point, he would truly be a fool. Chapter 55, A Long Vacation Within 10 Minutes. Lin Yu's phone buzzed with a notification indicating that 30 million yuan had been transferred. Xiao Yu, it really came through. Zhong Zhibing stared at the transaction message on Lin Yu's phone, his eyes gleaming with avarice, nearly drooling with excitement. 30 million. Enough to ensure his comfort for the rest of his life. I've already cleared your debts. You're not still thinking about the remaining money, are you? Lin Yu said with a half-smile, his gaze fixed on Zhong Zhibing. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhong Zhibing's face, but he quickly returned to a greedy expression. It wouldn't hurt to share a little with me. He thought to himself that even a small amount would allow him to live a life of luxury. However, Lin Yu ignored him and calmly sent a message. I'm done here. You can come in now. Shortly after, Wu Qiong, who had been waiting outside, led dozens of law enforcement officers into the room like a tide. Lin Yu naturally would not linger at the casino. He guided Zhong Zhibing to leave quietly while the law enforcement personnel were distracted. Xiao Yu, when did you become so impressive? You must tell uncle about it. On the way back, Zhong Zhibing's eyes were glued to Lin Yu, his face brimming with admiration. Oh, spare me. What kind of uncle are you? Lin Yu grumbled irritably. Hey, you ungrateful one. I used to give you candy all the time when we were kids. Zhong Zhibing grinned widely. Oh please, how dare you bring that up? Just being thankful that you didn't steal my candy is enough. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lin Yu and Zhong Zhibing were of similar age, and during their childhood, the candy given to Lin Yu by their grandparents was often coaxed away by Zhong Zhibing. That was because you were so young. I was just worried you'd get cavities from eating too much candy. Zhong Zhibing defended himself shamelessly. Lin Yu chose to ignore him, directly dropping Zhong Zhibing off at the law enforcement bureau before heading straight to the Yi family villa without looking back. The night passed without incident. The next morning, news broke that sent shockwaves through the entire Jiang city. Last night, the South City Law Enforcement Bureau successfully dismantled an underground casino and money laundering operation, involving amounts reaching several hundred million, and arrested dozens of related criminals. Furthermore, a piece of insider information circulated online, indicating that the dismantled underground casino and money exchange belonged to the Jiang City's Carefree Gang. This revelation left everyone astounded. The Carefree Gang was not an ordinary group, and the South City Law Enforcement Bureau daring to take down their casino and money exchange was utterly unexpected. At this moment, in the office of the South City Law Enforcement Bureau, Director Lai looked at Wu Qiong with a serious expression. Wu Qiong, you performed exceptionally well this time. Great job. Starting today, you are on a long vacation. You haven't visited your grandfather in a while, so go back and spend some time with him. However, Wu Qiong appeared puzzled. Director, why the sudden vacation? Did I do something wrong? Director Lai waved his hand. No. It's just that you recently took down the territory of King Du, and the situation is rather complicated, so I decided to give you some time off. Go home and rest well. Hearing this, Wu Qiong furrowed her brow, perplexed. Director, I don't understand. This underground casino is not only a criminal establishment, but also involved in money laundering and other offenses. Our arrests were completely legitimate. Why should I hide? Director Lai sighed deeply. The truth is, we've known about the existence of this casino and money exchange for quite some time. But who truly dares to act against them? King Du is not someone to provoke. It should be fine. Lin Yu said he has spoken with King Du. Wu Qiong replied quietly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. In fact, even she was not entirely convinced by her own words. Are you talking about that young man from earlier? Director Lai raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. Although he is the son-in-law of the Yi family, from what I know, he is not well regarded by the Yi family members. Do you think the Yi family would confront King Du for him? He shouldn't be lying to me. I've seen him getting close with King Du's daughter, Du Xiaoxiao. Perhaps he really can communicate with King Du. Wu Qiong thought of Lin Yu's relationship with Du Xiaoxiao and felt a renewed sense of faith in him. Just be cautious about your safety. If anything happens, I want to be able to explain it to your grandfather. Director Lai sighed helplessly, concern evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Du family villa, a burly man with a shaved head stood before Du Jinming like an immovable mountain. His gaze was sharp and fierce, exuding an intense hunger for his prey. This man was none other than Brother Wolf, one of Du Jinming's 4 elite enforcers. Master Du, about last night. Brother Wolf began, but was interrupted by Du Jinming. Wolf, how long have you been with me? Wolf paused momentarily before responding. Master Du, it has been 8 years. Since the day you saved me from the grip of the ghost hand, I have steadfastly followed you. Du Jinming nodded, and after a long silence, he slowly continued. Wolf, in recent days, my family has faced a series of unfortunate events. The master I consulted has indicated that this is due to the accumulation of our misdeeds, resulting in an excess of resentment. Therefore, Master Du, I understand, Wolf interjected. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Being a clever man, he quickly grasped Du Jinming's meaning. However, hesitation soon clouded his expression, as if burdened by unvoiced concerns. Speak freely, do not hold back, Du Jinming urged, his brow furrowed with displeasure. Taking a deep breath, Wolf summoned his courage. Master Du, our brothers have been imprisoned. If we remain indifferent, it may dishearten the others. At this point, Wolf furrowed his brow in worry and continued. Moreover, the Law Enforcement Bureau is undoubtedly monitoring our actions. If we do not respond, we may invite further trouble. Upon hearing this, Du Jinming fell silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening as he coldly replied, let those matters be for now. Furthermore, spread word to suspend all gambling operations and money houses in our halls. All other businesses will remain unchanged. If the Law Enforcement Bureau continues to cause trouble, we shall deal with them as we have in the past. I wish to see how they will handle me. Understood, I will make the arrangements, Wolf acknowledged, slightly bowing before turning to leave the villa. Chapter 56, A Passing Stranger Before Long. Astonishing news spread rapidly. The Xiaoyao gang had announced the suspension of all gambling operations and money houses under its banner. This decision sent shockwaves through the entire underworld of Jiangxing. Wu Qiong, it seems you were indeed correct. There is an extraordinary connection between Lin Yu and the King of Du, Director Lai remarked, surprise evident on his face. I knew that lad was reliable. Wu Qiong thought to herself, relieved that her anxieties had finally settled. In that case, let us release his little uncle. We can justify it by claiming he has made amends. Director Lai nodded in agreement. However, Wu Qiong frowned, still harboring doubts regarding the insurance fraud. Let it be as it is. The mastermind behind this will face serious consequences, but for Zhong Zhibing, considering Lin Yu's standing, we shall release him, Director Lai decisively concluded. All right then, Wu Qiong acquiesced reluctantly, acknowledging Director Lai's demands. Subsequently, Wu Qiong dialed Lin Yu's number, her tone icy. Lin Yu, come to the police station to collect your uncle. However, Lin Yu's indifferent voice emerged from the other end. Officer Wu, I currently have no time for this. Just release him. He can go wherever he pleases. At that moment, Lin Yu was situated in a serene nook of the Shaonan Mountain, preparing to meditate. The tranquil surroundings and rich spiritual energy made it an ideal place for cultivation. He had no time to concern himself with Zhong Zhibing's predicament. We need your signature on some documents. If you're truly too busy, then we shall keep him for a few more days. Wu Qiong's tone held a hint of amusement. Lin Yu frowned. Fine, I will come by later. After ending the call, he sighed, feeling burdened by the troubles stemming from having such an uncle. With a heavy sigh, Lin Yu switched off his phone and cast it aside, desiring no distractions. Seated cross-legged, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Instantly, the air around him seemed to grow tranquil, with only the sound of his breathing and heartbeat resonating in the silence. As time flowed by, Lin Yu gradually immersed himself in his practice, feeling the surge and flow of power within him, which brought immense joy and satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the woods halfway up Shaonan Mountain, an elderly man with graying hair caressed a fir tree as thick as a bowl, his hands trembling slightly, lips murmuring as if speaking to someone. Beside him stood 2 individuals, a beautiful young woman and a tall, sharp-eyed middle-aged man. The elder coughed lightly and instructed the young woman, Yao Yao, please retrieve what I have brought. The young woman stepped forward to support the elder, expressing concern, grandfather. Your health is not well. Perhaps it would be wise to forego alcohol today. Yet the elder waved his hand dismissively, reflecting. I wonder if I will have the chance to return here next year. Each visit is a precious one. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke, Miss. Since Tang Lao has this wish, we ought to honor it. After all, it is the culmination of his lifelong sentiments. Hearing this, the young woman frowned slightly. Her tone laced with reproach. You talk too much. The doctor has already advised grandfather against alcohol. If he drinks again and it causes complications, can you bear the responsibility? Fei Fei, how can you speak to your 7th uncle like that? Apologize at once. The elder reprimanded. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand. It's fine, Tang Lao. I merely intended to finish my thought. Xiaoqi, I understand your sentiment. Fei Fei is still young and naive. Please be more forgiving, the elder replied earnestly. Though somewhat dissatisfied, Tang Fei Fei reluctantly handed the bottle of wine to the elder. You child, when I am no longer here, who will indulge you? The elder sighed, accepting the bottle. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? You will surely live a long life. Moreover, my father has invited a renowned doctor from abroad, who will be here soon to treat you. Your health will surely improve, the young woman comforted gently. The elder smiled but did not respond, instead pouring 2 glasses of wine. Old friend, I have come to see you again. The elder raised a glass, gently spilling some wine around the fir tree. Then, he lifted the other glass and drank it down in one gulp. Finally, he saluted the tree with a perfect military salute, coughing, possibly due to the strong liquor. The elder was soon choking, his face flushed. Grandfather, are you all right? Tang Fei Fei rushed forward to support him, gently patting his back. Ah, grandfather, you are coughing up blood. Tang Fei Fei suddenly exclaimed, noticing a trickle of blood at the elder's lips staining his chest. Seventh uncle, please check on grandfather. She cried anxiously, tears welling in her eyes. Alas, the bullet lodged in his heart is irretrievable, leading to his weakening pulse. He should never have consumed alcohol. A youthful voice echoed from above. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaoqi's expression shifted, and he swiftly shielded the elder and young woman behind him, his demeanor vigilant as he called out, "Who goes there?" Yet, only silence met his inquiry. "Humph, cowardly vermin. If you have the guts, show yourself." Xiaoqi scoffed, his gaze scanning the surroundings, his inner strength subtly gathering in his hands. At that moment, a figure gracefully descended from the branches, appearing before them like a specter. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely a passerby," Lin Yu said, a faint smile gracing his face. "A martial artist?" Xiaoqi observed the young man before him, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. In this desolate mountain wilderness, the sudden appearance of a youth could not bode well. Abruptly, he thrust both hands forward, aiming directly at Lin Yu's heart. The seemingly ordinary strike concealed an endless threat. If it landed, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon Lin Yu. Upon witnessing Xiaoqi's sudden attack, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily shouted, "Xiaoqi, halt." However, it was already too late to intervene. Xiaoqi's palms, enveloped by a fierce gust, surged forward like a whirlwind, swiftly approaching Lin Yu. Chapter 57. The flying needle strikes. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of displeasure. He was quite irked by Xiaoqi's indiscriminate aggression. Just as Xiaoqi's hand was about to make contact with Lin Yu, he effortlessly waved his right hand and countered with a palm strike. With a dull thud, a figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing the elder and his grandson, positioned several meters away, to instinctively stumble backward before regaining their footing. The figure flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing through several sturdy trees before finally halting, landing heavily in a distant thicket, the outcome uncertain. "Oh, what a pity. Xiaoqi, why must you be so impulsive?" the elder lamented as he gazed at the felled trees. Yet, at that moment, the scene before him left his words caught in his throat, his expression morphing into one of incredulous astonishment. For standing firmly in front of him was not Xiaoqi, but rather the young man who had just appeared like a specter. "How is this possible?" the elder murmured in disbelief. It was known that Xiaoqi was a martial arts master. An ordinary warrior could not withstand his strike. Now, not only had Xiaoqi failed to send his opponent flying, but he had instead been rendered incapacitated. Such an outcome was truly difficult to accept. "Master Tang, miss, you must leave at once. I will hold him off." Uncle Qi struggled to rise from the thicket, urging the elder and Tang Fei Fei with an anxious expression. Upon hearing this, Tang Fei Fei instinctively turned to flee but soon paused, glancing back at the elder. "Fei Fei, go check on your Uncle Qi's condition," the elder said, shaking his head, his gaze gravely fixed upon the unmoving Lin Yu before him. "Grandfather," Tang Fei Fei began to speak, but the elder interrupted her with a wave. "Fei Fei, heed your grandfather's advice and see how your Uncle Qi is faring." "Understood." Tang Fei Fei hesitated momentarily before hastening toward Uncle Qi's location. "Who are you really?" Xiaoqi, now supported by Tang Fei Fei, returned to the elder's side and regarded Lin Yu with a serious expression. "Did I not mention before? I am merely a passerby," Lin Yu replied, his demeanor impassive. "A passerby? Humph, do you expect me to believe such nonsense? If you were truly an ordinary traveler, how could you possess such formidable skills? Speak, who sent you?" Xiaoqi clearly did not trust Lin Yu's words and continued to press for answers. "Believe it or not, it's the truth," Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. as the facts remained unchanged. Humph. Regardless of whether your claims are true or false, you cannot leave until this matter is resolved today, Xiaoqi declared coldly, his tone chilling. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your elder instead, Lin Yu remarked with a weary shake of his head, turning to depart. Grandfather. Tang Feifei instinctively looked back upon hearing Lin Yu's words, and her heart sank at the sight before her. The elder had collapsed to the ground. Master Tang. Xiaoqi's face paled, and he rushed forward to assess the situation. What have you done to Master Tang? Xiaoqi questioned Lin Yu with fury. Are you blind? I have been standing here, motionless, Lin Yu countered, brow furrowed. It must be your doing. I will fight you. Xiaoqi snarled, gritting his teeth before launching himself at Lin Yu. Observing this, Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with disdain. He casually raised a hand and effortlessly waved it, unleashing an invisible gust of force that sent Xiaoqi staggering backward. Thud! Xiaoqi fell to the ground, spitting blood, his complexion turning ashen. Uncle Qi, Tang Feifei, witnessing the scene from a distance, gasped in shock. Coughing violently, the elder, who lay on the ground, expelled blood and slowly opened his eyes. Feifei, quickly tell your Uncle Qi to stop. If the old man doesn't receive treatment in 5 minutes, even the most divine beings will be powerless to save him. Lin Yu sighed with a hint of helplessness. What? Tang Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Yu. Are you saying my grandfather is dying? Her voice sharpened with shock, as if she could scarcely believe the words. Indeed. If you wish to save your grandfather, keep an eye on that fool. Lin Yu stated calmly, retrieving a set of silver needles from his pocket and advancing toward the ailing Tang Guotao. Can you save my grandfather? A glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Feifei's eyes, soon replaced by skepticism. Otherwise, do you think I would come here to be scolded? Lin Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance. At that moment, Uncle Qi attempted to rise and interject. Miss, do not. Tang Feifei turned resolutely to face Uncle Qi. Uncle, is there a consequence worse than this? Yet, just as Xiaoqi was about to protest further, a swift whoosh echoed. A silver needle flew unexpectedly and pierced his throat, sending a chill coursing through him, rendering him rigid and voiceless. Both Tang Feifei and Xiaoqi stared in shock, their mouths agape. As martial artists, they understood the implications of a flying needle. To wield such a weapon required immense inner strength, and Lin Yu's ability to control the needle's trajectory and force indicated his formidable prowess. Ignoring the two, Lin Yu tore open the elder's shirt. Upon seeing the multitude of wounds on the elder's body, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp. If I am not mistaken, Master Tang is a veteran revolutionary, he murmured, admiration flashing in his eyes. He understood that each scar was a testament to the elder's bravery on the battlefield. Chapter 58. Who isn't wounded? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu immediately channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the elder to sustain his life. He then employed the 9 needles of resurrection, the silver needles falling like raindrops, their speed dazzling and bewildering. At this moment, Lin Yu had broken through to the Qi refinement stage, his strength significantly enhanced. Thus, executing the 9 needles of resurrection was effortless. He felt no strain whatsoever. After approximately 10 minutes, the unconscious elder finally stirred, coughing as he regained consciousness. Tang Feifei, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with joy and rushed forward. Grandfather, you're awake. The elder slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. Feifei, did I survive? Nodding vigorously, Tang Feifei smiled. Yes, grandfather, you are still alive. Turning around, she pointed toward Lin Yu behind her and declared, it was this young man. He saved you. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes instantly brightened. He struggled to sit up, but his body felt weak and frail. Observing this, Lin Yu hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. The elder, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, gazed at Lin Yu and said, I am Tang Guotao, and I am forever grateful for your life-saving assistance. Just now, Xiaoqi was reckless, please forgive him. With that, he performed a deep bow, his demeanor sincere and heartfelt. However, Xiaoqi, standing nearby, felt somewhat indignant and could not help but interject, Elder Tang, you haven't finished your words, but was abruptly cut off by Tang Guotao, who shot him a fierce glare and admonished him in a low voice, be silent. No worries, Elder Tang, please do not take it to heart, Lin Yu replied calmly. May I ask your esteemed name, young friend? Tang Guotao inquired gratefully. Lin Yu, came the response. Ah, so it is Lin Xiaoyu. At such a young age, to master both medicine and martial arts, you are indeed a prodigious talent, Tang Guotao remarked, admiration evident in his eyes. He could not help but exclaim, to achieve such accomplishments at such a tender age, your future must be boundless. Hearing Tang Guotao's praise, Lin Yu smiled modestly and waved his hand, humbly responding, you flatter me. Elder, I merely possess a smattering of knowledge. Having said that, he turned to leave. Just then, Tang Guotao suddenly called out, "Please, wait." Lin Yu halted, turned back, and asked in confusion, "Is there something else, Elder Tang?" Tang Guotao's gaze bore into Lin Yu with intensity, an aura of authority emanating from him. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine, despite his current cultivation being at the qi refinement stage. Tang Guotao slowly spoke. "I am curious how you discern that there is an indelible bullet within me?" Lin Yu blinked, pondering, surely I cannot reveal my possession of the fiery eyes to him. He quickly thought of a vague response. "Oh, you must be an old revolutionary. Those who have survived the hail of bullets are surely marked by injuries." Tang Guotao burst into hearty laughter, the oppressive aura dissipating, and said, "Ha! Well said, who is and T marked by scars." Once the laughter subsided, his expression turned serious again. "I wonder if Lin Xiaoyu would be willing to befriend an old man like me." This statement took not only Lin Yu by surprise, but also left Tang Feifei and Shao Qi astounded. Who was Tang Guotao? He was the patriarch of the Tang family, a person whose mere stamp of a foot could cause tremors throughout Lake Province. Now, he was seeking friendship with a stranger, a young man at that? Lin Yu frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I am not interested." "What did you say?" "My grandfather wishes to befriend you, and you dare to decline?" Tang Feifei's temper flared immediately upon Lin Yu's outright rejection. Although this person had just saved her grandfather's life, the indifference he displayed ignited her ire. She could not help but exclaim, "Grandfather, this fellow is far too arrogant." However, Lin Yu paid her no heed and turned to descend the mountain, for he still had to head to the Law Enforcement Bureau to deal with his troublesome uncle. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Tang Feifei stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, "This is infuriating." Meanwhile, Tang Guotao quietly contemplated Lin Yu's departure. At that moment, Lin Yu's voice echoed back, "Elder Tang, the injuries around the bullet in your body have been suppressed by me. They should not affect your health for another 3 to 5 years. Please take good care of yourself and enjoy the splendid world you have fought to establish." These words struck Tang Feifei and Shao Qi like a thunderclap, their eyes widening in disbelief. At that instant, a wave of peculiar emotions surged within Tang Guotao. He gazed up at the sky and let out a long howl. "Brothers, I cannot descend to reunite with you yet. I, Tang Guotao, can continue to live." After a long while, he sighed, "Alas, it seems the Tang family is destined to miss the opportunity to befriend you." With that, Tang Guotao once again bowed towards the cedar tree before turning to say, "Let us descend the mountain." The trio then descended to the foot of the mountain and boarded a waiting vehicle. On the way, Tang Feifei remained somewhat anxious. "Grandfather, that young man said the injuries surrounding the bullet have been suppressed. Should we head back to the provincial city for a thorough examination? This would ensure your health." However, Tang Guotao shook his head. "No need. Tang Lei is at Jiangxing University and is an expert in cardiology. We can simply get checked there. Now that we are in Jiangxing, we might as well visit a few old acquaintances." Meanwhile, Lin Yu had arrived at the South City Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon entering, he intended to greet Wu Qiong, but before he could finish his sentence, the stern-faced Wu Qiong interrupted him. "Don't call me." Lin Yu quickly amended, "Beautiful lady. Who has upset you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qiong nodded in satisfaction. "Humph, now that's more like it." She then handed Lin Yu a stack of documents, continuing, "As long as you sign these, your uncle can leave here. But you must think carefully. Are you truly willing to let him off so easily for the insurance fraud?" Lin Yu accepted the documents and, without hesitation, signed his name. A slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of mystery. "Rest assured, I have my plans. He will not have it easy." Chapter 59, Setting Up a Stall also holds promise. "Yay, I'm finally free." Zhong Zhibing sang joyfully while seated in Lin Yu's Range Rover, feeling exceptionally elated. "Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely a temporary release on bail. If you fail to repent, I can easily send you back to the sewing machine at any moment," Lin Yu warned with a serious expression. "Oh, and by the way, do not mention what happened last night to anyone, including my family," Lin Yu emphasized once more. "Yes, don't worry. I wouldn't dare say a word, my dear Xiaoyu." Zhong Zhibing readily agreed, obedient as a lapdog. Soon, the car arrived back at Songlong Bay. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" As soon as he stepped inside, Zhong Zhibing was astonished to see 2 very familiar faces seated on the sofa in the hall. It turned out Lin Yu had arranged for his mother to bring his grandfather and grandmother to the house beforehand. "Unfilial son, why aren't you kneeling before me?" Lin Yu's grandfather bellowed angrily. "Dad, I just got home. Why should I kneel?" Zhong Zhibing asked, feeling aggrieved. "Humph, I know all about your misdeeds. If it weren't for your sisters pleading with me, I would have sent you straight to prison to work on the sewing machine," Lin Yu's grandfather fumed, his beard bristling in anger. Please, don't be angry. Your health is already poor. What if you get upset and it causes a problem? Zhong Xiaohong quickly comforted. Indeed. Old man, Binger has just managed to come out from the Law Enforcement Bureau. You should refrain from scolding him further, Lin Yu's grandmother also urged. Continue to pamper him. And as the saying goes, a kind mother spoils her son. The ancients do not deceive me. Lin Yu's grandfather angrily reprimanded. Grandfather, grandmother, please do not be upset. Uncle, quickly apologize to the two elders and my mother, and we can consider this matter settled. Lin Yu hastily interjected to mediate. We are family. What is there to apologize for? I will not make the same mistakes again, Zhong Zhibing said nonchalantly, seemingly unaware of his wrongdoings. Lin Yu glared, his eyes revealing a piercing intensity. Zhong Zhibing was momentarily taken aback, quickly changing his tone. All right, Dad, Mom, Sister, I was a jerk before, and I sincerely apologize. I promise I will never gamble again. His behavior today was notably out of character, leaving others exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of his true intentions. Mom, from today onward, let Uncle set up a stall with us, Lin Yu said, looking towards his mother. You don't have any objections, do you? Zhong Xiaohong asked, perplexed. Yes, son. You both seem rather strange today, Lin Tianhua remarked, directing his gaze at Lin Yu. He felt that the two were acting unusually, as if the brother-in-law had suddenly become compliant with his son. Is it really necessary for us to set up a stall? Zhong Zhibing responded, exasperated, thinking Lin Yu might lead him into some grand business venture. My dear uncle, what else would you do if not set up a stall? Lin Yu replied with a knowing smile. However, before Zhong Zhibing could respond further, Lin Yu interrupted. Let us settle this pleasantly. Your future conduct will determine whether I might grant you some additional requests. He dared not let his parents know he had won 30 million from gambling the previous night. For Lin Tianhua would surely break his legs. He despised gambling vehemently. All right, remember your words, Zhong Zhibing exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Suddenly finding hope in the prospect of setting up a stall. At Jiangxing First Hospital, a black Audi A6 slowly rolled into the underground garage, finally coming to a steady stop in its designated spot. Xiaoqi opened the passenger door briskly and stepped out, quickly surveying the surroundings. Once assured of no unusual occurrences, he returned to the car and opened the back door. Tang Feifei cautiously assisted Tang Guotao from the vehicle. Just as they exited, hurried footsteps echoed from the elevator. A man in a white coat hurriedly approached the Audi A6. If Lin Yu were present, he would certainly recognize this individual as Professor Tang Lei, the medical professor who had prevented Lin Yu from saving someone the previous day at Jiangxing University. Grandfather, what brings you to Jiangxing? Tang Lei panted, a look of surprise on his face. I came to pay respects to your grandfather Jiang today, and also to see how you are faring in Jiangxing. Tang Guotao replied with a smile. Young master, Xiaoqi slightly bowed in respect to Tang Lei. Uncle Qi, Tang Lei returned the gesture politely. Seeing Tang Lei drenched in sweat, Tang Feifei couldn't help but tease. Brother, have you been out partying again? You're out of breath just from walking. Tang Lei, amused yet exasperated by his sister's remarks, replied, Silly girl, since when do you mock your older brother like this? And why didn't you inform me that grandfather was coming to Jiangxing? It was I who asked Feifei not to tell you. You're usually busy shuttling between the hospital and school, and grandfather didn't want to disturb your work, Tang Guotao said kindly, gazing at his grandson. Tang Lei quickly responded. Grandfather, please don't say that. I'm fine. Come, let us go to my office and sit for a while. He then supported Tang Guotao as they headed toward his office. Tang Feifei, feeling anxious, interjected, Brother, grandfather wasn't feeling well earlier. And thankfully a passing doctor managed to stabilize him. I'm worried about grandfather's health. You must arrange for him to have a checkup. Upon hearing this, Tang Lei immediately tensed, asking, Is it that serious? Let us hurry for a checkup. He quickly contacted the relevant department's doctors to prepare for a comprehensive examination for Tang Guotao. Half an hour later, Tang Lei returned to his office holding a stack of examination reports. Both Tang Guotao and Tang Feifei awaited the results anxiously. Grandfather, there's no need to worry. The test results are mostly normal, and even the inflammation around the bullet has improved, Tang Lei said with a smile. Tang Guotao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, exclaiming, Haha, Lin Xiaoyu truly excels in medicine. Inflammation that has been unmanageable for decades has indeed been controlled by him. Brother, are you certain that the inflammation inside grandfather has really been controlled? Tang Feifei questioned, still skeptical. After all, Tang Guotao's inflammation had been recurrent, and the ease with which Lin Yu seemed to manage it was astonishing. Chapter 60, a word that awakens a dreamer. Silly girl, who do you think I am? If I couldn't discern such a minor issue, then wouldn't I be wasting my title as Jiangxing's youngest cardiac expert? Tang Lei declared confidently, his face radiating pride. He held absolute faith in his professional capabilities, convinced that his judgment could never be flawed. Hearing her brother's unwavering confidence, Tang Feifei couldn't help but roll her eyes, internally muttering, "Humph, what is so impressive about that? Your inability to address grandfather's serious heart issue remains unchanged." Tang Lei, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. Even his mentor abroad had been at a loss regarding Tang Guotao's condition. However, he was soon captivated by Tang Guotao's earlier statement. "Grandfather, did you say someone helped you control the inflammation?" "Indeed. This morning, grandfather collapsed on Shaonan Mountain, and fortunately, a young man passed by. After administering a few acupuncture needles, grandfather regained consciousness. Before he left, he mentioned that the inflammation in grandfather's body had been temporarily suppressed. At first, I didn't believe it," Tang Feifei recounted. Tang Lei furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Could it be him?" Curious, Tang Feifei asked, "Brother, do you know who that young man is?" Tang Lei shook his head, replying, "I don't know him. I only encountered a young man yesterday who also saved a student's life with silver needles." Remembering the incident made Tang Lei's cheeks flush slightly. He had initially dismissed the young man's skills as mere luck, but the events had proven otherwise. "Do you have that young man's contact information? It would be worthwhile to get to know such a capable individual." Tang Lei's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. However, Tang Feifei frowned, responding discontentedly, "Humph. That guy is quite arrogant. Even grandfather wanted to befriend him, yet he refused outright." Recalling this incident, Tang Feifei still felt indignant. She had assumed that with the Tang family's stature and wealth in Hushu province, Lin Yu would be eager to associate with them, but to her surprise, he had shown no regard for their status. Tang Guotao interjected sternly, "Feifei, how can you speak of Lin Shini in such a manner?" Tang Feifei pouted, choosing to remain silent, yet she still felt somewhat unconvinced. Suddenly, Tang Lei had a spark of inspiration and said, "Grandfather, since that Lin Shini could easily control the inflammation within you, do you think he might also have a way to extract the bullet from your body?" This statement struck Tang Guotao like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the possibilities in his mind. He excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "You might be onto something." Realizing the potential of having the bullet removed from his body filled Tang Guotao with anticipation. It would greatly enhance his health. Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei immediately stood up, declaring, "Grandfather, I will find a way to bring Lin Shini here to treat you." However, Tang Guotao stopped her, speaking earnestly, "Feifei, extraordinary individuals throughout history often possess peculiar personalities. If you hastily approach him and offend him, it could lead to unforeseen consequences." Tang Feifei halted in her tracks, understanding the wisdom in her grandfather's words. If her rashness offended Lin Yu, not only would she fail to help her grandfather with his ailment, but she could also invite additional troubles. Anxiously, she asked, "What should we do then?" Tang Guotao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "We must find an opportune moment to convey our sincerity without appearing overly eager. Feifei, for now, you should remain in Jiangqing. However, remember not to rush things," he added. "Grandfather, if there's anything I can do, just let me know," Tang Lei said earnestly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Guotao looked at his grandson, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He sighed gently and replied, "Focus on your academic research. Leave the other matters to your sister." Tang Lei furrowed his brow slightly. He understood his grandfather's expectations but lacked interest in the family's business and political affairs. Since childhood, he had been captivated by medicine, fascinated by its complexities. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Grandfather, I know you hope for me to contribute more to the family, but I truly believe that medical research is my calling. I am confident that through my efforts, I can achieve something meaningful in the field of medicine." "Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall say no more. But remember, whatever path you choose, give it your all and strive for excellence," Tang Guotao said, patting Tang Lei's shoulder with a weighty tone. "Yes, grandfather," Tang Lei nodded in agreement. "Feifei, come, let me introduce you to those old fellows," Tang Guotao said, his tone laced with irritation, clearly dissatisfied with his grandson. With that, Tang Guotao, Tang Feifei, and Xiao Qi exited together, leaving Tang Lei standing there in a daze. The following morning, a shocking piece of news erupted like a bombshell, creating a stir in Jiangqing's upper circles. It was announced that the Tang family from Hubei province would invest hundreds of millions in Jiangqing, officially entering its commercial sphere. Furthermore, this investment would be personally overseen by the Tang family's eldest daughter, Tang Feifei. This news struck like a lightning bolt, causing a frenzy in Jiangqing's business community. Hadn't the Tang family always kept a respectful distance from Jiangqing's market? Why the sudden change of heart? Tang Feifei was notorious for her spirited nature. Her arrival in Jiangsheng would surely turn things upside down. Indeed, the Tang family's entrance into Jiangsheng presents a rare opportunity that must be seized. Rumor had it that Jiangsheng was a place of sorrow for the Tang family's patriarch, which had kept their capital at bay for many years. Yet now, he had shattered this long-standing taboo, allowing the Tang family's influence to seep into Jiangsheng. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared in the chairman's office at the headquarters of the Yi Group, retired Yi Jianfeng. He was in discussion with Chairman Yi Jianjun and President Yi Jiasen. Despite the Yi family's status as a top family in Jiangsheng, they understood that before the Tang family, they were merely a small fish in a vast ocean. They were acutely aware that the Tang family's arrival would undoubtedly disrupt the long-standing commercial equilibrium in Jiangsheng. Chapter 61. Dual Preparations. Yi Jianjun, the eldest son of the Yi family and current chairman of the Yi Group, had 3 children: Yi Jianjun, the youngest son Yi Jiangwo, and daughter Yi Hongmei. Among them, the youngest son Yi Jiangwo was the father of Yi Yusen, Lin Yu's father-in-law. Jianjun, what is your perspective on the Tang family's sudden entry into Jiangsheng's commercial sphere? Yi Jianfeng inquired, casting a glance at his eldest son. Sensing an undercurrent of danger in the Tang family's unexpected maneuver, Yi Jianfeng's intuition was keen. Yi Jianjun paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. He replied slowly, "Father, I just learned of this news. The Tang family's entry into Jiangsheng presents both opportunities and challenges for us. What are the advantages and disadvantages?" Yi Jianfeng clearly disapproved of his son's ambiguous response, his deep-set eyes flashing with displeasure. He then turned his gaze toward his beloved granddaughter. "Yusen, what do you think?" Standing nearby, Yi Yusen's lively eyes sparkled as she bit her lip thoughtfully before slowly articulating, "Grandfather, I believe the Tang family's entrance into Jiangsheng is more beneficial than detrimental for us. After all, as a commercial giant in Hubei, the Tang family possesses profound resources. Their involvement will undoubtedly bring new opportunities and formidable challenges to Jiangsheng. If we can seize this moment and successfully collaborate with the Tang family, the Yi family may well become the foremost family in Jiangsheng." Ha ha ha, splendid. Becoming the leading family in Jiangsheng is indeed a worthy goal, and Jiasen is correct. Yi Jianfeng nodded in satisfaction. However, we must remember that what we conceive, other families will surely also consider. Jiasen, your immediate task is to establish contact with the Tang family's representatives. If you can cultivate a relationship with them, it would be most advantageous. "Yes, grandfather, I will arrange that right away," Yi Yusen responded, promptly exiting the office. "Jianjun, we must prepare for both scenarios and devise a comprehensive strategy. I hear that Old Tang has a fondness for fine wine. Seek out some aged vintages for me. I happen to have some connections with individuals close to Old Tang, and I can request their assistance in introducing us." Yi Jianfeng instructed Yi Jianjun. "Understood, father. I will attend to it immediately," Yi Jianjun affirmed. Upon hearing this explosive news early in the morning, I trust you old foxes have not been idle. After years of rivalry, it is time for a decisive showdown. Yi Jianfeng stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, exuding confidence. At Songlong Bay, Lin Yu appeared bright and lively in the bustling market area, arranging his stall while humming a cheerful tune, his face radiant with a smile. In stark contrast, his uncle, Zhong Zhibing, whom Lin Yu had dragged out of bed, bore a completely different demeanor. He slumped in his chair like a wilting flower, devoid of enthusiasm. "Hey, uncle, today marks your first official day of business. Why do you look so glum?" Lin Yu teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhong Zhibing sighed helplessly, rubbing his bleary eyes and muttering, "Xiaoyu, can we not go out in the afternoon instead? I just woke up, and my head is still spinning." Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, cheerfully responding, "Uncle, as the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Enduring hardship is the way to success." Zhong Zhibing completely disagreed with Lin Yu's perspective. "Isn't it the early worm that gets eaten by the bird? Haven't you heard? As long as you are willing to endure hardship, you will never run out of suffering in life." Lin Yu frowned. "What nonsense. I see no ambition in you. Do you wish to continue living a life of aimless wandering? If that's the case, the funds to get started might be a distant dream." Lin Yu stretched his words for effect. Hearing this, Zhong Zhibing's heart tightened, and he quickly dropped his nonchalant attitude, becoming serious. No, Xiaoyu. Don't say that. I realize my mistakes. I promise from today onward, I will turn over a new leaf and become a successful person." He nodded vigorously as if making a monumental decision. Seeing his uncle's earnestness, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking, "Oh, I have you figured out." Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from his friend, Director Sun Mingxing of Jiangsheng Central Hospital. Lin Yu pressed the answer button and said, "Brother Sun, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Is there something on your mind?" On the other end of the line, Sun Mingxing's voice carried a hint of apology. "Lin, my dear brother, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so early in the morning. I have a particularly challenging patient whose condition is exceedingly complex. I wonder if you could come and lend a hand." Upon hearing of a complicated case, Lin Yu immediately felt intrigued. He set aside his current tasks and replied without hesitation, "Brother Sun, where are you? I'll head over right away." Lin Yu held a favorable impression of Sun Mingxing, and having previously promised to assist him in times of need, he readily agreed to the request. "I'm at the Shao family manor beneath Shaonan Mountain. Due to the urgency of the situation, the Shao family won't send a car for you. So please take a cab over." Sun Mingxing's voice reflected a tinge of urgency. "All right," Lin Yu responded with enthusiasm. After hanging up, he waved to Zhong Zhibing, briefly explaining, "Uncle, I need to step out for a bit. Please take good care of the business here." He then hurriedly departed from the market area, heading towards the street corner where his vehicle was parked. "Hey, Xiao Yu, I know nothing about this. What am I supposed to do now that you've left?" Zhong Zhibing called out anxiously from behind. "Figure it out yourself. Isn't that mouth of yours useful? Remember, no slacking off. If you do, I'll make you regret it." Lin Yu left this parting remark without looking back as he swiftly vanished at the end of the street. The Shao family? Beneath Shaonan Mountain? Could it be the Shao family, one of the 4 prominent families alongside the Yi family? As Lin Yu sat in the car, he pondered. If it indeed is the Shao family, assisting in treating a patient today might yield substantial rewards. With this thought, joy spread across Lin Yu's face, his smile nearly reaching his ears, an unmistakable sign of a budding financial enthusiast. Chapter 62. The Divine Dr. Li Xizhan, the Shao family manor, resembling a radiant pearl, quietly rests at the foot of the tranquil Shaonan Mountain on the outskirts of Jiang City. The estate, with its unparalleled luxury and grandeur, showcases the glory and authority of the Shao family. Like the Yi family, the Shao family astutely selected this auspicious site to construct their opulent manor. Within the estate, pavilions and towers are artfully arranged, and winding garden paths meander throughout, each detail reflecting the exquisite craftsmanship and boundless dedication of the artisans. Alongside the Yi family, the other 2 families, the Chun and Luo families, also hold significant status here. However, the area above the halfway mark of Shaonan Mountain to its peak has remained an enigmatic forbidden zone, untouched and undeveloped. Despite the immense wealth and power of the 4 families in Jiang City, they have never been able to lay claim to this region. The Land Rover parked at the entrance of the villa at the heart of the Shao family manor. At that moment, a woman, graceful and slender as a willow, with a captivating figure, had been waiting there quietly. Her lively eyes sparkled with anticipation, and upon spotting the vehicle, she hurriedly approached with light, swift steps, resembling a delicate butterfly. However, upon closer inspection, when she saw a man of similar age emerge from the vehicle, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, and she could not help but softly inquire, "Are you the divine Dr. Lin?" Lin Yu smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I am Lin Yu, sent by Director Sunday." The woman's eyes widened in surprise, and she pouted her cute lips, murmuring, "I didn't expect the divine Dr. Lin to be so young. I thought a divine doctor should have a head full of white hair." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Yu playfully remarked, "Haha, actually, I'm already over 100 years old." The woman paused for a moment, then a charming smile spread across her face as she realized Lin Yu was jesting. Responding playfully, "Over 100 years old? Divine Dr. Lin, you are truly vigorous for your age." As a prominent figure of the younger generation in the Shao family, Xiao Yuru unnaturally would not easily believe that this young man was an elder of great age. However, with all the medical authorities in Jiang City gathered, none had been able to diagnose her grandfather's ailment. Since Director Sun had highly recommended him, perhaps this individual possessed extraordinary medical skills. Just as she was about to say more, a slightly lower voice interrupted her. "Oh, Xiao Yura, is this the divine doctor you found for grandfather?" Turning towards the sound, a young man sauntered over, his gaze exuding arrogance and disdain. "Indeed, Xiao Juanhao, do you have a problem with that?" Xiao Yurua's brows knitted together, her lips parted slightly, her tone revealing a trace of undisguised displeasure. Xiao Juanhao, a direct descendant of the Shao family and Xiao Yurua's half-brother, had always had a contentious relationship with her, stemming from their childhood. Particularly in recent years, seeing Xiao Yuo receive increasing attention within the family had filled Xiao Juanhao with envy and resentment, leading him to oppose her at every turn. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. A mere boy still in his youth dares to call himself a divine doctor?" Xiao Juanhao's words dripped with contempt. "Xiao Yurua, This person is probably just your sycophant. In truth, as one of the 4 most beautiful women in Jiang City, Xiao Yurua possessed a beauty that could captivate anyone, radiating a mesmerizing aura. Her unparalleled looks had enchanted many high-ranking officials and charming young men, all of whom seemed spellbound, harboring unrestrained desires. Even her half-brother, Xiao Juanhao, often found himself unable to suppress inappropriate thoughts. Thus, in Xiao Juanhao's view, it would be exceedingly easy for Xiao Yurua to find a follower to masquerade as a divine doctor. Xiao Juanhao, watch your words. If you anger divine Dr. Lin and delay grandfather's treatment, can you bear the responsibility? Xiao Yurua's brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with irritation. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yurua. Let us not even discuss whether he is your sycophant. Just considering his age, he probably hasn't even graduated from medical school yet. Xiao Juanhao smirked, a glint of disdain crossing his eyes. Then, he proudly added, but I am different. This time, I have invited the renowned divine Dr. Li Xijin. With his expertise, I am certain grandfather's ailments will be swiftly resolved. Xiao Juanhao's expression brimmed with self-satisfaction, as if he could already envision his grandfather praising him after recovery. At that moment, Xiao Yurua noticed an elder standing beside Xiao Juanhao, his hair already gray, yet his eyes still sharp and spirited. The elder was keenly observing Lin Yu, whose calm demeanor seemed unfazed. It was as if he were attempting to discern some hidden truth from Lin Yu's tranquil exterior. This esteemed divine doctor, known as Li Xijin, was a genuine titan in the field of medicine within Jiang City, a figure known to all. Just 2 days prior, Xiao Yurua had sought him out to treat her grandfather, only to be disappointed by his absence from the city. Yet now, upon learning that Li Xijin had personally come to assist her grandfather, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She hurriedly approached him, her previously anxious expression now transformed into one of radiant hope, her eyes shimmering with expectation as she softly said, "Divine Dr. Li, I sent someone to invite you a few days ago, fully believing you were in Jiang City. I had no idea you were elsewhere. It's truly wonderful that you are here today. Grandfather is saved." If Xiao Yurua's earlier politeness towards Lin Yu had been born of desperation, it was now eclipsed by her genuine hope in Li Xijin's arrival. The arrival of Li Xijin brought her a glimmer of hope. Li Xijin nodded slightly, a hint of arrogance in his words. "Indeed, I was in the capital a couple of days ago, attending to the ailments of some prominent figures. Just returned to Jiangxing and was promptly summoned by Xiao. Let us hasten to visit old Master Xiao." After speaking, Li Xijin cast another glance at Lin Yu, who he felt was distinctly different from others. Xiao Juanhao quickly chimed in, "Li Lao, this way please." He led Li Xijin away in a hurry. Turning back to smile at Xiao Yurua, "Haha, with the divine Dr. Li here, surely grandfather's illness will be cured. The family will surely regard me with more esteem now." Chapter 63. The 4 Symbols Needle Method. At that moment, Lin Yu maintained his calm demeanor, as if everything around him was of no concern. "Let us go in together," he said to the dazed Xiao Yurua beside him. "Oh, all right," Xiao Yurua responded, as if awakening from a dream. Thus, the 4 of them entered the villa where old Master Xiao resided. "Dad, guess who I brought to help grandfather with his illness?" Upon entering, Xiao Juanhao eagerly exclaimed. "Is Lin Shini here?" Xiao Zhinya asked anxiously. No, Dad, it's Li Shini," Xiao Juanhao replied with excitement. "Li Shini?" Xiao Zhinya's eyes brightened. Could it be the renowned Li Xijin from Jiangxing? "Indeed, Dad, it is the esteemed Li Xijin." Xiao Juanhao beamed with pride. "Wonderful. This time, old master has hope," Xiao Zhinya said with excitement. "Absolutely, with Li Shini's tireless efforts, old master's illness will surely be resolved. Given his medical prowess, curing old master is undoubtedly within reach." The group of doctors who were examining old master Xiao paused their discussions, turning their gazes towards Li Xijin with utmost respect. Sun Mingxing felt a moment of relief upon Li Xijin's arrival, knowing that all present were doctors from Jiangxing's Chinese medicine hospital. Should old master pass before them, he would struggle to explain to the Xiao family. However, amidst the compliments, Li Xijin merely nodded slightly, accustomed to such praise. He stated nonchalantly, "Let us take a look." "All right." Xiao Juanhao promptly led Li Xijin upstairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Yurua guided Lin Yu inside. "Lin Xiaodi, you have finally arrived," Sun Mingxing greeted with a broad smile. "Director Sun, you must be mistaken, it's him?" "Lin Shini." Xiao Zhinya's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his eyes filled with confusion. Nevertheless, the other doctors were not particularly surprised by Lin Yu's presence, as his miraculous deeds in the hospital had already spread throughout Jiangxing's medical community. Conversely, Li Xijin was already renowned in Jiangxing and across the Dragon Kingdom, while Lin Yu appeared to be just a young man in his 20s. In comparison, The doctors naturally placed greater trust in Li Sijin's medical skills. Indeed, head of the Xiao family. This is the Lin Shini who recently saved 2 lives from the clutches of death, Sun Mingxing affirmed, holding unwavering trust in Lin Yu. In Sun Mingxing's eyes, Lin Yu's remarkable medical abilities were simply unparalleled by Li Sijin. Very well, let us invite Lin Shini to assist in treating old master, Xiao Zhenyan nodded. In truth, he shared the same sentiment as the other doctors, placing more trust in Li Sijin's capabilities. However, to honor Sun Mingxing's good intentions, he reluctantly included Lin Yu. Let us proceed. Lin Yu smiled at Sun Mingxing. He was well aware of their underlying thoughts. Ultimately, actions would speak louder than words. At this moment, Li Sijin had already begun to diagnose old master Xiao. Upon seeing Xiao Zhenyan enter with Lin Yu and Sun Mingxing, Li Sijin frowned slightly. Dad, why did you bring them in? They are all peers. This might not be appropriate. Although Xiao Juanhao was somewhat of a wastrel, he understood this basic principle due to his upbringing in a prominent family. It is fine. Let them observe from a distance, so they do not interfere with my treatment. Li Sijin waved his hand, appearing quite magnanimous. Very well, then please wait here. Xiao Zhenyan nodded apologetically. Sun Mingxing nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood the unspoken agreement and gently shook his head, saying, "It is all right. We shall quietly observe." Why is there a spiritual aura in this room? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed a faint spiritual energy emanating from within. It appears to be a century-old ginseng. No wonder there is such an aura. With his keen insight, Lin Yu quickly spotted a beautifully crafted wooden box on the bedside table, within which lay a fragrant century-old ginseng. Li Sijin paused his diagnosis, his expression turning grave as he sighed. Li Shini, how is my father? Xiao Zhenyan inquired anxiously. Li Sijin shook his head slowly. The bloodline is depleted, and his breath is faint. Old Master Xiao may be nearing his end. At that moment, Lin Yu was also captivated by Li Sijin's words. His keen gaze fixed on Old Master Xiao on the bed. After a moment, Lin Yu's brow furrowed as well. Lin Xiaodi, do you have a solution? Sun Mingxing, observing Lin Yu's change in expression, asked. Let us see, Lin Yu replied with a smile. I shall now administer acupuncture to Old Master. However, he already exhibits signs of the 5 declines of life. Head of the Xiao family, you must prepare yourself mentally, Li Sijin stated, retrieving golden needles from his pouch. Golden needles? Lin Yu expressed mild surprise. Sun Mingxing nodded repeatedly. Indeed, he is a master. His needles are truly extraordinary. The room fell silent, as everyone held their breath, awaiting Li Sijin to perform acupuncture on Old Master Xiao. As the golden needles were inserted into Old Master Xiao, Sun Mingxing's expression gradually revealed an odd look. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's face also displayed curiosity, pondering, Huiyang 9 needles? Could it be that this technique has not been lost in modern times? However, upon inserting the 4th needle, Li Sijin halted his actions. Is that it? Lin Yu instinctively blurted out. Does this young friend have a question? Li Sijin fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Yu, a hint of confusion on his face. Is that all? I expected more. Lin Yu frowned, a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Kid, are you not speaking nonsense? Do you know why Li Shini is called Li Sijin? Xiao Juanhao glared at Lin Yu, his tone laden with irritation. Sun Mingxing hurriedly explained, Lin Xiaodi. Li Sijin's original name is Li Huayuan. His mastery of the 4 symbols needle method is unparalleled, often saving lives in critical moments. Hence he is referred to as Li Sijin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head, muttering, not enough, far from enough. Though his voice was soft, it was still heard by those present. Young friend, do you doubt my medical skills? Li Sijin's expression darkened slightly, after many years of practice. It was the first time he encountered someone questioning his needle techniques so openly. Indeed, Li Shini has saved countless lives. His methods are beyond your understanding, you impudent youth. Xiao Juanhao scolded. Lin Yu paid no heed to Xiao Juanhao, instead addressing Li Sijin. You mentioned that Old Master Xiao exhibits signs of the 5 declines of life. At this moment, he is akin to a car that lacks power regardless of how much the accelerator is pressed, due to an aging engine. Forcing vitality within him is merely a temporary fix and will only hasten Old Master's demise. Chapter 64. Uncertainty in Solutions Scoundrel. Xiao Juanhao's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lin Yu. Are you cursing my grandfather to die? Since you possess a better solution, why not let Old Master be entrusted to you for treatment? Li Sijin's voice bore a hint of anger. He has immersed himself in the field of traditional Chinese medicine for over 60 years. And it was through a serendipitous encounter with a reclusive master that he learned the 4 symbols acupuncture technique. It is this very technique that has elevated Li Xijin to the status of a revered divine healer in Jiangsheng and even throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, this brash young man, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, dared to question his methods. Even with his typically amiable temperament, he found such an insult intolerable. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, with everyone's eyes fixed on Lin Yu, eager to witness his response. If you can cure my grandfather's ailment, I will kneel before you and call you father in public, declared Xiao Juanhao, his face alight with arrogance and his gaze betraying unabashed disdain. What did you say? Lin Yu replied calmly. Father. Xiao Juanhao answered almost reflexively, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Ah, obedient son. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight, self-satisfied smile. Unable to contain themselves, both Sun Mingxing and Li Xijin burst into laughter. Director Sun, please escort this young man out, said Xiao Jinya. His face darkened with anger. Sun Mingxing glanced at Lin Yu, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Of course, I can leave. Lin Yu nodded at Sun Mingxing, maintaining his composed demeanor. Then, he slowly turned to face Xiao Jinya, stating, however, I hope you won't pursue me in 5 minutes. With that, Lin Yu decisively exited the room, followed reluctantly by Sun Mingxing. Sycophant, does he truly believe himself to be a divine healer? Xiao Juanhao scoffed, raising a middle finger at Lin Yu's retreating figure, his face a canvas of contempt and mockery. Xiao Jinya sighed inwardly at his son's behavior, shaking his head in exasperation. His expression one of frustration. Just then, the elderly Mr. Xiao on the bed coughed twice. Although the sounds were faint, they shattered the silence in the room. Following that, Mr. Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather! Xiao Juanhao exclaimed excitedly. Father, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiao Jinya hurriedly approached. I feel much better, Mr. Xiao's voice, though weak, was distinctly audible. Color returned to his face, and he appeared considerably more spirited. Upon hearing this, a great weight lifted from Xiao Jinya's heart. He turned and bowed deeply to Li Xijin, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, saying, Divine Dr. Li, thank you for saving my father. The Xiao family will be eternally indebted to you. Master Xiao, you are too kind. Healing is the duty of a physician, Li Xijin replied with a slight smile. Accustomed to such formalities, I will go and share the good news of grandfather's awakening with everyone, so they won't be left anxiously waiting outside, Xiao Juanhao thought to himself. His true intention being to quickly humiliate Xiao Yurao and simultaneously embarrass Lin Yu. If Lin Yu departed without a word, he would lose a perfect opportunity for revenge. Yes, have your sister distribute the consultation fees to each doctor, and then send them all home. Xiao Jinya nodded, unaware of his son's ulterior motives. Understood. Xiao Juanhao seized the opportunity and hurriedly rushed out. Everyone, I have wonderful news. Thanks to divine Dr. Li's meticulous treatment, my grandfather has finally awakened. He announced loudly as he reached the stairwell on the 2nd floor. That's fantastic. Grandfather is awake. A joyful smile spread across Xiao Yurua's previously worried face. Indeed, grandfather has awakened. But where is the divine Dr. Lin Yu invited Xiao Yurao? Xiao Juanhao's eyes narrowed as he keenly focused on her, deliberately emphasizing the name divine Dr. Lin. Oh, I just escorted him out, Xiao Yuruo replied, ascending the stairs, her thoughts consumed with concern for her grandfather's condition. Wait. Father wants you to settle their consultation fees and send them off, Xiao Juanhao said arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Mingxing and the others. With divine Dr. Li and father attending to grandfather, you need not interfere. Fine, Xiao Yuruo sighed in resignation, reluctantly halting her ascent and slowly turning back down the stairs. Just then, old Mr. Yi on the bed began to cough violently, as if an unseen hand had seized his throat. His face turned as pale as a sheet, drained of vitality, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Father, what is happening? Xiao Jinya was struck with terror at this sudden turn of events. Li Xijin, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. No, the 4 symbols acupuncture has never failed. Logically, Mr. Xiao should have at least 7 days left. Divine Dr. Li, please help. What is happening to my father? Xiao Jinya, frantic, placed all his hopes on Li Xijin. Li Xijin trembled as he took Mr. Zhao's pulse. But the moment his fingers made contact, his face went ashen. Divine Dr. Li, please say something. Seeing Li Xijin fall silent, Xiao Jinya was frantic. Like an ant on a hot pan. Master Xiao, I fear I am powerless. It seems the old gentleman may not last the day. Li Xijin's voice was low and hoarse, as if each word drained his strength. What? My father has deteriorated under your care. And you tell me he may not survive the day? Xiao Jinya's eyes turned red, his previously composed demeanor replaced by the ferocity of a raging lion. Suddenly, Li Xijin seemed to recall something and spoke excitedly. Master Xiao, That young man mentioned you should not seek him within 5 minutes, and it has just been 5 minutes. He may have discerned something and might possess a way to save the old gentleman. He understood that if Mr. Xiao were to pass away, the wrath of the Xiao family would erupt like a volcano, and he would be unable to bear the consequences. Thus, he could only place his hopes on that young man. Chapter 65. Do I not care for my dignity? Xiao Zhenya's body shook violently, his expression darkening. Yet, at that critical moment, he realized that no amount of pride could compare to his father's life. Coming to this realization, he turned without hesitation and hurriedly descended the stairs. Father, where are you rushing off to? Xiao Juanhao, still at the stairwell, asked in confusion as he saw his father burst from the room. Quick! Summon divine Dr. Lin back. Your grandfather is in trouble. Xiao Zhenya urged, panic evident in his voice. What? Wasn't he just fine? Xiao Juanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Enough chatter, follow me. Xiao Zhenya had no time to explain further as he seized Xiao Juanhao and rushed downstairs. Xiao Yurua, hearing the news, followed closely behind. Her heart filled with anxiety, fearing that Lin Yu might refuse to return to treat her grandfather. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat comfortably in the driver's seat of his Range Rover, reveling in the energetic dance music. His delay in leaving was, of course, calculated, as he had been captivated by the century-old ginseng on Mr. Zhao's bedside table. Suddenly, there came a series of sharp knocks on the window of the Range Rover. Lin Yu frowned in annoyance, muttering, Hey, this window is expensive. If you break it, you'll pay. Reluctantly, he lowered the window and shot an irritable glance at Xiao Zhenya. Divine Dr. Lin, the old gentleman is near his end. Please, I beseech you to save him. Xiao Zhenya gasped, urgency lacing his words. I mentioned that this window is valuable. Will you compensate me if it gets broken? Lin Yu did not directly respond to Xiao Zhenya's plea. I will compensate. As long as you can save my father, I will offer you a new vehicle. No, I shall provide one even finer. Xiao Zhenya exclaimed, his eyes brimming with earnestness and desperation. I will not go, Lin Yu replied succinctly and resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Kid, do not be so arrogant. My father is the head of the illustrious Xiao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangxing. He is humbling himself and pleading with you. And you still refuse to hurry inside and treat my grandfather. At this moment, Xiao Juanhao joined in, his tone laced with anger and dissatisfaction. Xiao Yuro watched anxiously from the side, knowing this was not the time for quarrels. She quickly stepped forward and spoke softly. Dr. Lin, I implore you, please lend a hand. My grandfather is vitally important to us. If anything were to happen to him, our Xiao family would face dire consequences. As the head of the family, if the elderly patriarch were to suddenly depart, it would undoubtedly plunge the entire Xiao family into turmoil, leaving them vulnerable to the predatory gaze of the other 3 families. Is the head of the Xiao family truly formidable? Was it not he who just expelled me? Now he shamelessly begs me to return? Do I not deserve any dignity? Lin Yu teased, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhenya. Xiao Zhenya, having never endured such humiliation, felt his face burn with indignation, yet he could only helplessly accept the slap of reality. Dr. Lin, I beseech you to save my grandfather. If you agree to help, I will grant you a condition. Xiao Yuro knelt before him. Oh, any condition will suffice? Lin Yu smiled, gazing at the pitiful sight of Xiao Yuro on her knees. Upon seeing Lin Yu's smile, Xiao Yuro trembled slightly, her mind racing with thoughts of intimate matters between men and women. She struggled to conceive of any other scenario that could elicit such a chilling smile from him. After a moment's contemplation, she gently bit her alluring red lip and declared, Indeed, any condition, even if it means you asking me to die. Wait. Such a beauty, how could I bear to send you to your demise? Well then, considering your filial piety, I shall agree to treat your grandfather, Lin Yu replied. Thank you so much, Dr. Lin, Xiao Yuro exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. Her radiant smile instantly melted Lin Yu's heart. However, I have one condition. Xiao Juanhao must fulfill his earlier promise. Lin Yu stated, pointing towards Xiao Juanhao. What promise? I never promised anything. Xiao Juanhao vehemently denied. What say you, head of the Xiao family? Lin Yu inquired, directing his gaze at Xiao Zhenya, who appeared pale and silent. Upon seeing her father's expression, Xiao Yuro suddenly understood everything. She blinked her expressive eyes at Lin Yu, filled with pleading. Dr. Lin, my father is present. It would be inappropriate for Xiao Juanhao to call you that. How about this? Let him apologize to you. And as a generous person, you can choose not to hold it against him. With that, she even threw Lin Yu a flirtatious glance. Lin Yu, feeling his heart race, longed to embrace her and steal a kiss. Very well, let him kneel before Dean's son and the others. He may rise only after I have treated the elder. Lin Yu ultimately yielded to Xiao Yuro's charms. Xiao Zhinya, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Reflecting on his daughter, the esteemed Xiao family's lady and one of Jiangqing's four beauties, reduced to charming and pleading with a mere doctor to save her grandfather. Get back in there and kneel. I warn you, if you provoke Dr. Lin again today, I will break your legs. Xiao Zhinya vented his frustration onto his son. Let us return and check on the old man, Lin Yu said, stepping out of the car and striding towards the villa's entrance. Dad. Xiao Juanhao wanted to say more, but faltered under his father's fierce gaze, reluctantly following behind. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xiao Juanhao suddenly dropped to his knees, shocking everyone present. Lin Yu and the others ascended the staircase without hesitation, leaving Xiao Juanhao alone in the hall. Well done, young man, Sun Mingxing remarked, witnessing the Xiao family's young master kneeling before him. Although he did not know how Lin Yu achieved this, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Lin Yu approached the bed, extending his fingers to gently tap on the elder Zhao's body. Remarkably, the persistent coughing that had plagued him ceased immediately. Li Sijin stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he watched Lin Yu effortlessly accomplish what he had recently failed to do despite exhausting all his efforts. The Xiao family exchanged astonished glances. Excitement and hope reflected in their eyes. Head of the Xiao family, do you have any aged ginseng at home? Lin Yu inquired knowingly. Yes, coincidentally. Euro bought a root at a high price. Here it is. Xiao Zhinya hastily approached the bedside, carefully handing Lin Yu the exquisite box. Lin Yu accepted the box, not rushing to open it, but nodding in satisfaction. Good, this ginseng will be essential for the treatment. You all may leave. I will begin treating the elder now. I wish to stay and observe your treatment, if I may. Xiao Yuro's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, I too wish to witness your methods, young friend. Li Sijin added unabashedly. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Everyone must leave. My master has regulations that prohibit the presence of outsiders during treatment. Very well, Li Sijin sighed reluctantly. Yet his eyes remained filled with curiosity. Once the door was gently closed, the room fell silent. Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the exquisite wooden box, revealing a ginseng that exuded a rich fragrance, lying quietly like a sleeping infant. Its form resembling an arm, wisps of spiritual energy curling like light smoke. This ginseng is not merely a century old, it is nearly 2 centuries in age. The exceptional preservation of the wooden box exceeded his expectations. Suppressing the exhilaration within, Lin Yu unhesitatingly tucked the ginseng into his pocket. Such a rare and potent treasure. How could he bear to use it for the treatment of the elder Xiao? Instead, he would refine it later, possibly elevating his own cultivation. Next came the treatment for the elder Xiao. With his current abilities, it was a simple task. In a fluid motion, he executed the 9-needle technique of returning yang. And in less than 15 minutes, the elder's complexion returned to a healthy shade. As the door creaked open, Lin Yu stepped out of the room. Dr. Lin, how is my grandfather? Xiao Yuro asked anxiously. He is fine, merely weakened. Allow him to rest for half an hour before waking him, Lin Yu assured her. I will go check on him. Xiao Zhinya, harboring doubts about Lin Yu's words, entered the room with Li Sijin. Upon seeing the elder Xiao lying there with a rosy complexion and steady breathing, they were both astounded. Miss Xiao, please add me on WeChat. I will send you a prescription shortly. Follow it to procure the medicine, and in less than a week, your grandfather's health will be fully restored. Lin Yu opened WeChat, and they exchanged contact information. Thank you. Xiao Yuro expressed her gratitude. I must attend to other matters. I will take my leave first. With that, Lin Yu turned to descend the stairs, briefly greeting Sun Mingxing before hurrying away. At this moment, he carried within his pocket a rare treasure, and he needed to refine and absorb it swiftly to elevate his cultivation. With the roar of the Range Rover's engine, Lin Yu sped off towards the secluded summit of Shaonan Mountain. Father, how is grandfather? In the room, Xiao Yuruo wore an anxious expression, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Zhinya, however, exhibited a rare sense of ease as he gently replied, just now, Dr. Li checked his pulse. Aside from being a bit weak, your grandfather's health is not in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Xiao Yuruo's heart, and she murmured, just as Dr. Lin said. Grandfather is indeed fine. Noticing Xiao Yuruo mentioned Dr. Lin, Xiao Zhinya hastily inquired, where is Dr. Lin? You must go and treat him well. Xiao Yuruo shook her head helplessly and said, Dr. Lin had urgent matters and left early. Oh, why did you let him go? I haven't had the chance to properly thank him yet. Xiao Zhinya sighed. Li Sijin, who was standing nearby, echoed, exactly. I was planning to learn some medical skills from him. Xiao Yuruo, feeling somewhat exasperated by the two, could only pout and say, he mentioned he had important business. How could I bear to stop him? Suddenly, Li Xijin seemed to recall something and directly stepped outside to the lower floor. He approached Sun Mingxing and asked, "Are you familiar with Dr. Lin?" Sun Mingxing was startled, fearing that Lin Yu had offended this old man and was now here to settle the score. He quickly replied, Dr. Li, did Lin Xiaodi offend you?" Li Xijin waved his hand and smiled. "No. I just feel a connection with Dr. Lin and wish to get to know him." Sun Mingxing then breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, no problem. He had to leave in a hurry. I will arrange a time to meet him at the Chinese medicine hospital. We can become acquainted." Li Xijin nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." Sun Mingxing hurriedly replied, "Dr. Li is too polite. It would be our honor to have you at the Chinese medicine hospital." His tone carried a hint of astonishment, knowing that all major hospitals in Jiangxing sought to invite Li Xijin but were consistently turned down. Arriving at the special training ground on Xiaonanshan, Lin Yu felt a surge of anticipation, eagerly retrieving the precious century-old ginseng. As he activated the starry sky technique, the rich spiritual energy from the ginseng flowed into his body like a torrent. "Wow, that is intense." Lin Yu involuntarily gasped as the continuous influx of spiritual energy caused a sharp pain in his head. The energy from the century-old ginseng was extraordinarily turbulent, as if it sought to break free and rampage through his meridians. Haha, this century-old ginseng is indeed extraordinary. It nearly made my head explode. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain. However, under the clever guidance of the starry sky technique, the unruly energy gradually calmed, flowing steadily downwards and ultimately converging in his dantian. With the absence of that intense headache, Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling unburdened. He then re-entered the state of absorption and cultivation. It took him the better part of the day to fully absorb the spiritual energy from the century-old ginseng. However, to his disappointment, this arduous cultivation did not yield a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Sigh. If even a ginseng nearly 200 years old cannot help me break through, the path of cultivation is not as simple as I had imagined. Lin Yu felt somewhat disheartened. He had initially held high hopes of advancing to the second stage of qi refinement. Deciding to cease his cultivation, he strolled leisurely on Xiaonanshan. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the fir tree where he had paid respects with Tang Guotao the previous day. Yesterday, Lin Yu had not paid attention, but now he noticed that this fir tree was as thick as a water bucket, its straight trunk reaching towards the clouds, resembling a sword piercing the heavens. Could it be that a predecessor is buried beneath this tree? Lin Yu pondered. However, upon approaching the fir tree for a closer inspection, he found no signs of a mound or tombstone. Instead, a simple rarewood protection sign hung from the fir tree. Although he did not see a tombstone, it was evident that some unknown stories had unfolded beneath this tree, Lin Yu reflected. Though he had found nothing at that moment, based on Tang Guotao's actions yesterday, it was certain that this place concealed a little-known past. Chapter 67. The night market's vibrant atmosphere ding-ling-ling. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to continue his exploration, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID display Du Xiaoxiao, Lin Yu pressed the answer button, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. "My dear lady. What is it now? What? Can't I call you if there's nothing going on? Where are you now? Come and join me for a meal." Du Xiaoxiao's voice came through, tinged with a touch of complaint. Only then did Lin Yu remember that he had been so engrossed in cultivation that he had yet to eat lunch. He quickly replied, "All right, send me your location, and I will be there shortly. I'm right near your house. Hurry back." After Du Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she hung up. Before long, Lin Yu received a location message on WeChat. What? This woman is indeed nearby? With a few leaps, Lin Yu returned to the main road and promptly drove back to Tsanglong Bay. He parked his car at the village entrance and headed straight to the night market where Du Xiaoxiao was located. From a distance, Du Xiaoxiao spotted him and waved her hands, calling out, "Lin Yu, over here." Following her voice, Lin Yu quickened his pace and took a seat opposite Du Xiaoxiao. "The esteemed Miss Du is treating me to a night market meal. Isn't this a bit too humble?" Lin Yu jested. Du Xiaoxiao, however, was unfazed and chuckled lightly. What do you know? The night market is where the true vibrancy lies. I, Du Xiaoxiao, enjoy dining in places like this. Have you ordered? Lin Yu patted his growling stomach. Not yet. I was waiting for you to order. Boss, bring me a dozen oysters, 5 skewers of lamb kidneys, and a portion of wet fried beef rice noodles. Lin Yu didn't even need to glance at the menu. These were standard fare from his university days when he went out for late-night snacks with classmates. "Lin Yu, we're here for dinner, not a late-night snack. Why does it feel like we're here for a midnight feast?" Du Xiaoxiao's face bore a hint of grievance. "Also, what do oysters and lamb kidneys mean? You wouldn't have been drained by that cheap wife of yours, would you?" Du Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her tone playful. "What is wrong with oysters and lamb kidneys? You don't really think these two items are that nourishing, do you?" Lin Yu chuckled helplessly. Humph, whether they're nourishing or not, I don't know. But you men all love these things. Du Xiaoxiao pouted her adorable lips. All right then, whatever you like to eat, I'll order for you. Lin Yu looked at Du Xiaoxiao, feeling an indescribable sensation. Give me a dozen oysters as well. Du Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately ordered her favorite food. Lin Yu was left speechless, realizing that she was clearly a double-standard woman. Just then, from around the corner of the street, a man wearing a baseball cap, clad in a tank top and flip-flops, emerged from the shadows, carrying a tattered cloth bag. Boss, do you buy wild honey here? The man approached the entrance of the night market and inquired in a low voice. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze at the man. Do you know him? Du Xiaoxiao asked. The voice sounds somewhat familiar, but it shouldn't be. Lin Yu scrutinized the man once more before shaking his head. Go away. This is a night market. We're not buying any honey. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my business. The night market owner looked at the man with disdain, waving his hand impatiently. This is pure wild honey from the mountains. Many discerning bosses are eager for it. The man continued to promote his product. Anyone eating at this night market would be a big boss. Do you think a big boss would come to our Songlong Bay corner to eat at a night market? The night market owner was utterly speechless. Wild honey? Show me what you've got. Just then, a table of customers inside called out. Coming right up. The man picked up his cloth bag and walked inside, not forgetting to turn back and tell the night market owner, see, business is coming in soon. However, it was not long before the man was forcefully expelled from the room by a menacing figure. What nonsense. Our boss indulged you by consuming your honey, and you dare to demand money from him? The brute declared fiercely. Isn't it only natural to pay for the honey consumed? Would you expect us to dine here without settling the bill? The man retorted, glaring defiantly at the giant. Ha ha. We actually don't need to pay for our meals here. Isn't that right? The giant cast a smug glance at the street food stall owner, who, with a pained smile that resembled a grimace, nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, big brother, this is your dining hall. You can eat here every day if you wish. Did you hear that? Don't be ungrateful. Get lost, or you'll regret it. The giant warned, his tone laden with menace. I don't care whether you charge them or not. I won't let a single cent slip away. The man, filled with rage, clenched his fists and charged recklessly towards the room. To hell with you, give me some respect. As the man lunged forward, the giant retaliated with a swift kick that landed harshly on the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha. With your frail frame, you think you can collect money from my boss? The giant scoffed. Damn it, this is too much. I'll fight you. The man rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and lunged at the giant like a raging bull, propelled by sheer force. The giant barely sidestepped the impending collision and was about to strike back when, unexpectedly, the man executed a sudden halt, spun elegantly, and swiftly embraced the giant tightly. Get off me. The giant's eyes widened in fury as he felt the man's grip tighten around him. His massive fist, brimming with power, came crashing down on the man's back, echoing with a dull thud in the air. Let go of me, you fool. The giant's face turned crimson as he struggled against the man's hold. Humph, you think you can eat my honey without paying? No chance. Hand over the money. Ignoring the pain radiating from his back, the man clung tightly to the giant. Die. Infuriated, the giant raised his fist, resembling a hammer, ready to smash the man's head. Just as the giant's fist was about to connect, a disposable chopstick flew through the air like lightning, precisely piercing the giant's wrist. Ah! The giant let out a heart-wrenching scream as a searing pain engulfed him. Who the hell poked me? Who? Show yourself. The giant bellowed, clutching his bleeding wrist, scanning the surroundings. However, apart from Lin Yu and Du Xiaoxiao's table in the corner of the street food stall, all other patrons had scattered in fear to watch the spectacle from a distance. The commotion caught the attention of the local thug leader. Shortly after, a burly man, accompanied by 4 or 5 underlings and a scantily clad woman, emerged from within. What happened, Xiongdao? The thug leader inquired. Before Xiongdao could respond, the man in the duckbill cap abruptly sprang to his feet and rushed to the thug leader, exclaiming, They ate my honey. Pay up. The thug leader cast an irritated glance at the man and said, Xiongdao, can you handle something properly? You can't even deal with a naive country bumpkin. With a resounding slap of his hand, he sent the man flying. Boss, I was just about to deal with this kid, but out of nowhere, a chopstick pierced my hand, Xiongdao lamented. Useless. Xiong'er, take this guy down. How dare he demand money from me? He must not have heard of the formidable Xiao Yao gang, led by Brother Bao. The thug leader growled menacingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Du Xiaoxiao put down their chopsticks and turned their attention toward the unfolding scene with keen interest. The thug leader was none other than the infamous Brother Bao, who had nearly met his end at Du Xiaoxiao's hands. Yes, boss, the man named Xiong'er responded. As Xiong'er prepared to strike the man, Du Xiaoxiao could no longer remain seated. Little Bao, it seems you have a poor memory. Impudent. Who do you think you are to address our brother Bao in such a manner? Are you tired of living? Xiong'er shouted angrily upon hearing someone speak disrespectfully to his boss. Hasn't Du Yanwang instructed you to be more discreet? Du Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, smirking. At the mention of Du Yanwang's name, brother Bao's heart sank, and he turned to face Du Xiaoxiao and Lin Yu in the corner. Good heavens, it's you? Brother Bao finally recognized Du Xiaoxiao, his face going pale with fear. Still unrepentant, daring to engage in extortion. Do you believe I won't dismember you? Du Xiaoxiao warned sternly. Please spare me. I swear I won't do it again. Brother Bao whimpered, drawing back in terror, vividly recalling the chilling sensation of a dagger at his throat. They ate my honey. Pay up. The man once again rose from the ground, charging towards Brother Bao, extending his hand to demand payment. Seeing this, Brother Bao dared not hesitate, hastily pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket and handing it over without counting. Haha, money is what I need most. The man accepted the bills with a goofy grin, revealing a set of large, white teeth, with two prominent front teeth standing out. Are you a rabbit? Lin Yu, upon hearing the man's words, abruptly stood up and rushed to him, snatching off his duckbill cap. However, to Lin Yu's astonishment, beneath the cap was a dark, unremarkable face and a bald head. Rabbit, is it you? Lin Yu's voice was laced with confusion. At Lin Yu's words, the man trembled slightly as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Yet, in an instant, he reverted to his goofy demeanor, reclaiming his cap and stating nonchalantly, sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else. With that, the man turned and hurriedly left as if fleeing. Lin Yu, I find that man rather peculiar, Du Xiaoxiao remarked. Her gaze following the direction in which he departed, a strange feeling swelling within her. Guiqilan, could it be you? Lin Yu murmured, his eyes fixed on the figure disappearing around the corner. Guiqilan, are you referring to the young master of the second-rate Guo family in Jiangxing? Du Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is he. Do you know him? Lin Yu's eyes held a glimmer of curiosity. Not exactly. It's just that the Guo family went bankrupt overnight 3 years ago, causing quite a stir throughout Jiangxing. Anyone who followed the news would know about it. Shortly after, the head of the Guo family, Guo Renxian, was imprisoned, and soon after, the Guo family matriarch became mentally unstable due to grief. After which she and the young master disappeared as if they had vanished from Jiangxing altogether. Du Xiaoxiao recounted, striving to recall the events. Is that so? Lin Yu's gaze deepened, as if seeking to uncover something hidden. Xiaoxiao, finish your meal and head home. I need to attend to some matters. With that, Lin Yu followed the direction in which the man had fled. All right, take care, Du Xiaoxiao nodded. She understood that Lin Yu was pursuing the man, but refrained from probing further. Rabbit, can you see this dark mountain road? Turning the corner and leaving the small town, Lin Yu finally caught up with the man who was groping his way along the pitch-black path. Who are you? I do not recognize you. The man regarded Lin Yu warily, his eyes filled with suspicion. Rabbit, it's me, Lin Yu. Have you encountered some trouble? Rest assured, I bear you no ill will. Lin Yu hurriedly explained. What rabbit, Lin Yu? I don't know what you're talking about. The man's voice was somewhat deep, as if suppressing something. I just heard about what happened with your family. Is someone causing you trouble? Lin Yu continued to inquire. The man paused for a moment, then slowly replied. I advise you to mind your own business and live your life well. Have you forgotten? We are brothers. Though I am unaware of what has transpired with you over these past 3 years, I cannot turn a blind eye when my brother is in distress. With his extraordinary inheritance at hand, Lin Yu could not remain indifferent to his brother's suffering. Indeed, I am Rabbit. However, Lin Yu, some matters are beyond your involvement. Let us pretend we have never met today. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Guiqilan reluctantly acknowledged his identity. Haha, good lad, it truly is you. What matters of involvement are you speaking of? Lin Yu paid no heed to Guiqilan's words. He patted Guiqilan on the shoulder and smiled. Do not worry. I am the least afraid of trouble. Ah, you should leave, Lin Yu. If anyone sees our connection. Guiqilan's tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he had countless words to say but found them difficult to express. It's all right, brother. Can you share what has happened to you in these past years? Lin Yu's demeanor was nonchalant, as if no matter the hardships ahead, nothing could deter his concern for his brother. Guiqilan looked at Lin Yu, feeling a surge of emotion. After 3 years, Lin Yu was the first to still call him brother. Since the Guo family fell into misfortune, those who once called him brother had distanced themselves, treating him like a pariah and even ridiculing him. When a brother is in trouble, one should stand by him. Didn't you often say that to me when I was bullied? Lin Yu's voice conveyed a resolute tone. Lin Yu, this is different. A flicker of pain crossed Guiqilan's eyes. He wished to explain, but did not know where to begin. No, rabbit. To me, there is no difference. Guiqilan wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lin Yu. Yet, Guiqilan's heart remained burdened with worry. Do you know who that girl who helped you earlier was? Lin Yu gave Guiqilan a reassuring look, knowing that instilling confidence in him was paramount. Who is she? Guiqilan's curiosity was piqued, and his eyes glimmered with anticipation. The daughter of Du Yanwang, the underground lord of Jiangqing. Lin Yu smiled with a hint of pride. Sure enough, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Guiqilan's eyes as he muttered, "She is actually Du Yanwang's daughter?" No wonder that fellow leopard dared not utter a word before her. What he did not know was that leopard was entirely unaware of Du Xiaoxiao's identity. Had he known she was the lord's daughter, he would have been terrified beyond measure. Lin Yu, is she your girlfriend? Guiqilan asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Yu chuckled. No, I got married 3 years ago. Ah, you are married? Weren't you still in university 3 years ago? Due to the turmoil the Guo family faced, Guiqilan had no time to attend to other matters and was unaware that Lin Yu had become the son-in-law of the Yi family. Yes, but I should be getting a divorce soon. Lin Yu's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Ah, Guiqilan sighed, falling silent as he sat on a small stone stool, his expression grave as he sank into thought. After a while, he spoke again, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yu. However, I truly do not wish to implicate you. What are you saying? We are brothers. Lin Yu patted his chest emphatically. Whatever happens, we shall face it together. Guiqilan looked at Lin Yu, a warm current rising in his heart. Lin Yu's sudden appearance was like a bright dawn, illuminating the shadows within Guiqilan and seemingly granting him newfound courage and strength. Let us go. Where are you staying? We can have a good talk when we get home, Lin Yu said as he reached out to pull Guiqilan up. Perhaps another day. My place is somewhat remote. Guiqilan's expression revealed hesitation. No worries. Wait a moment. I will drive you back, Lin Yu reassured him. Fortunately, they were not far from Canglong Bay, and before long, Lin Yu had driven a luxurious Range Rover up to Guiqilan. Impressive, Lin Yu, you are driving a luxury car now. Guiqilan grinned, genuinely happy for his brother's good fortune. Heh, a gift from Du Yanwang, Lin Yu casually remarked. What? A gift from Du Yanwang? Do you have some special relationship with his daughter? Guiqilan looked on suspiciously. Cough, cough. You are overthinking it, Lin Yu hastily clarified. The two climbed into the car and headed toward Guiqilan's village. The place where Guiqilan lived was exceedingly remote, with narrow and rugged roads, including a stretch of dirt road through the mountains. It took them over half an hour to reach a small village called Qiqing. Park here. We need to walk up the mountain for about 10 minutes, Guiqilan pointed ahead. Wow, Jiangqing has such a remote place, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Although his family was quite ordinary, he lived in the suburbs of Jiangqing and had no idea that such secluded villages like Qiqing existed in the vast city. They arrived at an old tile-roofed house, and Guiqilan pushed the door open, saying, We're here, I live here. Lin Yu looked around, noting that it was a courtyard-style tile house. Despite its aged exterior, it was well-kept and orderly. Qilan, is that you back? An elderly voice came from within. Yes, Grandpa. I'm back, Guiqilan replied. Go check on your mother. Her illness has flared up again, the elder urged anxiously. Mom. Guiqilan rushed toward the main hall's side room, his heart racing, with Lin Yu following closely behind. In that somewhat dim room lay a woman of about 50, quietly on the cold, hard floor. Guiqilan rushed in, and upon seeing his mother on the ground, he hurried forward, anxiously calling, Mom, are you all right? He carefully extended his hands to help her up. It's you, Linner. I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped my head. The woman forced a smile despite the pain radiating from her head. Please don't move. Let me bandage your wound, Guiqilan reassured his mother, gently helping her to sit on the bed. He then swiftly turned and walked to the cabinet, adeptly opening the door and retrieving an old but tidy medicine box. Watching Guiqilan's skilled and orderly movements, it was evident that this scene was not the first of its kind in their household. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, observing silently from the side, furrowed his brow slightly. He approached the woman and softly asked, Auntie, I am Lin Yu. Do you remember me? As expected, the woman showed no response to his greeting. Her gaze was vacant and unfocused, staring blankly ahead, and she appeared somewhat dazed. Lin Yu, ever since the incident with our family, my mother has been unable to cope and has become like this. Except for me, no one else recognizes it. At this point, Guiqilan's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, engulfed in unbearable pain. Indeed, the aunt's mind has suffered damage. But it is not merely due to external stimulation. Rather, someone has tampered with her, Lin Yu stated. The impact of Lin Yu's words resonated like a thunderclap in Guiqilan's mind. His thoughts suddenly blank. He gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. You mean my mother has become this way because someone harmed her? Precisely. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. But wait. How could Lin Yu possibly discern the cause of my mother's condition? Guoqilan puzzled, but then he reconsidered. Lin Yu was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly know such things? I will first stabilize the aunt's condition. As he spoke, Lin Yu pressed on the Baihui acupoint above Guo's mother's head. A faint stream of spiritual energy flowing into her body. What transpired next was utterly unexpected for Guoqilan. His mother's body trembled slightly, and her previously vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with life. After a brief moment of astonishment, Guoqilan's expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy. For the first time in 3 years, he saw a different emotion in his mother's gaze, one that transcended mere affection for him. Wait for me. I need to fetch something from the car. With that, Lin Yu turned and quickly exited the room. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Guoqilan was filled with confusion. Is this still the Lin Yu I know? Before long, Lin Yu returned, a box of silver needles in his hand. Lin Yu, you mentioned that my mother was harmed by someone. Does that mean she was poisoned? Seeing the evident change in his mother's gaze, Guoqilan finally began to believe Lin Yu's assertions. Lin Yu shook his head, his expression grave as he explained, Auntie has not been poisoned. Rather, someone has placed a curse upon her. Have you been watching too much online content? How could such curses exist in reality? Guoqilan regarded him with skepticism. I ask you, does your aunt always clutch her heart and utter vehement refusals whenever she falls ill? Lin Yu's demeanor was serious, his gaze piercing. How do you know this? Guoqilan was increasingly astonished, feeling as if he could no longer comprehend this classmate who seemed transformed from 3 years prior. After his surprise subsided, he detailed his mother's condition to Lin Yu. Indeed, each time she falls ill, she clutches her heart, muttering as if compelled to say things she despises. Furthermore, the frequency of her episodes has increased significantly. Yes, a curse has been placed within your aunt's body to control her spirit. Each time she suffers an episode, the perpetrator attempts to extract desired information from her. Perhaps due to your aunt's indomitable spirit, the one who cursed her has yet to succeed over these past 3 years. It is precisely that same resilience that has allowed her to endure until now, Lin Yu continued. However, to resist the curse, her mental fortitude has nearly depleted, rendering her a mere shadow of herself in the eyes of outsiders. Lin Yu, do you have a way to extract the curse? Though he struggled to comprehend Lin Yu's words, Guoqilan could sense the torment within his mother. Lin Yu brandished the silver needles, nodding confidently. Yes. I just want to fetch my tools. Wonderful. Guoqilan exclaimed, eager to witness his mother's return to lucidity. Rabbit, quickly lay Annie flat. I am about to perform acupuncture. Oh, right. Guoqilan complied without hesitation, carefully positioning his mother flat on the bed. Next, I will seal the acupoints around her heart. During this process, regardless of what occurs, you must remain silent and not disturb me, Lin Yu instructed earnestly. Guoqilan nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. With a deft motion, Lin Yu opened the needle box, swiftly inserting several silver needles around Guo's mother's heart. In an instant, her complexion shifted from red to pale, ultimately devoid of color. If a heart monitor were present, it would undoubtedly display a straight line for her heartbeat. Alarmed at this sight, Guoqilan opened his mouth to inquire, but was halted by Lin Yu's fierce gaze, swallowing his words. Approximately 3 minutes later, Lin Yu gently opened Guo's mother's mouth. A black insect slowly crawled out. Now, Lin Yu exclaimed, swiftly removing the silver needles from around her heart. Then a surge of vibrant spiritual energy enveloped Guo's mother. Instantly, her previously ashen face regained color at an astonishing rate. Lin Yu deftly pricked the black insect with a silver needle. Is this the curse within my mother? Guoqilan stared, incredulous at the surreal scene unfolding before him. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, this vile insect has been the source of her affliction. However, it is over now. Auntie has liberated herself from its control and will no longer suffer its torment. Lin Yu quickly, hand over that despicable insect. It must not escape unpunished. Guoqilan's face was a mask of fury, his teeth grinding as if wishing to obliterate the creature. No, do not underestimate this small insect. If you are not careful and it manages to burrow into your body, it would spell great trouble, Lin Yu cautioned solemnly. Upon hearing this, Guoqilan's expression shifted, the fire in his eyes giving way to fear and hesitation. After a moment, he slowly replied, then, very well. I will leave it to you to deal with that wretched insect. Reluctantly, he stepped back. Lin Yu nodded slightly, channeling his internal spiritual energy. He concentrated it at the tail of the silver needle in his right hand, and in an instant, the needle emitted a faint yet brilliant glow. When that energy made contact with the black insect, a miracle occurred. The insect vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. How is this even possible? Guo stared in astonishment, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed, rendered speechless for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. Giving Lin Yu a thumbs up, Lin Yu, your acupuncture technique is truly remarkable. Lin Yu smiled gently. Let us step outside to talk. Let your aunt rest for a while. Chapter 71. Have you considered revenge? Meanwhile, on the back mountain, a masked elder sat cross-legged atop a large stone, bathed in soft moonlight. His sharp gaze fixed upon the direction of King village. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a mouthful of thick blood erupted from his mouth. In the next moment, the blood-stained elder let out a chilling roar. Who dares to thwart my plans? The curse and the Master's bloodline were intertwined, as Lin Yu burned the black curse. The elder quickly suffered backlash. Humph, those who dare to kill my son will surely pay the price. A cold, murderous intent flickered in the elder's eyes as he raced toward King village under the moonlight. Rabbit, could you elaborate on what has transpired in your family over the years? Lin Yu and Guo exited the room and settled in the hall. Sigh. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. By the time I received the call and returned home, the entire Guo family had already fallen. All I know is that it was the Yi family from Jiangcheng who struck. Guo voice brimmed with resentment. The Yi family? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed. Powerful families often rose by stepping on the corpses of others. Rabbit, what are your plans moving forward? Have you considered revenge? Lin Yu inquired with genuine concern. Guo furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Over the years, I have been quietly investigating the events of that time, and I have finally uncovered some clues. What could have caused that upheaval back then? Lin Yu, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed for answers. Guo took a deep breath and recounted. Our Guo family enterprise invested immense human, material, and financial resources into developing a miraculous medication capable of accelerating the healing of bodily wounds. This should have been a groundbreaking invention benefiting humanity. But just as the drug was entering clinical trials, a series of unforeseen events unfolded. First, the data from the clinical tests was tampered with, followed by the mysterious disappearance of key members from our research team, ultimately leading to the project's abrupt termination. Consequently, our Guo family group suffered a devastating blow, culminating in our eventual downfall. After my investigation, I have serious doubts that all of this was orchestrated by someone who coveted the immense commercial value of this product, resorting to underhanded means against us. Hearing this, Lin Yu gasped in disbelief. Such a thing could happen. It seems the machinations of those behind it are exceedingly ruthless. However, now that we have a lead, we cannot let them slip away easily. Guo nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is a possibility. Once my mother awakens, I will have a thorough discussion with her. Perhaps she knows more about the intricacies of this matter. At that point, we can follow the trail to uncover the true culprit and ensure that those with nefarious intentions receive their just punishment. Qilin, how is your mother? Is she all right? At that moment, a frail voice emerged from the room near the door, perhaps having heard Guo and Lin Yu conversing in the hall. The elderly man slowly stepped out from the room. His gait was unsteady, and his face bore the marks of time's passage. Grandfather, what brings you out? My mother is asleep. Guo quickly stood and approached him. The old man waved his hand, signaling for Guo to sit, then took a seat himself. Qilin, who is this? The elder inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Yu. Oh, grandfather, this is my high school classmate, Lin Yu, whom I met while he was selling honey. Just now, Lin Yu helped my mother with her health, Guo explained. Hello, sir. Lin Yu rose slightly and nodded respectfully to the elder. Good, good. It is rare to see a kind-hearted young man like you visiting Qilin and his mother, and even assisting Wanru with her ailments, the elder replied, his face lighting up with a smile of appreciation. However, a hint of melancholy soon flickered in his eyes as he sighed. Ah, Qilin, you must cherish the bond of friendship with your classmate. Guo looked at the elder, determination flashing in his eyes as he softly replied, Yes, grandfather, I understand. It is getting late. You should return to your room and rest. I wish to talk with Lin Yu for a while. All right, the elder responded with a smile. Before turning and slowly walking back into the room, Lin Yu observed the elder's retreating figure, filled with curiosity. He turned to Guo and asked, Rabbit, is this your grandfather? I don't believe I have seen him before. Guo made a shushing gesture and quietly explained, Oh, that is not it. When my mother and I fled here during a crisis, this kind elder took us in. Lin Yu nodded and continued, Oh, by the way, has this elder always lived in this village? Guo shook his head and replied, No, from what the villagers say. He was rescued from the back mountain by this family many years ago. He suffered a severe head injury and lost his memory upon waking. Lin Yu frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, No wonder, I sense from the elder's eyes that he is not an ordinary person. Guaqilan, surprised, looked at Lin Yu and asked, "What makes you say that?" Lin Yu reflected for a moment before slowly responding. There is a depth and wisdom in the elder's gaze, as if he has experienced much in life. Moreover, he possesses a unique aura that suggests an enigmatic past. Is that so? I've been living in the village for years, gathering a livelihood, and whenever I have the chance, I sell mountain goods while gathering information. I know very little about the elder, Guaqilan confessed, feeling a twinge of guilt toward him. Furthermore, Lin Yu's words sparked his curiosity about the elder's background. As they conversed, suddenly, Lin Yu's ears twitched slightly, and his brow furrowed tightly. He had keenly sensed a dangerous presence swiftly approaching them. "Rabbit, you take good care of grandfather and Annie at home. I have an urgent matter and must return to the city immediately. I will come back to visit them first thing tomorrow." Without hesitation, Lin Yu turned and exited the door. "All right, understood. Please be careful on the road." Although Guaqilan did not comprehend why Lin Yu had to leave so abruptly, he thought perhaps Lin Yu truly had urgent business. Just as Lin Yu stepped outside, he suddenly darted forward, leaping with the agility of a swift leopard. In the blink of an eye, he sped toward the source of the ominous aura like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 72. Are you taking drugs? Hey, in the dead of night, why is an elderly man in such a hurry? Where could he be heading? Lin Yu stood quietly beneath a tall pine tree on the back mountain, his silhouette elongated by the moonlight, facing away from the old man, who was hastily making his way toward the village. Who are you?" The elder abruptly halted, warily glancing in Lin Yu's direction, and asked in a low voice. "Haha, are you not on your way to find me?" Lin Yu replied with a cold smirk. "You brat, did you kill my son?" The old man's tone turned icy. Lin Yu, taken aback, thought to himself, "What? Your son? Goodness, I have truly seen it all today. People are so twisted nowadays, treating cats and dogs like their own children, but I've never heard of someone like you, who considers a disgusting worm to be their own son." Provoked by Lin Yu's words, the elder's eyes widened in fury. "You dare mock me? I will show you what I'm capable of." With that, the elder waved his hands, and a horde of terrifying insects swarmed before Lin Yu's eyes. Whoa, so many! Lin Yu was startled by the sudden appearance of the insects. He had never witnessed such a spectacular sight. "Haha, are you scared?" the elder taunted. "If you wish to live, stand still. Why do you want to harm the Gua family?" Lin Yu, regaining his composure, countered the elder's query. "Ha, want to know? Then stand still and let my little treasures have a feast. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might reveal the truth to you before you meet your end." The elder laughed maniacally, clearly confident in his imminent victory over Lin Yu. "Children, attack." At the elder's command, a torrent of insects surged toward Lin Yu. Facing the overwhelming swarm, Lin Yu snorted coldly. "Just what I was hoping for." As soon as he spoke, he leaped high like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, a handful of green pine needles appeared in his hand. With a swift motion of his arm, the pine needles shot forth like a barrage of piercing arrows, striking the swarm of insects with incredible speed. The crisp sounds of impact echoed through the night, and in an instant, the once formidable horde of insects fell like raindrops, utterly defenseless. As the last of the venomous insects fell to the ground, Lin Yu landed steadily, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the elder. The elder, with a face full of disbelief, struggled to comprehend how the offspring he had nurtured for years had been so effortlessly eradicated by the young man before him. "Who on earth are you?" the elder inquired, his voice trembling. "I am someone you cannot provoke," Lin Yu replied, advancing step by step, emanating an aura of formidable strength. Seeing this, the elder began to retreat in panic, and in a moment of desperation, he produced a black pill and swallowed it. Instantly, his body began to swell, his skin taking on an eerie green hue, and his eyes turning crimson. "Oh, resorting to drugs, are we? No matter what tricks you employ, the outcome shall remain unchanged," Lin Yu stated with a composed demeanor, continuing to press forward. At that moment, the elder emitted a strange noise, raising his palm in a swift motion toward Lin Yu's vital points. "Very well, let us engage in a little play," Lin Yu replied, swiftly countering with his own strike. Suddenly, two sharp gusts of wind erupted from either side of him. "This is not good. There are hidden weapons." Lin Yu's heart raced as he found himself besieged from three sides, forcing him to retreat rapidly, perhaps sensing that he was not a match for the young man. The elder feigned an attack and quickly turned to flee towards the back mountain. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Lin Yu snorted, a silver needle appearing in the palm of his hand, darting like lightning toward the elder's fleeing form. The elder stumbled briefly but continued onward, his speed astonishingly enhanced, likely due to the effects of the drug, and he vanished into the vast moonlight in the blink of an eye. "Damn it, I actually let that old man escape. Lin Yu muttered in frustration, though he soon found solace in the thought that the elder would likely refrain from troubling him and his family for some time after receiving that needle. A pill? Just one can elevate one's cultivation instantly. Why hadn't I thought of using pills for enhancement? In that moment, memories of the old man's teachings about pills surged into Lin Yu's mind. The teachings detail numerous methods for pill concoction. Not only can they enhance cultivation, but they can also cure various ailments. If I master the art of alchemy, wealth will surely flow in abundantly. Just as Lin Yu reveled in this delightful reverie, his phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out to find it was a call from his mother-in-law, Julie. Glancing at the time, he cursed inwardly. Oh no. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Hello, what is it? Lin Yu's tone was cold, lacking even a semblance of courtesy. You blind fool, what is this attitude? Look at the time. Why aren't you back yet? Do you want to put Xin in danger? Julie berated him mercilessly from the other end. What if I say I'm not coming back tonight? Lin Yu's voice turned icy. You worthless man, dare you not return? Your Lin family has a contract with our Yi family, and if you don't come back tonight, I will make sure your entire family pays dearly, Julie threatened. Fine, Lin Yu seethed, abruptly ending the call. He thought to himself, if it comes to it, I can just compensate according to the contract. It's not as if I can't afford it. The phone rang again, and without looking, he answered. Go ahead and sue. I'll just pay you off. Lin Yu, it's me, came Xin's voice from the other end. I'm sorry, my mom is just worried about my health. Please don't hold it against her. Unable to endure the relentless torment any longer, Xin humbly pleaded with Lin Yu to return to the villa. All right, I'll head back now. Lin Yu's tone softened somewhat. After all, over the past 3 years, despite his reluctance, Xin had taken him to the hospital numerous times for treatment of his eyes. Lin Yu was a man of gratitude, and he couldn't bear to see Xin suffer because he refused to return to the villa. Chapter 73. Restoration of the Soul. As Lin Yu stepped into the Yi family villa, the clock had quietly passed midnight. At that moment, Zhu Li and Xin sat wide awake in the living room, waiting in silence. Upon seeing Lin Yu appear at the door, Zhu Li abruptly stood up, her expression dark, and strode upstairs without a word. By the way, does the Yi family have any interests in the pharmaceutical industry? Lin Yu suddenly broke the silence. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Xin furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to inquire about the family business. Just tell me, yes or no, Lin Yu replied tersely. There's a product aimed at wound healing that is still in clinical trials. However, I am not involved in that project. It is overseen by my uncle. Xin softly responded. All right, I understand. Thank you, Lin Yu said, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to head toward his room, leaving Xin standing in place. Pondering, what has gotten into this blind man today? He seems like a different person. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that as long as Lin Yu returned to the villa, she could finally sleep peacefully that night and enjoy a tranquil dream. A night of silence passed. The following morning, Lin Yu rose early and left the Yi family villa. This time, instead of returning to Tsanglong Bay as usual, he headed directly to the pharmacy, meticulously selecting precious herbs to restore Guiqilin's mother's health. Subsequently, he rushed to the store to purchase various daily necessities, loading them into his car before speeding toward Kuei Kung village. Rabbit, wake up and have breakfast. Lin Yu gently called to the still, slumbering Guiqilin. Although Su Wanru had slept soundly the previous night, Guiqilin had remained restless, insisting on staying by her side until late into the night, only returning to his room when exhaustion overtook him. Whoa, it's so early. Lin Yu, didn't you come back last night? Guiqilin groggily rubbed his eyes, reluctant to leave the warmth of his bed. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Once you're done, I'll give Auntie another injection, and she'll wake up, Lin Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing that his mother was about to awaken, Guiqilin sprang out of bed with renewed energy. In the dining hall, his grandfather was already savoring the delicious breakfast Lin Yu had brought, a look of contentment lighting up his face. Grandpa, eat more. I brought several extra portions just for you. Lin Yu enthusiastically offered another steaming plate to the elder. The old man gratefully accepted the food, his eyes filled with appreciation. Good child, thank you. I've never had such a sumptuous and delicious breakfast in my life, he exclaimed, eagerly taking a bite of the meat bun. The moment the meat bun touched his tongue, the rich and juicy flavor flooded his senses, and he savored the moment with sheer happiness. Standing nearby, Guiqilin was equally eager, quickly grabbing a golden, crispy youtiao and taking a large bite, chewing with gusto. His voracious appetite suggested he had not enjoyed such delectable food in a long while. Mumbling through his mouthful, hee, this truly is city breakfast. The taste is just different. My brother is quite generous. After finishing breakfast, the two made their way to the room where Guaqilan's mother lay. As Lin Yu prepared to administer another injection to Su Wanru. Given that her soul was damaged, Lin Yu would be employing the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, known for their ability to restore the human soul. With a series of fluid and precise movements, Lin Yu executed the needle technique, successfully repairing Su Wanru's injured spirit. All right, Auntie will wake up soon, Lin Yu declared, retracting the silver needles and stepping back. After a while, the long-slumbering Su Wanru finally stirred. Her eyelashes fluttered gently before her eyes slowly opened. At that moment, her gaze was devoid of the usual haze, instead radiating a remarkable clarity. Upon seeing the familiar face before her, Guaqilan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Mom, you're finally better." Su Wanru, noticing her son's tear-streaked face, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She softly asked, "Qilan, why are you crying so much?" "Mother is fine, do not worry." "Mom, I'm just so happy. For 3 long years, I've waited day and night, and today, I finally have you back. Seeing you recover brings joy to my heart." Guaqilan's voice quivered with excitement, his eyes shimmering with tears of joy. 3 years? Are you saying I've been ill for 3 years? Su Wanru's expression turned to one of disbelief, her eyes widening as she attempted to recall the past, but her mind was shrouded in chaos and confusion. Suddenly, she let out a pained groan, clutching her head as if countless needles were piercing her skull. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her face turned pale as a sheet. "Lin Yu, please check on my mother. What is happening to her?" Guaqilan, startled by his mother's sudden condition, turned to Lin Yu in desperation. "Do not panic. It seems Auntie is recalling events from 3 years ago, causing her emotions to spike and leading to strong neural stimulation." Lin Yu replied calmly, stepping forward to gently press his right index finger on the acupoint on Su Wanru's wrist. In a miraculous moment, Su Wanru, who had been convulsing in pain, became still as if under a spell the instant Lin Yu's finger made contact. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Hey Lin Yu, what kind of technique is this? It's truly extraordinary. You are truly remarkable." Guaqilan marveled, his admiration for Lin Yu evident. Lin Yu merely smiled in response, pondering what he could say. After all, it would be absurd to tell his friend that he practiced immortality. Even if he did, Guaqilan would hardly believe it. After a moment, Lin Yu said, "Qilan, let us step outside for a while and allow Annie to adjust. There's no rush. We can gradually uncover the events of the past once her emotions stabilize." Chapter 74. An indomitable spirit in the central area of Jiangqing, the Yiping community, particularly the Huxian Island Villa, was known for its exclusivity. This island housed only 2 villas, which had never been put on the market since their completion. Even Du Yanwang, the underworld boss of Jiangqing, had been unable to acquire one. However, today, Huxian Island welcomed its first owner. A luxurious Bentley Mulsanne glided to a halt in front of Villa Number 2. The door opened, and 2 graceful figures emerged. Leading the way was a stunning young lady, her beauty captivating, moving with the elegance of a blooming flower. She was Tang Feifei, the jewel of the Tang family in the provincial city, and the decision-maker for their Jiangqing commercial investment project. Following closely was her assistant, Xiaoyu. "President Tang, according to my thorough investigation, the commercial sector of Jiangqing is ostensibly controlled by the 4 prominent families, Yi, Xiao, Wu, and Su, collectively referred to as the 4 great families of Jiangqing." Xiaoyu reported, her voice melodious and clear. "The underground forces are managed by a man named Du Jinming, known for his ruthlessness and decisiveness, earning him the moniker of Du Yanwang." Xiaoyu continued. "Moreover, the Lin physician you instructed me to investigate is actually the son-in-law of the Yi family," she added, a hint of surprise coloring her tone. Tang Feifei paused, visibly taken aback by this revelation. "What? Are you certain there is no mistake? How could the Lin physician possibly be a son-in-law?" Confusion filled her gaze. "Initially, I doubted the accuracy, but after multiple verifications, I can confirm that the Lin physician is indeed the son-in-law of the Yi family. And he is the very individual who stirred a sensation in Jiangqing 3 years ago as the blind son-in-law," Xiaoyu asserted confidently. Tang Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a dual-skilled expert in medicine and martial arts would choose to become someone else's son-in-law, especially when he was blind just 3 years prior. However, as she pondered this, a peculiar smile crept onto her lips. "Ah, my grandfather was right. Throughout history, peculiar individuals often possess eccentricities. Perhaps the Lin physician has a penchant for such arrangements." Her interest in the enigmatic Lin physician deepened. Meanwhile, far away in Qiqing village, Lin Yu was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Guaqilan when he suddenly sneezed several times without warning. Who on earth is speaking ill of me? Lin Yu mused quietly. Given his current cultivation, falling ill was out of the question, which left only the possibility of someone disparaging him behind his back. Qilin, what are you two discussing? At that moment, Su Wanru's gentle voice floated in from behind them. Startled, Qilin turned around to see his mother had gotten out of bed and entered the hall. He rushed to support her, concern etched on his face. Mom, why are you up? Shouldn't you rest a bit longer? Su Wanru smiled softly, her gaze warm as she reassured him. It's all right, mother is fine. Wow, you've calmed down so quickly? Auntie's inner strength is truly remarkable, Lin Yu thought, astonished at how swiftly Su Wanru regained her composure. Then, Su Wanru's gaze shifted to Lin Yu, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she hesitantly asked, are you Lin Yu? Lin Yu smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, Auntie. I am Lin Yu. Mom, it was Lin Yu who cured your illness, Qilin added. Su Wanru's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Disbelief evident in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yu, asking, is that true? Thank you so much. By the way, Lin Yu, did you study medicine in university? But at your age, shouldn't you still be in school? It was well understood that medical training typically spanned 5 years or more. Since Lin Yu and Qilin were classmates, he should have been engrossed in his studies. Yet here was this young man who had miraculously healed her. Lin Yu shook his head and candidly replied, Auntie, I dropped out in my freshman year, and I did not study medicine. Su Wanru's surprise deepened, prompting her to inquire, what? Then how did you acquire such medical skills? A glimmer of reminiscence crossed Lin Yu's eyes as he recounted, 3 years ago. I suffered an accident that left me blind. The doctors declared my sight irretrievable. Unwilling to accept this fate, I embarked on a journey of self-education in traditional Chinese medicine. And surprisingly, I succeeded. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru was touched, exclaiming, what a remarkable child. Truly impressive. She recognized the profound depth of traditional Chinese medicine and understood the challenges of self-study. Lin Yu's determination and effort to master such exquisite medical skills were indeed admirable. Auntie, could you share what transpired in the Guo family 3 years ago? Lin Yu cautiously probed. Originally, he intended to let Su Wanru recuperate before broaching the subject. But witnessing her resilience prompted him to reconsider. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, Su Wanru maintained her calm demeanor. She slightly lifted her head, her gaze sweeping slowly over the two individuals before her, and softly asked, what is it that you wish to know? At this moment, Qilin could no longer suppress the surge of emotion and anger within him. He stepped forward, grasping his mother's hand tightly, and eagerly questioned, Mom, is it the Yi family that has brought our family to this state? Su Wanru let out a gentle sigh and comforted her son by patting the back of his hand, saying, my child, it cannot be said that the Yi family is solely to blame for our misfortunes. As the saying goes, the business world is akin to a battlefield, historically. It has always been the victors who claim the throne while the vanquished are left to suffer. In this war devoid of gunpowder, our Guo family has merely become the unfortunate losers. Pausing for a moment, Su Wanru continued, of course, the most critical reason lies in our own poor judgment in selecting associates. We initially believed those individuals to be trustworthy, capable of aiding our family business in flourishing. Yet who could have anticipated their betrayal? Nonetheless, she added, I never imagined that the Yi family would act so ruthlessly. Not only imprisoning your father, but also relentlessly pressuring us, leaving us, an orphaned mother and son, to suffer without respite. At this point, a flicker of uncontainable hatred flashed in Su Wanru's eyes. Mom, the parasitic insects within you must have been planted by the Yi family, Qilin stated, his heart brimming with resentment towards those vile creatures. Had it not been for them, his mother would not have been subjected to 3 years of madness. What? Parasitic insects? They have placed a curse upon me? Su Wanru exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, Auntie. They have implanted a parasite within you to control your mind. Had your inner strength not been formidable, you would have long succumbed to torment. A fierce glint crossed Su Wanru's eyes. Her teeth clenched, she seethed. Yi Jiangwo, you wretched beast, I never expected you to resort to such unscrupulous methods. After a moment, she managed to smile and continued, fortunately, your father and I had the foresight during the product development phase, ensuring that only the two of us possessed the core data. Thus, even if the Yi family were to acquire our formula, without the core data, it is unlikely they would find it easy to replicate. Lin Yu added, indeed. The Yi family's wound repair product is still in the clinical trial phase and has not yet been introduced to the market. Lin Yu, how do you know so much about the Yi family's internal matters? Moreover, how do you know that they plagiarized our Guo family's wound repair product? Su Wanru asked, puzzled. As she looked at Lin Yu, Lin Yu rubbed his nose, sheepishly smiling, and confessed, to be frank, the president of the Yi Group, Yi Yusin, is my wife. As for the product information, it was relayed to me by a friend. Ah, so you are the blind son-in-law of the Yi family from 3 years ago? Su Wanru said, astonished. Oh, I apologize. I merely spoke without thinking. Please do not take offense, she quickly added, realizing her slip of the tongue. Lin Yu waved his hand gently, his tone calm. No need to worry. Circumstances compelled me. I sought to leverage the Yi family's resources to find a renowned doctor for my eyes, and the associated costs could also assist my father's treatment. Su Wanru could not help but sigh. Alas, you are indeed a child of misfortune. Yet, having possessed such cunning at a young age, Qilin pales in comparison to you. However, you are the son-in-law of the Yi family. She seemed to wish to say more, but was interrupted by Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and continued, Annie, I harbor no feelings for the Yi family. Besides, I will soon divorce Yi Yusin. Ah, Annie understands. It is for the best. With your extraordinary medical skills, you shall undoubtedly carve out a vast and prosperous future for yourself. Su Wanru quickly grasped the reason behind Lin Yu's impending divorce. Realizing the depths of the chasm created by entering a powerful family, a divide as profound as a chasm that cannot be easily crossed. Awake, I see. At that moment, an elderly man who had been basking in the sun entered the room. Observing Su Wanru awake and no longer in her previous dazed state, the elderly man felt greatly relieved. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Yu, seemingly attempting to discern the essence of this young man. The miraculous recovery of Su Wanru overnight could only be attributed to this young man's intervention. Qilin, is this your grandpa Qin? Su Wanru inquired, somewhat uncertain. Despite having been in a dazed state for 3 years, she had shared over 1,000 days and nights with him, and thus retained some memories. Indeed, it was Grandpa Qin who took us in 3 years ago, Qilin promptly replied. Uncle Qin, we are immensely grateful for your care and shelter these years. Wanru bows to you, Su Wanru said, approaching the elderly man and kneeling before him. My child, please do not, the elderly man, Mr. Qin, hastily exclaimed, trembling as he assisted Su Wanru to her feet, his eyes filled with affection. My dear child, it is wonderful to see you awake. Uncle Qin, please have a seat. Su Wanru guided Mr. Qin to sit, and they began to converse. Rabbit, come here for a moment. Seizing the moment of their conversation, Lin Yu beckoned Qilin. Oh, all right, Qilin responded and followed Lin Yu outside. Rabbit, here are 3 talismans. Ensure Auntie and Grandpa wear them closely, to prevent the person who placed the curse from harming you again, Lin Yu said as he solemnly handed 3 talismans to Qilin. Understood. Qilin, now filled with admiration for Lin Yu, accepted the talismans with unwavering conviction in their efficacy. Additionally, this is a mobile phone and a SIM card I procured for you this morning. Please activate them later for future communication, Lin Yu continued. Moreover, this bank card contains some funds. Not much, but it should help improve your living conditions, Lin Yu added, handing another card to Qilin. Lin Yu, I will accept the phone, but I truly cannot take the card, Qilin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are we still being so polite among brothers? Rest assured, I now charge for my medical services and will not be lacking in funds. Look, business is already coming in, Lin Yu said, as he opened a message he had just received. The message was from Sun Mingxing, indicating that the elder of the Shao family had requested his assistance once more. While Lin Yu did not wish to view healing as a business transaction, if the client were a wealthy individual and he found himself in need, why not benefit both parties? All right then, I shall not be courteous. Qilin, known for his straightforward nature, confidently accepted the bank card from Lin Yu. Let us go. Lin Yu smiled, gently waving goodbye to Qilin before turning to leave the village. As he reached the village entrance, as if suddenly recalling something, he stopped and called back loudly, by the way, if Annie has any thoughts or requires assistance, feel free to contact me at any time. I might truly be able to lend a helping hand. Thank you, brother. If I encounter any difficulties, you will be the first person I think to seek help from. Qilin called out, watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, his heart unexpectedly swelling with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Before long, Qilin returned alone to the house. Observing his demeanor, Su Wanru, who had been chatting with Grandpa Qin, promptly stood and approached him with concern, asking, Qilin, is Lin Yu leaving already? Yes, Mom, he just left a short while ago. He mentioned that Director Sun from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital called him to attend to the elder of the Shao family, Qilin replied casually, not placing much importance on the matter. However, in stark contrast to Qilin's reaction, Su Wanru felt a stir within her heart upon hearing this. She keenly discerned an unusual message hidden within what seemed to be an ordinary remark. Prompting her to ponder, Director Sun actually went out of his way to invite Lin Yu to attend to the elderly Mr. Xiao. It appears that her son's classmate is quite extraordinary. She must ensure her son has more interactions with him. With this thought, Su Wanru had already made up her mind in silence. Chapter 76. From today onward, I must strive to earn money. At the entrance of the Xiao family estate, the entire family had been waiting for quite some time. Even the usually proud Xiao Juanhao was reluctantly trailing at the back of the group. Just then, a Land Rover slowly approached, and as it came to a stop, Lin Yu gracefully stepped out of the vehicle. Observing the scene before him, he could not help but chuckle. Mr. Xiao, you have personally come out to greet me with such high standards of reception. I am truly flattered. Xiao Zhonghua burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant like a bell. Ha ha, Dr. Lin, you are indeed a great benefactor to our Xiao family. You are also my savior, so of course I must lead my family to welcome you with sincerity. It was hard to imagine that just a day prior, this vigorous elder could only lie in a hospital bed, clinging to life while awaiting the arrival of death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly in appreciation but then waved his hand and said, since the greetings have been exchanged, everyone can disperse now. I am not accustomed to such a noisy atmosphere. With that, he stepped into the villa. Seeing this, Xiao Zhonghua quickly replied, all right, everyone can go about your business. Yu Ruo, you stay and keep me company. Consequently, everyone except Xiao Yu Ruo departed. However, as soon as Lin Yu entered the villa, Xiao Zhinya heard Xiao Juanhao's disgruntled muttering from behind. Humph, what a farce, as if this young master is eager to accompany him. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slap resounded as Xiao Zhinya smacked the back of his son's head and sternly admonished, you little rascal, put away your petty schemes. If you dare to anger Dr. Lin again, I will cut off your allowance. Xiao Zhinya spoke with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. The mention of being cut off financially was akin to a death sentence for Xiao Juanhao. He recoiled, suppressing the pain in the back of his head, and fled like a startled bird. Once inside the room, Lin Yu wasted no time and promptly checked Xiao Zhonghua's pulse. When he declared that the elder's health was stable, Xiao Zhonghua did not display any surprise. Earlier, the Xiao family's medical team had conducted a thorough examination, revealing that all his health indicators were not only normal, but even exceptional. Rather than seeking Lin Yu's help for a medical assessment, it was more about Xiao Zhonghua's desire to express his gratitude and perhaps foster a friendship. After all, who would not wish to befriend a physician of such remarkable skill? Dr. Lin, allow me to introduce my granddaughter, Xiao Yu Ruo. She is the one I hold in highest regard among my grandchildren. You two are young. I hope you can engage with each other more. Xiao Zhonghua intended for his granddaughter to become acquainted with Lin Yu. Hello, Dr. Lin. My name is Xiao Yu Ruo. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Xiao Yu Ruo understood her grandfather's intentions and gracefully extended her hand to lightly shake Lin Yu's. Miss Xiao, please do not refer to me as Dr. Lin. Just call me Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied with a smile. That won't do. How can I directly address my benefactor by name? Perhaps I shall call you Mr. Lin instead. Xiao Yu Ruo responded with a serious tone, underscoring the importance of basic etiquette despite their youth. Very well. Lin Yu was indifferent to such formalities and did not mind the titles. Oh, by the way, may I ask where you acquired that ginseng yesterday, Miss Xiao? Lin Yu recalled the ginseng and thought that if he could find another of equal or superior quality, it might help him break through to the second level of qi refinement. I acquired that ginseng at an underground auction, Xiao Yu Ruo replied candidly. May I inquire how much you spend on it? Lin Yu pressed, needing to gauge the price in case he encountered another in the future and wished to purchase it without being financially constrained. 10 million. Moreover, this amount was reduced by other buyers out of consideration for my grandfather's illness. Xiao Yu Ruo's tone held a hint of gratitude for those who had made concessions. Lin Yu felt a chill upon hearing that price. He could not afford even half of it. At that moment, he silently vowed, from today onward, I must strive to earn money. Mr. Lin, are you particularly interested in rare medicinal herbs? Xiao Yu Ruo's beautiful eyes shifted, as if she could sense Lin Yu's thoughts, and she gently inquired. Indeed, as a physician, one naturally harbors an interest in precious herbs, especially those with age and rarity, Lin Yu replied without reservation. Then if I encounter similar rare herbs in the future, I shall bid on them and present them to you as a token of gratitude for saving my grandfather. Xiao Yu Ruo said with a charming smile. Thank you very much. However, I assumed this was merely a courteous remark and did not take it to heart. Lin Yu responded, Dr. Lin, to express my gratitude, this is a villa I own at Central Ipin. Consider it a token of appreciation for your life-saving efforts. Xiao Zhonghua approached Lin Yu and presented him with a key. The villa at Lake Heart Island? Grandfather, have you not always been reluctant to sell that villa? Xiao Yu Ruo exclaimed in astonishment. There are only 2 villas at Lake Heart Island. The second one was previously acquired by Tang Feifei, representing the Shao family's olive branch to the Tang family for investment purposes. As for the first villa, it was a treasured possession of Xiao Zhonghua, which he had steadfastly held onto. Silly girl, is there anything more important than an old man's life? Besides, this villa has remained unsold since its completion. Waiting for a destined owner, Xiao Zhonghua gazed affectionately at Xiao Yurua. Wow, the villa at Lake Heart Island? That is the most luxurious villa apart from the private estates of the four great families. Sun Mingxing could not help but exclaim, casting an envious glance at Lin Yu. No, 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 old man. This gift is far too extravagant. I absolutely cannot accept it. Lin Yu repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Xiao Zhonghua smiled gently and said, Central Epine is a project that our Shao family has overseen, and I never intended to sell the villa at Lake Heart Island. Today, to have the fortune of meeting a master like you, Dr. Lin, is an immense blessing for our family. To be honest, aside from this villa, I could not think of any other gift that could compare to your extraordinary medical skills. Thus, this matter is settled. Xiao Zhonghua spoke with unwavering determination, making it difficult to refuse. Chapter 77. Truly enviable and jealous. After much hesitation, Lin Yu ultimately acquiesced. All right, since you have spoken so decisively, I shall no longer decline. Although he appeared somewhat reluctant, inside, he was elated. Just the thought of having this luxurious villa meant that his father, mother, and adorable younger sister would no longer have to suffer in the dilapidated urban village of Tsanglong Bay. His heart swelled with excitement. Thus, unexpectedly, Lin Yu became the ambiguous owner of the villa at Lake Heart Island. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch at the Shao family estate, Lin Yu and Sun Mingxing bid farewell to the elder Shao. Throughout the journey, Sun Mingxing, seated in the passenger seat, kept his eyes fixated on Lin Yu. Feeling the intense scrutiny upon him, Lin Yu could no longer hold back and inquired, Brother Sun, is there something amiss with my face that has you staring at me so intently? Upon hearing this, Sun Mingxing couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head as he lamented, My dear brother, I have spent my entire life practicing medicine, striving to heal and save lives. The modest wealth I have acquired is barely sufficient to purchase a small villa on the outskirts of the central Epin community. Yet here you are, having barely made your debut, and already someone has generously bestowed upon you the villa number 1 on Lake Heart Island. Ah, how enviable indeed. In response to Sun Mingxing's somewhat envious remarks, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. He simply smiled and replied nonchalantly, Haha, perhaps this is simply fate. Just as their conversation continued, a sudden, melodious ringtone interrupted them. It was Sun Mingxing's phone. He swiftly answered, and within moments, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. He urgently commanded, immediately cease all treatments for non-critical patients and organize the entire hospital staff to launch an emergency rescue operation for these injured individuals. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately inquired with concern, Brother Sun, what has happened to warrant such urgency? Sun Mingxing took a deep breath to steady his emotions before rapidly explaining, Alas, I have just received word that a fire has erupted at a kindergarten in the city, and several severely injured children are being rushed to our hospital for treatment. The situation is dire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu's expression turned serious as he pressed the accelerator, propelling his Land Rover toward the traditional Chinese medicine hospital like a wild stallion. A journey that typically took half an hour was completed in a mere 10 minutes. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene of chaos. The emergency room was filled with a throng of people, and anguished cries echoed throughout. Without hesitation, Sun Mingxing convened an immediate meeting, and Lin Yu quickly joined the ranks of those attending to the injured. Most of the cases involved severe burns, and they needed to devise a plan swiftly, otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was Lin Yu's first experience with such a large-scale crisis, and he furrowed his brow, anxiously observing the children lying in agony on their hospital beds, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. In that moment, his mind raced as he sought a solution. Finally, through the teachings of the elder Tian Huang, he discovered a potential remedy. Yes, spiritual energy. Its remarkable healing properties could swiftly mend wounds. This revelation filled Lin Yu with excitement, as if a glimmer of hope had pierced through the darkness. However, his elation was short-lived as he realized there were numerous victims awaiting treatment, presenting him with yet another dilemma. With so many injured requiring care, he feared that with his current low level of qi cultivation, he would exhaust his spiritual energy before he could attend to a handful of them. Just as despair began to set in, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps he could initially use diluted spiritual energy to stabilize the patient's conditions temporarily, conserving energy for further treatment. With renewed hope igniting in his eyes, Lin Yu sprang into action. He infused a vial of sealed pure water with a strand of concentrated spiritual energy, then carefully applied a small amount to the wound of one of the injured. As anticipated, the child, who had been writhing in pain, suddenly quieted as though enchanted. "Brother Sun, quickly gather all the basins of water in the hospital," Lin Yu urged, his tone laced with urgency and excitement. "Lin Yu, are you suggesting using water to cool the wounds of the injured?" Sun Mingxing asked, perplexed. "What nonsense! For such severe burns, using water to cool them? Do you even understand basic medical principles?" At that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, chided sharply. "Who says water cannot cool?" Lin Yu's presence radiated authority, challenging the man's assertion. "Humph. By your attire, you seem to be no doctor from our hospital. What right do you have to cause a disturbance here? Security, apprehend this individual and take him to the enforcement bureau." The middle-aged man seethed, his voice echoing with unyielding authority in the corridor. "Director Tang, this is Dr. Lin. He saved 2 car accident victims in our hospital earlier." Sun Mingxing interjected hastily. "Oh, is that so? Even so, to immerse severely burned patients in water is utterly reckless." Before Director Tang could finish, Lin Yu interrupted, "Brother Sun, do not waste time with him. Trust me and proceed as I instruct." His voice possessed an undeniable power that compelled obedience. As he spoke, Lin Yu swiftly treated another injured child with the infused pure water. "What should we do, Director Tang?" Sun Mingxing looked anxiously at Director Tang, who appeared increasingly troubled. Caught in a dilemma, Sun Mingxing felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. What precedent is there for such an approach? If something goes awry, who will bear the responsibility? Director Tang's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Lin Yu, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Feeling the mounting pressure, Sun Mingxing opened his mouth to explain but faltered, swallowing the words back. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd as an elderly figure approached, carrying a medical kit on his back. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the renowned Dr. Li Sizin, famed throughout Jiangqing. "Director Tang, I support Dr. Lin's method. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility," Dr. Li declared, his tone resolute and unwavering. "What? You, too, agree to submerge the injured in water?" Director Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Ignoring Director Tang, Dr. Li turned to Lin Yu. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Lin. Yes, these 2 patients are stable now. You may proceed with the treatment." Lin Yu nodded, surprised by Dr. Li's arrival. "Very well, I will commence treatment immediately," Dr. Li replied eagerly. "Dean Sun, quickly prepare basins of water as Dr. Lin suggested, ensuring each basin has pure water." Dr. Li directed Sun Mingxing, who now appeared invigorated by the support. "Understood. I will arrange it right away." Sun Mingxing, feeling a newfound sense of purpose, glanced at Director Tang, who remained silent with a stern expression, and promptly set about gathering the water basins. "Humph. If anything goes wrong, you won't escape responsibility either." Director Tang glared at Lin Yu, unable to confront Dr. Li directly. Before falling silent, before long, 20 basins filled with pure water were neatly arranged in the emergency room corridor. To maintain discretion, Lin Yu did not directly infuse the basins with spiritual energy. Instead, he concentrated all the energy into the pure water in his hand, transforming it into a potent spiritual elixir. "Brother Sun, add 5 drops of this solution to each basin and then immerse the patients," Lin Yu instructed, handing over the vial. "All right. Although I am unsure of your intentions, I will follow your instructions," Sun Mingxing acquiesced. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. The injured children, who had been wailing in pain, suddenly ceased their cries upon being immersed in the basins. Their expressions gradually relaxed, as if the pain they had been suffering had suddenly vanished. How could this be possible? Director Tang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how merely soaking the injured could yield such miraculous results. Li Sizhin's gaze flickered, and he secretly marveled at the extraordinary medical skills of Dr. Lin. "Quickly, fetch more basins. Those with relatively minor injuries should also be arranged for soaking," he instructed. "However, it is imperative that those with severe injuries receive priority in treatment and care." Lin Yu methodically conveyed the necessary details to everyone. After finishing, he appeared utterly drained, collapsing heavily onto the cold, hard floor. It was then that people noticed the fine beads of sweat glistening on his broad, smooth forehead, a testament to the exhaustive effort he had just exerted. Clearly, the unreserved and intense output of his spiritual energy had left him feeling utterly fatigued. Observing this, Sun Mingxing hurriedly approached, concern etched across his face. "Dr. Lin, are you all right?" Lin Yu managed a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice." He then took a deep breath, silently circulating his energy to recover his strength. Moments later, Lin Yu directed his gaze towards Li Xijin, who was administering acupuncture not far away, and seriously instructed, "Old Li, I leave this side to you for now. If any of the patients do not experience effective relief after soaking, I will need you to personally treat them." He emphasized, "Before I return, do not allow the injured to leave the basins, and ensure the water temperature is maintained." After relaying these instructions, Lin Yu turned to Sun Mingxing and inquired, "Brother Sun, does our hospital have a place for preparing plaster?" Sun Mingxing nodded in affirmation. "Of course. Many commonly used plasters are prepared by our pharmacy." Lin Yu nodded, rising promptly. "Excellent. Then please take me to the pharmacy. I intend to concoct a batch of special plaster for these patients." Within the ancient legacy of the elder Tian Wang, Lin Yu not only discerned the astonishing healing properties of spiritual energy, but also discovered a precious formula for a burn ointment known as purple flower burn ointment. Time slipped away unnoticed, as the night enveloped the earth like a vast black velvet curtain. Yet Lin Yu, engrossed in research and practice, remained oblivious. After countless trials and explorations, he finally succeeded in crafting the first batch of purple flower burn ointment. Given that most of the unfortunate burn victims were young children, Lin Yu exercised utmost caution regarding the dosage. He conducted tests repeatedly, wary of any errors that might adversely affect the fragile bodies of the children. As the final spoonful of ointment was poured into the container, Lin Yu exhaled a long sigh of relief. At that moment, he felt his muscles were taut to the limit, a wave of soreness washing over him, as if he were about to disassemble. He did not wish to delegate this tedious task to others, for it required precise injections of spiritual energy throughout the entire preparation process to ensure that the ointment would possess the desired miraculous effects. "Brother Sun, let the patients rise from the basins and evenly apply this ointment to their wounds," Lin Yu instructed while carefully handing the porcelain jar containing the ointment to Sun Mingxing. "All right." Sun Mingxing nodded, promptly directing the medical staff to commence with cleansing and application. As the purple flower burn ointment gently touched the first patient's wound, an astonishing scene unfolded. The grotesque injury appeared to be enchanted, miraculously healing at an astonishingly visible rate. In less than 10 minutes, the previously swollen skin had nearly returned to its original state, as if reborn. This is simply astounding. Witnessing this, everyone present was left speechless, exclamations of wonder echoing throughout the room, just as they reveled in the miraculous effects of the purple flower burn ointment. A loud crash echoed through the air as the heavy door of the emergency room was forcefully kicked open. The sudden commotion startled everyone into turning to see what was amiss. A woman, clad in an elaborate outfit with an exquisitely made-up face twisted in fury, stormed in, followed closely by several anxious medical personnel, pushing a stretcher laden with 4 fluids. Upon entering, she bellowed, "Who is in charge of this hospital? Get out here at once." Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with anger and accusation. Sun Mingxing approached her promptly, maintaining a serious demeanor. "I am the director of this hospital. How may I assist you, madam?" Although his tone remained polite, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. However, the woman disregarded his inquiry, continuing to demand, "So you are the director? Well then, tell me why your hospital possesses effective medications yet refuses to share them with the first hospital. Are you content to watch other patients suffer without taking action?" Faced with her aggressive accusations, Sun Mingxing felt perplexed and furrowed his brow. "Madam, please calm down. I am unaware of the effective medication you mentioned. Could you elaborate?" Yet the woman seemed entirely unwilling to heed his explanation, relentlessly insisting, "Don't pretend to be ignorant. I know your hospital has medication that can rapidly alleviate the symptoms of burn victims. Look, my son is in a state of severe coma because he did not receive your effective medication. If I do not receive a satisfactory response today, this matter will not end here." She pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Mingxing, her attitude exceedingly arrogant. "Madam, if I am not mistaken, your son is the only patient sent to the first hospital despite being nearby." The head of the medical department interjected. "What do you mean by sent far away? Is it wrong for me to take my son to a more specialized facility?" The woman retorted indignantly. Sun Mingxing's expression grew increasingly grim, though he endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "Then what is your intention in bringing him back to our hospital? Isn't it obvious? You mean to tell me that you have no effective medication?" The head of the medical department muttered under his breath. The woman's stance remained unwavering. "I heard that there is effective medication here. Regardless, I hold you all responsible for this matter. Hurry and administer the effective medication to my son. If anything happens to him, you can forget about being the director." Her threats caused Sun Mingxing's brow to furrow tightly. Such bravado. "Do you have someone influential in the health bureau?" "Indeed, my husband is a leader in the health bureau, and he is close friends with Director Tang. The woman declared triumphantly. Sun Mingxing turned to Director Tang, continuing to inquire, in the Health Bureau? What is his name? My husband is Huang Zheng, the deputy head of our Jiangcheng Health Bureau, she replied, her pride swelling. Director Tang's expression darkened considerably as he spoke slowly. Huang Zheng, very well. At that moment, Lin Yu, unable to bear the situation any longer, stepped forward and declared, if you continue to make a scene, the child will lose his life. What? The woman was taken aback, her gaze swiftly shifting to Lin Yu. However, after assessing him, she disdainfully remarked, what nonsense are you spouting? You young man without a white coat? No wonder your traditional Chinese medicine hospital is subpar. Anyone can come forth and speak recklessly. Silence. Is the esteemed Dr. Lin someone you can casually insult? Sun Mingxing scolded angrily. Humph, an esteemed doctor? You call this young man your hospital savior? Such a facility is bound to close its doors soon, the woman retorted derisively. Madam, your son's condition is extremely critical. He must be administered the special medicine immediately. The doctor accompanying her cautioned. Upon hearing this, the woman was alarmed, her voice wavering. Then hurry and give my son the special medicine. It's too late. The medicine is ineffective now. Immediate surgical intervention is necessary. Through his keen insight, Lin Yu discerned that the young boy's heart and lung functions had already collapsed. Without immediate surgery, his life would be in jeopardy. No, the special medicine must be used. Several of my son's classmates recovered after using it. The woman protested vehemently. Step aside. If you wish to save your child, remain quiet, Lin Yu snapped, unable to hold back his exasperation. Were it not for the pity he felt for the child, he would have ignored such a lunatic completely. Not giving my son the special medicine, but opting for some other treatment? Are you trying to play with his life? I'll call my husband and ensure you face the consequences. The woman continued to shout. No need to call. I have already summoned him, Director Tang interjected calmly. You? Who are you? My husband is the deputy director of the Health Bureau. What gives you the right to command him? The woman looked at him incredulously. Coincidentally, your husband is currently coordinating treatment at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Director Tang replied with a steady tone. At that moment, the arrogant woman received a resounding slap across her face. What are you doing, husband? Why did you hit me? She exclaimed in shock. Realizing the man before her was her husband, Huang Zheng. Director Tang, this woman is unreasonable. Please don't stoop to her level, Huang Zheng said. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, fully aware of the repercussions his wife had incurred with her superior. Humph, I will settle this later, Director Tang coldly retorted. Is this child still treatable? Lin Yu inquired, looking at Huang Zheng and the woman. Yes, of course he can be treated, Huang Zheng nodded vigorously. However, it seems the boy has lost his heartbeat, the accompanying doctor stated. What? My son is dead. It's all your fault, you bunch of quacks. The woman began to wail again. Humph, if my son dies at your hospital, you will all be held accountable. Huang Zheng's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. If this continues, your child will truly be beyond saving. Lin Yu's voice reached both Huang Zheng and the woman. Chapter 80. Has my illness been cured? What? My son is still alive. Huang Zheng clung to hope, his voice trembling with urgency. Quick, help save my son. Lin Yu nodded slightly, then turned to Sun Mingxing. Speaking in a serious tone, Brother Sun, please arrange a place. I need to treat the child. He added, oh, and bring me the best ginseng from the hospital pharmacy. It must be the finest. The continuous exertion had nearly depleted Lin Yu's internal energy. He needed to replenish it swiftly, otherwise, he would lack assurance in treating the young boy. The treatment will take approximately 3 hours. Remember, do not disturb me until I emerge, Lin Yu instructed firmly. With that, he stepped into the operating room. Moments later, a box of ginseng was delivered, containing at least a dozen stalks. What is this? They're all around 10 years old. The best is only 15 years. Lin Yu sighed in resignation upon seeing the ginseng. For Lin Yu at this moment, these ginseng roots were merely a drop in the bucket, having little impact. Nevertheless, he collected them all into his pockets. He approached the operating table and carefully administered the remaining essence of spiritual water to the young boy, then inserted several needles to sustain his feeble life force. Without hesitation, he disabled the operating room's surveillance, as he did not wish for anyone to witness his methods. At this moment, Lin Yu's desire to refine medicine intensified. Had he possessed ample internal energy today, he could have resolved the dilemma at hand in one fell swoop. He then sat cross-legged, activating the starry technique, drawing in the spiritual energy from the air. Yusin, has that good-for-nothing not answered the phone yet? In the Yejia villa, Julie stood fretfully in the hall, wringing her hands and glancing anxiously toward the door. Beside her, Yi Yusin paced restlessly, her brow furrowed, pondering, where on earth could he be? It's so late, and there's still no sign of him. Still no answer. I have no idea where he went. Yi Yusin sighed, her beautiful face etched with worry. As she watched the clock's hands nearing midnight, her anxiety intensified. If Lin Yu did not return soon, her illness would likely resurface. What are we to do? It's almost midnight, and if that useless fellow doesn't show up, how will your health hold up? Julie fretted, her voice rising in pitch. Mom, please don't worry too much. Just go rest for now. I'm tired too and want to lie down for a bit. Yi Yusin attempted to reassure her. Though her own anxiety was palpable, she feigned calmness to spare her mother further distress. What if that boy doesn't come back tonight? What shall we do? Julie's face was clouded with concern. Don't worry, Mom. Even if he doesn't return, I can manage a sleepless night. I will be fine. Yi Yusin forced a smile, hoping to ease her mother's worries. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's phone lay quietly on the car seat. In his haste to leave in the afternoon, he had not realized he had left it behind. Director Tang, didn't you say it would only take 3 hours? It's been over 5 hours. Huang Zheng exclaimed. Panic etched across his forehead. Yes, that boy must have failed to save my son and slipped out the back door. Hurry, break down the door. The woman cried, her agitation palpable. Director Tang too began to feel uncertain, yet he maintained his composure, saying, Huang Zheng, Dr. Lin instructed us not to disturb him. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Wait for what? If anything happens to my son, I will not let you all off the hook. The woman had completely lost her composure, leaping to her feet like an enraged lioness, charging towards the operating room. At that moment, the operating room door slowly opened, and Lin Yu emerged, looking relaxed, his strides steady and devoid of fatigue, as though he had just completed a trivial procedure. Dr. Lin, how is my son? Huang Zheng rushed forward, his voice trembling with anticipation. Oh, he is fine. You may go in and see him, but he is asleep right now. So please do not wake him, Lin Yu replied with a serene smile. Thank you so much. Huang Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing in gratitude. Lin Yu arrived at the emergency department's hall, surveying his surroundings. It was then he noticed Director Tang, Li Xijin, Sun Mingxing, and several other leaders and doctors from the hospital still present, quietly awaiting news. Particularly, Li Xijin, this venerable elder, remained steadfast in the emergency department even at the witching hour, earning Lin Yu's deep respect. After exchanging a few words with the others, Lin Yu departed from the hospital. Upon exiting, he returned to the Yi family villa, realizing it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. He chose not to disturb Lin Yusin and her mother, but instead sat at the entrance of the villa, contemplating his departure with the dawn. That night, he meditated and cultivated, absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe, while feeling the gradual restoration of his own depleting vitality. The following morning, Yi Yusin slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her dreams. Immediately, she assessed her physical condition, and to her delight, she found that she had not suffered an episode the previous night. Overwhelmed with excitement, she hastily threw off the covers and rushed downstairs. She approached Julie eagerly, asking, Mom, did Lin Yu come back last night? Julie, without looking up, replied, No. I got up several times last night, and didn't he see that blind fool? After speaking, she let out a disgruntled huff. Yi Yusin felt a surge of joy within her and pondered aloud. Lin Yu didn't return, and I didn't have an episode. Could it be that my illness has miraculously healed? At that moment, Julie raised her head and said, I checked on you several times last night, and seeing you sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bring myself to disturb you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yusin's face lit up with a radiant smile. If that is the case, then how wonderful it is. Mom, Lin Yu didn't come back, and my illness hasn't recurred. Is it possible that I am truly healed? It must be so. This is fantastic. I won't have to depend on that blind fool anymore. Julie nodded in excitement, setting down her breakfast to embrace her daughter tightly. Chapter 81. A reluctance to strive that morning. The early news in Jiangxing and various media outlets reported on the aftermath of the kindergarten fire incident. The blaze had left over 30 children injured, with more than a dozen suffering severe burns. However, thanks to the dedicated efforts of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, all 30 injured had been discharged by that morning. As this news broke, the citizens of Jiangxing were astounded. The commentary online was rife with speculation. Goodness! When did the Jiangxing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital acquire such extraordinary medical skills? Even the top hospitals in the capital can't compare. Indeed, this must be fake news. I know all too well the capabilities of the TCM hospital. It takes weeks to treat a common cold. How could they possibly heal so many patients so quickly? Surely, these are authoritative media outlets. This must be true. Exactly. Didn't the news report it? Director Tang from the Health Bureau personally confirmed it. So it can't be wrong. Let us hurry and find out which doctor possesses such remarkable skills. I must get an appointment with him, hoping he can cure my long-standing impotence. Haha, brother impotence, you scout ahead, and I'll follow. As a seasoned driver for over a decade, I also wish to request that esteemed doctor to help me slow down. It must be the young divine doctor who saved lives twice with silver needles. I wish to see what he looks like. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware of all this. He was contentedly seated before his uncle Zhong Zhibing's stall, relishing a delicious breakfast. Uncle, this tastes wonderful. You've improved. Lin Yu praised. Of course. Just look who made it. I was quite the culinary expert back in the village, Zhong Zhibing replied proudly. Come on, you're getting all puffed up over a few compliments. You couldn't even bake a sweet potato properly as a child. How dare you boast? Zhong Xiahong teased. How can you belittle me like that, sister? It's not every day that my nephew praises me. Zhong Zhibing pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Indeed, Mom, I genuinely think today's breakfast is simply exquisite. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully as he devoured his meal, his face alight with enthusiasm. Go on, you little rascal. Do you not know who really made this breakfast? Zhong Xiahong shot a glance at Zhong Zhibing before scolding her son playfully. You little brat, can't you even recognize your mother's cooking? Hearing this, Lin Yu burst into laughter, his mouth full of food making his words somewhat muddled. Haha, Mom, don't be mad. I certainly know this is your masterpiece. I merely wanted to compliment him. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly turned to his uncle Zhong Zhibing and earnestly proposed. Uncle, how about this? I'll invest in getting you a proper storefront. With a fixed location, your business will surely flourish. However, Zhong Zhibing grimaced, shaking his head, and sighed. Ah, Xiaoyu. To be honest, I don't want to strive anymore. Lin Yu understood his uncle's meaning, knowing full well he was fixated on the millions at his disposal. His expression darkened as he replied bluntly. All right, uncle, if that is how you feel, then just continue running your little stall honestly. When you come to your senses and are ready to work hard, let me know. With that, he ignored his uncle and returned to enjoying his breakfast. Seeing his nephew's unwavering stance, Zhong Zhibing could only shake his head in resignation, muttering to himself, sigh, I might as well stick to this little stall. I don't believe your resolve can hold out forever. At that moment, Lin Yu observed his uncle's lack of ambition and could not help but sigh inwardly. Ah, truly a case of a stubborn block of clay that refuses to be shaped. Director's son, have the test results come out yet? In front of the testing department of the TCM hospital, a group of people stood anxiously, including Director Tang, Li Xijin, and Sun Mingxing. They're out. Take a look. Sun Mingxing handed a report to everyone. How can this be? This is clearly the parameter for pure water, with only an unusually high active factor. The group was puzzled. And this ointment report comprises merely common medicinal herbs. There is nothing extraordinary about it. It turned out that they had been discreetly observant the previous night, secretly hiding a few drops of spiritual liquid, intending to test it today to discern what kind of potion could yield such miraculous effects. We conducted 3 tests, and the results are consistent. Even the samples taken from the basin show no difference, the lab director reported. Just then, Director Tang's phone rang, and he stepped outside to take the call. A while later, he returned with a grave expression. The results from the city have come in, and they completely match yours. This is incredible. Director's son, where did you find this treasure? Why not introduce it to the TCM hospital? It would surely elevate the hospital's reputation. Director Tang lamented. Sun Mingxing smiled faintly and replied, this is merely a fortuitous coincidence. I had previously invited the divine Dr. Lin, but he has no interest in the hospital's affairs. He did not wish to elaborate on Lin Yu's situation. Moreover, had it not been for pressure from above, he would never have conducted the test. In his view, such actions were a sign of disrespect towards Lin Yu. What a pity, such exquisite medical skills cannot benefit society, Director Tang sighed, shaking his head. The city is still awaiting my results for the meeting. Look at these parameters. How am I supposed to report to the higher-ups? Director Tang wore a distressed expression, his brows tightly knitted, the wrinkles on his forehead seemingly capable of trapping a fly. Umph, these people are always urging for results. Do they intend to usurp others' research achievements? In my opinion, it would be better to tell them the truth. The medical skills of Dr. Lin surpass mine by far. It's no wonder he can concoct such miraculous potions and ointments. Li Xijin indignantly remarked. Alas, it seems there is no other option. Director Tang nodded helplessly, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. Chapter 82. Are you interested in consulting at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? After seeing off Director Tang, Sun Mingxing wasted no time and immediately dialed Lin Yu's number. As soon as the call connected, he eagerly said, Brother Lin, I have something urgent to discuss with you. The city has instructed Director Tang to take both of your products for testing. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly inquired, Oh, What were the results of the tests? To be honest, he was also very curious about what particular qualities would emerge from the purified water he infused with spiritual energy and the ointment he personally crafted. Sun Mingxing did not hesitate and directly informed Lin Yu of the results. The results indicated that the activity level is higher than that of ordinary purified water. Nothing more was mentioned. As for the ointment, it was simply made from common medicinal herbs. Lin Yu smiled slightly and teased, "Haha, it seems they will be sorely disappointed. But that's for the best. It spares us unnecessary trouble." Sun Mingxing laughed heartily in agreement. Indeed, Dr. Li suspected their motives were impure and scolded them thoroughly, frightening Director Tang quite a bit. "By the way, are you still at the hospital? I happen to have some matters to discuss with you." "Absolutely, we are all here. In fact, Dr. Li previously mentioned wanting to meet you," Lin Yu replied. "Great, we'll see each other shortly," Sun Mingxing concluded before hanging up. Setting down his phone, Lin Yu briefly explained matters to his parents and uncle, then set off with a light step, driving towards the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. "Dr. Lin, today I am truly in awe of your remarkable medical skills." Upon their first meeting, Li Xijin praised Lin Yu profusely. "Li Lao, you flatter me. I merely practice diligently," Lin Yu humbly replied. "May I ask which school of thought you follow, Dr. Lin?" Li Xijin inquired with curiosity. "Apologies. My master has instructed me not to disclose any information about my school to outsiders," Lin Yu expressed with an apologetic demeanor. "Understood." Li Xijin was perceptive enough to recognize Lin Yu's reluctance to divulge his background and chose not to press further. "By the way, it seems the higher-ups are quite interested in your miraculous potion and ointment. There may be some ill intentions at play, so do exercise caution," Li Xijin advised. "Indeed, I came here to discuss this very matter. I plan to mass-produce the ointment and promote it to major hospitals in Jiangxing. This ointment can swiftly promote wound healing and would be invaluable in emergency care," Lin Yu proposed. "As for the miraculous potion, it was given to me by my master for emergencies. It is the only bottle I possess, and once it's gone, there will be no more. Yesterday, I had to say this to avoid causing any unnecessary speculation," Lin Yu added. "What? You can mass-produce this ointment? That is truly wonderful. Many patients suffer from wounds that won't stop bleeding for various reasons. If this ointment can be widely available, it would undoubtedly be a boon for them," Sun Mingxing exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, however, Dragon Country has strict regulations on pharmaceuticals entering hospitals. From product development to clinical trials and production, it typically takes 3 to 5 years to bring a product to market, Li Xijin responded calmly. "Therefore, I intend to utilize the name of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to produce and sell this ointment. This should facilitate the process considerably," Lin Yu turned to Sun Mingxing, seeking his opinion. "No problem. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will fully support you unconditionally," Sun Mingxing assured. "This is indeed a wise idea. But since this is an internal product, whether it can circulate outside the hospital will depend on the higher-up stance," Li Xijin stroked his graying beard and remarked. "That is fine. We can start by using it in the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. If it proves unfeasible, then the product will be limited to our hospital," Lin Yu stated. "However, this would significantly diminish the market value of the ointment, and frankly, it would reduce Dr. Lin's profits as well," Li Xijin candidly pointed out. "Ha ha ha. As a healer, my foremost duty is to save lives. How could I possibly care about the profits?" Lin Yu responded cheerfully. Good, good. I truly did not expect to find someone as exceptional as you in this small Jiangxing. I am genuinely impressed," Li Xijin remarked with admiration. "By the way, Li Lao, may I ask which hospital you usually consult at?" Lin Yu smiled as he inquired. Li Xijin stroked his chin and replied slowly. "I have been wandering around various places in Dragon Country for many years and have not had a fixed consulting location." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile, and he seized the opportunity to say, "Might you be interested in consulting at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? With your esteemed reputation, having you here would surely attract more patients seeking treatment, and my ointment would likely sell better as well." Sun Mingxing, standing nearby, brightened at this suggestion. He understood that Lin Yu was attempting to assist him. Successfully inviting a medical luminary like Li Xijin to consult at their hospital would undoubtedly elevate its prominence and reputation. Li Xijin, being a sharp-witted individual, quickly discerned the underlying intention of Lin Yu's words, but he didn't mind and jokingly said, "Haha, Director's son. It appears your relationship with Dr. Lin is quite extraordinary." Sun Mingxing hurriedly laughed along. "Li Lao is joking. My connection with Dr. Lin is merely due to our shared commitment to advancing traditional Chinese medicine. I hope you could consider this. Having your assistance would be an honor for our hospital." Lin Yu smiled silently, thinking that dealing with intelligent people is quite effortless, as long as Li Xijin agreed. It would be a favor returned to Sun Mingxing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Sijin readily nodded. Very well. I shall dedicate 2 days each month to consult here. Sun Mingxing was overjoyed, his excitement palpable. That is fantastic. With Dr. Li's strong support, our traditional Chinese medicine hospital will undoubtedly reach new heights, benefiting more people. All right, then it's settled. I will name this ointment Scarlet Repair Ointment, which has the efficacy of rapidly healing wounds. If all goes well, I can supply the first batch of products to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital within 3 days. Lin Yu said with a confident smile. Upon hearing this news, Sun Mingxing was ecstatic, responding, "Oh, that is simply splendid. I must act quickly to arrange the relevant matters. With Dr. Li consulting at our hospital in 3 days, and the grand launch of the Scarlet Repair Ointment, these 2 great events occurring simultaneously will surely make our hospital the focus of the entire Jiangxing." Chapter 83. The ex-boyfriend Ye's group, President's office. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows across the floor. Yi Yusin stood quietly at the window, her gaze drifting towards the distance, savoring the picturesque beauty of the cityscape outside. Perhaps sensing that the lingering affliction that had troubled her for so long was finally on the mend, Yi Yusin found herself in an exceptionally cheerful mood today, even the corners of her mouth unconsciously curling up into an enchanting smile. Just then, a gentle yet rhythmic knock on the door shattered the tranquility. The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated distinctly in the quiet atmosphere. "Come in," Yi Yusin responded softly. As soon as her words fell, the office door creaked open, revealing a figure standing at the threshold. Surprise! Accompanied by a jubilant exclamation, a man clad in splendid attire strode confidently into the room. He was tall and imposing, exuding an exceptional charm, and in his hands, he held a magnificent bouquet of vividly blooming flowers. Yi Yusin furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion stirring within her. She had anticipated that her secretary was entering to report on work matters, only to be met by this unfamiliar yet familiar face. Just as she was about to turn around and question her secretary, she suddenly caught a clear glimpse of the visitor's visage, and her face instantly registered surprise. "Zhang Chong, is that you?" Yi Yusin exclaimed incredulously. The man before her, named Zhang Chong, was her ex-boyfriend. Before the Yi family had publicly sought suitors for Yi Yusin, the two had developed a relationship akin to that of nearly couples. However, after Yi Yusin's marriage, Zhang Chong had quietly departed Longhua, embarking on a journey abroad for further studies. "Yusin, I'm back," he declared with a beaming smile. Surprised? Unexpected? Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy as he gazed at Yi Yusin. "When did you return to the country?" Yi Yusin steadied her emotions and inquired. "Just got off the plane. I rushed over to see you without delay," Zhang Chong replied, extending the bouquet towards her. Xian, how have you been these past few years?" His tone carried a note of concern. Yi Yusin slightly knitted her brows and replied softly, "Zhang Chong, please call me Yusin. After all, I am now a married woman." Haha. Zhang Chong laughed heartily, unfazed by her correction, and continued to address her affectionately. "It's still more endearing to call you Xian. Oh, by the way, I heard from Annie that you're about to divorce that blind man. Is that true?" His gaze fixated intently on Yi Yusin, as if seeking confirmation from her expression. Yi Yusin fell silent for a moment before nodding gently, whispering, "Yes." She did not conceal the truth, especially since her affliction had not resurfaced, which only strengthened her resolve to divorce Lin Yu. Perhaps this day would not even wait until her birthday. A joyful smile spread across Zhang Chong's face as he looked at the stunning woman before him. "That's wonderful. After 3 years with that blind man, you've truly suffered. Let me take care of you from now on." Yi Yusin's gaze faltered, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Zhang Chong, what are you doing? We haven't even divorced yet." Zhang Chong stepped closer, firmly grasping Yi Yusin's hand. "Yusin, I know you married out of necessity back then, so you have no feelings for that blind man, right? Once you divorce, we can go get our marriage certificate. Trust me, I will take good care of you." Yi Yusin broke free from his strong grasp, a whirlwind of emotions surging within her. She sighed softly and said, "Let us talk about it later." After all, 3 years had passed, and during that time, they had not been in contact, causing their feelings to fade considerably. Upon hearing Yi Yusin's response, Zhang Chong's momentary disappointment vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Xian, there's no rush. I am now the head of the M-Country X Pharmaceutical Group S Market in Longhua. This time, I'll be residing in Jiangxing more frequently. Give me another chance, and I believe you will come to accept me again. The X Pharmaceutical Group. Zhang Chong. It seems you've been thriving in M-Country these past 3 years. Yi Yusin deftly shifted the subject. Just about average. Before returning, I specifically applied to relocate the headquarters from Haicheng to Jiangxing, hoping to spend more time by your side, Zhang Chong said proudly. Indeed. Although Yi Yusin felt Zhang Chong was boasting. How could the relocation of a corporate headquarters be so easily orchestrated? Her heart warmed nonetheless. These past 3 years, she had been burdened by the ineptitude of Lin Yu, living under considerable strain. Yusin, I just returned to Jiangxing and need to stop by home. So I want to keep you company for now, Zhang Chong said before bidding farewell. Immediately, Yi Yusin dialed her grandfather Yi Jianfeng's number. Grandfather. The ex-company's headquarters from M country is relocating to Jiangxing, and they have appointed a new head, who happens to be my friend, Yi Yusin reported. The sudden relocation of X company indicates that there will be significant developments in Jiangxing. You must maintain close contact with your friend and report any news to me immediately, Yi Jianfeng instructed. Understood, grandfather. I will ensure to stay in close communication with my friend, Yi Yusin replied. After hanging up, Yi Jianfeng's gaze deepened. A sense of unease swelling within him. First the Tang family from the provincial capital, and now X company. It seemed that significant events were on the horizon for Jiangxing. Meanwhile, Lin Yu drove his Land Rover out of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Inside the vehicle, apart from the driver's seat, every other space was stuffed with Chinese medicinal herbs. It was evident that Sun Mingxing was eagerly anticipating the launch of the scar removal ointment. Transporting such a large quantity of herbs back to Tsanglong Bay was rather inconvenient. Perhaps visiting Villa No. 1 on the island would be more suitable, Lin Yu mused. If he were to haul back a vehicle full of herbs, outsiders might mistakenly think someone was gravely ill. Coincidentally, the Xiao family had gifted him a grand villa, which he had yet to visit. If it proved suitable, he could use it as his alchemical workshop. Lin Yu steered the car towards Central Yiping, a route he had become quite familiar with. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Huxin Island. After passing through security checks, Lin Yu encountered no obstacles and smoothly entered the island. Of course, this was due to Xiao Yurua's diligent preparations. Otherwise, given Lin Yu's attire and the truckload of medicinal herbs, the security personnel would not have allowed him near the entrance. Chapter 84, Villa No. 1 Huxin Island resembled a resplendent gem, nestled in the heart of the lake. The island was graced with lush trees, vibrant flowers, and refreshing air, as though one had stepped into a realm of paradise. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the fragrance of blossoms, invigorating the spirit. Lin Yu followed the winding path and soon arrived at Villa No. 1. This grand villa was magnificent and imposing, akin to a palace. Its architectural style was unique, blending modern and classical elements, imparting an air of noble elegance. The villa's exterior was adorned with deep red bricks, exuding a sense of solemnity and grandeur. The roof was topped with golden glazed tiles, shimmering under the sunlight like a crown. Surrounding the villa were exquisitely manicured gardens, brimming with a plethora of rare and colorful flora, a sight to behold. As Lin Yu gazed upon the resplendent villa, he was awestruck by its grandeur, exclaiming, "Wealthy individuals are truly exceptional. This is nothing short of a royal palace." He was eager to step inside the villa and experience its opulence and comfort. As he crossed the threshold, Lin Yu was momentarily dazzled by the lavish decor, nearly blinding his keen eyes. Subsequently, he wandered around Villa No. 1 like a curious child in a wonderland, exploring every corner until he finally settled contentedly on a sofa in the grand hall. Oh, the spiritual aura here is exceptionally rich. It surpasses even that of Shaonan Mountain. Once his excitement subsided, Lin Yu began to notice the unique environment surrounding him. With 3 days to prepare the ointment, perhaps it would be best to calm his mind and meditate for a while. Lin Yu contemplated quietly, then seated himself cross-legged, commencing the operation of the star art, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in the study of Villa No. 2 on Lake Island, Tang Feifei was engrossed in her documents. Her assistant, Xiao Yu, gently knocked on the door and entered. "President Tang, I've heard that Villa No. 1 has acquired a new owner." Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei set aside her materials, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Oh, so soon? I wonder who the fated person that old Xiao spoke of is. I must pay a visit when the opportunity arises. Yes, I will have someone look into the matter first." Xiao Yu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and continued, "By the way, President Tang, I heard that Group X from Country M is relocating its Dragon Country headquarters to Jiangxing. Do you know the reason behind it?" "I'm not sure yet, but I suspect it's related to the news from this morning," Tang Feifei replied thoughtfully. "Are you referring to that miraculous potion and ointment rumored online that can expedite recovery for the injured?" Xiao Yu inquired. "Indeed. Although the health department and the traditional Chinese medicine hospital have yet to respond, the issue has already sparked considerable online discussion. Many parents of the injured are using live streams to share what transpired last night and this morning at the traditional medicine hospital to garner attention, Tang Feifei remarked. So, does this mean we should temporarily cancel the planned discussions with the 4 prominent families? Perhaps we should wait until we clarify the situation regarding the restorative potion and ointment? Xiao Yu suggested. Very well, let us proceed as you say, Tang Feifei nodded. Immediately arrange for someone to inquire about the specifics from the Xiao family. Understood. Xiao Yu responded and exited the room. Tang Feifei approached the window, gazing in the direction of Villa Number 1, pondering to herself, how unexpected. Who would have thought that this small Jiangqing harbors such hidden talents? Could it be related to the occupants within? Grandfather, do you think that potion and ointment could be connected to Dr. Lin? Within the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yuruo and Xiao Zhangguo were engaged in conversation. It must be him. Among all in Jiangqing, Dr. Lin's medical skills are unparalleled, and he shares a unique bond with the hospital director. After such a significant incident, Sun Mingxing would undoubtedly summon Dr. Lin for assistance at the first opportunity, Xiao Zhanghua asserted with conviction. This Dr. Lin is truly remarkable. It's hard to believe that a young man in his 20s possesses such extraordinary abilities, Xiao Yuruo exclaimed in admiration. Yuruo, what are your thoughts on Dr. Lin? Xiao Zhanghua turned to her, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He is quite impressive. Not only is he handsome, but his medical prowess is also exceptional. Xiao Yuruo replied, a blush gracing her cheeks. I knew he was no ordinary person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so readily given away my Villa Number 1. Yuruo, would you be interested in pursuing a deeper relationship with him? If Dr. Lin were to become our son-in-law, the Xiao family would undoubtedly rise to prominence in Jiangqing. Xiao Zhang was said with a smile. Well, I shall give it a try. Xiao Yuruo shyly nodded. At this moment, in Qiqing village, Guoqilin was scrolling through videos on his new phone when a clip about the restorative potion caught his attention. Mom, there is a potion and ointment from the traditional medicine hospital that can quickly heal wounds. Guoqilin exclaimed excitedly. What? Quickly, let me see. Su Wanru, sitting beside him, hurriedly reached for the phone. Is this a product launched by the Yi family? Su Wanru asked, puzzled as she watched the video. No. It's said to be concocted by the traditional medicine hospital itself, Guoqilin clarified. Well, according to the claims, our developed products do not possess such miraculous effects. Su Wanru stated after watching the video attentively. Sigh. I wonder which expert managed to create such an extraordinary potion. Su Wanru's expression turned somewhat despondent, for she had initially planned to leverage her preserved authentic data to reintroduce her product. However, with the emergence of the restorative potion and ointment, her thoughts had shifted entirely. Within the Yi family estate, Yi Jianfeng, with a grim expression, scolded Yi Jianjun. You fool, how could you let such crucial secrets leak? Yi Jianjun lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. Dad, I have already communicated with the research team. Our products do not have such significant efficacy. In situations like yesterday's, it would take at least a week for our product to heal wounds. Hearing this, Yi Jianfeng's expression darkened further. If this is not our product, then have our years of effort been in vain? Dad, I've sent people to investigate this matter. If you hadn't insisted on my return, I would have gone to the traditional medicine hospital myself, Yi Jianjun remarked with some resentment. Yi Jianfeng, upon hearing this, trembled with anger and bellowed towards the door. Then why are you not rushing to the traditional medicine hospital right now? If you cannot uncover the truth behind this matter, you can forget about being chairman. Chapter 85. Father-in-law. At that moment, it felt as though a heavy bomb had been dropped into the upper echelons of Jiangqing, igniting a frenzy of rumors and speculations that surged forth like a tidal wave, heralding an impending storm. In stark contrast, within Villa Number 1, Lin Yu remained enveloped in a tranquil harbor, completely unaffected by the external clamor. He was wholly immersed in his cultivation, as if the world around him bore no significance. Time slipped by, and it was only when he felt a rumble in his stomach that Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Ceasing his practice, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, a satisfied expression adorning his face as he murmured to himself, "Ah, what a delightful experience." At that moment, he keenly sensed the flow of true energy within him becoming increasingly smooth, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to the second level of qi refinement. After calming his mind, Lin Yu reached for his phone, casually scrolling through the screen. He noticed an unfamiliar number had called him repeatedly over 10 times, stirring a hint of curiosity within him. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to press the callback button. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Yu asked in a neutral tone. "Lin Yu, it's your father-in-law, Yi Jiangwo. I heard your eyesight has recovered, and you'll be home late. I'm having dinner at home tonight. You should hurry back and join us," came a familiar and warm voice from the other end. Hearing this voice, Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. To be honest, ever since he had married into the Yi family 3 years ago, the family had generally treated him with disdain, but this father-in-law, Yi Jiangwo, occasionally showed him care and concern. Thus, Lin Yu had always held a sense of gratitude towards him. Dad, when did you return? Lin Yu quickly responded. I just got off the plane. I was thinking of calling you back for a family gathering. Yi Jiangwo replied with a smile. All right, Dad. I'll tidy up and head back right away. Lin Yu agreed enthusiastically, and after hanging up, he swiftly got up to carry the medicinal materials into the villa. An hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the Yi family villa. Oh, have you caught a whiff of the delicious food and realized I'm hosting esteemed guests tonight? Before he even stepped inside, Lin Yu heard Zhu Li's voice. Freed from the constraints of Yi Yusin's illness, Zhu Li had reverted to her sharp and acerbic demeanor. Dad sent me back. Lin Yu disregarded her and walked straight into the living room. Lin Yu, ignore her. Yi Jiangwo gestured for Lin Yu to sit beside him. Humph, Zhu Li scoffed, turning to enter the kitchen. Dad, I've been fine for several days. By the way, what brings you back so suddenly? Lin Yu inquired. It's been a while since I returned home. I just wanted to see you all, Yi Jiangwo replied casually. Just then, 2 cheerful female voices rang out from the entrance. It was Yi Yusin and her sister, Yi Kursin, returning home. Dad, Yi Yusin called softly. Dad, you're back. I've missed you so much. Yi Kursin, unlike Yi Yusin, was like a joyful little bird, eagerly flinging herself into Yi Jiangwo's embrace. Oh, you're all grown up, yet still crying. Don't cry, Yi Jiangwo gently consoled her. Why are you back? Upon seeing Lin Yu, Yi Yusin's expression darkened instantly. Yusin, it's your father who called Lin Yu back, Yi Jiangwo explained. Come upstairs with me. I have something to discuss with you. With a scowl, Yi Yusin turned and ascended the stairs. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Jiangwo. For the past 3 years, he had never set foot on the second floor of the villa. Go ahead. It's best if you two resolve any misunderstandings, Yi Jiangwo encouraged. Very well, Lin Yu reluctantly nodded and followed Yi Yusin upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, Yi Yusin slammed the door shut. Lin Yu, what do you mean by this? You didn't answer any of my calls last night. Don't you know my illness isn't cured yet? Yi Yusin confronted him fiercely. Oh, I'm sorry, I left my phone in the car last night. Did you have another episode? Lin Yu, feeling a twinge of guilt, asked. Fortunately, my illness didn't act up last night. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me today, Yi Yusin replied. Her tone laced with irritation. Lin Yu scratched his head, bewildered by her demeanor. Under his scrutinizing gaze, he noticed that the chill within Yi Yusin had not dissipated but rather intensified. What do you intend to do? Yi Yusin felt uncomfortable under his unwavering stare. Instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, Lin Yu averted his gaze, frowning as he pondered the meaning behind Yi Yusin's claim that her so-called illness had healed. However, he refrained from pressing further and said, I sincerely apologize for last night. I was busy saving lives at the hospital. It got too late, and I couldn't call you. Before he could elaborate on how he had waited all night at the entrance, Yi Yusin interrupted him. Oh, saving lives? Do you think that just because you miraculously healed your eyes, you have become a doctor? You dare to lie about saving lives at the hospital? I suspect you've been out gallivanting. There was a hint of mockery in her voice. Believe what you wish, Lin Yu's expression darkened. He was no longer willing to indulge this woman. With the impending divorce, he felt no need to hold back. What kind of attitude is this? If I hadn't spent the last 3 years searching for renowned doctors to treat your eyes, do you think you could have cured yourself with your meager skills? It's utterly delusional. I merely spared you some dignity, not wanting to expose you in front of my mother. Yi Yusin's voice was filled with indignation. Well, I appreciate your care over the years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have set foot in this house again, Lin Yu replied coldly, turning to leave. Ah, you infuriate me. Yi Yusin's eyes widened in anger, her hands flailing in the air, completely losing the elegant demeanor expected of one of Jiangqing's for beauties. In the living room downstairs, Yi Jiangwo and his daughter were engaged in a hushed conversation, while Zhu Li occasionally glanced towards the door, craning her neck to peek outside. Mom, who are you waiting for? Yi Kursin inquired, puzzled. I'm waiting for a distinguished guest, Zhu Li replied proudly, keeping her eyes on the door. Suddenly, a series of urgent breaking sounds echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a dapperly dressed man entered, cradling a large bouquet of vibrant flowers. Zhang Chong, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you all afternoon, Zhu Li greeted warmly as he stepped through the door. This was none other than Zhang Chong, who had encountered Yi Yusin earlier that morning. I apologize, Auntie. I just returned to Jiangcheng and was caught up with work, which delayed me, Zhang Chong said apologetically. His gaze swept over the room, finally resting on Yi Jiangwo and Yi Kursin. Who is this? Yi Jiangwo asked, puzzled. Dad, This is Zhang Chong, my sister's ex-boyfriend. Yi Kersen clarified. Lin Yu, who was descending the stairs, overheard this, and his expression tightened. Oh, Yi Jiangwo seemed to recall something. Eyeing the flowers Zhang Chong held with a somewhat unfriendly tone, Zhang Chong, what do you mean by this? Don't mind him, Zhang Chong. Please have a seat. I'll go call Yusin down, Zhu Li warmly urged. All right, Auntie, Zhang Chong replied with a smile. And who might this be? Zhang Chong asked, looking at Lin Yu, who had just come down. Oh, he's just a blind man, merely here to mooch off our hospitality. You needn't pay him any mind, Zhu Li said openly, wishing for Lin Yu to leave the house immediately. What do you mean by that, Zhu Li? Is that how you speak of your son-in-law? Yi Jiangwo's face darkened with discontent. Am I wrong? When we needed him, he was nowhere to be found, but now that there's a feast, he returns earlier than anyone. Zhu Li retorted defiantly. Dad, Mom, why are you two arguing again? Yi Yusin's voice came from the staircase. Yusin, it's good to see you again. Lin Yu had just quarreled with Yi Yusin, and her icy demeanor as she appeared on the stairs captivated Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, what brings you to my home? Yi Yusin asked with surprise. Auntie mentioned she hadn't seen me in a long time, so she invited me over for dinner, Zhang Chong explained, handing the flowers to Yi Yusin. Yi Yusin accepted the flowers and placed them aside. Noticing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Chong's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, saying, if I'm not mistaken, this is your husband, Yusin? He emphasized the word husband deliberately as he looked at Lin Yu. Yes, this is Lin Yu. Yi Yusin nodded before introducing them. Lin Yu, this is my friend Zhang Chong. Technically, he is also your senior. Oh, Lin Yu, I remember now. You're the fool who went blind while stargazing 3 years ago, Zhang Chong remarked with a mocking smile. Haha, that's right, it's him, Yi Kersen chimed in, unable to suppress her laughter. Indeed, while others admired a rare meteor shower, he managed to blind himself. Isn't that pathetic? Zhu Li added, her face full of derision. Faced with such scornful remarks, Lin Yu remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, indeed. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the derision from the Yi family. However, he was curious to see what this unexpectedly reappearing ex-boyfriend of Yi Yusin sought during his visit. All right, let's eat, Yi Jiangwo interjected, wanting to spare Lin Yu any further discomfort. As the topic turned to dining, Zhu Li eagerly ushered Zhang Chong to the dining room, insisting he take the seat of honor at the table. Yi Jiangwo shook his head helplessly, inwardly grumbling. What was I thinking marrying this foolish woman, Auntie? This seat is reserved for Uncle. I can sit to the side, Zhang Chong said, somewhat flustered. Being selected as the head of M Company, Zhang Chong was no fool and understood basic etiquette, thus he would not overstep his bounds. Uncle, you are the elder. Please take the seat of honor, Zhang Chong said respectfully. Yi Jiangwo nodded at Zhang Chong, but soon turned to Lin Yu beside him, saying, Lin Yu, come sit next to me. Let's enjoy a drink together tonight. Sure, Dad, Lin Yu replied without hesitation as he took a seat beside Yi Jiangwo. What are you drinking for? Look at you two useless fellows. One is hardly ever home, and the other? You can't even find anyone when you come back, Zhu Li complained. Her face contorted with anger. Zhang Chong was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. He never expected that Yi Yusin's mother, who was usually so refined, could be so fierce and unreasonable at this moment. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Yi Yusin standing silently to the side, resembling a beautiful iceberg. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. Zhang Chong quickly donned a smile and said to Zhu Li, Auntie, please calm down. Today, Uncle is in good spirits, and I would like to take this opportunity to join him for a few drinks. Upon hearing this, Zhu Li was momentarily surprised, but her face quickly transformed into a radiant smile, as if she had undergone a dramatic change akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Oh, I see. Xiao Chong wants to drink. That's wonderful. Come, sit next to your uncle. No need, I'll sit beside Yusin. It's been a while since we shared a meal together, Zhang Chong replied, plopping down next to Yi Yusin while casting a provocative glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu appeared oblivious, pouring wine for Yi Jiangwo. Yusin, have you discussed that matter I mentioned with Grandpa this morning? Zhang Chong inquired. Oh, not yet. The medical-related businesses in the group are entirely under my uncle's purview, and I have no authority to interfere, Yi Yusin responded. What a pity. I was hoping to facilitate a collaboration between X Pharmaceutical Group and Yes Group, Zhang Chong sighed, feigning regret. X Pharmaceutical Group? Is that the globally renowned pharmaceutical giant? Yi Jiangwo's expression turned one of astonishment upon hearing their conversation. Before Zhang Chong could answer, Zhu Li interjected, unable to contain herself. Indeed, it is the largest pharmaceutical group in the world. Our Zhang Chong is quite remarkable. He is now the new head of X Pharmaceutical Group in Longhua. That's right, Uncle. I returned home specifically to take full charge of X Pharmaceutical Group's operations here, Zhang Chong declared proudly. Impressive indeed. I never imagined that in just 3 short years, you could rise to such a high position. Truly a young talent. Yi Jiangwo couldn't help but praise Zhang Chong. Now, let us raise a toast to celebrate Lin Yu's regained sight and Zhang Chong's promotion. Yi Jiangwo exclaimed with a beaming smile as he raised his glass. Thank you for your kind words, uncle. To this rare reunion, cheers. Zhang Chong quickly raised his glass in response, his face glowing with pride and joy. Lin Yu, on the other hand, remained relatively silent, but still smiled as he raised his glass, clinking it lightly before downing the contents in one go. Immediately, the restaurant seemed to transform into Zhang Chong's personal domain. Like a proud peacock, he began to recount his legendary journey in M country, vividly describing the hardships and challenges he faced as an ordinary frontline salesman, the cold indifference of clients, the exclusion and oppression from competitors, and so forth. However, through unyielding perseverance and exceptional intelligence, Zhang Chong managed to carve out a path in this fiercely competitive market. Midway through his tale, a smirk appeared on Zhang Chong's lips as he abruptly shifted the subject. By the way, uncle, I heard from Auntie that you stepped down from the upper echelons of Yes Group for certain reasons. Are you considering returning to the upper management of Yes Group? Of course. However, returning to the upper management of Yes Group is fraught with difficulties. Yi Jiangwo slowly set down his wine glass and sighed. As far as I know, the medical-related businesses of Yes Group have always been underwhelming. If you could facilitate a collaboration with X Pharmaceutical Group, I'm sure old Master Yi would reconsider. Zhang Chong continued. However, X Pharmaceutical Group has extremely stringent qualifications for its partners, and Yes Group is relatively weak in this regard. To enhance the chance of collaboration, I propose that Yusin temporarily join our group as my secretary to familiarize herself with the various aspects. At this point, Zhang Chong discreetly glanced at Yi Yusin, fantasizing about spending time alone with her in the office. Excellent idea. If Yes Group can successfully collaborate with X Pharmaceutical Group, then Jiangwo's return to the upper management of Yes Group will be just around the corner, Zhu Li chimed in. Yes, that is a good idea. Yi Jiangwo agreed with Zhang Chong's suggestion. If Dad could return to the upper management of Yes Group, would we be able to move back to Yi Family Manor? Yi Kursin asked, filled with anticipation. Yi Yusin nodded as well, showing her approval of Zhang Chong's proposition. Haha, let my wife be your close secretary, Zhang Chong. You are quite the schemer. Lin Yu's voice drifted in just as everyone was basking in joy. However, his words were quickly met with a barrage of scorn from Zhu Li and Yi Kursin. You worthless thing, what are you even saying? If Yusin doesn't learn from Qiangzi, should she spend her days following you, a good-for-nothing? Zhu Li scolded, her eyes wide with fury. Right, do you ever look in the mirror? Compared to brother Zhang Chong, you are utterly insignificant, Yi Kursin echoed, her face filled with disdain for Lin Yu. Junior brother, don't get me wrong. As I said, having Yusin by my side is merely to expedite the collaboration between Yes Group and our group, Zhang Chong feigned innocence. Is that so? The head of X Pharmaceutical Group in Longhua, and you can't manage a partnership without all these convoluted schemes? Though Lin Yu harbored no feelings for Yi Yusin, they were still technically married, and he could not accept the thought of her becoming a personal secretary to her ex-boyfriend. Truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you think X Pharmaceutical Group could dominate the globe solely based on my whims? Zhang Chong looked at Lin Yu with growing disdain. X Pharmaceutical Group, as the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in the world, has a level of management that is beyond imagination. Zhang Chong is right. Given our current conditions, it may indeed be quite difficult for us to secure a collaboration with X Pharmaceutical Group. If Yusin can enter X Pharmaceutical Group for training, the chances of collaboration will undoubtedly increase. Yi Jiangwo found himself siding with Zhang Chong for the first time that evening. All right, as long as Yusin agrees, I have no objections, Lin Yu said, his gaze shifting towards Yi Yusin. I have no issues on my end. The opportunity to learn at X Pharmaceutical Group is rare, and I will certainly seize it, Yi Yusin stated, completely indifferent to Lin Yu's feelings as she readily accepted Zhang Chong's suggestion. Sister, I think your choice is correct. Prompting a collaboration between Yi family and X Group will mean Dad won't have to stay cooped up in the project department all day. Yi Kursin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once your father returns to Yes Group's upper management, we can move back to Yi Family Manor and no longer have to endure this cramped place. Zhu Li dreamily envisioned a beautiful future. You all continue eating. I'm going for a walk, Lin Yu said as he set down his chopsticks and stood up, preparing to leave the table. He truly did not wish to partake in this topic any longer. Good for nothing. What do you mean by that? You think you can just run off after eating? Zhu Li, quick-witted and decisive, seized Lin Yu by the arm. stating that he could leave only after washing the dishes and tidying up the house. She warned him to release his grip, or else he would face her wrath. Lin Yu's eyes were cold, emanating a chilling aura. You dare to defy me? Do you intend to strike me? Julie was furious, reaching out to claw at Lin Yu's face. He deftly sidestepped her attack, then gently pushed her, causing her to plop back into her seat. What are you doing? Lin Yu? Yi Jiangwo, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of astonishment. He was perplexed by Lin Yu's transformation after regaining his sight. Dad, thank you for allowing me to return for dinner today. Lin Yu nodded slightly at Yi Jiangwo. Before Yi Jiangwo could respond, Julie interrupted, insisting he leave and not return, asserting that with Yu Xian's illness cured, his presence in the household was inconsequential. Julie sneered. All right, I'll leave, Lin Yu declared, striding out of the Yi family villa. Once outside, Lin Yu took a deep breath, quickly dismissing the earlier incident from his mind. He drove his Range Rover directly back to Villa Number 1 on Hushin Island. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yu indulged in a soothing hot bath, washing away all his discontent. He sat quietly in the living room, savoring the fragrant tea prepared by Xiao Yuruo. It was undeniable that she was meticulous, as the villa was fully stocked with all necessary supplies and utensils. Reflecting on the myriad experiences he had endured recently, a faint smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. His afternoon training had been interrupted, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. He decided to clear his mind, turning off his phone and sitting cross-legged on the sofa. The starry sky technique began to circulate within him, and he re-entered the state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the dinner at the Yi family villa was nearing its conclusion. Although Lin Yu had departed midway, the gathering continued unaffected. Xiao Chong, since you've been drinking, don't drive. I'll have Yu Xian take you home, Julie suggested. Of course, Auntie. I, Zhang Chong, am a law-abiding citizen and would never drive under the influence, Zhang Chong replied. Then let's go, Yu Xian said as she headed out to drive. In the car, Zhang Chong, whether truly intoxicated or feigning it, slurred, Xian, as long as you stay with me, the collaboration with Group X will materialize soon. And your family will surely surpass your uncle, ultimately seizing the Yi family's voice. As he spoke, his hand inadvertently drifted to Yu Xian's thigh. What do you think you're doing? Yu Xian gasped, startled by his sudden move. Her body involuntarily jolted, causing her grip on the steering wheel to slip, nearly sending the car into a ditch. Oh, I'm so sorry, Xian, I didn't mean to, Zhang Chong stammered, his face flushed and his eyes bleary. For the remainder of the journey, Yu Xian remained focused on the road, vigilantly wary of Zhang Chong's drunken antics. After what felt like an eternity, she successfully delivered the inebriated Zhang Chong to the hotel entrance. However, she dared not escort him upstairs alone and quickly sought the assistance of a staff member. Together, they exerted great effort to hoist Zhang Chong's heavy form inside the room. Yet moments later, by the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, Zhang Chong held a glass of vibrant red wine, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he disdainfully watched Yu Xian head towards the parking lot. At this moment, he bore no trace of his earlier drunkenness, muttering, "Humph, if I hadn't heard from Auntie that the blind fool hadn't shared a room with you, I wouldn't have even glanced at you." Meanwhile, back in the Yi family villa, Yu Xian reclined quietly on her bed. Her thoughts surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly flooding her mind. She involuntarily recalled the myriad experiences shared with Zhang Chong, as well as the moments spent with Lin Yu over the past 3 years. In an instant, her heart was awash with mixed emotions, overwhelmed by sentiment. At that moment, the clock in the villa's hall chimed midnight. Originally at peace, Yu Xian suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold wash over her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her body curling into a ball as she moaned in agony on her bed. Yu Xian, what's wrong? Julie, hearing her distress, rushed to her room. Mom, my illness has flared up again. That wretched cold has returned. Yu Xian's voice was filled with pain and helplessness. How could this happen? You were perfectly fine yesterday. Why are you unwell today? Julie asked anxiously. I don't know. Hurry, call Lin Yu back, Yu Xian urged. All right. Julie hurried back to her room and dialed Lin Yu's number. However, Lin Yu had turned off his phone before beginning his cultivation, and Julie's attempts to reach him were futile. Yu Xian, that blind fool's phone is off, Julie said helplessly. Let me try. Yi Jingwo arrived, but the outcome was equally disappointing. What should we do? Julie was frantic, at a loss for what to do. Simultaneously, Lin Yu, undergoing his own trial during meditation, was also grappling with discomfort. He continuously guided the energy within him to break through the barriers of his cultivation. But the threshold of the second level of qi refinement remained elusive. By dawn, the cold within Yu Xian's body had slightly receded, allowing her to slowly close her eyes and drift into a deep slumber. Conversely, Lin Yu, drenched in sweat after multiple unsuccessful attempts to break into the second level of qi refinement, was compelled to cease his cultivation. He stood up, exhaling a deep breath, pondering why breaking through the second level of qi refinement was proving so arduous. Glancing at the mountain of medicinal herbs piled in the hall, an idea struck him. Why not attempt alchemy? If he could concoct a restorative elixir, it would surely help him overcome his bottleneck and successfully ascend to the second level of qi refinement. Without delay, he referred to the legacy left by the elder Tian Huang and identified a suitable elixir corresponding to the available herbs, Qi Blood Pill. The Qi Blood Pill was not only capable of swiftly replenishing the body's energy and blood, but also nourished internal organs, strengthened muscles and bones, and improved the complexion, lending a radiant glow to the skin and brightness to one's eyes. More importantly, it could enhance the cultivator's strength, propelling them further along their path of cultivation. However, alchemy required a furnace, which posed a challenge for Lin Yu. In desperation, he decided to use the pressure cooker prepared by Xiao Yurao as his makeshift furnace. The following day, Villa No. 1 on Huxin Island was a flurry of activity, with dull thuds emanating from within every half hour. Had it not been for the property staff's repeated confirmations of no issues, they might have already come to investigate. Finally succeeded. After enduring numerous failures, Lin Yu held several reddish-brown pills in his hand. Is this the Qi Blood Pill? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the smooth, lustrous pills exuding a captivating aroma. The rich fragrance seemed to possess an enchanting quality, stirring his curiosity and compelling him to explore further. Let us test the effects. Lin Yu could no longer suppress the fervor and anticipation within him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the elixirs in one go. Chapter 89, Second Level of Qi Refinement. As the pills entered his mouth, they melted almost instantaneously, transforming into a stream of sweet nectar that slid down his throat. A warm and gentle current surged through him like lightning, swiftly flowing into his stomach. At that moment, something miraculous occurred. The previously dispersed warmth began to merge and gradually coalesce into powerful currents of energy. Now, Lin Yu silently urged himself, daring not to hesitate for even a moment, as he activated the star technique within him. As the technique flowed, he guided the errant currents in his stomach to converge slowly towards his dantian. Finally, when the last trace of energy successfully reached the dantian, it was instantaneously filled. A sharp crack echoed, as if something within Lin Yu had shattered. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from him, instantly enveloping the entire living room. Haha, this damned bottleneck, I have finally broken through, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Just then, darkness enveloped his vision, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a starry expanse. He stood atop a celestial realm, with countless stars stretching infinitely beneath his feet. Why am I back in this place? Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the familiar yet enigmatic surroundings, pondering silently. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Young man, we meet again. As the voice faded, the ethereal figure of the elder Tian Huang slowly materialized, standing before Lin Yu like a specter. Senior. Upon seeing the elder again, Lin Yu respectfully bowed his head in greeting. The elder scrutinized Lin Yu with a satisfied nod, saying, Indeed, you have now broken through to the second level of qi refinement, officially stepping into the realm of cultivation. However, here, the elder frowned slightly, sighing softly, alas. The spiritual energy on this planet is exceedingly sparse. If you rely solely on such a slow cultivation pace, I fear it will be ages before I can return to my homeland. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Yu felt a pang of anxiety and quickly inquired, May I ask, Senior, is there any way to accelerate my cultivation progress? The elder smiled gently and replied, You must not confine your focus merely to the healing arts. Within my teachings, there are many wondrous methods beyond supreme medical skills, such as the art of feng shui, the path of Mao Shango's techniques, the principles of Qi Jia, and the study of physiognomy and fate. Notably, the spirit-gathering array, if mastered and employed properly, can effectively concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy for your use, significantly benefiting your cultivation advancement. In short, remember this. The most crucial task for you at present is to diligently enhance your own abilities. Only with sufficient strength can you face the numerous challenges that may arise in the future. After imparting this wisdom, the elder waved his sleeve, and Lin Yu suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he realized he had returned to the villa. At that moment, his head throbbed as if struck by a heavy object, feeling as if an overwhelming flood of knowledge and information had been forcibly crammed into his mind. As he grappled with the deluge of knowledge threatening to burst his consciousness, Lin Yu couldn't help but grumble, that elder Tianhuang. If only he had imparted this knowledge to me sooner, I wouldn't have had to struggle through it like deciphering a dictionary. While contemplating, he glanced at the heap of ruined medicinal materials. He picked up the pressure cooker, charred and unrecognizable, and headed towards the kitchen. This time, there was no ominous sound echoing from the kitchen. Moments later, Lin Yu emerged with a smile, holding several qi blood pills that emanated a faint herbal fragrance and displayed a reddish-brown hue. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, saying, I never expected that the method of alchemy would be so deeply imprinted in my mind, making it so effortless to execute. Outside, dusk was settling in. Lin Yu glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was getting late. He suddenly remembered his phone, which he had left on the sofa in the living room, seemingly untouched for an entire day and night. Hastily, he approached the sofa, picked up the phone that lay quietly there, and pressed the power button. As the screen lit up, a flurry of urgent notification sounds rang out. Lin Yu focused on the screen, which displayed dozens of missed calls, most from Yi Jiangwo and Zhu Li. Realizing the cause for their urgency, he chuckled wryly. He knew it must be due to Yi Yusin's condition flaring up, prompting them to desperately reach out to him to return to the villa. Just then, Guqilan's call came through. Lin Yu quickly answered, teasing, Hello, Rabbit, looking for me at this hour? Want to treat me to a meal? Lin Yu, where have you been? Your phone has been off all day. I almost had to enlist the enforcement team to find you. Guqilan's voice came through the receiver. My phone ran out of battery. Lin Yu concocted an excuse. I'm right outside your door. Let us hang out. Guqilan suggested. Really? I'm out at the moment. Just give me a minute, Lin Yu replied. At the same place we met last time, Guqilan added. After hanging up, Lin Yu took a moment to tidy himself up before heading out. While driving, he contemplated for a moment and decided to return Yi Jiangwo's call. Dad, what do you need? Lin Yu feigned ignorance. Lin Yu, why has your phone been off? Yi Yusin's condition flared up last night, and we were hoping you could come back to the villa. Yi Jiangwo's voice betrayed concern. Sorry, Dad, I forgot my charger when I went out last night. I just got it charged and called you back, Lin Yu explained. Where are you now? Have you eaten? Should I send Yusin to pick you up for dinner? Yi Jiangwo inquired with care. No need, Dad. I'm out with some classmates for a meal. I'll talk to you later, Lin Yu said before hanging up the phone.